In a twist of fate, a former Special Forces instructor finds himself marooned on a desolate island, only to discover he is the sole king of this uncharted territory. Confronted by three distinct women, two jealous sisters, an eccentric mechanical genius, and a determined police officer intent on bringing him to justice, this survival game swiftly escalates into a fierce struggle for power and emotions. Stripped of exaggerated fiction, the narrative delves into the raw tests of human nature and the brutal laws of survival. Who will endure until the end, and who will be the first to break the rules? Chapter 1. The Air Disaster. A cacophony of piercing screams filled the air. The sudden sensation of weightlessness following the plane's stall caused my blood to momentarily halt and reverse. My eardrums throbbed painfully, akin to a heart pounding heavily against my throat. The oxygen masks had long since fallen away. I bit my lip, the metallic taste of blood flooding my mouth. In an attempt to mitigate the intense dizziness brought on by the aircraft's sudden loss of altitude, I hoped the pain would serve as a distraction, though it yielded little relief. Fortunately, my prior specialized training allowed me to regain composure almost immediately after the plane began its perilous descent. In the aisle, a flight attendant struggled valiantly to maintain her poise, her body swaying violently with the turbulence as she attempted to soothe the panicking passengers around her. Alas, her efforts were in vain. The fear etched on her face provided scant comfort. The 600 passengers aboard were akin to a flock of ducks awaiting slaughter, their high-pitched cries echoing throughout the cabin. I glanced up to see several pale-faced travelers flouting the explicit prohibition against mobile phone use, hastily writing their wills in the Notes app. Death felt alarmingly close. Damn it, why does the so-called Flying Fortress, the Boeing 747, frequently encounter such calamities? Have the maintenance and research personnel squandered their intellect? I squirmed restlessly, cursing under my breath. Stay still, behave yourself, and don't think of escaping, a melodious voice admonished beside me. A policewoman seated next to me eyed me warily, her complexion pale as she cast nervous glances out the window at the plummeting clouds. Her fear betrayed her composed facade. Indeed, escorting a Special Forces soldier like myself back home was no enviable task for a young woman. In light of the grave incident, remaining calm was an unrealistic expectation. Rest assured, I have no intention of fleeing. The most likely outcome is that we plummet to our deaths together. I attempted to lighten the mood. Don't look at me like that I made mistakes, but I'm not a heinous criminal. If anything, I might face a military tribunal, and losing my head would merely be my misfortune. Fear not. A stall in the aircraft may still be rectified. The captain of a Boeing 747 is rigorously trained and should have a plan. Just as I finished speaking, the captain's voice crackled over the intercom. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. I regret to inform you that we are experiencing a catastrophic failure that renders an emergency landing impossible. As your captain, I am deeply sorry and grateful for your continued support. His tone was laden with despair. I hope you all can survive this journey. At that moment, even the passengers who had feigned composure erupted into cries, rising from their seats in panic, shouting and banging on the doors, their tears and snot merging in a comical display of desperation. Yet, no one dared to mock them in this moment. We were all united in fear. A few extremists even resorted to kicking the aircraft doors, seemingly desperate to escape. Even the seasoned flight attendants were unable to maintain their composure, failing to remind those fervent souls that we were thousands of meters in the air. I chuckled inwardly. Opening the cabin door in a pressurized environment would yield two outcomes: either instant death from the abrupt decompression or being swept into the abyss of the high-altitude air currents, akin to a plucked bird. As for parachutes, don't be absurd. Commercial aircraft are not equipped with such devices. Otherwise, we wouldn't hear the grim statistics on television that claim a 99.9 fatality rate in the event of an aircraft disaster. Crying, screaming, cursing, these piercing sounds permeated every corner of the cabin, and fear spread like wildfire among the passengers. In the face of impending doom, no one could maintain their composure, myself included. I inhaled deeply, tightening my seatbelt with haste. The cushion beneath me had long been clutched against my chest, a makeshift shield for my vital areas. I anticipated that it would not be long before the stalled aircraft encountered even graver peril. At such altitudes, there was little recourse should the engines fail. This heavy metal beast would plummet like a bird with clipped wings. I envisioned the best-case scenario. The plane would not disintegrate midair, and below us lay an uninhabited expanse of ocean, for only then might I possess a sliver of hope for survival. The policewoman beside me had utterly lost her composure. The captain's announcement had shattered her last shred of hope. The mental fortitude expected of a police officer crumbled in the face of disaster. She resembled a frantic hen, flailing in panic. What was her name again? Zhao Xiaoru, perhaps. I shook my head in disbelief at this critical juncture. I found myself musing on trivial matters. I opened my mouth to advise Zhao Xiaoru to protect her vital areas, to maximize her chances of survival. However, before I could utter a word, the plane jolted violently, and the intense force rendered me speechless, plunging me into unconsciousness. When I regained consciousness, darkness enveloped the sky. The briny taste of seawater exploded in my mouth, and as I wiped my face, I discovered blood. My chest ached fiercely, and it felt as though my ribs had shattered. I estimated at least 3 were broken. Fortunately, my earlier protective posture had spared me from fatal injuries. An eerie silence surrounded me. Debris from the aircraft floated on the surface of the ocean, and I caught sight of severed limbs drifting by, wafting an aroma reminiscent of grilled meat. A glance around revealed a landscape of mangled bodies. I even felt the skull of a passenger nearby. The sight of brain matter mixed with blood made me gag uncontrollably. The policewoman, Zhao Xiaoru, had vanished. Perhaps she had been thrown from the aircraft in its descent, or maybe she had plunged into the ocean, who could tell. I took a moment to steady my racing heart. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The plane had disintegrated, and I had no idea when the section beneath my feet would succumb to the depths. I needed to find essential supplies before that happened. I refused to succumb to death. I must survive. Taking cautious steps through the wreckage, I navigated the debris. Walking atop the floating remnants of the aircraft amidst the rolling waves was precarious, yet I treaded carefully, fearful of plunging into the water. I was uncertain whether lurking beneath the seemingly calm surface were sharks drawn by the scent of blood, poised to unleash their jaws. I did not wish to meet my end. Fortunately, I had been seated near the rear of the plane. Crouching down to search, I felt immense gratitude for the tightly packaged food prepared for the flight. Though most of it had been ruined by the violent collision and soaked in seawater, I managed to salvage a few intact pieces of bread and some fresh water. The passenger aircraft, particularly the large model I was aboard, boasted an impressive array of equipment. I even discovered a first aid kit, a fire axe, and a few precious drops of fresh water from a dilapidated tank. In the darkness, I searched desperately for anything that might aid our survival. Food, tools, lifeboats, and even the kerosene in the aircraft's reserve tank did not escape my scrutiny. Just as I was determined to continue my search for useful items, a faint voice reached my ears. "Help me, please." I hesitated for a moment, turning towards the source of the sound. In the corner at the rear of the cabin, 2 girls were trapped beneath a heap of contorted steel, and the girl who cried out was stretching her hand toward me in a desperate effort to grasp my attention. Unfortunately, a metal cabinet lay heavily across her lower leg, and a sharp object had pierced her shoulder blade. She was fortunate. I could wager that if that iron shard had been slightly misaligned, it would have penetrated her heart instead. The other girl was not so lucky. A jagged piece of metal protruded grotesquely from her chest, and even the greatest healer of antiquity would be unable to save her. Upon witnessing this, I furrowed my brow. Instinct as a soldier urged me to act immediately. Yet, the rising water level threatened to engulf us, and the precariously tilting cabin was on the verge of collapse. Time was not on my side, and I was unwilling to squander a single second in my quest for supplies. "Please, sir, I beg you to help me. I don't want to die. Truly, I don't. I'm only 21. I've only worked for 2 years. My parents are waiting for me at home, and I have never even been in a relationship. Please, I will do anything. Just save me." The girl's voice broke, tears streaming down her bloodied face, transforming it into a mask of anguish. This time, I recognized her voice. It was melodious and distinctive. Who else could it be but Zhao Xiaoru? However, she evidently did not recognize me otherwise. Given our interactions over the past 2 days, she would not have spoken in such a tone. I lowered my head in silence and approached her, using my hands to pry away a handle as leverage. With a firm push, I shifted the steel frame off her lower leg. Yet as I crouched to examine Zhao Xiaoru, I felt a pang of difficulty. A thin metal shard had pierced her shoulder blade, entering from behind and emerging just below her right breast. Observing her slight movements, I deduced the wound was not fatal, but its location was undeniably precarious. My hand froze in place. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoru burst into laughter, transforming her tears into a smile. "Sir, please don't hesitate. It's necessary to remove this shard, otherwise None of us will escape. With that, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for my next action. I shook my head and, with a swift motion, tore at her shirt. The fabric ripped apart, revealing her alabaster skin beneath her form was exquisite, flawless, and a vision that would ignite any man's desires. Even in our dire circumstances, I found myself unable to suppress a gulp as I stole another glance. As the cool sea breeze brushed against her skin, Zhao Xiaoru gasped and instinctively attempted to cover herself, trying to shield her modesty. Perhaps realizing I was there to assist her, and with the cover of night surrounding us, she trembled and urged me to hasten. I too wished to work swiftly, but my hands moved as if bound. Zhao Xiaoru had no idea that I had once been a special forces instructor and a glass sniper for my country. The dim environment could not obscure my vision, however. With the urgency of the situation pressing upon me, I forced myself to suppress any wavering thoughts and quickly extracted the metal shard. I then found antiseptic gauze from the supplies I had gathered and tended to her wound. "Thank you, sir," Zhao Xiaoru murmured as she shakily rose to her feet. The significant blood loss rendered her face pale as she nearly collapsed into the rising water. I removed my jacket and offered it to her, my tone cold and firm. "Sit still. The wound has only been superficially treated. Once we are safe, it will require more careful attention. If seawater infects it now, even divine intervention won't save you. I risked everything to save you. Please don't complicate matters further." With that, I resumed my search for supplies, leaving her in silence. Zhao Xiaoru pouted, yet after a long pause, she remained mute, staring blankly at the ground, lost in thought. I ignored her and continued my search. However, when I finally located the lifeboat, I paused. A Boeing 747 typically comes equipped with 16 lifeboats, yet I distinctly noted that at least 2 were missing. I dismissed the thought and quickly inflated the lifeboat. I gathered the supplies I had collected and assisted Zhao Xiaoru into the lifeboat, gazing out at the remnants of the aircraft as it slowly sank beneath the waves. A long sigh of relief escaped my lips, but I dared not relax. The drifting in the ocean could prove far more arduous than the aircraft's descent. In this moment, I could only hope that the rescue team would act swiftly and locate us within a week. Otherwise, the provisions I had gathered would scarcely last. In the lifeboat, Zhao Xiaoru had drifted off to sleep. The policewoman who had once facilitated my return home now lay peacefully, her face beautiful despite the bloodshed. I imagined she was utterly exhausted, and her murmurs in her slumber suggested she had succumbed to deep sleep. "This girl is remarkably carefree," I muttered to myself. Here we were, 2 individuals in such dire circumstances, and she slept without a care in the world. What if someone with ill intentions were to encounter her? Yet I did nothing. The suffering had only just begun, and everything remained uncertain. I needed to conserve enough strength to face whatever lay ahead until the rescue team arrived. After hastily tending to my broken ribs, I succumbed to a light slumber. The next morning, my internal clock awakened me, and I checked the supplies, glancing at Zhao Xiaoru, who remained in a protective sleep, her mind shielded from the trauma of our ordeal. I chose not to wake her and closed my eyes again, conserving my energy. By the 3rd day, I had finally regained some strength. Although a dull ache lingered in my chest, it no longer hindered my movements. The morning air, tinged with a hint of saltiness, roused me from my dreams, and I found myself reminiscing about the steamed buns my mother used to make and the game meat my comrades would bring. Unfortunately, upon opening my eyes to the endless expanse of the ocean, the blazing sun forced me to squint. Zhao Xiaoru was still asleep, her carefree position within my now oversized jacket making her form even more alluring, occasionally revealing patches of her pristine skin, causing me to swallow hard. It suddenly dawned on me that she was likely entirely unclothed beneath that jacket. Rising, I approached Zhao Xiaoru, intending to check her wound. The medical supplies were limited, meant for urgent care, and I hoped to prevent any inflammation from wasting our precious resources. However, just as my hand brushed against her shoulder, she abruptly opened her eyes, her sleepy gaze sharpening into clarity, and her beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Pervert!" With a swift motion, she slapped my face, clutching her shoulders defensively. Chapter 3. Survival at Sea. Zhao Xiaoru. Is this how you treat your savior? Just yesterday, you pleaded for my help, and now you dare to label me a rogue. Had I known, I would have left you on that plane to meet your fate in the depths of the ocean, rather than face your ingratitude while you scold me. My expression darkened immediately. Did you save me? Zhao Xiaoru's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Of course it was me. Who else could it be? A ghost? There were only the 2 of us on the lifeboat. Did you think a specter saved you? Moreover, you begged for my assistance yesterday. Has a single night erased your memory? I replied coldly, my irritation palpable. Anyone who received a slap first thing in the morning would not wear a pleasant expression. Zhao Xiaoru tightened her grip on her clothes, glancing around in a state of panic. The lifeboat, which could accommodate 16 people, held only the two of us. Was it truly I, this criminal, who had saved her from the brink? So what if you saved me? Shindong, don't play the good Samaritan. Don't think I'm unaware of the crimes you committed that led to your demotion and escort back to the homeland. I am grateful for your help. But that does not alter the fact that you are a criminal. I warn you to keep your distance when rescue arrives. I will personally see you brought to a military tribunal for your judgment. Zhao Shiru's demeanor shifted from the pitiful cowardice of yesterday. She regarded me as though I were an unforgivable villain. I paused, absorbing her words. Here stood a woman of righteous fervor. A police officer confronting a perpetrator accused of mercilessly slaughtering defenseless civilians from a rival nation. Her vigilance and fury were entirely understandable. Yet, I felt no remorse, none whatsoever. Zhao Xiaoru wished to live, and so did I. I yearned to return home and stand before the military tribunal to inform the media, the nation, and the families of my fallen comrades that they were all exemplary individuals, far from our homeland, on the battlefield of an enemy nation. We never abandoned the responsibilities resting upon our shoulders. I had not betrayed my country's nurturing or the trust of my comrades. They were all heroes. My only regret was that I had not dealt more decisively with those who deserved death. I felt a profound guilt towards the spirits of my fallen comrades. The atmosphere grew dense with silence, and Zhao Xiaoru glared at me, lost in thought, staring at the horizon. I shook my head and retrieved the food I had found yesterday from the supplies bag. I took out 2 pieces of bread, then secured the entire bag tightly and placed it in the water. The temperature variance at sea is extreme. This was the only way to maximize the preservation of the food from rapid spoilage. Yet, I knew well that even this would not prolong its viability for long. All I could do was delay the decay. You must eat something. Your injuries are severe and require meticulous care. The humidity at sea is intense, and the seawater harbors numerous microorganisms. You must always monitor your wounds. Should they become inflamed, you need to inform me immediately. Even if you intend to bring me back for trial, you must first ensure you do not perish in the process. I sighed and extended the food towards Zhao Xiaoru. You needn't pretend to be kind. I refuse to eat your food. You should behave and abandon any ulterior motives. Otherwise, I am not an easy target. Zhao Xiaoru shot me a venomous glare and retreated to the far end of the lifeboat, on guard. However, as she waved her tiny fists in a futile display of defiance, the oversized clothing I had lent her inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her form. Despite my irritation, I felt anger boil within me. This girl would not relent, would she? If it were not for my lingering sense of duty as a soldier, I would care little for her life or death. On the vast, tumultuous sea, hope for rescue seemed utterly absent. Food was the most precious resource. How could I waste it on another? In a sudden resolve, I stood and approached Zhao Xiaoru. What are you doing? She gasped in fear. I paid her no heed. My expression grim as I reached the edge of the lifeboat and abruptly pulled her to her feet. She yelped, struggling fiercely and cursing. In a moment of impulsive madness, I slapped her rear. The sound echoed sharply, and the softness of the touch left me momentarily stunned. The simmering anger within me vanished without a trace. I thrust the food into Zhao Xiaoru's hands, ignoring her furious protests, and sat at the front of the lifeboat, lost in thought. Just then, a voice broke the silence. There's a boat. Over there, a boat. Zhao Xiaoru leaped up as if she had discovered a new world. I nearly lost my balance on the lifeboat. Was it a rescue team or a fishing vessel? Following her gaze, I saw a floating object in the distance. It was not a boat, but a lifeboat adorned with the same insignia as ours. It appeared larger than the one Zhao Xiaoru and I occupied. During my search for supplies yesterday, I had noted that there were survivors from the plane crash. They seemed to have also spotted us. Zhao Xiaoru's excitement was palpable. She was nearly bouncing with joy, though they were not a rescue team. Encountering fellow survivors after the recent disaster in the vast sea could certainly evoke a sense of solidarity among humans. Yet, my brows knitted deeper in concern. Don't go. I barked, attempting to restrain Zhao Xiaoru, but before I could reach her, I was met with a barrage of curses. What are you doing? Why aren't you happy to see survivors? It's a miracle we're all alive. Banding together is the best way to secure rescue. Shindong, I warn you. You better behave. Zhao Xiaoru bit her lip, her gaze fixed on me, as if she truly believed me to be an irredeemable criminal. I furrowed my brow but stayed silent. Once a member of the Special Forces, renowned as a national-level sniper, I could see clearly even in the dark of night, let alone in the bright light of day. A young man stood on the edge of the opposite lifeboat, gazing at us. Behind him, another man shouted at several individuals huddled within, their heads buried in the inflatable raft. Those hidden figures bore no expressions of relief or joy. Instead, they trembled, appearing fearful and cautious. Something was amiss, very wrong indeed. That was not the reaction of those who had just survived a catastrophe. They could express elation, sorrow, or anxiety over an uncertain future, but fear should not be among their emotions. I understood their body language to convey terror. Who were they afraid of? I inhaled deeply, refraining from saying more. I discreetly reached for the fire axe I had salvaged from the plane, concealing it in a ready position behind my back, while Zhao Xiaoru, oblivious to the danger, dashed forward, waving her arms. At this moment, it was challenging to explain anything to Zhao Xiaoru, who harbored significant prejudice against me. Furthermore, I could not elucidate the nature of humanity to someone who had lived in peaceful times, filled with a naive sense of justice. As the two lifeboats drew closer, a head emerged from the opposing raft, and I instinctively tightened my grip, becoming vigilant. Chapter 4. Cannibalism. Are you survivors of the plane crash as well? The speaker was a bespectacled man, standing atop the edge of the inflatable raft, looking down at us with an expression of surprise upon noticing Zhao Xiaoru's beauty. Indeed. You survived too? I thought we were the only ones from the plane. What incredible fortune! Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Indeed, we are fortunate. I had heard the survival rate from such disasters is low. It is astonishing to find so many of us alive. We gathered everyone together to form a lifeboat. Many hands make light work, yet when the heavens do not respond to our calls and the earth offers no solace, we must rely solely on ourselves. My name is Zhao Haidong. You may simply call me Haidong. By the way, I am uncertain of this individual's identity. The bespectacled youth echoed in agreement. Yet his gaze inadvertently lingered upon me. It is no wonder, as I stand at a height of 189 meters, and my years of rigorous training have endowed me with a physique that is quite striking. Despite my efforts to appear harmless by bowing my head and hunching my back, I still caught the attention of the bespectacled youth. Hello, I am Zhao Xiaoru. As for him, do not pay him any mind, Zhao Xiaoru said, casting a disdainful glance in my direction. Ah, I see. However, miss, will you accompany us or remain with him on this inflatable raft? You see, although our lifeboat can accommodate a dozen individuals, space is exceedingly limited, and our provisions are scant, Zhao Haidong remarked cheerfully to Zhao Xiaoru. Though his gaze remained fixated on me, I could discern a flicker of wariness and concern in the youth's eyes. Just one person on board? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoru appeared momentarily taken aback. It was evident that she was tempted by the prospect. Zhao Haidong was correct. In the vast expanse of the ocean, it is wiser to rely on oneself rather than seek assistance from others. The Chinese, after all, prefer to congregate. Being among a group is certainly more reassuring than being alongside a criminal like myself. Yet, as a police officer, how could Zhao Xiaoru, who barely ensured her own safety, contemplate embarking on the boat alone? That is unacceptable. Brother, please assist. He must come with me. Neither of us is seriously injured, and we can certainly be of help. We have narrowly escaped death and will undoubtedly await rescue, Zhao Xiaoru pleaded, moving closer to me to admonish, warning me not to attempt an escape. Zhao Haidong hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing me before whispering a few words to the vigilant youth beside him. Their gazes darted back and forth across my figure. Eventually, Zhao Haidong nodded. Very well, Miss Tan, please bring your belongings aboard first. This gentleman will wait. With that, Zhao Haidong reached out and pulled Zhao Xiaoru onto the lifeboat. Throw the supplies up. Zhao Haidong barked as soon as he had hoisted Zhao Xiaoru aboard, directing his command at me. Pull me up, and I shall naturally bring the supplies. Come on, mate, lend me a hand. I offered a gentle smile, my grip tightening around the fire axe I held. Hand over the supplies first. What if you drop them? Give them to me now, and I will pull you up afterward. Hurry, stop dawdling like a coward. Zhao Haidong urged impatiently. Are you in a rush? I retorted. Damn it, just give it to me quickly. Quit with the nonsense. I warn you, hand over the supplies, or I shall not hesitate to be ungracious. Zhao Haidong's voice turned sharp, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. What do you mean by ungracious? Will you seize my supplies for your own enjoyment, or consider me as prey? I countered. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Haidong's expression shifted instantly. Stop feigning innocence. If you were truly a good person, you would not have sent someone to keep an eye on them, nor would you dare to speak to me with blood on your breath. You surely do not wish to know how the stench of blood from your mouth nearly made me retch. The remnants of flesh between your teeth are not fish. What do you think they are? I scoffed, and in a swift motion, I leapt onto the opposing lifeboat, swinging the fire axe towards Zhao Haidong. Caught off guard, he instinctively dodged, unprepared for my sudden aggression. Having been a special forces instructor, I was well versed in combat, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, my blow struck him on the temple, rendering him unconscious on the raft. The chaos was fleeting, yet Zhao Xiaoru, who had boarded ahead of me, was swiftly subdued by the other men. "Dare you move again, and I shall twist this girl's head off," a burly man growled, tightening his grip around Zhao Xiaoru's neck. "Go ahead and try," I replied, my expression unwavering as I placed the fire axe on the raft, refraining from any sudden movements for fear of provoking the brute's volatile temperament. "Damn it, you arrogant fool. Just give it to me without delay. Where did you find such a treasure?" The man sneered. "Do not act recklessly. If someone dies, no one can protect you. I am a police officer. Release her, and I will pretend nothing has happened." Zhao Xiaoru, her face pale with fear, pleaded desperately. A resounding slap echoed as the man struck Zhao Xiaoru. "So what if you are a police officer? I enjoy beating them. I have even consumed human flesh. What do I have to fear from you?" He laughed maniacally, seemingly losing his grip on sanity. He leaned down, attempting to kiss Zhao Xiaoru, his foul breath laden with the stench of blood. She recoiled in horror, her mind racing. Cannibalism? Is this some sort of jest? I paid no heed to the brute's taunts, my focus solely on him. At the moment his head dipped, I sprang into action, moving like a rabbit. I lunged forward, my ribs protesting from the sudden exertion, but I pressed on. My elbow struck him with force, channeling all my strength into the blow, landing squarely on his throat. As a former Special Forces instructor, I understood the vulnerabilities of the human body. As expected, he cried out in pain, releasing Zhao Xiaoru as he clutched his throat. "Are you all right?" I quickly knelt to bind the two of them, glancing at Zhao Xiaoru, whose face was ashen from the earlier incident. "Is what they said true?" she asked, her voice trembling. I merely met her gaze and remained silent, signaling to the others crouched on the raft that it was safe. Instantly, they regained their composure, unleashing a chorus of sharp cries as they charged toward Zhao Haidong and his companion, delivering blows and curses that stripped away the veneer of humanity. Shaking my head, I stepped to the rear of the lifeboat, abruptly uncovering what lay hidden behind. A severed leg, cut cleanly at the thigh, lay exposed. The blood had long since dried, congealing into clumps, and after 3 days of exposure to the sun, the cut had begun to rot, emanating a foul odor. The bite marks were clearly human. How dare they? Zhao Xiaoru's eyes widened in horror, quickly turning to terror. She leaned over the edge of the raft and retched violently, nearly expelling her bile. I regretted having given her food earlier. Yet, I said nothing about the severed leg before me. I had witnessed far more gruesome scenes on the battlefield, where humanity had been utterly extinguished. In times of peace, people believe that wealth and riches are everything, unaware that in many unseen battlegrounds, brutal conflicts rage ceaselessly. For the nation and the safety of its people, they cast aside their own lives, their blood building a wall of protection, embodying the spirit that any harm against our homeland shall be met with retribution. Chapter 5. 2 rules. The individuals I rescued comprised 2 men and 2 women. After they had vented their fury on Zhao Haidong and his accomplice, I interrupted their catharsis and requested introductions. According to their accounts, there had originally been 5 individuals. Alas, one woman had sustained severe injuries and had met a grim fate at the hands of Tang De and Zhao Haidong. Among the survivors, one slightly older individual was a programmer named Wang Yifei, while another male and 2 females appeared to be classmates. The single woman was named Li Yuan, and the couple, who were currently experiencing a spat, were called Pang Bo and Li Qian. All of them had narrowly escaped from a recent aviation disaster. Overcome with emotion at their miraculous survival, they were soon joined by Zhao Haidong and a youth named Tang De, who had also survived. The belief that there is strength in numbers initially fostered a sense of camaraderie among them. At first, Zhao Haidong and Tang De behaved unremarkably, even encouraging one another while on the lifeboat. However, fractures soon began to appear. These individuals, unaccustomed to facing calamity, were like fledglings, their initial joy quickly succumbing to the harsh reality of their predicament. The dire scarcity of resources became the greatest challenge on the open sea. They concocted various schemes to catch fish or seabirds, all mere flights of fancy. Soon, hunger began to gnaw at them. Initially, they managed to feign smiles. But as food and fresh water dwindled, underlying tensions came to a head. Conflicts erupted, leading to quarrels and insults. In a desperate bid to stave off starvation, Zhao Haidong and Tang De conspired to kill a severely injured woman in the dead of night, contemplating cannibalism. The other men resisted, but they were no match for the well-fed Zhao Haidong and Tang De, who left them battered and bruised. Just as despair began to take hold, they fortuitously encountered us. "Brother Chen, what should we do?" Wang Yifei, summoning his courage, asked me as I remained silent, my head bowed. After all, I had swiftly dealt with 2 aggressors. and my prowess was evident. They must face the law for their actions. To kill and consume flesh is to descend below the level of beasts, Zhao Xiaoru remarked. Her gaze filled with resentment as it swept over the unconscious forms of Tang De and Zhao Haidong, as if they were the most heinous of criminals. Legal retribution? I shook my head, somewhat at a loss for words. I truly did not understand Zhao Xiaoru's perspective, as if she had never experienced the harsh realities of society. In that moment, a tragedy unfolded before us. We might not even be able to secure our own lives, let alone ponder other matters. Ignoring Zhao Xiaoru's outcry, I seized the bodies of Tang De and Zhao Haidong and tossed them into the small inflatable raft we had initially occupied, then loosened the ropes, preparing to let them fend for themselves. I had personally dealt with numerous inhumane criminals. Under different circumstances, executing these two on the spot would not have been unjust. Yet, this was not the right moment. You, Zhao Xiaoru pointed at me, speechless. What about me? Am I truly to drift alongside them? It had only been 3 days, and they dared to consider cannibalism. Keeping them alive would be akin to courting death for ourselves. Allowing them to perish was the best outcome. Did she want me to commit murder before her eyes? And you all, I continued, regardless of how you survive the disaster, to be called human, one must possess the awareness of what it means to be human. Tell me, has anyone among you consumed human flesh? I narrowed my eyes. An intense aura of menace radiating from me. I had faced real weapons as a soldier and would not abandon any person, except for those who had resorted to cannibalism. No, Brother Chun, we have never eaten human flesh. You can trust us? Absolutely not. They stammered in panic, hastily gesturing to assert their innocence. My expression softened slightly. Very well, it is good that you have not. This is the bare minimum standard. However, I must make one thing clear. Following the disaster, we cannot predict when the rescue team will arrive. We must be fully prepared. I have 2 rules. If you choose to stay, it would be wise not to violate them. First, never engage in any underhanded actions behind my back. If you wish to survive, it is best to heed my commands. I will not mistreat or exploit you, but to live, we must unite as one. Everyone nodded in agreement. No one dared to protest. After all, my display of strength was evident, and I had already introduced myself as a soldier. Surprisingly, Zhao Xiaoru refrained from mentioning my past misdeeds. In the desolate expanse of the ocean, following a combat-experienced Special Forces instructor was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Very well. Since there is no point in lingering on the matter, I will state my second rule. I have gathered a considerable amount of supplies, including food and water, but the daily rations will be strictly regulated, and I reserve the right to allocate them. I object. As soon as I finished speaking, Pang Bo, who was in a quarrel with his girlfriend, raised his hand in protest. Brother Chun, while I am grateful for your rescue, you must guarantee our sustenance. If you cannot even ensure that, why should we follow your commands? Brother Chun, I am not targeting you, but we have gone 3 days and nights without food. It would be best to distribute the rations first, so we can eat and regain our strength, Pang Bo continued, glancing at the bulging pockets behind me, swallowing hard. From afar, I could hear the growling of his stomach, while Wang Yifei and the 2 women shared glances that suggested they were in agreement with Pang Bo very well. But I do not acquiesce. I shot a glance at Pang Bo, my lips curling in disdain. It seems there is some misunderstanding. My command is not open for debate regarding the distribution of food, but rather to prevent you from becoming shark bait or the prey of ravenous creatures. These supplies are mine, gathered through my own efforts. I am willing to share them with you because I am a soldier, not out of obligation. You may accept or refuse. I will not compel you. My tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. After 20 years in the military, I was acutely aware of humanity's darker tendencies. We had only been adrift for 3 days, and I could not guarantee that. Should we endure an even longer wait alongside hunger, more horrific deeds would not transpire. Human nature is never to be tested, including my own. You. Pang Bo's eyes flickered with anger. He opened his mouth to retort, but was restrained by Li Yuan beside him. Wang Yifei also seemed inclined to speak. But upon meeting my gaze, he wisely held his tongue. Zhao Xiaoru, who had always disapproved of me, appeared ready to say something but faltered, unable to voice her thoughts. With limited provisions and dwindling fresh water, the 6 hungry mouths awaited sustenance. Zhao Xiaoru, being a police officer, understood that without a strict distribution, these supplies would not last 3 days. I surveyed the group, noting their expressions, then settled at the front of the lifeboat to rest. I instructed Zhao Xiaoru to allocate today's food evenly among everyone. Half a piece of bread and 100 milliliters of water, for those who had gone 3 days without food. This was hardly sufficient. As I observed their pleading gazes directed at me, I could only shake my head in resignation and shut my eyes. Time passed slowly. Silence enveloped the lifeboat. Wang Yufei sat at the stern, gazing at the calm water, while Pang Bo and his girlfriend whispered to each other. Meanwhile, Li Yuan quietly inquired of Zhao Xiaoru, her eyes occasionally darting toward me, leaving me perplexed. As night fell, the weather turned suddenly cold and foreboding. The howling sea wind blew, its eerie whispers akin to demonic murmurs, transforming the deep sea into a monstrous entity ready to devour the unwary. The lifeboat drifted precariously on the waves, seemingly on the verge of capsizing into the abyss. The sun rose as usual, only for us to endure the numbing weight until it set once more. On the second, third, fourth, and fifth days, the sun rose as usual, while the land remained an elusive hope. At this moment, it had been a full 7 days since we encountered the air disaster, and my heart sank further. Typically, search and rescue operations commence immediately after a plane loses contact. 7 days represent the optimal window for rescue. Yet here we were, on the 8th morning. I chose not to share this news with the others. Instead, I silently steeled myself. Following the plan I had devised the previous day, I began distributing food to everyone. However, upon reaching for the supply bag beside me, my hand froze. I had just counted the loaves of bread yesterday, yet now it was evident that 2 were missing. Who had taken the bread? Chapter 6. Wang Yufei has lost his mind. My brow furrowed tightly. The only people who had access to the supplies were Zhao Xiaoru and myself. Despite my weakness from the lack of food and sufficient fresh water, I believed my vigilance had not diminished to the point where an ordinary person could approach me unnoticed. Who took the bread? Step forward if you dare. I approached the group, my voice cold. The bread is missing? What happened? Were you not the one in charge of safeguarding it? How could it have gone missing? Wang Yufei was beginning to grow impatient. The supply bag behind me visibly shrank. Even a child could easily calculate its diminishing contents. Why are you so anxious? Yesterday, Pang Bo's girlfriend was so hungry that she fainted twice before I decided to give her some bread, Zhao Xiaoru said, shooting me a glance, her tone sharp. You gave it to her. Are you not aware that the food is allocated based on our numbers, sufficient for a day's sustenance? By giving her the bread, have you not considered the consequences of our dwindling supplies? Furthermore, was she truly faint from hunger? Zhao Xiaoru, I do not understand your misplaced compassion. You may be a police officer, but please think before acting on goodwill. I took several deep breaths to suppress my rising anger. Food and water were our only guarantees for survival. As a special forces instructor, I had meticulously calculated the caloric needs of each person without exertion. Hunger was indeed unavoidable, but fainting was not. What is wrong with you? Do you intend to watch my girlfriend starve to death? Who knows what your intentions are? Food is meant for consumption. Is it not? What is the harm if my girlfriend eats? It's not as if it will cost you your life, Pang Bo shouted, his eyes darting. Li Qian looked apologetic as she tugged at her boyfriend, but Pang Bo's anger flared up. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to say anything? Being well-fed is certainly better than starving to death. I refuse to endure this torment. Besides, if you eat less, there will be more for the rest of us. When the rescue arrives, I'll treat you to a month of feasting back in the capital. Feasting back in the capital? That is, if we can survive until then. I am not convinced that the remaining food and fresh water will last us until that point. I let out a cold laugh and swiftly stepped in front of Pang Bo, raising my foot and delivering a powerful kick to him. He stumbled back, crashing to the ground like a rolling gourd. What are you doing? Zhao Xiaoru grasped my arm. What am I doing? If you wish to die, then go ahead. But I intend to survive and return. Want a feast? You must first ensure your own survival. Since you've asked, I won't hesitate to tell you. Today marks the 8th day, and we have already missed the critical rescue window, meaning our chances of salvation are slim to none. The food in our possession is our last remaining asset. If you wish to eat, so be it. I will divide the food into 6 portions. You may eat all at once or in batches, as you see fit. I stated sternly, fully aware that my expression must resemble that of a vengeful spirit. I knew that conflict was inevitable. In the face of hunger and dehydration, human resistance is feeble. I just didn't expect the situation to escalate so swiftly. It was only the 8th day. No one spoke, and a few girls began to cry softly. Even Zhao Xiaoru's face turned pale, filled with despair. Surviving the disaster only to perish in the aftermath of drifting was a grim reality that left everyone despondent. Suddenly, the sky above darkened. What had been a clear blue expanse moments ago transformed into a tempestuous storm. Though I had never been a sailor, I had undertaken distant missions and fervently hoped we would not encounter a storm, for a mere lifeboat could not ensure our safety. Yet the more I wished for calm, the more the tempest approached. The wind howled, and the once tranquil sea began to swell with waves. Dark clouds loomed overhead, nearly engulfing the entire sky, and the chilling sea breeze sent a shiver through me. I struggled to secure our scant supplies, my gaze heavy as I stared into the distance. Please, Let it not be a storm. Regrettably, it seemed that the heavens had not heeded my prayers, as heavy raindrops began to fall from the sky, intensifying with each passing moment. The once harmless sea surged with towering waves, and the lifeboat rocked violently, making it impossible for us to maintain our balance. I watched helplessly as Wang Yifei, in a frenzy, lunged at me, snatching the 6 portions of bread from my hands. He tore open the packaging and began shoving the bread into his mouth like a madman, his eyes bloodshot, his demeanor wild. His distorted voice had lost all semblance of rationality. Amid the chaos of wind, rain, and hunger, Wang Yifei had lost his mind. Yet, in that moment, I found myself powerless to stop him from ravenously consuming the food. The lifeboat swayed increasingly, and the tumultuous waves made it impossible for us to maintain even basic stability. I watched in horror as Wang Yifei, laughing maniacally, devoured the food before plunging into the depths of the sea, and soon, our bodies began to slip away from the lifeboat's grip. Before the might of nature, no human strength could withstand. The only thing I could do was cling tightly to Zhao Xiaoru, who was within arm's reach. I felt the salty seawater surge into my mouth, and then, losing my balance, I fainted into unconsciousness. I do not know how long it was before I awakened. Instead of an endless sea, I found myself on the sandy shore of an island. Stunned, I hastily attempted to sit up, only to collide with a woman's forehead. She winced in pain and sat up abruptly. "We are alive." I was taken aback. My memories lingered in the tempestuous storm at sea. Of course, we survived. Not just you and I, but even Li Qian and Pang Bo are safe. We are now on solid ground. And Shindong, do not misconstrue this. I did not intend to save you. The artificial respiration was merely to prevent you from dying, for when the rescue team finds us, I will have to bring you in for judgment. Zhao Xiaoru rubbed her forehead, which had been bumped painfully, her words somewhat insincere. Upon hearing this, I paid little heed to Zhao Xiaoru's comments, but a sense of relief washed over me. Standing on solid ground was infinitely better than drifting aimlessly at sea. At the very least, the presence of land offered us more possibilities. Food and fresh water, resources that had been unattainable on the lifeboat, would now be within reach on the island. However, my thoughts turned to Wang Yifei, and I hesitated, tactfully avoiding that topic. I stood up and moved around, finding no immediate issues. Glancing around, I noticed that Li Qian and the others were not nearby, prompting me to ask, where are Pang Bo and the others? As Zhao Xiaoru was about to speak, a sudden scream from a distance captured our attention. Killer Crab. Chapter 7. The Killer Crab. My brow furrowed as I followed the sound. The source of the scream was Li Yuan, who stood frozen before an unknown creature, trembling with fear and confusion. I stepped forward, positioning myself protectively in front of the frantic individuals. Before us was a killer crab, its legs extending nearly 2 meters, with the rear forelegs measuring around 15 meters. Clearly, it was not yet fully grown. Such enormous crustaceans do not exist in our homeland, which explained the terror etched on Li Yuan's face. In truth, a juvenile killer crab poses minimal threat, yet it still heightened my vigilance. The presence of such a creature suggested that other perilous beings might lurk nearby. Gripping my firefighting axe firmly, I prepared for confrontation. Despite its youth, I remained on high alert. I struck first, the sharp blade of my axe slicing through one of the crab's legs with ease. The creature quickly recognized the danger, its legs flailing chaotically as it attempted a hasty retreat. Seizing the moment, I lunged forward, delivering a powerful downward strike that sent the crab tumbling to the ground. "Wow, Shindong, you're amazing," Li Yuan exclaimed, her initial panic dissipating as admiration sparked in her eyes. She gazed at me with a hint of infatuation, seemingly convinced that staying by my side would ensure her survival. As she approached, intending to link her arm with mine, I subtly evaded her touch. Undeterred, she smiled and remarked, "Shindong, you have such courage, far surpassing Pang Bo. Did you see how frightened he was?" Pang Bo scoffed, "Even if I was scared, I didn't scream, not to mention someone who was yelling hysterically just now. What? Did you wet yourself?" To my surprise, Pang Bo retaliated, prompting Li Yuan to turn on him, her face darkening as she retorted, "I'm a woman. You're not. You're no real man." Seeing my friend squabble, Li Qian stepped in to mediate, while I simply smiled and shook my head. It seemed more prudent to conserve energy rather than engage in petty disputes, especially since some of our food had already been consumed by Wang Yifei, making rationing a more pressing concern. We had to discover new means of survival before our supplies of food and water were exhausted, or else death awaited us. "Enough. Stop arguing. Both of your food rations will be reduced by a third," I barked, silencing them. Pang Bo and Li Yuan grumbled in response, with Pang Bo muttering insults under his breath, clearly directing them at me. Li Yuan, feeling wronged, approached me with tears in her eyes. Shindong, I was wrong. Please don't deduct my food. As long as you don't cut my rations, you can do whatever you wish. With that, she pressed her chest against me. I quickly sidestepped, thinking to myself how melodramatic she was. In such dire circumstances, I had to maintain absolute authority over our supplies. If I allowed even a hint of bribery to alter my decisions, managing this group would become increasingly complicated. Get lost. I huffed, moving towards the fallen killer crab. Its body was not particularly large, roughly the size of a basketball, but its legs were long and sharp. After some effort, I began to sever its legs and distribute them among Li Yuan, Peng Bo, and the others. Can we open the shell and extract the meat? Zhao Shiru asked, holding the crab leg I had given her. No. Crabs harbor numerous microorganisms. Consuming them raw risks infection with lung fluke disease. Oh, fine. Zhao Shiru sighed, disappointed. She had anticipated a hearty meal, having only ever eaten crabs that were thoroughly cooked, and now realized that her hopes had been dashed. Well, since we are on land now, let us make the best of it and search the island for edible resources. All right. Zhao Shiru nodded, albeit reluctantly, despite her reservations. She recognized my superior survival instincts. Yet, in her eyes, I would always be a criminal, and she vowed to return me to the authorities one day. As dusk approached, the sun dipped below the horizon. Without any lighting equipment, we were compelled to remain by the shore, awaiting the dawn to continue our endeavors. I completed the distribution of rations, adhering to my earlier decision to reduce Peng Bo and Li Yuan's food by a third. Upon receiving a small portion of bread, Peng Bo's expression darkened. Why do you get the most food? Aren't we supposed to share equally? He complained, to which I merely chuckled. I had always been true to my word. In fact, I had allocated slightly larger portions to Zhao Shiru and Li Qian than to myself. Peng Bo's biases against me, combined with his hunger-induced delirium, led him to believe he was receiving the most food. Enough, Peng Bo. Just take this, Li Qian urged, pulling him aside and generously offering him part of her already modest portion. I was aware that Zhao Shiru had previously given food to a fainted Li Qian. While I could not discern if it was genuine fainting or an act, I was confident that Li Qian had sufficient reserves of energy, so I did not object to her sharing with Peng Bo. Once he accepted the bread from Li Qian, his grumbling ceased, although he continued to shoot me disdainful glances. Ignoring him, I took advantage of the remaining daylight to walk along the coast, searching for anything useful. This island was vast. My initial estimate suggested that it would take at least half a year of walking to traverse to the other side. As I strolled along the shoreline, Zhao Shiru followed closely behind. I turned to her, maintaining a distance of 3 meters, and remarked, "You are quite persistent in your company. Humph, don't think you can escape my sight," she retorted. With that, I chose not to engage further, continuing my search along the coastline, determined to find something valuable before nightfall. Look, there are coconuts, Zhao Shiru exclaimed, pointing at 2 coconut trees ahead of us, each bearing 3 coconuts. In truth, I had noticed them before she did. Unfortunately, they were still unripe, and the juice within would be scant, but we were desperate enough to make the attempt. Come help me, I called to Zhao Shiru, setting down my axe and gesturing for her to step on my hands. The 2 coconut trees were only about 3 meters tall, and with my height of 1.9 meters and Zhao Shiru's 1.7 meters, we could easily reach them. Without hesitation, Zhao Shiru stepped onto my hands. How's that? Can you reach? I lifted her, inadvertently positioning her head near an awkward area. This is quite embarrassing. Go higher. Higher. Zhao Shiru urged impatiently. Higher? Wouldn't that be? Nevertheless, I lifted her a bit more. With a thud, 2 coconuts fell to the ground, creating small craters in the sandy earth. Although the fruits were small, the prospect of adding new supplies thrilled Zhao Shiru. What are you looking at? Her excitement quickly turned to embarrassment as she noticed my gaze. Having not worn a uniform during the flight, she was clad only in a short skirt. At that moment, I found myself staring at an inappropriate sight. Put me down, Zhao Shiru shouted, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness. Oh, my apologies. I hastily lowered her, realizing that the coconuts had already been retrieved, rendering the lift unnecessary. However, from this moment forth, I fear I have acquired yet another label in Zhao Shiru's heart, the lecherous wolf. In truth, I had no desire to gaze. Yet the circumstances compelled me. I made every effort to avert my eyes, though I still caught a glimpse. As Zhao Shiru was lowered down, she merely huffed at me, ignoring my presence entirely, and proceeded directly to the spot where the coconuts had fallen. She picked one up and shook it near her ear to ascertain whether it contained any juice. Unfortunately, the results were disappointing. Neither of the 2 coconuts emitted a sound. How unfortunate. Zhao Shiru slumped down on the ground, casting a glance my way, and I couldn't tell if her words were directed at the coconuts or at me. What about the other tree? I ventured, knowing full well that at that moment, Zhao Shiru likely harbored a deep disdain for me. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to speak up. After all, there was still another coconut to be harvested. Zhao Shiru stood up, hands on her hips, and after a moment, finally replied, "Let us go." She understood that at this juncture, the search for resources was paramount. Besides, Qindong had merely been observing, not participating in the endeavor. The quest for sustenance remained our top priority. Come on. Seeing Zhao Shiru acquiesce, I quickly readied myself for action, awaiting her approach. The coconut tree we approached this time was slightly shorter than the previous one, allowing me to avoid another unwelcome sight beneath her skirt. Zhao Shiru settled onto the sand, repeatedly shaking 3 coconuts, yet none produced a sound of water. What misfortune! Encountering you, Qindong, has truly been a stroke of bad luck. First the plane crash, now injuries. Are you not a harbinger of disaster? Zhao Shiru placed all blame squarely on my shoulders. I chose not to contest her assertion, as she had indeed boarded the flight to escort me. As she sat there, she secretly lamented that not only had she failed to procure any resources, but Qindong had also witnessed her in a most compromising state. The more she thought about it, the hotter her cheeks felt, and in a fit of frustration, she hurled one of the coconuts away. "What are you doing?" I quickly chased after the discarded coconut, retrieving it from its distant resting place. "It's of no use, as it contains nothing." Zhao Shiru pouted, still vexed over recent events. "Who says it's useless? There's a reason for your harvesting it. Its purpose extends beyond mere hydration. What purpose could it possibly serve?" Zhao Shiru questioned, her skepticism apparent. "Let us head back for now. We've been out for nearly 2 hours. Zhao Shiru nodded, swiftly picking up 2 coconuts to follow my lead, mirroring our journey here. By the time we returned, the sun had completely set, leaving the moonlight to illuminate the coastline. The temperature difference between day and night on the island was significant, especially near the shore. Upon our return, I found Pang Bo and the others huddled together, shivering in the chill. Pang Bo murmured incessantly, undoubtedly cursing me once again. While Pang Bo and Li Qian could find warmth in each other's embrace, Li Yuan appeared somewhat forlorn. She recognized that had Li Qian not been present, she would have no qualms about enticing Pang Bo for warmth, yet she was aware that decorum was necessary with Li Qian around. "Qindong, you're back." Under the moonlight, Li Yuan was the first to notice Zhao Shiru and me. She struggled to rise, her trembling body greeting me. I merely nodded in acknowledgement and did not linger by her side. In the dim light, her expression was obscured, yet had it been daylight, I would have surely seen the pitying look in her eyes. Upon my return, Pang Bo ceased his muttering and, curling closer to Li Qian, fell silent. I located a stone to sit behind, which, while not sufficient to ward off the cold entirely, did provide some respite from the sea breeze. I retrieved the coconuts from my bag, carefully slicing them open with the fire axe. With only 3 coconuts, I was determined not to ruin any valuable resources due to a mishap. The coconuts were small, no larger than the palm of my hand, and even the axe's blade dwarfed them. After some effort, I finally managed to create an opening in one of the coconuts. Alas, not a single drop of juice emerged. Shaking my head, I set that coconut aside and proceeded to work on another. "Qindong, how dare you secretly drink the coconut without us knowing?" Pang Bo, having heard the sound of my work, now appeared less frigid in demeanor. He muttered under his breath, though the specifics eluded me. "The coconut?" Li Qian and Li Yuan approached, observing the coconut in my hand, alongside another that had already been opened. The coconut they saw was undoubtedly empty. I had already confirmed that. Zhao Shiru sat not far from me, and had it been daylight, one would have noticed the faint blush on her cheeks, perhaps from the sea breeze or from her earlier thoughts. Yet, had it not been for Zhao Shiru's support, this calamity might have fallen squarely on Pang Bo's head. "Impossible. I refuse to believe you two are colluding." I vigorously shook the unopened coconut, glaring. "If you don't believe me, listen for yourself. If you continue with this nonsense, you might as well leave." My harsh words had the desired effect. As Pang Bo and Li Qian returned to their previous positions, leaving only Li Yuan beside me. "Is there something you need?" I inquired, meeting Li Yuan's gaze. "May I sleep next to you? I'm freezing." "Certainly." I did not oppose her request. The stone behind me was large enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people. "Thank you." Li Yuan smiled brightly, leaping into my embrace. "Wait, maintain some distance, or else you might as well go back to your spot." I pushed Li Yuan away. I could not afford to let her distraction impede my progress with the coconuts. Chapter 9. Fishing. I was the first to awaken. Li Yuan was still fast asleep beside me, while Pang Bo and Li Qian were also nestled together. Zhao Shiru had yet to stir. I stood and stretched, careful not to disturb anyone. 8 consecutive days adrift at sea had left them physically and mentally exhausted after the harrowing experiences we'd encountered. This long-awaited reprieve was a welcome respite. The air was slightly cool, and I shivered as I approached the 3 coconut shells. Each shell had been secured by branches, with a few leaves leaning against the sides. These makeshift water collection devices had been crafted by me the previous night to gather dew. At that moment, the shells were brimming with dew, a source of potable water. Water. The familiar voice rang out, unmistakably belonging to Zhao Xiaoru. Being a police officer, her vigilance surpassed that of Pang Bo and the others. I nodded. However, there were only 3 cups of water to distribute among us. My conversation with Zhao Xiaoru roused Li Yuan, who stumbled over to us, her eyes widening at the odd contraption and the shells filled with dew. Water. Chendong. You're amazing. Li Yuan suddenly enveloped me in an unexpected hug, catching me off guard in the early morning light. Ahem. Zhao Xiaoru cleared her throat, rolling her eyes. I quickly pushed Li Yuan away, choosing to ignore her. I carefully removed the 3 coconut shells, knowing the water contained within was our collective ration for the day. Li Yuan's exuberance had awakened Pang Bo and Li Qian, who now regarded the water in my hands with longing. Pang Bo swallowed hard. The night's sleep had left his throat parched. At that moment, he felt that even a single cup of water would be worth any sacrifice. Wonderful. There's water. Hurry, give me a cup. Pang Bo's eyes glistened with desperation, and it was clear he was on the verge of lunging for the water in my grasp. I cannot allow this. The resources must be allocated according to necessity. I shot a glare at Pang Bo logically. These 3 coconut shells of water were jointly acquired by Zhao Xiaoru and me, and the water extraction device was crafted by my own hands. Aside from Zhao Xiaoru and myself, no one else has the authority to distribute this water. These 3 cups of water are entirely unrelated to Pang Bo. So, can my girlfriend and I be granted 1 cup of water? Pang Bo only desires a single cup for himself. This is unacceptable. This water is intended to sustain us for the entire day and cannot be consumed all at once. I instructed Zhao Xiaoru to gather leaves and moisten them with dew from the coconut shells for everyone to use to wet their lips. We must swiftly find a place to rest. Let us proceed. I led the way, with Zhao Xiaoru closely following. Pang Bo, Li Yuan, and the others trailed behind. Although they harbored disdain for me, they recognized that the food I possessed was of utmost importance at this moment. They were dependent on me. This is a vast island. The land is relatively fertile, yet it appears barren due to neglect. Our journey yielded only a few meager wild fruits. After a morning of searching, I finally discovered a suitable refuge, a cave extending over 10 meters deep. The cave was spacious and well-oriented, allowing sunlight to penetrate most of its interior during the day. However, due to the storm, there was some water accumulation within, though the deeper parts remained dry. At the very least, it offered shelter from the elements. We carried few belongings. And after settling in, it was nearly noon. Everyone, remove your outer garments. I commanded, wielding an axe and pointing at Zhao Xiaoru and the others. What are you doing? Zhao Xiaoru's face paled, while Li Qian shrank back in fear beside Pang Bo strangely. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with eagerness. And I knew that had it only been the 2 of us in the cave, she would have lunged at me without hesitation. However, with 3 outsiders present, she feigned modesty. I had no interest in anything untoward. I simply needed their garments to craft a fishing net. I grumbled, wondering when these women would stop thinking about such matters. Oh. Zhao Xiaoru finally understood and hastily removed her outer garment, handing it to me. Li Yuan, Li Qian, and Pang Bo followed suit. After the storm, Zhao Xiaoru's wound showed signs of infection again, but our medical supplies had been lost in the tempest. We needed to find a solution for her injury swiftly. I tore the pockets of the garments into strips, using them to bind the holes together, preventing fish from escaping through the gaps. I also found several sturdy yet pliable branches, bending them and threading them through the fabric. Thus, a rudimentary fishing net was fashioned. Pang Bo, come with me. I retrieved half a loaf of bread from my pack and entrusted the remaining provisions to Zhao Xiaoru, instructing her to distribute them judiciously and not to allocate any privately. Pang Bo was reluctant, yet he followed me, driven by the prospect of bread. Let us begin. We arrived at the shore where we had landed. I had observed this area earlier. It was a shallow bank with a high probability of yielding fish. I set up the fishing net and guided Pang Bo in positioning it. Now, we merely awaited the fish to swim into our trap. Pang Bo slumped onto the beach, ignoring me while I strolled along the shore, searching for anything of use. Based on the sun's position, I could ascertain that I was on the western coast of this island, and from the length of the shallow waters, I could estimate the island's size. After 2 hours, I returned to the spot we had left. Fortune smiled upon me, for I found a sizable fish caught in my net. In contrast, Pang Bo, seemingly restless, repeatedly checked the net for fish. After 2 hours of searching, our efforts bore fruit. I extracted the fish from the net and cast it back into the sea. I picked up a smooth pebble I had found on the shore and began to polish it. This pebble was translucent, and if properly polished, it might serve a significant purpose in our ongoing survival. Once again, Pang Bo retrieved the net, only to find it empty, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Even if I left it unattended, I should have caught a fish. I must have used up all my luck for this lifetime. Time slipped away quickly, and soon it was evening. Pang Bo and I had made satisfactory catches. I had captured 2 fish, while Pang Bo had fortuitously caught 1. 3 fish could sustain 5 people for 3 days if rationed wisely, reducing the amount of bread needed. As the sun began to set and the light faded, the temperature dropped. Lacking any lighting equipment and unfamiliar with the island, Pang Bo and I had to return to the cave before nightfall. For the dangers of the island would multiply in the dark. The day's exertions had taken their toll on me, and my stomach growled, signaling my hunger. Pang Bo, who had remained active beside the net all afternoon, struggled to carry his solitary catch. Though we moved slowly, we managed to return to the cave just before night descended. Fish. Upon seeing our bounty, the 3 women in the cave erupted in joy, for their afternoon of waiting had been far more arduous than our time outdoors. They had been confined to the cave without sufficient resources, bearing immense mental pressure. Li Qian and Li Yuan, being frail, and Zhao Xiaoru, with her injury, could only rely on Pang Bo and me to procure food. With my return, the oppressive atmosphere in the cave began to lift. Pang Bo, give me the fish you caught. I handed Zhao Xiaoru the 2 fish I had caught, instructing her to hang them using the remaining strips from the fishing net. Tomorrow marks the 10th day beyond the optimal rescue window. I must prepare for a prolonged struggle. Why should I? Pang Bo warily concealed his catch behind him, reluctant to part with it. Because of the rules. I shot him a fierce glare. These are my fish. I have the right to distribute them. Pang Bo backed away slowly, clutching the fish. As long as you remain part of this group, you must abide by the rules. Why should I? These are my fish. Do you not have enough with your 2? The other 2 are for storage. Hand them over. I extended my hand, awaiting his response. I will consume my own catch. I do not care about yours, but this one is mine. I struck him sharply across the face. The resounding slap echoed throughout the cave. Pang Bo, being a delicate university student, was no match for my strength as a seasoned veteran. My blow left him dazed, his cheeks swelling. You, what do you want? If you don't want to stick around, then leave. Don't make me look at you. I cursed, snatching the fish from his grasp. This time, he did not dare to resist, standing there in a daze, seemingly conflicted. I remained indifferent to his feelings, before he and his companions joined our group. I had made it clear that I held absolute authority over the food within this team. I engage in these actions purely for survival, without the need to explain myself to him. This sea fish is enormous, even larger than any I have previously caught. I must admit, Pang Bo's luck is rather commendable. I swiftly and efficiently prepared the fish, slicing it in half and extracting the innards. Using crab legs I had previously harvested from the murderous crabs to scrape the remaining entrails clean. After a simple refinement, these crab legs served as rudimentary cutting tools. Once the fish scales were meticulously removed, it was ready for consumption. I divided this sea fish into 5 equal portions, distributing them among 4 individuals. Compared to the murderous crabs, the nutritional value of the sea fish is significantly higher, and it can be consumed raw. The risk of parasitic infection is minimal, rendering it relatively safe. Raw consumption. Li Yuan's face contorted in distaste as she regarded the palm-sized, tender fish flesh, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Yet, having something to eat was a blessing, especially since there was no bread to distribute tonight. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, her once open palm retracting, tightly gripping the fish meat, her sole sustenance for the evening. Pang Bo intended to voice something, but upon touching his swollen jaw, he opted for silence. The sea fish, rich in moisture, resulted in a decrease in our freshwater ration for the day. However, the energy from the palm-sized fish was substantial. Even the injured Zhao Xiaoru exhibited a relaxed expression. The long-awaited feeling of satiety lifted my spirits, and I settled beside Zhao Xiaoru, leaning against her and gently nudging her shoulder. How do you feel this afternoon? I inquired. Zhao Xiaoru noticed my gaze on her shoulder and smiled softly. Much better. Perhaps in a few days, I can join you all in searching for supplies. Haha, that's splendid. You're not going to abandon me halfway back home, are you? I would be forced to fend for myself. You dare. Zhao Xiaoru shot me a playful glare, even delivering a light punch. Oh, so you're full and have the energy to spar now? I jested, aware that her punch lacked strength, clearly a sign of her lingering weakness. All right, do rest well. Don't think about searching for supplies just yet. We will discuss it when you're fully recovered. Zhao Xiaoru's demeanor had softened significantly compared to before, a change I had sensed following the harrowing events of cannibalism. I chose to remain close to her, intending to spend the night beside her, as the island's nighttime temperatures could be quite low. Though the cave was warmer than outside, nothing could compare to the warmth generated by two bodies in close proximity. Noticing my reluctance to leave, Zhao Xiaoru made no effort to urge me away, allowing me to stay by her side. I retrieved a transparent pebble I had discovered earlier. A fortuitous find during the day's fishing expedition. Such clarity in a pebble would be rare back home, yet this island seemed abundant with them. Under the moonlight, Zhao Xiaoru caught sight of the fist-sized object in my hand, likely guessing its nature. A stone? Indeed. I nodded. Could it be a firestone? Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed with delight, her words capturing the attention of others in the cave. If it truly were a firestone, we would soon have the means to cook our food. It is not. My single declaration extinguished the flickering flames of hope within the group. This is a transparent pebble that, if polished correctly, can serve as a magnifying glass, I said with a smile. A magnifying glass. The group erupted in excitement once more. For a magnifying glass could indeed focus sunlight to start a fire, a concept even a child would understand. Chapter 11. Wild banana trees. After spending some time polishing the pebble, I retired for the night, knowing I needed ample rest to face the survival challenges ahead. The following morning, I was the first to awaken. It was now the 10th day. I began pondering methods for our escape. We could not simply await rescue. We needed to devise a means to return to the mainland. The recent storm had capsized our lifeboat, resulting in the loss of considerable supplies, leaving only the panel and fresh water in my pack. These would sustain us for no more than a week. Thus, to return to the mainland, we must gather substantial supplies, granting us the means to survive at sea. Emerging from the cave, I noted, due to my long-standing military routine, that it was around 6 in the morning. The island was shrouded in mist, obscuring the sun and casting a dim light. The humidity was palpable due to the fog, prompting me to return to the cave and retrieve coconut shells to craft 3 simple water collection devices. Today marked the 2nd day since our arrival on the island and the 10th since the plane crash. Only now did I have the opportunity to closely examine this enigmatic island that had become our temporary refuge. Judging by the temperature variations, this place lies deep within the tropics, with daytime temperatures soaring to 30 or 40 degrees Celsius while nighttime temperatures could plummet below freezing. The island is adorned with a plethora of tropical vegetation, much of which I could not identify, undoubtedly concealing significant unknown dangers. Even the slightest threat could render me helpless. My leadership over this group stems entirely from my years of military experience. I understand the necessity of having a figure of authority to serve as a pillar of strength in such circumstances. By uniting the group's efforts, we can carve out a chance for survival. I possess extraordinary endurance, combat skills, and adaptability to unfamiliar environments. For me, this unknown island still harbors considerable peril. As the mist began to lift, I scaled the rocky cliffs. Though steep, my years of climbing experience rendered it manageable. After over an hour of climbing, I finally reached the mountainous summit, revealing much of the island's landscape before me. As I had suspected, this island is vast, and traversing it on foot would be far from simple. The highest peak was not particularly tall, perhaps 300 or 400 meters. Standing atop, gazing at the endless sea, a wave of despair washed over me. The water was calm, with no ships in sight, nor any indication of their presence. My gaze fell upon a distant dark speck on the horizon, which I surmised might be another island. However, given our current food reserves and the cohesiveness of our group, embarking on a sea voyage was ill-advised, and I promptly dismissed the notion. Compared to the beach, the mountain's vegetation was far denser, with intertwining thorny plants everywhere. Their sharp leaves could redden and irritate the skin, though they would not cause serious injury. As I stepped on some dry twigs, they creaked underfoot, and after walking for a few more minutes, I began to sweat lightly. I was not traversing a typical flat trail. Instead, I climbed steep rocky faces to quickly survey the island. I snapped a resilient vine, using it to clear away some of the more hazardous flora. Suddenly, a shadow darted past me with remarkable speed, too swift for me to discern its nature. However, I was certain it was not an aggressive creature. Otherwise, I would have been on high alert. It might have been a bush badger, I murmured to myself as I continued onward. I had no intention of capturing the creature. Its speed was astonishingly swift. Alone, I stood little chance. Catching it would be a Herculean task, and even if I succeeded, the exertion would be immense. Moreover, the treacherous cliffs posed significant dangers. After several minutes of ascent, I finally reached the summit, where the terrain became relatively gentle. Wild banana trees. I was grateful for the additional 10 minutes I had spent. Otherwise, I would have been filled with regret. There were at least a dozen wild banana trees, each bearing 1 or 2 bananas, each no longer than the span of my palm. Yet, the abundance was sufficient to sustain our group of 5 for nearly a week. Moreover, discovering wild bananas suggested that other edible plants might be lurking nearby, perhaps deeper within the island, extensive groves of wild bananas awaited. Without further ado, I unfastened the cloth bag I carried, meticulously plucking each wild banana. To my astonishment, I gathered 26 in total, more than all the food we had combined. My bountiful harvest lifted my spirits considerably. This island was not as barren as I had imagined. The hope of survival was still very much alive. The total time spent ascending and descending the mountain was nearly 4 hours, and the island's mist had long dissipated. I first returned to the spot where I had crafted the water collector, only to find the coconut shell had vanished, likely due to someone waking in the cave or perhaps an animal. However, the latter seemed improbable. If an animal had knocked over the water collector, remnants would surely remain. I hurried back to the cave, where a cacophony of voices greeted me. I had suspected that individual was unreliable, sneaking off with all the food in the morning. Previously, he had claimed I was unworthy of food distribution, but I was convinced he intended to hoard it all for himself. If I encountered him, I would not hesitate to give him a sharp slap. Pang Bo vented his frustration, pouring out all his pent-up emotions. If I hadn't been there, he would surely lack the courage to speak this way. Impossible. Chen Dong is not that kind of person. You are slandering him. Without Chen Dong, we would have perished at the hands of Zhao Haidong and Tang De long ago. Where would we find the opportunity to speak here? Bah, just him, I assure you. Even without him, I could deal with Zhao Haidong and Tang De. He wouldn't have dared to take half of our supplies from the lifeboat. What is this? You haven't even crawled into his bed yet, and you're already defending him? Don't forget, he has left. He took all the food with him. Pang Bo screamed in desperation, his long-suppressed emotions reaching a breaking point. Yet, I firmly believed Chen Dong would return. A melodious voice broke through the chaos, bringing me some comfort. Who else could it be but Zhao Shiru? Chapter 12. The Snake. Well done, little girl. You know right from wrong. I strolled leisurely towards the cave and playfully tapped Zhao Shiru on the backside, only to be met with a look of utter disdain. I shot a cold glance at Pang Bo, whose emotions had fully erupted. If he couldn't rein himself in, I wouldn't hesitate to deliver another resounding slap. Just as I had the night before. What? Did I just hear someone wanted to give me a slap? I glared fiercely at Pang Bo, who paled at my gaze, his earlier bravado evaporating. He fell silent, and I chose to disregard him. Were it not for my military background, I would have certainly taught him a lesson before sending him away. However, today, in a good mood, I decided not to dwell on it and began whistling as I extracted the wild bananas from the cloth bag, one by one. As I revealed the bananas, akin to performing magic, Li Yuan, Zhao Shiru, and the others gazed in astonishment, momentarily forgetting their earlier ire. Is this edible? Li Yuan questioned, examining the bananas that resembled eggplants, but were unmistakably not. The true nature of this fruit would require my explanation. This is wild banana. Its sugars and other nutrients are quite remarkable, providing substantial satiety. Zhao Shiru bent down to pick one up, and, moments later, confirmed, indeed, it's quite good. Bravo. Officer Shiru, your police training has not been in vain. I chuckled, teasingly. Bah, do you really think my position as an officer is merely for show, you old lecher? Zhao Shiru shot me a glare. You are formidable indeed. As a mere military instructor, I could never compare. I jested, tossing a banana to Li Yuan. Li Qian also emerged from a corner, dutifully picking 2 bananas and handing one to Pang Bo. How do you eat this? Li Yuan struggled, staring at the wild banana that looked akin to an eggplant. If it were a regular banana, she would know exactly what to do. But this wild variety was unfamiliar to her. Since it's a banana, you peel it. Zhao Shiru expertly used her makeshift knife to slice open the banana's skin. The skins of these wild bananas were tougher than those of ordinary bananas, so a sharp tool was necessary to create an opening for peeling. Li Yuan followed suit, using her own makeshift knife to cut open her wild banana and tentatively tasting a small piece. It's pleasantly sweet and tangy. Delicious, she exclaimed with delight, relishing the best meal since the crash. Seeing Li Yuan enjoy her banana, Li Qian and Pang Bo quietly joined in. I, however, chose not to be finicky, swiftly peeling my wild banana and devouring it with gusto. The morning mist had caused the day's temperature to be slightly cooler than yesterday, yet it still reached over 30 degrees. All right, we've eaten. Today's task is more arduous than yesterday's. We must venture into the depths of the jungle. I repacked the wild bananas and took out a sizable piece of bread, replenishing my energy after a day of climbing. As the primary support of our group, I needed to maintain adequate strength for what lay ahead. I had established rules regarding food distribution, and I held absolute authority over it. Zhao Shiru did not voice any objections to my allocation, well aware that my physical exertion justified my entitlement. Although Li Yuan and Li Qian cast envious glances, they remained tactful. Meanwhile, Pang Bo's indecisive, constipated expression made me want to slap him again. I selectively ignored Pang Bo and instructed the group to head into the jungle. We five set forth, with me leading the way and Zhao Xiaoru bringing up the rear. With a female member in our company, we opted for a relatively flat mountain path, surrounded by abundant vegetation, where vines hung from various trees and the dry, fallen branches crunched beneath our feet. Armed with a fire axe, I remained vigilant for any unforeseen dangers. Given the previous encounter with the bush badger, I speculated that this island harbored numerous wild creatures, likely posing significant threats, particularly deeper within the jungle. "Snake!" Li Qian cried out, her startled voice sending a jolt through my heart. "Where?" I swiftly scanned our surroundings and spotted a solitary snake coiled beneath a bush about 5 or 6 meters away, flicking its tongue and watching us intently. This snake measured at least a meter in length, its body a striking pattern of red and black, roughly the diameter of a newborn's wrist. Most alarming was its triangular-shaped head, with venomous fangs clearly visible as it flicked its tongue. "Everyone, retreat!" I shouted, gripping my fire axe to shield myself as I locked eyes with the venomous serpent. We retreated methodically to a safer distance of 10 meters. I shall not depart easily, for this serpent represents not only a formidable challenge, but also a substantial source of sustenance. A snake over a meter long, as thick as an infant's wrist, could rival the worth of 3 sea fish. "Pang Bo, lend me your assistance." I did not turn back, for the snake had already fixated upon us, and I needed to remain vigilant regarding its movements. "Hurry!" Seeing that Pang Bo did not emerge, I raised my voice once more. At last, he appeared, trembling as he approached me with a broken stick in hand. I glanced at him. His eyes were filled with panic, and his body quivered, unable to steady his weapon. "Never mind, I shall handle this myself," I scoffed, unwilling to risk the life of another in the face of a snake. "Allow me," Zhao Xiaoru's voice called from behind. Wielding a stick with greater combat experience than Pang Bo, given her background as a professional police officer. However, even she lacked experience in dealing with serpents. The venomous snake, coiling and poised, unfurled its mouth, revealing sharp fangs that signified imminent danger. Zhao Xiaoru and I edged closer, but the snake seemed to perceive me as the greater threat, launching its attack on Zhao Xiaoru first. In the blink of an eye, it lunged toward her exposed arm, rising nearly half a meter off the ground to strike. "Ah!" Zhao Xiaoru shut her eyes, wildly flailing the stick in her hand, utterly bereft of her earlier resolve. "Is this it?" I was taken aback. Was she truly hindering our efforts? I began to regret allowing her to assist. Chapter 13, Slaying the Serpent with a Resounding Crack. Zhao Xiaoru's stick struck the snake directly at its vital point. The lengthy, red-black serpent was sent flying. I was left in a state of bemusement, unsure whether Zhao Xiaoru's success was due to skill or sheer luck. Was this the legendary technique of striking a snake? The snake, momentarily stunned, fell to the ground, and I seized the opportunity to hurl my fire axe. The sharp blade embedded itself precisely at the same spot on the snake, severing it cleanly in two. The serpent writhed for several minutes before finally ceasing its movements. I used a stick to push the snake's body aside and dug a 20-centimeter deep pit to bury its head. Given the condition of the serpent, I surmised its venom would be substantial. If left exposed to the elements, it could potentially contaminate the land. After burying the head, I called Zhao Xiaoru and the others over. This was the first time I had encountered such a large snake, and as I gazed at its lifeless body, a shiver of fear coursed through me. "Chendong, how come you're not afraid at all? You are truly remarkable." It was evident that Li Yuan was still somewhat shaken by the dead serpent, but as a medical student accustomed to dissection, she maintained a degree of composure. In contrast, Pang Bo and Li Qian, also medical students, appeared utterly flustered, their demeanor suggesting they might as well have been pretending to be in a different realm. Zhao Xiaoru, who had just bravely volunteered, now kept her eyes tightly shut, unwilling to open them. To my surprise, I realized she was terrified of snakes. Using the stick, I prodded the lower half of the serpent and gently patted Zhao Xiaoru's back. She must have sensed that the danger had passed, as she finally dared to open her eyes. In her moment of panic, she had not even registered my playful advance. "Ah!" Zhao Xiaoru gasped upon seeing the coiled snake before her, and she instinctively shoved me away. I had not anticipated her sudden reaction, leaving me staggering backward. "You possess quite a strength," I remarked, having narrowly avoided losing control of the snake's remains, which might have startled the others. "Now that this has occurred, you must adapt to your surroundings. This is the reality of your new environment. Encountering snakes, insects, and other creatures is to be expected. I cannot always be by your side. Each of you must cultivate the ability to stand alone if you wish to survive." My tone was grave. This was no jest, but a stark truth. The unknown dangers we faced could escalate at any moment. Today, it was merely a snake. Tomorrow, it could be a den of serpents, wild boars, or even wolves. To survive, we must venture deeper into the wilderness, and the perils we encounter will multiply, far surpassing any threats faced at sea. Indeed, Qin Dong is correct. We must learn sufficient survival skills, for he cannot remain with us indefinitely, Zhao Shiru responded, her serious demeanor elevating the atmosphere. I should attend to the snake, I mused, aware that my words might be difficult for them to grasp immediately. Yet, when they truly faced danger, they would come to understand the significance of survival skills. Alas, it might be too late by then. I made a small incision at the point where the snake's head had been severed. Handing the fire axe to Zhao Shiru, I grasped the split skin of the serpent with one hand, while pulling at its body with the other. The recently killed snake's skin was remarkably easy to peel away. Within moments, I had removed much of its outer layer. Pang Bo, come assist me, I commanded, determined not to let him evade this task again. I can't, Pang Bo stammered, retreating further. For heaven's sake, what are you afraid of? Shall I call your girlfriend for you? I teased, brandishing the half-peeled snake as I approached him. I lightly kicked him, hoping to spur him into action. You coward. You can't even handle a dead snake? What a useless existence. My kick was not meant to harm, merely to prod him into action. Pang Bo, trapped with nowhere to flee, yearned to retort that he would gladly call Li Qian to assist him. Why should gender roles matter in such a perilous environment? However, for the sake of his pride, he held his tongue. He hoped to escape this deserted island and win Li Qian's favor upon their return. Yet, these were mere fantasies. In truth, his contributions to the group were minimal compared to Zhao Shiru's. As Li Yuan had aptly remarked earlier, he was not a real man. Under my pressure, Pang Bo had no choice but to comply, retching as he clutched the snake's tail, prompting me to stifle a laugh. The skinning of the snake proceeded smoothly, revealing its tender flesh, which bore a striking resemblance to pork, albeit slightly paler. I used the sharp edge of the fire axe to create a small incision in the flesh and threaded a strip of cloth through it, hanging it from a nearby tree. Let it dry here for now. When we return, we may have snake meat to feast upon, I declared, knowing that my translucent pebble had yet to be polished. The meat, succulent and flavorful, far surpassed fish. I was loath to waste such a precious resource and hoped to roast it over a fire once it was ready. Are we really going to eat this? Li Yuan's face paled at the thought. For someone who inherently feared snakes, just the sight of one was unnerving, let alone the prospect of consuming its flesh. Won't we be poisoned by such a terrifying creature? Zhao Xiaoru's countenance darkened. As a trained officer, she was aware of the survival skills taught in the military, which included consuming snakes, insects, and rodents. However, when faced with such a choice for the first time, she found herself momentarily bewildered. During her usual outdoor survival training, she had sampled rabbit and wild chicken meat, but she had never anticipated encountering the necessity of eating snake meat. I chuckled and shook my head at Li Yuan and the others' reactions. Wilderness survival, after all, means consuming whatever you come across. It's not just about snakes. When truly desperate, one might even resort to eating their own excrement. Chapter 14. Traps and Badgers. I took precautions to protect the snake meat hanging from the tree, ensuring that birds would not snatch it away. I carefully wrapped the black and red snake skin and led the group deeper into the dense forest. In fact, the snake was no more than a few dozen meters from our cave. It was prudent to eliminate it now to prevent it from stealthily entering our shelter and catching us off guard. Utilizing the sunlight to navigate, we continued along a path that facilitated our movement. After more than an hour of trekking, we finally stumbled upon a relatively open area. The five of us leaned against one another, each vigilantly observing different directions. I unwrapped my findings from the journey: 15 wild bananas, a generous handful of mulberries, and several unidentified berries. Gazing at the fuzzy plant the size of my palm and a few dry flint stones at the bottom of the bundle, I couldn't help but smile. In comparison to the other supplies, the significance of these stones in the fuzzy plant was far greater. I could confidently assert that even if this expedition yielded no other food, the presence of these few flint stones justified the venture. In wilderness survival, the ability to make fire is paramount and utterly essential. Fire serves multiple purposes. It cooks food, wards off wild beasts, and can even signal for help. If one were to compile a list of the most crucial items for survival, fire would undoubtedly be at the forefront. Stay here. I will set a trap. I instructed the others to take protective measures and brandish the fire axe as I approached the bushes ahead of me, the direction we had come from. This thicket was home to numerous badgers. In fact, 5 or 6 had scurried past us on our way. These creatures are incredibly swift, making it arduous to capture them by sheer human effort. Thus, such an impractical method of capture was not employed by anyone. I used the fire axe to chop some vines from the bushes, intending to use them to create a deceptive area for the trap. I also found a relatively sturdy yet flexible branch, about the thickness of my thumb, to serve as a tool. I bent the branch to ascertain its elasticity, ensuring it was sufficient to ensnare a creature as quick as a badger. The branch was robust and flexible enough, giving me a 70% confidence in my endeavor. Next came the trap's construction. I fashioned a small strip of cloth from my clothing to tie onto the branch, securing it firmly to a tree. Once secured, I bent the branch and shaped the cloth into a circle that could be encompassed by 2 hands. I anchored the circular cloth to the ground and proceeded to cover the trap's perimeter with the vines for camouflage. I chose a relatively gentle path, flanked by many slopes about 10 centimeters high, which served as the animal's thoroughfare. In the open area, after a brief rest, Li Yuan and the others had regained some strength and watched intently as I constructed the trap. Sister Xiaoru, do you think Qindong's contraption can actually catch anything? Among the group, Li Yuan was doing fairly well, managing to maintain a good rapport with me and demonstrating humility in front of Zhao Xiaoru. Aside from some discord with Pang Bo, her interactions were generally amicable. I thought to myself that it was unlikely. With just a flimsy piece of wood and a few strips of cloth, would any animal be foolish enough to wander into his trap? Moreover, whether it would even trigger was another matter entirely. As soon as I stepped away from the group, Pang Bo began to mock me, emboldened only by my absence. Zhao Xiaoru shot him a disdainful glance. After 10 days of contemplation, she had formed a rough understanding of his character. He was inept at everything except for hurling insults, utterly lacking in self-awareness and notably cowardly. Li Qian, sensing Zhao Xiaoru's disgust, nudged Pang Bo sharply with her elbow. Pang Bo winced from the jab but retaliated even more brazenly. Am I wrong? With just those few sticks, if he manages to catch anything, I'll eat shit. You can wait to eat shit then, Li Yuan replied impatiently. Zhao Xiaoru shook her head, as someone who had undergone some wilderness survival training. She recognized Qindong's design of this spring trap. This type of trap could instantly snag the legs of passing animals, utilizing the branch's elasticity to tighten the trap and hoist the captured prey into the air. I once studied how to construct such traps, and I must admit that Qindong's craftsmanship is remarkably proficient. Indeed, it could be said to be exquisite. It is perhaps the most perfectly set trap I have ever seen. Zhao Xiaoru spoke confidently. It will definitely catch something. Pang Bo, get ready to eat your words, Li Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Not necessarily, Zhao Xiaoru countered, shaking her head. Even seasoned hunters cannot guarantee success under such arduous conditions. While his technique was undoubtedly skilled, the materials at his disposal were woefully inadequate. Brother Qindong will surely succeed. Li Yuan clenched her fist, cheering me on. Let us hope so. After setting the trap, I returned to the open area to await its activation. I was unaware of their previous conversation. Upon my return, the atmosphere was oddly silent. Everyone fixated on the trap, not far away. I welcomed the tranquility, observing the trap in anticipation of a catch. This open space was ideally situated to monitor the trap without alarming any passing animals. The wait always seemed to pass swiftly. After about an hour, the branch of the trap suddenly snapped taut, hoisting a dark figure into the air. The creature was thrashing about, clearly alive. Pang Bo, get ready to eat your words. Li Yuan laughed heartily. I glanced at her in bewilderment, perplexed as to why Pang Bo would need to eat his words. However, I didn't dwell on it and hurried towards the trap I had set. It was a full-grown badger, approximately half a meter long, plump, and seemingly well-fed. I unfastened the cloth strip and placed the badger in my bundle, then gently cut its throat with the fire axe. A few drops of blood spilled out, and the badger thrashed about. After a few minutes, the blood flow had nearly ceased, and the badger lay still. After confirming it was lifeless, I set it down and retrieved the branch that had hoisted it, tying the badger to the end of the branch. This way, I could carry it on my shoulder, alleviating some physical strain. The badger likely weighed 20 to 30 pounds. Looking up at the sun, now well past its zenith, I estimated it must be afternoon. Carrying the badger back to the open area, I felt jubilant and decided to share some of the bounty with the group. After all, everyone had exerted considerable effort during this journey. Here, everyone gets one, I cheerfully announced, retrieving 5 wild bananas from my bundle to toss to Pang Bo and the others. Pang Bo doesn't need to eat. He'll have enough with his words. Chapter 15. Are relatives coming? Eat words? I looked at Li Yuan in confusion, having just overheard her mention something that made me think there was personal discord, but it seemed that as we prepared to share food, tensions flared once again. You, Li Yuan, filthy wench, did you grow up eating shit? Your mouth is so foul. Why don't you just eat it? Li Yuan was not one to shy away. Pang Bo stood up defiantly, seemingly ready to confront her. Who are you calling a wench? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Li Yuan appeared to be incensed by Pang Bo's words. She too rose to her feet, rolling up her sleeves, displaying no fear whatsoever. What are you arguing about? Are you too unwilling to share the food? I often express my frustrations, for nothing is more detrimental to survival in the wilderness than discord within the team. As for those two, they seem to bicker incessantly throughout the day. It was Pang Bo himself who remarked that if your trap captures something, he will inevitably consume it. I am merely speaking the truth. Li Yuan felt a sense of grievance as tears streamed down her cheeks. A glance at Pang Bo revealed that this rascal had incited the crowd during my absence. Pang Bo, terrified by my gaze, broke into a cold sweat. He certainly did not wish to face the dire consequences of his actions. Should he truly suffer such humiliation upon returning to the medical school? Li Yuan's revelations would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation, transforming him into a notorious figure. How could Li Qian possibly continue their relationship with someone who had endured such disgrace? He yearned to deny it, yet all present were witnesses to his folly. Was he not merely deceiving himself? Would he truly stoop so low? I flashed a sinister smile, causing a tremor of fear to grip Pang Bo's heart. Could it be true? Forget it. I have no interest in jesting with this fellow. He is hardly the type to appreciate humor. Nevertheless, this individual incessantly incites the emotions of the crowd and requires a firm reprimand. I shall return one of the wild bananas to the package. I certainly won't allow you to consume it. Consider that wild banana revoked. Pang Bo let out a sigh of relief, yet a tinge of regret lingered within him. It was merely a boastful remark that had cost him an entire lunch. Let us return the way we came. I no longer wish to dwell on the repugnant matter of consuming excrement. It is time for everyone to retrace our steps. When we arrived, we were full of vigor, but after a morning of exploration, we have exhausted a significant portion of our energy. Our return journey is bound to be slower, requiring at least 2.5 hours. Just as before, I lead the way with a stick, prodding the underbrush, while Zhao Xiaoru brings up the rear. After more than an hour, I called out, "Shendong, wait up." Zhao Xiaoru rushed before me, her expression troubled. "What is the matter? Where do you feel unwell?" I too disowned her discomfort. I have a stomachache." Zhao Xiaoru's face flushed with embarrassment as she spoke. In truth, she had intended to wait until everyone returned to the cave before seizing the opportunity to slip away, but she could no longer contain herself. A sudden jolt of realization coursed through me, and my brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that a relative had arrived? Confronted with my inquiry, Zhao Xiaoru's complexion deepened to a crimson hue. "No," she exclaimed, her voice laced with a playful reproach that inevitably stirred one's imagination. "Oh, then I shall accompany you." I handed the wooden plank to Li Yuan, gripping the fire axe tightly in my hand. "I can go alone." To my surprise, Zhao Xiaoru's face turned even redder as she hurriedly declined, insisting that she could manage on her own. "Do not forget, I am a police officer." "I am well aware of your status as a police officer." I rolled my eyes. "Still a criminal, am I? Hurry along. Hurry along. You must remain within our line of sight." I admonished. Understood. Understood." Zhao Xiaoru offered an apologetic smile to several individuals, yet she regarded me with a stern expression, as if I owed her something. While Zhao Xiaoru stepped away for a moment, we remained stationary, left to pass the time. As the seconds trickled by, it became evident that at least half an hour had elapsed. Why was the time dragging on so slowly? I felt a sense of urgency to instruct Li Yuan to investigate. Given that Zhao Xiaoru is a woman, there are times when it is indeed inconvenient for me to intervene personally. Thus, I entrusted the task of surveillance to both Li Yuan and Li Qian. Li Yuan nodded and proceeded in the direction where Zhao Xiaoru had previously ventured. We were already on the outskirts of this dense forest. With just a few more steps, we would completely exit the thicket and enter a mixed woodland area. Hence, I permitted Zhao Xiaoru to act independently in this instance. Had she been within the confines of the dense forest, I would never have allowed her to venture alone. What is the current status? Upon seeing Li Yuan arrive at the designated location, I called out loudly, "Ah?" The piercing sound of her name echoed through the skies, causing my expression to change instantaneously. Something has gone awry. I gripped the fire axe tightly and hastened my pace. There remained a trace of Zhao Xiaoru's excrement on the ground. Yet the person had vanished without a trace. On the ground lay a half-eaten persimmon. I picked it up and took a lick. A subtle sweetness filled my mouth. A sweetness that surpassed that of various other persimmons. This persimmon is poisonous. I threw a persimmon to the ground, startling Pang Bo and Li Qian, who were about to pick it up and eat it, prompting them to toss it back down. "Follow me." As I commanded, I advanced towards the dense thicket in pursuit. Zhao Xiaoru must have departed not long ago, and the tracks on the ground would soon lead me to her. We proceeded at a brisk pace, and after 5 or 6 minutes, we finally located the dazed and wandering Zhao Xiaoru. "Come, place her upon my back." I instructed the sturdy Pombo and the others to assist in carrying Zhao Xiaoru upon my back. "Too soft, cotton-like burdens pressed against me. Yet I had no time for fanciful thoughts. Although we were at the forest's edge, danger still lingered. We had to return to Shandong before nightfall. Silence enveloped us as I steadied Zhao Xiaoru with one hand while grasping the processed snake meat, left at the forest's periphery, with the other. It was unfortunate that nobody else was willing to carry this burden. Thus, it fell to me. Fortunately, the lingering rays of the setting sun illuminated the cave. And after a day of scorching heat, the water that had collected outside the cave had completely evaporated. Ultimately, we returned safely. I placed Zhao Xiaoru upon the rock and hung the prepared snake meat upon the wall. Seizing the last rays of sunlight, I retrieved the flint I had previously gathered. I placed the highly flammable fluff upon the stone and struck the flint together. With a series of sharp cracks and hisses, after several minutes of relentless striking, sparks finally ignited the tinder on the rock. Carefully, I transferred the ignited fluff into the dry twigs I had collected along the path, and at last, a roaring flame began to blaze. After a 10-day wait, we finally beheld the flickering fire. Hurrah! At long last, we have delectable cooked food to savor. Li Yuan exclaimed excitedly. In the brief span of just a few minutes, they had not dared to breathe a word, fearful of disturbing my efforts to ignite the fire. Brother Qindong, how about we enjoy grilled fish tonight? Li Yuan wrapped her arms around my neck and smiled brightly. I too revealed a relaxed smile. After 10 days, we finally met again. How wonderful. Taking advantage of the sun's lingering presence before it fully descends, I ventured out once more with Pang Bo to gather some firewood, intending to keep the bonfire ablaze throughout the night. As darkness enveloped us, the mischievous flames danced at our fingertips, while tender fish sizzled enticingly above the fire. Chapter 16. The first meal of cooked food. How aromatic. A gentle voice resounded. Who else could it be but Zhao Xiaoru, whom I had painstakingly brought back? Sister Xiaoru, you have awakened. Next time you venture out alone, be sure not to indulge indiscriminately. Thankfully, Brother Qindong was there, otherwise, you might have found yourself in quite a predicament. Li Yuan chuckled as she reminisced about Zhao Xiaoru. Me? Zhao Xiaoru gazed somewhat dazedly at the flickering flames and the tantalizing aroma of the grilled fish before her, shaking her head as she murmured, I must be dreaming. I certainly must be. Zhao Xiaoru experienced an extraordinarily lengthy dream, wherein she embarked on a mission that culminated in a plane crash, leaving her stranded on a desolate island. There, she encountered a colossal serpent, with no means of escape. Just as she was about to be devoured by the serpent, a man enveloped in radiant light appeared, rescuing her from the jaws of peril. Subsequently, a multitude of roasted fish soared past her eyes. Sister Xiaoru, you are not merely dreaming. Are you aware that you are intoxicated? Fortunately, Brother Qindong was there to save you. Intoxicated? Zhao Xiaoru tapped her muddled head, striving to recall the events that had transpired earlier. During her return to the cave, she had been beset by an unbearable stomachache and had ventured alone to relieve herself. In that secluded spot, she stumbled upon a few persimmons that were quite delectable. Were those the very persimmons? Zhao Xiaoru gazed at me with questioning eyes. Indeed, Miss Zhao is one of a kind, indulging in persimmons while attending to her nature's call. I jested with a smile, while Zhao Xiaoru's face turned crimson, illuminated by the flickering flames of the bonfire, resembling the hue of a monkey's rear. The persimmons possess hallucinogenic properties, and thankfully you consumed only a small amount. Otherwise, under our current medical conditions, you would have met your demise. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. Zhao Xiaoru, filled with remorse, stood up and bowed to everyone, receiving their understanding in return. After all, in such a survival environment, anyone would be tempted to eat those persimmons. All right, let us begin with the fish. At this moment, the delicate sea fish had turned a light golden hue from roasting, and a subtle fragrance permeated the entire cave. It's almost ready. I carefully removed the fish from the grill and found a clean, smooth rock to divide it into 5 portions. The aroma of the freshly cut fish intensified, and I swiftly distributed the food, eagerly biting into the roasted fish. It had been 10 days since our team had last tasted cooked food. Why was it that my girlfriend and I received the least amount? Wasn't it supposed to be evenly distributed? Pang Bo, holding a slightly smaller piece of fish, angrily confronted me. He had been quite critical of me throughout this journey, feeling as though I was targeting him, unaware that it was his own inadequacy that was the issue, just a misconception. When did I ever say it would be evenly distributed? I devoured the fish, occasionally slurping with delight. It was a long-awaited sensation, pure bliss. Haha, Qindong, you are truly laughable. Are you seriously going to break your own 2 rules? What qualifications do you have to lead the team? I frowned. Did this fellow wish to swap places with me and take charge? I shook my head. Entrusting the team to him would not only lead to unfair food distribution, but also stir considerable internal conflict, especially given the escalating tensions between him and Li Yuan. Of course, I was not foolish enough to relinquish control over the team. With his incompetence, he would likely be unable to sustain the group for even a week. When did I ever say it would be evenly distributed? I mentioned distribution according to contribution. I have the right to prioritize, all right? I continued to feast heartily, my mouth full. But I contributed as well. I helped you peel the snake's skin. I chuckled, responding, "You have the audacity to say that? Your meager contribution is fortunate to even warrant a piece of fish." With that, I stood up, stuffing the remaining morsel of fish into my mouth and loudly proclaimed, "From today onwards, food will be distributed according to labor. The more you work, the more you eat, and those who do not work shall not eat. Is that clear?" Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan nodded. After a day of battling snakes and carrying a hefty badger, they felt a sense of pride in enjoying the food they had earned through labor. As for Li Qian, she was already quite satisfied with the food she received. After all, surviving was challenging enough, and now she was enjoying cooked food. But I can't be like Li Qian. She contributed nothing. Li Qian lifted her head to look at Pang Bo, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, surprised that her boyfriend would compare her to someone else. I chuckled softly, casting a sympathetic glance at Li Qian, wondering what she saw in this man. Because you are a man contributing less than a woman. Doesn't that seem unreasonable? I shot a glare at Pang Bo, who hesitated, perhaps feeling the pressure, and finally ceased his complaints, retreating to a corner of the cave to silently gnaw on his roasted fish. The satisfaction from the heated food far surpassed that of raw fare. That night, the five of us shared a substantial roasted fish, which felt quite lavish. Perhaps due to the bonfire's warmth, everyone stayed up late, chatting around the flames. Even Li Qian, who usually spoke little, contributed more to the conversation. Meanwhile, Pang Bo sat by the fire, lost in thought, seemingly displeased with my distribution methods. Though I could only guess what occupied his mind. I had slept well the previous night. Upon waking, the bonfire had died down, the ashes glowing faintly with residual warmth. Sunlight streamed into the cave, illuminating it with a comforting brightness. Given my biological clock, I estimated it was around 6 o'clock, with such warmth so early in the day. I surmised it would be a scorching sunny day. Upon exiting the cave, a gentle sea breeze greeted me. The salty, humid air was quite refreshing. If only there were ample supplies and no survival threats, this could have been a delightful vacation. Today, the weather was exceptionally dry, even near the coast. I could distinctly feel the difference from the previous day. To avoid disturbing Zhao Xiaoru and the others, I began to polish the translucent goose soft stone I had found earlier. Although I had already discovered flint, it was cumbersome to start a fire with, and its wear and tear during use were significant. This stone was far more convenient. After approximately 2 hours of effort, the sun had risen to about 9 o'clock. Its scorching rays enveloping me. I removed my shirt and tied it around my waist. Since my tank top was used to craft a fishing net, I was now bare-chested. Zhao Xiaoru was the first to awaken, seemingly drawn by the sound of my polishing. She approached me, eyeing my muscular physique, and licked her lips. I couldn't help but think that if I weren't a criminal, Zhao Xiaoru would undoubtedly find me quite appealing. After all, men like me are often the object of desire for many women. Chapter 17. The Fishing Expedition Awake. I did not turn my head. Although Zhao Xiaoru was trying to be stealthy, I could still discern her presence from the slight sound of her footsteps. Upon realizing she had been discovered, Zhao Xiaoru ceased her attempts to hide and sat quietly beside me, observing my polishing. "Thank you for yesterday." Her soft voice startled me. This girl actually expressed her gratitude. "What did you say?" I didn't catch that. I decided to tease her a bit. "Thank you." This time, her voice was even softer. "Hey, is it that difficult for you to say thank you? Can't you be a bit louder?" I feigned annoyance. After all, I had saved her life twice. Had I not intervened, she would have met her end in the jaws of a fish. "Is an apology sufficient?" Zhao Xiaoru said impatiently as she stood up. "You know, if you continue to act so high and mighty, I may not be inclined to save you next time." I grumbled, appearing quite humble in her presence as her savior. "If you don't want to save me, then don't." Zhao Xiaoru huffed, storming out. She headed toward the shallow waters, a place where we had previously spent a night, and where Pang Bo and I had assessed the fishing risks. I felt assured of her safety there. As her figure gradually disappeared, I placed the goose soft stone into my bag, estimating that I would complete it in 3 days. "Get up, get up, get up." I called out to wake Li Yuan and the others. It was probably around 9 in the morning, and these college students seemed quite oblivious to their surroundings, unaware of how late they could sleep in at school. Li Yuan groaned as she was roused, initially reluctant, but her expression brightened upon seeing me. "Chendong, you are up so early." "Early? If you don't hurry, it will be noon. Grab your tools. We are going fishing today." I grumbled as I took down the fishing nets from the wall and stuffed a few wild bananas into my bag. Our cave was less than a half-hour's walk from the shallows. After several days of training, Pang Bo and Li Yuan had significantly improved their stamina in the past. This half-hour trek would have exhausted them. After 30 minutes, we finally arrived at the shallows, and this time, no one lagged behind. So, Miss Zhao, looks like you had quite a fruitful outing. I approached Zhao Xiaoru with a smile. She held several shells, but judging by their appearance, there was likely little meat inside. Zhao Xiaoru shook her head and opened the shells. Of the 4, only one contained meat, and it was merely the size of a thumb, barely a mouthful. Haha. Truly a bountiful harvest. I teased. Bang. Zhao Xiaoru delivered a kick, neither too light nor too heavy, that nearly struck my most sensitive area. Damn it. You women can be quite reckless. If I were to be incapacitated, I would be left alone on this island. I cradled my abdomen. Although her kick did not directly hit its target, I still felt a pull as I dodged, and now there was a dull ache. Seeing me crouched on the ground. Zhao Xiaoru raised her head in triumph. Ha, lecherous man. You deserve it. Li Yuan hurried over, squatting beside me with concern. Brother Chin, are you all right? I'm fine. Just let me catch my breath. I replied, my face flushed and my breath heavy. Sister Shiru, how could you do this? Brother Chin saved you yesterday. Isn't this a case of biting the hand that feeds you? Li Yuan, hands on her hips, defended me. That lecher deserves it. Zhao Xiaoru scoffed, snatching the fishing net from my hands and striding toward the shallows. How could she act like this? She is a police officer, for goodness sake. Is this her quality? Li Yuan glared at Zhao Xiaoru's retreating figure, her initial esteem for the officer rapidly dissipating. Brother Chin, are you okay? Let me help you up. Li Yuan, visibly anxious, reached out, her soft chest pressed against my shoulder, an intimate proximity that made me wary. Would she attempt to tackle me here? Given my bare torso, the sensation was heightened. Had I not been in discomfort, I might have reacted differently. Is this how you plan to take advantage of me? No way. I pushed Li Yuan away, tossing her the fishing net. Go join Zhao Xiaoru in fishing. Let me rest for 5 minutes. Seeing my resolve, Li Yuan relented, extracting the small net from my grasp and skipping off toward the shallows where Zhao Xiaoru was. After 5 minutes, the pain in my abdomen subsided, and I finally managed to stand. The heat of the day was oppressive, the sand beneath scorching. We had crafted 4 fishing nets, which I handed over to Pang Bo and the others. The shallows teemed with fish. Even without experience, one could expect to catch a fish or 2 in a day. I found a tropical tree, cut a branch the thickness of my wrist, and sharpened one end with a fire axe, fashioning a rudimentary spear. Spear fishing proved far more challenging than net fishing, thus, I took on this demanding task. The expanse of the shallows stretched for several miles. I removed my shoes, tossing them aside. After drifting at sea for so long, they had quickly deteriorated from prolonged exposure to salt water. The cool sea contrasted sharply with the sweltering heat of the day. The water reached my waist, waves lapping against my body, making it difficult to maintain my balance. With a swift thrust of the spear, I felt a jolt as bright red blood bubbled to the surface. A fish had been speared, dragging my catch back to shore. I found the fish weighed a solid 3 or 4 pounds, larger than the one Pang Bo had caught. Luck was on my side. I encouraged myself. Catching a fish in half an hour was quite fortunate. Thankfully, this was a shallow area. Otherwise, I would not have dared to attempt it. Spear fishing differs from net fishing in that it leaves blood in the water, which could attract carnivorous creatures like sharks if done in deeper waters. I would not risk my life for a few small fish. Remarkably, my luck held. In nearly half an hour, I had caught another fish. And by the time half the day had passed, a small mound of 7 or 8 fish lay on the sand. As the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the end of our fishing expedition, I donned my clothes as the temperature dropped. I meticulously secured the fish to my spear with strips of cloth until it was nearly laden. Strolling along the beach with my fish string, I approached the designated meeting stone. Chapter 18. A bountiful harvest, a division of spoils. Where are they? Is something wrong? Li Yuan, holding a fishing net in one hand and a fish in the other, bounced around to stave off the evening chill. They must have been delayed. Perhaps you should head back. I will wait here, Zhao Xiaoru suggested, her tone tinged with concern. I whistled, and Li Yuan, brimming with excitement, dashed towards me. The moonlight was dim, so Zhao Xiaoru and the others could not see the string of fish I bore, but Li Yuan's eyes widened in shock upon seeing my catch. Wow, she exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Amid her astonishment, I approached Zhao Xiaoru and the others, whistling merrily. Zhao Xiaoru, having deduced my success from the sound, anticipated a decent haul, but upon seeing the string of fish, she was utterly taken aback. 1, 2, 3, 9. Li Yuan counted, her mouth forming an O that refused to close. Initially, she thought fishing was easy when she caught her first fish, yet after an entire afternoon, she had not caught another. I surveyed the group. Their respective catches represented the fruits of their labor that day. Li Yuan with 1, Li Qian with 1, and Zhao Shiru with 2. To my astonishment, Pang Bo held 3 fish, surpassing even Zhao Shiru's total. I nodded, recognizing that his previous outing with me had not been in vain. He had evidently learned something. How is it possible that you caught so many, Brother Chun? Are you some kind of deity? Li Yuan gazed at me, her eyes sparkling with admiration. If I were a god, 9 fish would be a mere trifle. I would have cleaned out the entire Pacific. I laughed, enjoying the jest. But in my eyes, you are a goddess, my idol. I smiled, choosing silence. Li Yuan's flattery was genuine. Individuals like her tend to thrive in survival situations, adept at aligning themselves with the strongest and ensuring their own comfort. Yet, such individuals can also be easily discarded when danger arises, as those who contribute nothing but sycophancy are often the first to be cast aside. Moreover, Li Yuan held another significant role, which was a primary reason I had invited her into our group. She was a medical student. While Pang Bo and Li Qian were also in medical school, they seemed to fit the stereotype of students who excelled only in romance. While Li Yuan exhibited a hint of competence, with our bountiful catch, we made our way back. The path from the cave to the shallows was short, well-trodden from our previous journeys. After about an hour, we returned to the cave, having amassed 16 fish and several meaty scallops, a veritable feast. Having consumed most of the bread from my pack, fish would be our main course for the night. Despite the bountiful harvest, I remained vigilant, aware of the need to prepare for unforeseen circumstances and ensure ample food supplies for future survival at sea. Zhao Shiru had no objections, and Li Yuan regarded me with reverence, while Pang Bo remained silent, begrudgingly accepting the situation. The distribution of food was as follows: a portion of fresh water for each person, 5 of us sharing a single wild banana, and a sizable fish for the group. The fish sizzled over the fire, drawing the eager gazes of Zhao Shiru and the others. The happiest moment for them throughout the day is now. This time, apart from myself, Pang Bo received the largest share, as 3 out of the 16 fish belonged to him. While indulging in grilled fish, Pang Bo whispered sweet nothings to Zhao Qian, and the others assumed it was a private exchange between lovers, thus refraining from interference. However, those perceptive enough could easily guess that he was up to his usual antics. Zhao Qian listened while casting glances at me, as if grappling with an internal conflict. Alas, although the fish was aromatic, it lacked flavor, a pity indeed. After finishing her meal, Li Yuan voiced her opinion. It's good enough to have something to eat. Do you really expect a spicy grilled fish? Li Yuan's cheeks flushed at my comment, rendering her silent. Meanwhile, I entertained a thought. Given our proximity to the coast, salt production would indeed be a relatively convenient endeavor. Moreover, salt aids digestion and participates in fluid metabolism. Most importantly, it has disinfectant and anti-inflammatory properties, making it exceptionally valuable in such perilous surroundings. It appears that the agenda for salt production must be prioritized. I silently nodded, contemplating gathering some clean seawater for a trial tomorrow. May I say a few words? I interjected. Qian, and I do not wish to trouble everyone any further. What does that mean? My brow furrowed as I regarded Pang Bo, who stood towering over us. Is he concocting another scheme? What do you mean? Zhao Shiru was the first to inquire, having likely guessed Pang Bo's intention, but still uncertain. Qian and I plan to move out, he declared. We won't impose on everyone anymore. We only hope that Brother Chendong can kindly spare us some fishing tools and a portion of the food we are entitled to. This is akin to a family separation. I smiled broadly, observing Pang Bo with narrowed eyes. He averted his gaze, unable to meet my eyes, and tried to dodge my scrutiny. Fine, you can leave tomorrow. I readily agreed. To be honest, I held no fondness for Pang Bo. He perpetually instigated discord within the group, stirring emotions at every turn, and was exceedingly self-righteous. Such a person would be better off distancing himself from my team as soon as possible. It was merely unfortunate for the young lady, Li Qian, to follow Pang Bo into the unknown. Thank you, Brother Chun. Pang Bo seemed taken aback by my prompt consent and excitedly embraced Li Qian. Pang Bo, you better think it through. You lack sufficient survival experience. Staying with the group is the safest option. Living separately is far more perilous. Zhao Shiru's expression was stern. As a police officer, she wished for no one to fall behind. Indeed, safety lies with Brother Chen. Venturing out is far too dangerous for you. Li Yuan chimed in. Despite her disdain for Pang Bo, as they were fellow students, and she did not want them to walk into danger, especially not for Li Qian, with whom she had maintained a decent rapport. I've already found a place to stay, a cave not far from our shelter, quite safe. I plan to take Qian there. Chapter 18. I only hope they can live long. The fact that they had already found accommodation startled me. I never expected Pang Bo to possess a modicum of foresight. I could only wish for his continued good fortune once he left the group. Enough. They've clearly found a place. indicating their intent to separate. You should stop making things awkward, I remarked. Li Yuan noticed my silence and focused entirely on me. As for Zhao Xiaoru, despite her reluctance, it was evident that Pang Bo had made up his mind. I approached Li Qian, sighed, and asked meaningfully, "Have you truly made your decision?" Li Qian looked up, her eyes slightly reddened, then shifted her gaze to Pang Bo. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally resolved. "Thank you for your help these days, Brother Chen. I've decided to follow Pang Bo and move out." I shook my head with a smile. I had no right to choose for others. Since Li Qian made her choice, I could only respect it. "Well, do you both plan to leave tonight or tomorrow?" I continued. Li Qian glanced at the grilled fish in her hand, then at the campfire, before casting a questioning look at Pang Bo, understanding her unspoken query. Pang Bo quickly replied, "Brother Chen, my Qian will definitely leave tomorrow. Thank you for your care these days." Pang Bo seemed quite pleased, even bowing to me. I nodded. Since they had made their decision, I would allocate our supplies tonight. I retrieved all the resources we had gathered over the past few days and laid them out before everyone. Previously, only 5 pieces of bread remained from the aircraft wreckage. I had refrained from distributing bread lately to prevent them from becoming overly dependent on it. After all, bread is significantly more palatable than tasteless grilled fish. This time, however, I directly allocated 3 pieces to Pang Bo and Li Qian, causing Li Yuan to feel a twinge of envy. The wild bananas I had gathered alone, along with those collected during our venture into the dense forest, now totaled 19 after consuming some. I handed over 9 wild bananas to Pang Bo and Li Qian and led them to the rocky wall where the fish hung. Last time, Pang Bo and I had caught 3 fish, consuming 2. This time, our bounty totaled 17, making 18 in all. I instructed Pang Bo to take away 8 fish in the morning, which was more than generous. I also apportioned tools, having crafted 4 fishing nets, and distributed half of them. The simple fish spear I fashioned could easily be made from a piece of wood, so I readily handed it over to him. As for freshwater, they had learned enough methods from me during these days to prevent dying of thirst. I possessed 4 fire-starting stones, 2 of which were new, and I gifted them to the pair. Up to this point, I had nearly finished distributing all the supplies. As for my fire axe, being my most crucial weapon, I could not part with it. Pang Bo and Li Qian appeared thoroughly satisfied. In truth, they should not have received such an abundance of resources, but I deemed it necessary for their survival adaptation, fearing they might expend too much. Meanwhile, the 3 of us had developed a tacit understanding that facilitated our adaptation to life on the island. The remaining supplies would suffice for us. That night was remarkably tranquil. As everyone sat by the bonfire warming their hands, even Pang Bo was surprisingly subdued. The warmth enveloped me, making it feel as though I were submerged in the sea. A sensation quite pleasant to the touch. Suddenly, I was jolted awake. I must not be deceived by such appearances. It was late into the night. Everyone was sound asleep except for one person. I wondered why I felt that way until I realized that Li Yuan had placed my hand in her own. "What are you doing?" I softly questioned. At my inquiry, Li Yuan seemed slightly aggrieved, pausing before apparently reaching a firm decision. "Brother Chen, please take me." My brow furrowed at her words. What does she mean by that? I understood her implication all too well, but could I act on it? As a military man, I ought to consider that Pang Bo and Li Qian's departure may have pressured Li Yuan into this decision, intending to win my favor. "What are you doing? Quickly put your clothes back on." I dared not raise my voice, fearing to awaken Zhao Xiaoru and the others, which would place me in an awkward situation. "No, Brother Chen, I beg you, please take me. I will be utterly devoted to you and serve you well," Li Yuan exclaimed, inching closer and attempting to unfasten my belt. To be honest, as a normal man, it is hard to resist when a beautiful woman throws herself at you, and even I found it challenging. I swiftly pushed Li Yuan away and refastened my belt. How could I be having such a physiological reaction? I cursed inwardly, relieved that I had not allowed her to loosen my belt, or it might have led to serious trouble. Li Yuan was pushed aside by me, her eyes widening in panic as tears cascaded down her cheeks, glistening under the glow of the campfire, evoking a deep sense of pity. "All right, stop crying. Does a good girl like you really need to resort to this to hold on to a man? From now on, you shall follow me honestly. I will not treat you poorly." My scolding lacked its usual authority, rendered softer by my tone. Upon hearing my promise, Li Yuan finally ceased her tears, and to my surprise, she burst into laughter, prompting me to silently marvel at the innate theatricality of women. Just as I was about to drift back to sleep, Li Yuan seized the moment, planting a kiss on my cheek and whispering in my ear, "Brother Chun, I genuinely like you. I am yours whenever you desire." After saying this, she quickly returned to her original sleeping position, ignoring me henceforth. I inwardly cursed her for being a little fox spirit, and once my physiological reaction subsided, I too succumbed to sleep. Perhaps due to the weight of my thoughts, the next morning, Pang Bo and Li Qian awoke even earlier than I did. When I finally stirred, they were already seated by the glowing embers, warming their hands, presumably intending to leave after saying their farewells. I approached them, nodding in acknowledgement. And they quietly slipped out of the cave, careful not to wake Zhao Xiaoru and the others. 2 hours later, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan awakened in succession, both appearing groggy. Li Yuan rubbed her eyes and inquired if Pang Bo and Li Qian had already departed, as if last night had never happened. Naturally, this was the outcome I had hoped for, so I cheerfully replied, "They rose earlier than I did and bid me farewell before leaving." "Brother Chen, why did you allocate so many supplies to them?" Li Yuan, having hesitated to ask last night, finally brought it up today. "I merely wish for them to survive a little longer." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan paused, falling silent. "That's enough," Zhao Xiaoru interjected, breaking the tension. "Yes, nearly there. At the latest by tomorrow." She referred to the transparent goosesoft stone I had been polishing, which was now taking on a convex lens shape. "What shall we do next now that Pang Bo and Li Qian have left?" "Continue fishing. We lost a significant portion of our catch yesterday. We must replenish it." Zhao Xiaoru nodded and led Li Yuan into the cave to retrieve the fishing nets. "Let us go," the two urged me as they emerged from the cave. "You both seem quite eager," I chuckled, securing the goosesoft stone and grabbing the nearby fire axe to follow swiftly. I must admit, these two young women had adapted remarkably well. In just a few days, they had developed some wilderness survival traits. Due to prolonged sun exposure on the beach over the past few days, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan's fair skin had darkened considerably, while I, who was already less fair, showed little change. "Hurry up, you little coal balls," I urged from behind, prompting them to quicken their pace. Today's temperature was even higher than yesterday's, and the humidity felt more oppressive. "I suspect it might rain this afternoon. You should head back then and remember to fill all your containers." "And you?" Zhao Xiaoru inquired. "Don't worry about me. I can still run," I replied with a smile. After these days, Zhao Xiaoru had seemingly acknowledged my qualities, though an inexplicable barrier remained due to my criminal past. "All right, I understand." Zhao Xiaoru nodded, beginning to fish with Li Yuan. As predicted, rain began to fall in the afternoon, lightly at first, but I still urged Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to return, handing them the 6 sea fish I had caught. By the end of the morning, they had each caught 2, totaling 10 fish, which compensated for the loss incurred by Pang Bo's departure. "Quickly now. Remember to use all the containers to gather water," I urged them as they departed, turning my attention to the coastal mangroves. These mangroves had evolved to thrive in saline environments, developing the ability to withstand physiological droughts. Their leaves reflected sunlight, reducing moisture evaporation. Most importantly, these red trees possessed dense, robust prop roots that could withstand the battering of the waves. I planned to construct a simple door around the cave's perimeter that would shield against wind and rain. While this project seemed straightforward, it proved quite challenging in practice. I needed to split the mangrove roots into evenly sized planks and then use vines to connect these planks, forming a defensive door to seal the cave entrance. Once completed, this door would effectively block out wind and rain, significantly reducing the influx of sea breezes at night and thwarting any wild animals from breaching it. Without hesitation, I found a relatively robust mangrove and began chopping away with the fire axe. The axe was sharp, and although I lacked logging experience, my years in the military had equipped me with enough skill to uproot this mangrove. After more than 2 hours of vigorous chopping, the mangrove finally gave way. An additional hour was spent dividing the roots into 4 sections, making it feasible for me to transport them back to the cave. Dragging a mangrove root back, I was exhausted, my stomach growled, and my balance wavered. Meanwhile, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru had not been idle that afternoon. They had finished polishing the convex lens and cleaned the fish they had caught. With a thud, I dropped the mangrove root in a corner of the cave and collapsed beside the campfire to rest. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, recognizing my fatigue, chose not to disturb me. Zhao Xiaoru began grilling the fish, the sizzling sound intensifying my hunger. Eventually, the aroma of the grilled fish wafted through the air, signaling that it was nearly ready. I sprang up from the ground, eagerly awaiting Zhao Xiaoru to serve the fish. After Pang Bo and Li Qian left, we agreed to share the catch, ensuring each of us had enough to eat, thus avoiding excessive competition. Zhao Xiaoru, being thoughtful, may not have understood why I brought back such a large mangrove root, but she recognized my need for sustenance after the day's labor. A single fish weighed nearly 3 pounds, and I received half of it. "Is this enough for you too? You're giving me so much," I remarked. "Our appetites are smaller. And you worked hard today. It's only fair," Zhao Xiaoru replied, dividing the fish further and handing the larger portion to Li Yuan. "Thank you, Sister Xiaoru." Li Yuan expressed her gratitude, noting that the piece she received was the smallest. as we gathered around the campfire, eating grilled fish and basking in the warmth. An inexplicable harmony settled over us, seemingly enhanced since Pang Bo's departure. I consumed the majority of the fish, then offered the remaining piece to Zhao Xiaoru, ensuring her portion was comparable to what I had given Li Yuan. I can't eat anymore, I insisted, pushing the fish toward Zhao Xiaoru. I then grabbed the fire axe, preparing to process the mangrove roots I had brought back. First, I used the axe to detach a section of wood over 20 centimeters thick, and from my bag, I retrieved several pieces of steel wire I had salvaged from the plane crash. These wires had been ejected from an unknown spot during the accident, and I had conveniently stowed them at the bottom of my pack during my scavenging. Over the past 10 days, they had remained unused. I selected a 20-centimeter piece of wire, removed my shirt, and borrowed a piece of clothing from Zhao Xiaoru. Using the wire, I began to polish the mangrove wood. After more than 2 hours, I had transformed the wood into manageable pieces, extracting the largest one to work on next. I intended to craft a saw from this wire, which would then allow me to process the remaining mangrove wood. Crafting tools is not an overnight endeavor. I must remain focused and take my time to ensure precision. This piece of redwood is exceptionally hard, yet fortunately, the steel wires are presumably made from specialized materials intended for aircraft, exhibiting remarkable hardness and wear resistance. After meticulous polishing, the hollow section of the saw has emerged, and tomorrow I only need to shape the outer part of the saw. Thus it will have taken on the form of a rudimentary saw. Today, my physical exertion has been substantial, among the days spent settling in. Today has undoubtedly been the most exhausting. However, I also perceive a newfound hope, for this redwood possesses a splendid texture, potentially suitable for crafting wooden sails. Chapter 21. Roasting badger meat. Creating a simple wooden sail can be accomplished with just a few pieces of wood, yet it would serve merely an ornamental purpose. While it may suffice for leisurely lake outings, for prolonged ocean drifting, we require sails crafted from high-quality wood. The construction of wooden sails, or even wooden boats capable of enduring extended sea voyages, necessitates materials with superior hardness and exceptional resistance to seawater immersion. Undoubtedly, this redwood meets those stringent criteria. However, the fabrication of wooden sails for maritime travel remains a future concern. Our immediate priority is to ensure our safety and stockpile sufficient provisions, as these are paramount at present. The rudimentary shape of the saw has taken form, and it is now roughly midnight. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, I chuckled softly, set down my work, and reclined beside the campfire. Perhaps due to yesterday's exhaustion, I found myself waking unusually late today. When I opened my eyes, sunlight had already flooded much of the cave, and Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were nowhere to be seen. However, noticing the absence of the fishing net on the cave wall, I could surmise their whereabouts. Stepping outside the cave, I found the weather to be quite similar to yesterday, with the air feeling even more humid. It appeared that rain was likely to fall in the afternoon. Anticipating the weather, I made my way toward the shallows, recalling that 3 pieces of redwood had been left there last night. Upon reaching the shallows and greeting Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, I resumed transporting the redwood into the cave. After a morning's labor, I finally managed to bring all 3 pieces into the cave, utterly exhausted by the effort. Given the forecast of afternoon rain, I intended to prepare an early meal for Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. I gathered some easily ignitable dry twigs and skewered a piece of badger meat with a moderately hard, somewhat moist stick. This badger was caught during my solitary venture into the dense forest, thus it had not been shared with Pang Bo and Li Qian. I sensed that Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan had grown weary of fish, so I decided to offer them a change of flavor. However, lacking salt, the flavor of the roasted meat would be subpar, far from the deliciousness that salt could impart. I had previously contemplated salt production, yet it had not been prioritized. Producing salt requires exposing seawater to the scorching sun or boiling it over a fire until it evaporates completely. Despite the recent hot weather, the humidity and rain made it unsuitable for salt production. As for using fire to evaporate seawater, we lacked appropriate containers. Ordinary coconut shells and plastic bottles would not withstand prolonged heating over the fire. However, once the saw is completed, the situation will improve significantly. I can then seek out a piece of very hard, moist wood to create a container capable of enduring prolonged exposure to fire. Hurry up, the food is ready. I called out to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, who were by the sea. After several days, my magnifying lens was finally complete. Although it took considerable time due to insufficient transparency, I successfully utilized it to create fire through physical means. Moments later, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru approached, each carrying a fish. They both wore pouty expressions, seemingly troubled by some unpleasant incident. "What is wrong with you two? Why the long faces?" I inquired cheerfully, spinning the badger meat in my hands. "Humph. It took me and Sister Xiaoru the entire morning to catch just 1 fish. Chin, don't you think these fish have become too cunning? I might need to change my fishing spot every few days, like guerrilla warfare. Li Yuan's theory truly astonished me. The notion of employing guerrilla tactics for catching fish was quite remarkable. I chuckled heartily and replied, fishing relies not only on skill, but also on luck. Perhaps your luck was simply lacking today. Why not give it another try this afternoon? Listening to my explanation, Li Yuan nodded vigorously. You're right, Brother Chun. It must be bad luck. Once my luck turns, I'll catch 10 or 8 of them. Zhao Xiaoru and I exchanged amused glances, stifling laughter. I wanted to mention that even with good luck, catching 10 or 8 fish would be improbable, especially given our current circumstances on a deserted island. But I refrained from voicing that thought to avoid dampening their spirits. The badger I previously captured weighed around 20 pounds, while this cut weighed approximately 2 pounds. Given the limited quantity of meat, we couldn't consume it all at once. Wow, I've been looking forward to this roasted badger meat for days. Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. I should have mentioned it earlier. We could have gone hunting again, but it's not as tasty as fish, I replied. Is that true? Badger meat isn't as delicious as fish? Li Yuan asked incredulously, having never tasted badger meat before. Her curiosity stemmed from the assumption that a land-dwelling animal would be flavorful. Indeed, badger meat tends to be tougher and less tender than fish, I clarified. In fact, I once caught a wild badger during a survival training exercise. But I had seasonings then. Before long, the 2-pound piece of badger meat was perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within. I was quite pleased with my culinary skills. After sharing the meat with Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, I decided to sample it as well. I tore off a small piece from the best part and tasted it. It was indeed tough, though slightly more tender than what I had previously eaten. Likely due to different growth conditions. This tastes quite good, Li Yuan said after taking a small bite, then began to eat heartily. And you, Zhao Xiaoru? I asked. Very good. Zhao Xiaoru raised the piece of meat in her hand, her delight evident. I scratched my head, pondering whether the difference in taste perception might be due to gender. Perhaps it's simply a matter of individual taste, I mused, hastily finishing my portion. Given the oppressive heat, it was likely that rain would indeed fall this afternoon, and perhaps more heavily than yesterday. If it starts to rain, you two should head back. I'll gather some vines and return as well. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru nodded in agreement, finishing their roasted meat before resuming their fishing at the shallows. However, Li Yuan did not seem convinced by my words regarding luck, as she and Zhao Xiaoru parted ways, venturing 100 meters away to continue her ambitious fishing endeavor. As I anticipated, the rain soon began to pour heavily. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan dashed towards the cave, each carrying the fish they had caught that morning. I, too, had gathered quite a few vines and hurried back to the cave. The rain arrived swiftly and intensified rapidly. Upon returning, we found our clothes completely soaked. Chapter 22. The temptation of wetness. I removed my shirt, revealing my strong, muscular torso to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. Being a man, I felt no need to overly concern myself with modesty, having previously appeared shirtless before them on numerous occasions. I wrung out the water from my clothes and found a sturdy stick to fix horizontally against the rock wall, serving as a makeshift clothesline. Li Yuan had already been candid with me a few nights prior, so she was less reserved now. She promptly shed her drenched outer garments, leaving only her undergarments. Learning from my example, I wrung out the clothes and approached the drying rack to hang them all up. That young lady was quite bold. As she passed by me, she couldn't resist brushing against me with her curvaceous figure, igniting a fire within me. I couldn't help but think how unbearable this situation was. I genuinely feared that one day I might lose control. You should just take off your clothes, I suggested, observing the rain outside, which seemed quite heavy and likely to persist until morning. You are injured, and being wet makes you susceptible to catching a cold. Our current medical conditions do not permit any illness. As I tended to the campfire, I urged Li Xiaoru, although I recognized that she was in a rather awkward predicament. As a leader, it was my duty to remind her that we were in a critical situation and survival must take precedence. Seeing Li Xiaoru hesitate only heightened my irritation. I spoke directly. Why are you hiding? Why not take a cue from Li Yuan and be more forthright? Besides, your clothes are drenched, and everything that needs to be seen is already visible. What is there to conceal? This was indeed the truth. Due to the prior need to gather clothing for outerwear, Li Xiaoru was currently wearing a remarkably thin, sheer sunshade garment, with her undergarments being soft and buttonless. The rain had rendered her silhouette quite evident before my eyes. Her figure was even more alluring than Li Yuan's. Even Li Yuan, who was busy hanging clothes, couldn't help but sigh while glancing at the enticing sight of Li Xiaoru squatting on a rock. What a gem! If only I were a man. Li Xiaoru was undoubtedly aware of her situation but was restrained by her modesty, unsure how to remove her final layer of defense. Once I shattered that barrier, however, things changed. No longer hesitant, Li Xiaoru emulated Li Yuan, shedding her outerwear and pants, leaving only her undergarments. Astonishingly, upon disrobing, I was taken aback. She wore lace. Transparent underwear that revealed more than I had anticipated. I inhaled sharply, desperately suppressing the heat rising within me, and lowered my head to continue tending to the fire. The sound of striking flint echoed throughout the cave. Once the flame ignited, I added dry twigs, and a roaring fire emerged. Come and warm yourselves. I called to Li Yuan and Li Xiaoru. Glancing inadvertently at Li Xiaoru, I quickly averted my gaze, focusing again on the flames. We're coming, Li Yuan exclaimed, dashing over, her curves bouncing with each step. She paid no mind to my presence and boldly sat beside me, unashamedly close. Li Xiaoru approached the fire slowly, her cheeks flushed. I mused that her choice of attire belied a wild spirit, something I had never noticed before. The rain outside was relentless, flooding much of the cave, leaving only a few meters dry at the back. Fortunately, the rain was free of sea winds, which would have complicated matters further. It was evident that we needed to expedite the construction of a windbreak. The campfire blazed warmly, and soon we were all dry, our clothes having been thoroughly dried by the heat. I encouraged Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan to continue drying the rain-soaked garments on the rack. It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and we had plenty of time until nightfall. I had many tasks to attend to. Anticipating rain that afternoon, I had already dragged the remaining 3 redwood columns to the deepest part of the cave. However, this time, an unusual amount of rain had soaked one of the columns that was slightly closer to the entrance. I pulled the drenched column out and placed it on the opposite side of the cave. I retrieved the fire axe to finish shaping the saw I had begun earlier. The internal contour had been roughly shaped with wire, and now I needed to smooth the outer edges to ensure a comfortable grip. With precision, I trimmed the corners of the redwood and meticulously rounded them with the axe to prevent injury. After 3 hours of labor, as the sun began to set, the model of the saw was finally before me. The fire within the cave remained vibrant, with Li Yuan occasionally adding more wood. After 3 hours of drying, both of their clothes were finally ready. Li Xiaoru donned her attire anew, while Li Yuan unabashedly wore only her undergarments. I used the sharp edge of the axe to drill small holes along the saw's contour, intending to thread wire through them for reinforcement. However, the holes turned out to be slightly smaller than the wire. Hesitant to apply too much force for fear of damaging my hard-earned creation, I devised another plan. I heated the edges of the wire over the fire until they glowed red and inserted the scorching wire into the holes of the saw, producing a sizzling sound. Fortunately, this method proved effective, securing the wire firmly in place. Now that the saw had teeth, a new tool had manifested before me. Gazing at my labor's results over the past 2 days, I marveled at this divine gift, a truly magnificent creation. With the saw completed, I wasted no time. I used it to divide the redwood roots into manageable pieces and instructed Li Yuan and Li Xiaoru to bind these pieces together with vines. We worked tirelessly until midnight. Having processed 1/4 of the redwood columns, with all the wooden pieces neatly tied by Li Yuan and Li Xiaoru, although still small, the shape of a windbreak began to materialize before us. At the current rate of progress, we would complete the windbreak in just a few days, ensuring we would no longer fear the sea winds and torrential rain. As the night deepened, I was abruptly awakened by the thunderous sound of rain outside the cave. The water inside had risen further. I rolled up my pant legs and stepped through the water to observe the situation outside. It was the latter half of the night, and the rain continued to intensify, indicating that tomorrow would likely be another day of downpour. I had no idea when this rain would cease. Chapter 23. The storm. The following day, I stared despondently at the relentless torrential rain that had persisted throughout the night. The downpour suggested it might escalate into a storm. Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan were gradually roused by the sound of the rain, their faces reflecting concern as they gazed outside at the deluge. We must prepare for a prolonged struggle. From the intensity of the rain, it was clear that this heavy downpour would not be brief, and it was evident to anyone observing. I could not conceal this from Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan. Starting today, I would reduce our food and freshwater consumption. Fires would be prohibited during the day. My expression serious, I issued instructions to Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan. Seeing my grave demeanor, both Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan became acutely alert. I could only hope that this rain would not last long. The atmosphere in the cave was unusually tense. Perhaps the most somber it had been since the departure of Pang Bo and Li Qian. But let's not worry too much. It may not be as serious as we fear. I attempted to lighten the mood, trying to ease the tension. However, as I observed the intensifying rain outside, Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan remained silent. I shook my head and resumed my work. Since going outside was not an option, I decided to take advantage of this time to finalize the windbreak. Time passed swiftly in the cave. In the blink of an eye, several hours had gone by. Despite the rain outside, the amount of sunlight entering the cave indicated it was now midday. I set down my tools in the span of the morning. I had processed half of one redwood column, with pieces scattered around the roots. I had previously brought back only a portion of the vines to connect these wooden pieces. But now, Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan had exhausted their supply of vines, using them all up. Had I anticipated such circumstances, I would have ventured out into the rain this morning to gather some vines. However, it is too late to ponder this now. The rain outside intensifies, and visibility is likely less than 10 meters. I am certain that this downpour will soon escalate into a storm. All our containers are filled with rainwater, which is fresh and potable. Yet, from this moment forth, I shall no longer allow Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to collect rainwater, for with the impending storm, it will inevitably become tainted with seawater. As is widely recognized, the salinity of seawater renders it undrinkable. I called everyone over and beckoned Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to retrieve 4 wild bananas from our supplies. Each of us took one, and I consumed 2. Although it may appear that we have an abundance of resources outside, we must be frugal, for no one knows how long this rain will last. The two of them, having nothing to do, spent the morning staring blankly at the torrential rain. Meanwhile, I was occupied with processing the rosewood, which consumed considerable energy. I wonder if those 2 wild bananas will sustain me until evening. After finishing the bananas, I returned to my task, leaving Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to their idle gazes. Truth be told, they wished to assist, but I had declined their offers. With only one saw and the vines exhausted, their help would be minimal. I merely sought to avoid any hindrance. The creaking of the saw echoed throughout the cave, and time flew by, swiftly leading us into the night. Although rain poured outside, the temperature remained warm due to our tropical island location. However, the night brought a chill, and the sudden storm exacerbated the already cool nighttime temperatures, creating a critical situation within the cave. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I instructed Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to kindle a fire, for the night's temperature would soon plummet. With the allowance of fire, we were finally able to enjoy cooked food. 2 pounds of wild boar meat were divided, with one portion reserved for tonight and the other for the following morning. Much to the dismay of Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, I chose not to work further that evening, hoping for an early rest, but to my surprise, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were lively and restless in the cave. If you are so bored, you can eat less tomorrow, I remarked, and this indeed proved effective. They ceased their commotion, allowing me to finally drift into a peaceful slumber. The sound of the rain continued, and the salty sea breeze made my nose itch. I turned over restlessly, unable to find sleep. I sat up, noticing that Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were still asleep. The rain outside was torrential, and the sea wind howled fiercely. The water seeped into the cave, submerging much of its interior. Fortunately, our sleeping area was slightly elevated compared to the outer regions. Otherwise, we would have surely been flooded by the night's end. The downpour had fully transformed into a storm. I was relieved that I had dragged 2 rosewood pillars into the deepest part of the cave. Otherwise, my troubles would have multiplied. It has now been 4 days since I returned that afternoon. I was compelled to halt my windbreak project, as these rosewood pillars would serve as firewood for warmth. I stacked the previously cut rosewood roots on one side of the cave and retrieved another pillar that had been soaking in water for 3 days. Had it not been for its remarkable salt resistance, it would have surely suffered significant corrosion by now. I planned to use this remaining pillar to craft a wooden basin for salt production. This pillar was the sturdiest of the 4, making it ideal for the task. I directly cut half a meter off the top, intending to hollow out the center with a fire axe. The wood was exceptionally hard, and although the fire axe was sharp, it was still somewhat blunt, making the work tedious. Shavings flew as I carved, revealing a hollow space before me. At that moment, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru were awakened by the noise I was making. Li Yuan hurried to my side, intrigued by my peculiar endeavor. "Sister Xiaoru, come see what Brother Chen is making." The shape of my creation had yet to be formed, and Li Yuan could not discern what it was, prompting her to call Zhao Xiaoru over to guess as well. Zhao Xiaoru replied softly, her voice barely audible, sensing something amiss. I turned to glance at her and inquired about her well-being. However, at that moment, guessing was no longer necessary. Zhao Xiaoru's face had turned pale, devoid of color. She swayed unsteadily, attempting to approach us, but stumbled. "Be careful." I swiftly caught her before she could fall to the ground, placing my hand on her forehead. I confirmed she had a fever. Chapter 24. Fever. I looked gravely at Zhao Xiaoru in my arms. My greatest fear had materialized. I had repeatedly inquired about her injury, and she had always assured me that she was nearly healed. It now appeared that she had been suppressing her condition to avoid burdening the team. Given the current situation, It seemed the earlier rain had exacerbated her unhealed wound, leading to an infection. The urgent matter at hand was to address Zhao Xiaoru's fever. If news reached the mainland that a female police officer and I had perished together in a cave, I would find myself in an untenable position. Sister Xiaoru. Upon seeing Zhao Xiaoru suddenly faint, Li Yuan grew frantic. A few days ago, when we were drying clothes, I feared her wound might become infected, and I urged her to tell you. She insisted she was fine. Tears streamed down Li Yuan's face as she sobbed. Why didn't you say something earlier? I scolded her, and Li Yuan felt even more aggrieved, sitting on the ground and crying. It was Sister Xiaoru who wouldn't let me tell you. She said you were too exhausted and that she could tough it out. Who would have thought she would suddenly collapse like this? How could you, a medical student, not know that a wound infection requires prompt treatment? My rebuke jolted Li Yuan back to reality, and she suddenly remembered her identity as a medical student. The trials of survival in the wilderness had made her forget everything except the basics. Yes, I'm a medical student, she stammered, glancing around in distress before breaking down once more. However, our medical supplies had been lost at sea long ago. First, help Zhao Xiaoru cool her down physically. Do you understand traditional Chinese medicine? I fixed my gaze intensely on Li Yuan, fearing she might respond negatively. I know a little. Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. First, provide me with a list of the herbs we need, and I will attempt to find them in the mountain. Brother Chun, are you going to climb the mountain now? Li Yuan's voice was filled with reluctance as she surveyed the raging storm outside. Given the current weather, the danger of ascending the mountain had undoubtedly increased exponentially, and the chances of survival seemed slim. No, Shindong, you can't go. Zhao Xiaoru grasped my shoulder, murmuring incoherently. Damn it, I'm not foolish, I muttered, laying down the partially constructed rosewood windbreak and gently placing Zhao Xiaoru atop it. Although it was daytime, I still managed to start a fire with the rosewood, as it was crucial for Zhao Xiaoru at this moment. You focus on cooling her down. I understood that physical cooling involved wiping her body and other measures. Alone, I solemnly walked to the side of the cave to continue crafting the wooden basin. I needed to expedite the process, as salt was essential for disinfecting Zhao Xiaoru's wound. The echoes of rhythmic tapping reverberated through the cave, heavy with a sense of foreboding. This marked the 6th day, and for the past 2 days, Li Yuan had scarcely had a moment to rest her eyes, constantly attending to Zhao Xiaoru. Although Zhao's fever had temporarily subsided, the threat of infection loomed, putting her life in jeopardy at any moment. After 2 days and nights of relentless labor, I had finally crafted a wooden basin capable of withstanding prolonged exposure to fire. I glanced outside to observe the rain diminishing, then turned to the nearly unconscious Zhao Xiaoru and the drowsy Li Yuan. I will go gather herbs. You take good care of her, I declared, rising abruptly. My brain felt oxygen deprived, and my body swayed momentarily before I steadied myself. Be careful, Brother Chun, Li Yuan urged, her gaze fixed on the tapering rain. Fully aware that she could not deter me. Keep the home safe, I instructed, grabbing the fire axe and shouldering my pack as I ventured out of the cave. The purpose of my ascent was clear, to gather the herbs Li Yuan had identified and to search for supplies. The incessant rain over the past 6 days had rapidly depleted our resources, and should the downpour continue, I feared I would have to venture out with Li Yuan and the ailing Zhao Xiaoru in search of food. The sun had emerged, although the rain had yet to cease. The droplets fell gently, prompting me to remove my shirt and stow it in my pack. Fortunately, the rain was not heavy, allowing for clear visibility and minimal resistance. On my previous ascent, I had clung to the rocky walls of the cave. This time, however, I was more cautious. The recent downpour had rendered the mountain terrain treacherously slick. I navigated carefully over the dampened branches, which had transformed from dry twigs into sodden sticks after 6 days of rain, now producing a muted sound as they shifted underfoot. My pace was slow. I intentionally chose to tread through the densest underbrush, typically fraught with hidden wildlife. However, after days of relentless rain, it seemed even the animals had retreated from the exposed thickets. If the creatures had sought refuge, how much more so would a human? After more than an hour, I encountered a cluster of persimmon trees. These were familiar from our previous expedition into the dense forest, and it was a surprise to find them again after such a short distance. Clearly, these fruits were abundant on this island. Regrettably, they were not edible. I shook my head and continued my search for the herbs needed by Zhao Xiaoru. As a military officer, I had learned to identify various herbs, but I lacked knowledge of their pharmacological properties. Otherwise, I would not have needed Li Yuan, a somewhat inexperienced university student, to assist me. Ahead lay a steep slope stretching for dozens of meters. I secured my pack behind me and fastened the fire axe to my waist, gripping the rocky wall tightly as I began my ascent. Suddenly, my left foot slipped, sending me momentarily into freefall. Thankfully, I was able to grasp the wall with one hand. Otherwise, a fall from such a height would have surely resulted in injury. With determination, I clung to the wall, pushing with my right foot until I restored my balance. Taking a deep breath to steady my nerves, I resumed my climb. This section of the rock face had consumed over half an hour of my time. Under normal circumstances, I might have ascended more swiftly, but the rain had rendered the rocks exceedingly slippery. Eventually, I reached the summit of the steep wall, where a relatively flat path lay ahead. Wait, I squinted, narrowing my eyes at a nearby rock face, where 2 or 3 green plants emerged, precisely the herbs I sought. Chapter 25. Snakebed. The roots had grown to half a meter in height, adorned with white, flat hairs, while the lower part was shallow, with elongated nodes that exceeded the length of the leaves. This was indeed a snake bed. I surveyed the steep rock and the mature snake bed before me. After 6 days of torrential rain, the preservation of such a rare specimen was remarkable, a testament to its challenging growth environment. The snake bed thrived in a slightly concave section of the rock face, which effectively shielded it from the majority of the wind and rain. To retrieve this precious herb, I would need to descend into the center of this recess, where the wall was particularly treacherous. However, since I had discovered it, I would not let this well-preserved specimen slip through my fingers easily. To ensure my safety, I first sought sturdy vines to serve as a makeshift rope, allowing me to navigate to the snake bed's position. The intense storms had scattered the wild grasses, making the search for suitable vines a true challenge. Upon reaching a flatter section of the mountain, I found an abundance of flora, instilling me with hope that I would soon uncover the necessary vines. Indeed, after a thorough search, I finally stumbled upon a cluster of resilient vines behind a dense thicket. The thorns posed no obstacle. I wielded my fire axe to clear a path. Soon enough, I had carved out a narrow route. These vines, akin to those I had gathered along the coastal region for windbreaks, were of a fibrous variety, relatively pliable yet exceedingly tough. Their only drawback was that they were slightly thinner than the previous ones, roughly the width of 2 fingers. I dragged the vines to the rock face, laying them down. Next, I located a robust shrub and, using the fire axe, severed the thickest section. This branch, as thick as my wrist, would easily support my weight. I sharpened one end and struck the flat side forcefully with the axe. With each blow, the pointed end penetrated the earth, embedding itself deeply. After some time, I wiped my brow, uncertain whether it was rain or sweat. The 1-meter-long branch had been driven 2/3 into the ground, leaving a third exposed. That should suffice. I nodded, fastening the vines to the exposed branch and letting them dangle down the rock face. Ideally, I would have preferred to secure the vines to a tree and descend directly, but I could not find one long enough. The nearest tree was at least 10 meters away. Once the vines were adequately secured, I tied them around my waist and began my descent along the rock face. Despite my extensive training, I remained acutely aware of the perilous nature of my surroundings. Suddenly, my left foot slipped, and I felt myself plummeting downwards. In a split second, I descended 5 or 6 meters. Fortunately, I managed to grip the rope tightly. Regaining my balance, I continued my descent, the snake bed now just 2 meters below me. 5 minutes later, I navigated the final 2 meters. Arriving precisely beside the snake bed, I applied slight pressure with my feet, leaning my body toward the snake bed. At last, I made contact with it. One hand firmly grasped a vine, while the other reached for the snake bed. With a slight effort, this snake bed finally yielded to my touch. Perhaps due to its years of growth on the rocky cliff, the roots of this snake bed were particularly robust. I simply cleared away the soil around the base of the snake bed before placing it into my pack. Having completed my foraging, I clutched the vine tightly, exerting force with my feet. Climbing proved to be a greater challenge than descending. Although I had undergone extensive climbing training in the military, it had primarily involved specific locations and designated ropes. This was my first attempt at using a vine as a climbing rope. The slippery rock face made it even more difficult. For every 2 meters I ascended, I would slip back half a meter. After more than an hour, I finally returned to the summit, but the section of vine near the top had worn down considerably, and I feared it might break at any moment. I collapsed onto the rock, one hand clutching the snake bed and my arms outstretched, allowing the rain to wash over my face. After a considerable time, I sat up, wiping the rain from my forehead. It had transformed into a nearly imperceptible drizzle. To address Zhao Xiaoru's shoulder inflammation and fever, this single snake bed would not suffice. I must press on in search of more herbs. I casually picked up a stick and began to clear the thorns and shrubs obstructing my path. As I cleared away a dense thicket, a cluster of purslane came into view. I recalled that this plant had once been consumed as a wild vegetable, and it also appeared on the list of medicinal herbs provided by Li Yuan. I chuckled and shook my head, realizing that Li Yuan, despite being a somewhat inexperienced medical student, had some knowledge. I gathered a large bunch of purslane and placed it in my pack. Even if not used for medicinal purposes, it would certainly enhance the flavor of my meals. After taking a few more steps, I stumbled upon a small hole, about the size of a fist. Initially, I suspected it to be a snake hole, but it was likely the burrow of a wild hare or another small animal. Given my discovery, I was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Hare meat is far superior to that of a common weasel, being exceptionally tender and flavorful. Moreover, the urgent task of salt production loomed ahead. Once I had salt, the hare would become an exquisite delicacy. I envisioned Zhao Xiaoru recovering just in time to savor the seasoned hare, and the thought brought a smile to my face. Having just experienced a heavy rain, I surmised that there might be something inside the hole. From the depth of the hole, it appeared to be just over a meter deep. Chapter 26. The Wild Hare. Initially, I contemplated using a fire axe to dig open the hare's burrow, but upon further reflection, I realized that the burrow would require at least a meter of excavation, and I would be laboring until midnight. Ultimately, I abandoned the idea of digging and decided on an alternative approach. I found a stone larger than the hole's entrance to cover it, then set out to gather the necessary materials for my plan. I ventured into the densest thicket and finally uncovered several dry pine branches beneath thick bushes. I also collected some easily ignitable grass fluff. After gathering these items, I spent about an hour on my preparations, and before I knew it, it was noon. I placed the items beside the burrow entrance and sat on the stone I had just placed. From my pack, I took out 2 wild bananas and began to eat. I also had half a piece of grilled fish in my pack, but it had become damp due to the rain. The wild bananas were quickly devoured. After wiping my mouth, I took up the fire axe to begin my work. I cut the long thorns into segments and surrounded the hole's entrance with them. These thorns were quite aggressive and could easily inflict injury if one were not careful. I constructed several traps, completely sealing off the entrance. From my pack, I retrieved a convex lens and placed the grass fluff atop a rock. The storm had passed, and under the dual refractive power of the sun and the lens, a bright spot formed on the grass fluff. The spot grew increasingly warm, and after several minutes, it finally ignited. The grass fluff was highly flammable due to its dryness and soft texture, which contributed to its low ignition point. As the fluff burned, I felt compelled to ignite the pine branches as well. Suddenly, I noticed the stone beneath me shift slightly, followed by a return to calmness. The creature inside must have sensed the blockage at the entrance and was forced to observe from a distance. However, the wild hare within the burrow had no inkling that it would soon become my meal. The dry branches were fully ignited by the grass fluff, and I moved the stone aside to toss in the ignited fluff, covering it again, leaving only a small gap. Moments later, the burrow began to fill with smoke, and I observed significant agitation from within. Several times, the animal attempted to break through the only opening, but its size thwarted its efforts. I continued to push the remaining wood into the burrow through the gap, and the commotion inside intensified, with the creature repeatedly banging against the stone. I began to wonder if it might inadvertently injure itself. After 5 minutes, the noise from within ceased entirely. I speculated that the wild hare had either suffocated or fainted, and I decided to move the stone aside to check the situation. If that were the case, it would pose a dilemma. The burrow was likely over a meter long, and I had no idea where the hare might be located. As I lifted the stone, a gray shadow darted past me. Quite cunning, I thought with a smirk. Without proper attire, I could not catch the wild hare. Almost immediately, I heard the hare's frantic squeaks behind me. I grinned and quickly covered the burrow's entrance again with the stone before pursuing the hare, which was now disoriented from the smoke. I swiftly grasped the wild hare, expertly slitting its throat to drain the blood. Once the blood was drained, I noticed stains remaining on the hare's body, but I had no time to clean it. I could not place it in my pack yet. Instead, I found a clean vine and bound its legs around my waist. By the time I finished with the hare, it was already afternoon, and I needed to promptly search for more herbs and descend the mountain. After another hour and a half, I had scaled several towering cliffs and gathered additional herbs. Although it was still afternoon, the heat following the storm was unexpectedly intense. After climbing a final rock face and retrieving the last herb, I collapsed against the cliff, panting heavily. Drops of sweat dripped down, moistening the stone and leaving noticeable stains. I had anticipated that the last drizzle would last until evening, but I had miscalculated. The sudden heat left my mouth parched, and the prolonged physical exertion had left me famished. After nibbling on some dried fish, I rose to my feet. I needed to find some water. I surveyed the area and noticed that water continued to trickle down the nearby rock face, remnants of the recent storm still not fully evaporated. The remaining water flowed down the cliff, and given my current physical condition, climbing this rock face would undoubtedly be perilous. To be cautious, I decided to find another way to reach the trickling water. The flow was minimal, almost a mere drop at a time. To collect the delicate trickle of water, one must employ certain methods. I untied my shoelaces and pulled them out of my shoes. Approaching a flowing mountainside, I encountered a fine stream cascading down the slope. I folded the shoelaces, positioning the pointed plastic tip into a container, and secured the shoelaces to the cliff, allowing the gentle flow to stream into my vessel. Drip by drip, the rainwater flowed along the shoelaces, and at the current rate, I estimated that in just over an hour, I could fill a coconut shell. During this time, I resolved to search thoroughly for any further treasures. Indeed, diligent individuals often find themselves unexpectedly fortunate. Just a few steps forward, I stumbled upon a wild plum tree, laden with numerous plums. While these fruits may not suffice as a meal, they serve well as a delightful snack. Though small, the sheer quantity was impressive. This single tree bore nearly 100 plums. 5 plums equated to the size of a palm, and 10 would provide energy comparable to that of a wild banana. Gazing at the vibrant red plums, reminiscent of amaryllis, I was already salivating. I cautiously placed one plum into my mouth, and the sweet flavor flooded my senses, revitalizing my parched body. However, I remained vigilant, carefully plucking each plum to avoid the tiny thorns at the base. While these thorns posed no real danger, the potential for 100 pricks was enough to make me wary. As the night descended, I had gathered over 100 wild plums, nearly filling my pack to the brim. Time slipped away unnoticed, and once I had finished harvesting the fruits, over an hour had passed. The sun had dipped close to the horizon, and I needed to descend promptly. I packed the plums, bundled the herbs required by Zhao Xiaoru, and took along the unexpected bounty of a wild rabbit. Finally, I rethreaded the shoelaces back into my shoes and drank a full cup of water. The descent was much easier than before, as the path was no longer slick. After nearly 2 hours, I returned to the cave. The sun had long set, and by the soft glow of the moonlight, I noticed a fire crackling within the cave. Some new firewood had been gathered, likely collected by Li Yuan after the rain had ceased in the afternoon. After 6 days of relentless downpour, our combustible materials had been nearly depleted, and even the precious redwood I had painstakingly retrieved was down to a mere 1.5 logs. Li Yuan had been diligently caring for Zhao Xiaoru, whose fever had subsided, and her wounds had been temporarily disinfected with seawater. "Brother Chen," Li Yuan said with a quivering voice, her inner turmoil evident as she had spent the day in anxiety, fearing that she might not see me return, or that I might find her alongside Zhao Xiaoru's lifeless body. "You've worked hard," I said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Her weary demeanor indicated that the day had been exceedingly taxing for her. Just then, a rumble emanated from Li Yuan's stomach, and I frowned, inquiring if she hadn't eaten all day. She nodded, explaining, "Sister Xiaoru couldn't eat, and I didn't have the heart to either." I nodded and hung the rabbit on the cliff, squatting beside Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, slowly unzipping the pack to reveal the plums. I handed each of them one, knowing full well they hadn't eaten all day, and that Zhao Xiaoru had just recovered from her fever. Their taste buds may not savor the sweetness of the plums, but I could see the joy radiating on their faces, a testament to their happiness. I retrieved the herbs Zhao Xiaoru needed and presented them to Li Yuan. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing the collection. Most of the herbs she had requested were in my possession. This discovery indicated that medicinal plants existed on the island. A stroke of luck for us after losing our medical supplies. "I'll prepare the medicine for you, Sister Xiaoru. You will be just fine," Li Yuan said excitedly, sorting the herbs and moving the wooden basin I had crafted onto the grill. "Let us eat first," Zhao Xiaoru said weakly. Her day had been no easier. She had worried not only for herself but also for my safety, fearing that her predicament might lead to my misfortune. However, with everything seemingly settled, she found solace. A twinge of guilt washed over her for knowing Li Yuan had gone the entire day without food. "All right, let us have a meal," I said, aware that it was time to put aside our worries. With tools and herbs now prepared, it was merely a matter of time. "Look at this," I said, presenting the wild rabbit, weighing approximately 5 pounds. "Wow, is that a dead rabbit?" Li Yuan exclaimed, astonished by the size of the creature, which was indeed double that of the common white rabbit. "This is a wild rabbit. Our team has captured them during survival missions in the wilderness. Tonight, we shall feast on this," I declared while beginning to skin the rabbit. Wait. Zhao Xiaoru interrupted my actions. "What is the matter?" I asked, puzzled, as wild rabbit meat was far superior to that of badger or fish, tender and succulent. "I was thinking, since you wanted to make salt, wouldn't it be better to eat it after we've produced the salt? This is not like fish. We can't have it for every meal," Zhao Xiaoru explained. Li Yuan instantly concurred, darting to hang the rabbit back on the cliff and retrieving a fish to place before me. "Brother Chun, Sister Xiaoru and I can manage for a few more days. Let us stick to fish for now," Li Yuan said with a playful sparkle in her eyes. You two are quite the clever ones, I teased, gently tapping Li Yuan's head. I prepared the fish simply and placed it on the grill. The tender fish meat soon filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan insisted on giving me the largest piece of fish. Claiming I had endured a taxing day, I accepted graciously, knowing this fish was the finest we had in the cave, only slightly smaller than the wild rabbit I had caught. After we finished the grilled fish, Li Yuan prepared to concoct the herbs for Zhao Xiaoru. I planned to gather some seawater from the shallows, as the work of salt production was to commence tonight. Ah, Brother Chun, do you really need to go out at this hour? Li Yuan asked, a hint of worry in her voice, while continuing her tasks. Indeed, it's quite late. You shouldn't go out, Zhao Xiaoru added, urging me to stay. It's all right. It's a beautiful night. The moon is bright. And I simply wish to enjoy the seaside view, I reassured them, unperturbed by their concerns as I took the largest container and headed to the shallows. By the moonlight, I arrived at the shore, now past 9 o'clock at night. This was my second nighttime visit to the beach since our last stay. The tide had receded significantly, pulling the shoreline back by several dozen meters, exposing a ground littered with fragmented shells. I chose not to collect these shells, knowing they were devoid of any contents. The night breeze was somewhat brisk, and I stretched, appreciating the scenery, yet my mind was focused on the task at hand. Walking along the coastline for several dozen meters, the icy sea water lapped at my toes. One hand held my shoes while the other cradled a vessel brimming with seawater. Satisfied after filling the container, I leisurely prepared to return to the shore to dry my feet and don my shoes before heading home. To the northwest along the coastline, a faint glimmer caught my attention, almost imperceptible, yet I sensed something amiss. Initially, I presumed it was the moonlight reflecting off the shore, but upon reflection, I realized it was likely not. Could it be a ship? The mere thought sent a shiver down my spine. Chapter 28. Hope? Though the distant light flickered weakly, I dared not dismiss the possibility that it could be a vessel. As long as there remained a sliver of hope, I would not easily yield. It was my habit to carry flint, yet I found myself lacking suitable kindling nearby. Without hesitation, I sprinted forth, oblivious to the fact that my rapid pace caused the seawater I had just collected to spill. I tossed the container beside a notably distinctive rock and swiftly plunged into the coastal redwood grove. I hastily chopped down several easily ignitable branches and raced back to the shallow waters. The distant light continued to flicker, now slightly brighter. I quickly placed the firewood on the ground and relentlessly struck the side of the fire axe with the flint. I paid no heed to the potential wear on the flint. I simply yearned to ignite a flame, for it represented my first glimmer of hope for survival in these past several days. The Earth is home to 7 continents and 4 oceans. Yet I remained oblivious to our current whereabouts. This rendered me exceedingly passive. The distant glow likely signified a ship, regardless of its origin, and it offered a shred of hope. With a series of rapid strikes, I finally succeeded in igniting a branch. I wasted no time and quickly lit several more. Arranging these flaming branches into a distress signal, I fervently hoped that the vessel would spot it. I even called out loudly, only to realize that my voice barely carried a few dozen meters against the sea breeze. To ensure the signal remained visible, I tirelessly traversed between the redwood grove and my makeshift signal site until that distant light vanished completely. I knew then that hope had been utterly extinguished. Oh well, since there had been a first, surely there would be a second. I managed a bitter smile, secretly reassuring myself. Even though deep down I understood that missing this chance might mean waiting an indeterminate length of time for another, perhaps a month, a year, or even a lifetime. Since I had missed this opportunity, there was no need for regret. Life must continue, regardless of the circumstances we find ourselves in. After much toil, the hour had slipped into midnight. I hurriedly retrieved the container and dashed back into the sea. Filling it once more, I made my way back under the unyielding moonlight. Navigating my way back to the cave, I found Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru still awake, waiting for my return. Zhao Xiaoru had already consumed the herbal concoction Li Yuan had prepared, although the effects were not yet pronounced. Seeing the faint color return to Zhao Xiaoru's face brought me some solace. I placed the filled bamboo tube against the rock wall and urged them to sleep, reminding them that we had tasks ahead the following day. Although I knew fetching a bucket of water shouldn't take so long, my silence prompted no questions from them, and my restrained emotions went unnoticed. The rhythmic sound of their heavy breathing signaled that both had entered a deep slumber. Zhao Xiaoru, as a police officer, had undergone extensive training and possessed a degree of resilience in these wild survival conditions. Yet for Li Yuan, it felt as though she had been yanked from heaven into hell. Though she continued to struggle, only those who have endured such trials truly understand the depths of her suffering. They were both utterly exhausted. As for me, once a military officer, I now found myself a fugitive awaiting judgment with comrades relying on me to plead their cases. Now, I was stranded on a desolate island, grappling with life and death daily. Most crucially, I bore the responsibility for both Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. For days, I had refrained from contemplating this reality, fearing it would only incite greater panic within me. Today, witnessing my hopes slip away right before my eyes left me profoundly reflective. Surprisingly, I discovered that rather than fear, I felt an unexpected resolve. I turned to glance at Li Yuan beside me, and then at Zhao Xiaoru on the other side. It was their presence that grounded me, reminding me that every step I took must be deliberate and cautious. A night of silence passed, and before I knew it, the sun rose brightly once more. I had slept late into the morning, and my biological clock failed to rouse me as I had hoped. Upon awakening, I found Li Yuan already tending to the fire in the cave. Zhao Xiaoru required her herbal remedy twice daily. Noticing the dwindling firewood supply, I took the fire axe to gather more. By noon, I returned with a sturdy redwood log. Previously, we had to use 1.5 logs for the fire due to the torrential rain, and I knew we could not afford to let the work on the windbreak cease. Otherwise, we would be caught unprepared during the next storm. I set the firewood down in the driest part of the cave, where sunlight streamed in daily. After collecting a few additional branches, I added them to the flames. Above the fire, a charred wooden bowl bubbled with boiling seawater, the liquid churning vigorously. After hours of simmering, the bowl was now half empty. Once the seawater evaporated completely, the remaining crystalline substance would be the salt we had longed for. However, this coarse salt would require further refinement for finer quality. Nonetheless, our immediate priority was to extract the salt. As new wood fueled the fire, the flames grew more vigorous, causing the seawater to froth and bubble, occasionally splashing against the rocks before settling into tranquility. I instructed Li Yuan to keep a close watch on the wooden bowl and to be generous with the firewood. After all, the island was abundant with trees. If we ran low, I would venture out to gather more. Li Yuan readily agreed, informing me that Zhao Xiaoru's condition had improved, so I need not worry. She assured me that she could manage the firewood gathering without my assistance. I smiled and playfully tapped Li Yuan on the head, acknowledging her growing prowess in outdoor survival. Once I had ensured Li Yuan was settled, I resolved to continue constructing the windbreak. The need for this structure following the storm weighed heavily on my mind. I had various tools at my disposal, including the fire axe and a saw. I even contemplated crafting a shovel from the excess redwood log to facilitate excavation tasks. Initially, I envisioned creating a large wooden spade, half my height, but considering the limited materials and our precarious situation, I decided instead to fashion a compact, easy-to-handle spade. This tool would measure about half an arm's length, with 2/5 dedicated to the head and the remainder forming the handle. With the saw in hand, crafting this tool became considerably easier within a morning's time. A flawless wooden spade materialized before me. Chapter 29. Salt Production. Gazing at the meticulously crafted spade, devoid of any flaws, I marveled at how the prolonged confinement on this deserted island had transformed me into a carpenter of sorts. The seawater in the bowl had reduced to a mere residue, and I could see scattered crystals forming at the bottom. In less than half an hour, I anticipated the remaining seawater would evaporate entirely, leaving behind the coarse salt we had been yearning for. Half an hour later, after 7 or 8 hours of continuous baking, the bowl full of seawater finally crystallized into a small handful of sea salt. These salt crystals are considerably larger than ordinary salt grains, resembling monosodium glutamate in size. In contrast to the finely processed white salt typically found in households, this sea salt, which we prepared using a wooden bowl without any additives, exhibits a subtle bluish hue. They appear like diluted sapphire granules, their transparency effortlessly refracting sunlight. I took a small grain from the bowl and placed it in my mouth. It was a long-lost flavor, precisely the salt I had yearned for. No seasoning could rival it. Indeed, it is the supreme essence among flavor enhancers, salt, compared to the common household salt. I even detected a subtle umami flavor in this single grain of sea salt, something often overlooked by others. Shaking my head, I returned to reality, lamenting that perhaps it had been too long since I had tasted such a delight, thus evoking this sensation. That feeling might very well have mirrored the joy experienced by our ancestors when they first discovered how to produce salt, that exhilarating freshness. Ah, splendid, truly perfect. I nodded at Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan, signaling that our salt-making endeavor had been remarkably successful. Hooray, fantastic. Brother Chun, we are truly geniuses to have produced salt in such a scarce environment. Would you not agree that we are even more capable than our ancestors? Li Yuan exclaimed, her small hand raised in excitement. I rolled my eyes. Our ancestors had neither experience nor technology, relying solely on brute strength. What we possess is merely knowledge, imitating their ancient methods. However, Li Yuan, in her innocence, believed this achievement solely stemmed from her own efforts, likely daydreaming about how to lead a useful life from now on. Indeed, it is quite astonishing that in less than 10 days since our landing, we have accomplished so much. Thanks to you, Qindong, Li Shiru remarked, glancing at the bowl filled with blue crystals and then at the saw and wooden ladle hanging on the wall, all tools I had crafted. Given that I had braved the mountains to gather herbs for her, her impression of me had completely transformed. Oh, our esteemed officer can actually give compliments. I scoffed, feigning indifference. I had no desire for her to feel burdened by any expectations. If she became as clingy as Li Yuan, it would be more trouble than it was worth. One was already sufficient. Why would I need two? I vigorously shook my head, dismissing such thoughts. Who complimented you? I merely wanted to tell you that you did well. Keep up the good work. Zhao Xiaoru's expression immediately shifted, exuding an air of superiority, as if she were a queen. Haha, Sister Xiaoru, do not be disingenuous. Who was it that kept murmuring after Brother Chen ventured out in the rain to gather herbs, urging me to check the cave entrance for his return? Li Yuan interjected, swiftly puncturing Zhao Xiaoru's regal facade. Taken by surprise at our alliance, Zhao Xiaoru's face flushed in anger, and she turned away, declaring, I never did such things. I chuckled. This girl had such a stubborn disposition, refusing to admit anything. All right, let us first drink the herbal medicine, Li Yuan suggested, no longer teasing Zhao Xiaoru as she retrieved the herbal concoction that had long since been prepared. These remedies were made in one go, requiring only a brief reheating before consumption. Zhao Xiaoru took the bamboo tube containing the herbal mixture and warmed it over the flames before downing it in one go. I glanced at the bowl of sea salt and retrieved a delicate plastic pencil case adorned with a Mickey Mouse cartoon design from my supplies, pouring each grain of sea salt into it. This whimsical pencil case had been discovered after the plane crash. Due to its small size, it was unsuitable as a package. Non-breathable and could not be used for sifting materials, yet it sealed exceptionally well, until now, when it finally found its purpose. Wow, such a beautiful pencil case. Why have I never seen you use it before, Brother Chen? Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise, astonished that I had kept such a treasure hidden. What? Do you have a pen? I asked. Li Yuan shook her head. She did not possess one, and even if she did, it would be of no use at this moment. I observed the sea salt in the pencil case, nearly filling it to the brim. This quantity would suffice for a family's needs for a week, and for us, it would sustain our lives for half a month. After producing the sea salt, the first task was to help alleviate the inflammation in Zhao Xiaoru's shoulder. Li Yuan, applying her knowledge, first cleaned the wooden bowl used for making sea salt, and then poured in a suitable amount of fresh water. Finally, she added a specific ratio of sea salt into the bowl. After a few minutes of heating, the sea salt dissolved in the fresh water. Li Yuan carefully removed the bowl and poured the saline solution into the bamboo tube. The warm salt water released a faint white steam. Thus, the task was complete. Li Yuan cautiously approached Zhao Xiaoru with the salt water, and lacking clean gauze, our weathered clothing was not sanitary enough for wiping. We had no choice but to pour the salt water directly onto Zhao Xiaoru's injured shoulder. Sister Xiaoru, bear with it. It might sting a bit, Li Yuan cautioned gently. Zhao Xiaoru nodded. As Li Yuan unwrapped the tightly bound wound, the injured area had already been expertly treated, and previous signs of infection had subsided. A few drops of salt water fell onto the crimson wound, causing Zhao Xiaoru to grit her teeth immediately. Continue, she urged through clenched jaws. Throughout the entire disinfection process, Zhao Xiaoru remained silent, astonishing Li Yuan with her endurance. She remarked that she would have been wailing if it were herself. I had anticipated this. A woman who could endure pain to reach this point would surely withstand this final step. All right, Sister Xiaoru is a police officer. Can you really compare with her? Quickly bandage the wound. It's time to eat, and I must try the new seasoning. I grumbled, rising to fetch the wild mountain rabbit from the wall. Chapter 30. Roasting the mountain rabbit. The wild mountain rabbit had been cleaned thoroughly and hung on the rock face all night. Last night, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru had already been salivating at the thought of it. Now, seeing me retrieve the rabbit from the wall, they obediently awaited my preparation. The rabbit's fur had been cleaned, yet since it was processed manually the night before, a few stray hairs might still remain. I did not wish to bite into a mouthful of fur, so I needed to ensure the rabbit was thoroughly cleaned. Manual cleaning would not suffice. It was time to roast it. I first split the rabbit in half. This particular rabbit was sizable. The three of us could not finish it in one sitting. And given its scarcity, I did not intend to consume it all at once. I skewered half of the rabbit onto a roasting stick, bringing it close to the flames so that the skin would make direct contact with the fire. This took advantage of the highly flammable nature of its fur, ensuring it was thoroughly cleaned. Now, we faced two options. One was to boil the wild mountain rabbit, requiring 3 ingredients: the rabbit, a wooden bowl, and sea salt. The second option was to roast the rabbit meat directly, which did not require a wooden bowl or water, although roasting would take longer. Each method had its merits, resulting in different textures of the meat. After careful consideration among the three of us, we concluded that roasting the rabbit would be the preferable choice. Compared to boiled rabbit, which demanded a substantial amount of sea salt and water, our recent salt production could not support such a demand. The wooden basin I crafted, while remarkably heat-resistant and durable, is still ultimately a wooden tool, and each use incrementally diminishes its lifespan. Having arrived at a final decision, I proceeded to place the rabbit meat back on the grill as requested by the others. I added a few more logs to the roaring campfire, and the flames crackled as they enveloped the wild mountain rabbit. I gently rotated the spit, ensuring that the rabbit was evenly roasted. The blood that clung to its surface began to disappear, transforming into a subtle pale yellow hue. This rabbit was exceptionally plump, and after a short while on the grill, the fat began to drip down, each drop igniting the flames further. The delicate skin of the rabbit transitioned from pale yellow to a crisp, charred exterior. If one were to pluck a piece of the outer meat at that moment and taste it, they would find it to be first crunchy and then succulent. However, this only indicated that the exterior was perfectly cooked. The interior remained undercooked due to insufficient heat. The success of roasting the rabbit depended on the skill of the cook. A masterful hand could yield a delightful result, with the exterior crispy and the interior tender, a true culinary delight. Conversely, a novice might end up with a dish that was tender on one side and burnt on the other. I considered myself among the former. The enticing aroma of the roasted rabbit wafted through the cave, and I noticed Li Yuan's anticipation growing. She was swallowing hard, trying to contain her eagerness. Why was she so impatient? Both Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan gazed intently at the rabbit in my hands, which made me chuckle inwardly. Brother Chun, when can we eat? The roasted fish we had earlier was devoid of any fat, and this aroma is driving me mad. Li Yuan expressed her urgent desire. You can eat now. I shrugged, teasing the girl. Really? Then let us hurry up and eat while it's hot. Li Yuan reached for the rabbit, but I swiftly swatted her hand away. Aren't you afraid of the heat? I scolded, amused by her boldness, as she showed no concern for burning her delicate fingers. I certainly did not wish to embark on another quest for herbal remedies for burns. Realizing her folly, Li Yuan touched the back of her head and sheepishly smiled. Oh, I almost forgot. Li Xiaoru tugged at her sleeve and said, we haven't added salt yet, so what's the rush? After hearing this, Li Yuan finally understood. She had nearly forgotten that, as Brother Chun and Sister Xiaoru indicated, adding salt would exponentially enhance the rabbit's flavor. Had I known her thoughts, I would have told her that any cooked food becomes infinitely more delicious with salt. I grinned as I retrieved the salt pouch, which had been repurposed from an exquisite pin holder into our container for vital seasonings. Though it appeared somewhat incongruous, it contained the precious ingredient we desperately needed. I extracted several grains of sea salt from the pouch and placed them into a coconut shell filled halfway with fresh water, allowing the salt to dissolve thoroughly. I then found a few leaves, dipped them in the salt water, and evenly sprinkled the mixture over the roasted rabbit. If we were boiling the rabbit, this process would be unnecessary. We could simply cook and eat it. However, roasting required a meticulous application of the limited salt water onto the crispy skin, allowing it to seep in for a flavorful experience. Regrettably, we lacked a brush. Otherwise, this task would have been straightforward. For now, leaves would have to suffice. As the salt water gradually permeated the surface, the half cup of brine was soon used up. After a brief roasting of a minute or two, a simple yet delectable saltwater roasted rabbit was ready. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru could hardly contain their excitement, continuously swallowing as they watched the salt water dwindle. Eager to snatch the rabbit from my hands and take a hearty bite of the tender meat, even though it was scalding hot. After roasting the rabbit, I refrained from immediately distributing it to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, fearing they might carelessly burn their tongues. A burn, while not a severe injury, could hinder one's ability to eat, and in our current situation, we needed to be well fed to continue our labor in the fields. Otherwise, where would our strength come from? After letting it cool for 10 minutes, I finally divided the rabbit into 3 portions, allowing the two to choose first. In truth, given the rabbit's ample size, there was no need for such division. To my surprise, after they had selected their portions, I still had a leg of rabbit left. Ah, what a stroke of luck. Without hesitation, I took a hearty bite of the leg in my hand. As for the other leg, Zhao Xiaoru, in gratitude for all the care Li Yuan had shown her over the past few days, ultimately offered it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan, however, insisted it was no trouble, stating, there are still 2 legs left. We can share the next one. I was exasperated, puffing out my cheeks in frustration. I had just praised these 2 girls for their thoughtfulness, and now they had arranged my next meal. Chapter 31. The Defensive Gate. After enjoying the wild rabbit, everyone felt thoroughly satisfied. Li Yuan felt invigorated, and Zhao Xiaoru mimicked her enthusiasm, declaring that she was ready to work again. I organized Zhao Xiaoru, instructing her to apply the salt water. I did not want to deal with her wound reopening and the ensuing complications. Zhao Xiaoru nodded in agreement. She did not wish to burden me and Li Yuan, preferring to complete it all at once so she could help share the workload later. After our meal, I handed the remaining pre-cut rosewood posts to Zhao Xiaoru, instructing her to connect them with vines in the cave that afternoon. After briefing Zhao Xiaoru, I took Li Yuan to go fishing. The incessant rain over the past 6 days had drastically reduced our food supplies, and we needed to replenish our stock for unforeseen circumstances. The best source of food on the island was, undoubtedly, fish. Although I was aware that everyone had grown weary of eating fish, it was an essential staple here, much like rice at a port on the mainland. As for rabbit or snake meat, catching one occasionally to diversify our diet was quite welcome. Upon receiving my command, Li Yuan eagerly collected our hunting tools from the wall, urging me to set off promptly. I carried a spear in one hand, a fishing net in the other, and a fire axe secured at my waist. I had to admit, the day's responsibilities were quite daunting. Without the luxury of lamenting life as hardships, I set about arranging the fishing net, preparing to spear some fish. Li Yuan had already ventured off to find her own fishing spot. After the fortuitous incident, Li Yuan had changed locations several times, finally designating her lucky area in the shallows, where she had caught 5 fish in one morning, thanks to her good fortune. Not wanting to interfere with Li Yuan, I focused on my tasks. I had improved the fishing net. It was now reinforced and lengthened, with bait inside that fish particularly enjoyed. I had also modified the spear, creating a double-headed fork from a tree branch that could spear and grasp fish. Fishing can be quite tedious, yet today's catch was quite bountiful. As expected, in her lucky spot, Li Yuan caught 3 sea fish, while my net and spear yielded 11. After 6 days of heavy rain, the coastline had shifted slightly, and some areas were now too risky to explore. Otherwise, our haul could have been even more substantial. With our plentiful catch, Li Yuan and I exchanged smiles as we made our way back to the cave. 14 fresh sea fish. Before the advent of sea salt, I might have been concerned about how to prevent these fish from spoiling shortly after being removed from the ocean. However, my worries have dissipated, for we now possess the precious sea salt. Beyond serving as a seasoning, sea salt can be directly applied to the cleaned fish, significantly prolonging their shelf life. I began by using a crab leg knife crafted from a deadly crab to scrape the scales off the fish. Compared to the carp from the mainland, the scales of tropical sea fish are more tightly adhered. With the assistance of Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, we spent an hour meticulously preparing the 11 fish. Once the scales were removed, I took half of the sea salt from the bag, placing the salt on a clean piece of redwood, which I specifically designated as a cutting board and cleaned daily. I initially attempted to crush the slightly larger sea salt granules using a fire axe. After striking for several dozen times, I realized the results were minimal. Although the sea salt granules were larger than ordinary salt, they were still only about the size of a pinky fingernail. Processing them with such a cumbersome tool proved to be quite a hassle. Seeing little progress, I decided to divide the remaining sea salt into 14 equal portions. Despite the seemingly ample amount of salt in my hand, the reality was that each fish would receive a scant amount. To effectively prevent spoilage, a substantial quantity of salt is necessary. A couple of grains would be utterly insufficient. Faced with this limitation, I reluctantly abandoned the idea of curing all the fish into dried fish. Instead, I selected the 8 plumpest fish and redivided the remaining sea salt into 9 portions, 8 for drying the fish and 1 as a reserve. Although the salt-making process is somewhat time-consuming, it is not overly complicated, allowing Zhao Xiaoru, the sole person remaining, to manage it efficiently. I plan to have her produce more sea salt tomorrow. Observing the limited amount of sea salt I had at my disposal, I resolved to create a larger batch once the wooden basin used for processing the fish was compromised, ensuring that I could produce enough salt to cure 20 fish at once. I rinsed the clean fish in fresh water to eliminate any bacteria and blood, preparing them for seasoning. I evenly applied 1 portion of sea salt to the surface of each fish, gently massaging it to enhance salt absorption. This method is also applicable for grilling fish, but it is rather cumbersome, which is why I refrained from using it last night. After my diligent massage, the salt gradually permeated the fish's flesh. Once the salt granules had fully integrated, I continued massaging for half a minute. The process of preparing a dried fish typically takes about 10 minutes, yet it can extend the fish's preservation for 3 months or even half a year, especially in the humid tropical island climate. In colder regions, the preservation could be indefinite. The processing of 9 fish took an hour and a half. After completing the preparations, Li Yuan assisted Zhao Xiaoru in binding the remaining redwood panels. This formed the second windbreak door, originally intended to consist of 4 panels. But the storm had temporarily delayed its completion. 2 panels would suffice to create a sliding defensive door. This door, standing over a meter tall, would effectively keep out smaller wild animals such as deadly crabs, wild rabbits, and badgers. Using the remaining vines, I reinforced the 2 redwood panels and ventured outside to cut 2 sturdy tree branches, using them to secure the combined redwood door at the cave entrance. I then found a smooth, rounded stick to serve as an axle, completing the construction of a functional defensive door. Chapter 32. Red Ants. Moving? Although this door may not shield us from wind and rain, it can deter some wild beasts, which is a commendable achievement. After processing the fish, it was time for dinner. Our evening meal was rather unremarkable, consisting merely of a single fish seasoned with sea salt and roasted. Following our meal, we each retired for the night. The next day, I was awakened by Zhao Xiaoru's panicked cries. Although I had grown accustomed to Li Yuan's sudden outbursts, being startled awake for the first time was disconcerting. I quickly rose, still somewhat groggy, but instinctively reached for the fire axe in preparation for combat. However, after surveying the surroundings, I found no immediate threats, leaving me puzzled as to why Zhao Xiaoru had become so alarmed. Xiaoru, what's the matter? You scared the life out of me. Li Yuan rubbed her eyes, having also been startled awake by Zhao Xiaoru's unexpected shriek. Why are you behaving like Li Yuan? So easily frightened? I regarded Zhao Xiaoru with impatience, seriously doubting her composure as a police officer. Surely she should remain calm in dire situations. Yet this did not appear to be one of them. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaoru's distress intensified as she trembled and pointed to a corner beside her, urging me to investigate. Before I could reach her, Li Yuan had already bounded over. Haha, Xiaoru, I never expected this. I've heard of people being afraid of cockroaches, but this is my first encounter with someone afraid of ants. How peculiar. After her laughter, Li Yuan attempted to help Zhao Xiaoru crush the ants. Hearing the word ants caused my brow to furrow instantly. We were deep in the tropics, and the ants here are far more dangerous than ordinary tropical ants. Don't touch them, I exclaimed sharply, trying to grab Li Yuan, but I was too late. I pulled her away, and my heart sank at the sight of a few ant corpses lying where she had stepped. The ants' bodies are not easily observed, yet upon closer inspection, I discerned their reddish-brown coloring. Red ants. My voice trembled with urgency, prompting a shiver from Zhao Xiaoru upon hearing my words. Red ants are highly social, highly aggressive fire ants. They resemble common yellow ants but are slightly larger, characterized by their distinctive reddish-brown hue. These ants pose a significant threat. Their abdomens contain stingers that inject venom when they climb onto a person. Most concerning is that they are a communal species, exhibiting extreme aggression and unity. These fire ants likely emerged following the storm, indicating that this cave is no longer a safe shelter. Gazing at the lifeless bodies of the fire ants, I shook my head. Where shall we stay then? Zhao Xiaoru, upon hearing the term fire ants, understood that our residence in the cave was untenable. This time it was merely a small group of fire ants, but next time we could face a larger swarm. The tale of ants moving elephants is no mere fable. If we persist in residing in this cave, we may very well become desiccated corpses. Enough. From this moment on, we must act. I strode to the cave entrance and dismantled the protective door I had constructed the night before. Sighing, I regretted the loss of the defensive door, which could block larger mammals, but was utterly ineffective against the diminutive yet perilous fire ants. After spending an entire night on it, I could only hope to utilize it once we build a proper shelter. I divided the door back into 2 sections. While assembling, it was challenging. Disassembling required only a slight effort. What are you still standing there for? Quickly assist Sister Xiaoru, who is injured. As soon as I arrived, I delivered a sharp pinch to Li Yuan, instantly rousing her from her stupor. Observing the frantic expressions on both me and Xiaoru, she hurried to help us. Though still dazed, she understood the urgency of the situation. We swiftly gathered our supplies, which included over a dozen sea fish, a significant portion of wild boar meat, half of a wild rabbit, as well as tools like saws and wooden basins. Lastly, we had a collection of wild bananas and other fruits. The load was substantial, and I alone bore the brunt of the weight. I had to temporarily set aside the windbreak door, intending to retrieve it later. After several trips back and forth, we finally delivered the necessary supplies to their designated location. Since witnessing the flickering lights resembling ships near the shoals at night, I had been contemplating the construction of a treehouse, but the scarcity of materials post-storm had delayed my plans. This time, circumstances had forced me into action. We had accumulated quite a bounty over the past few days, all piled upon a large stone that served as a relatively safe, flat area. Once the treehouse was erected, It would provide a vantage point to observe the shoals. Although visibility was limited, easily detectable signals like the lights of ships would be within sight. What on earth happened? Sister Xiaoru, could you please enlighten me? Li Yuan, exhausted from the labor, sat down beside a tree, disregarding her appearance. Xiaoru explained to Li Yuan that she had not merely crushed ordinary ants, but rather a particularly aggressive species of red ants. We were fortunate to have encountered only a small squad. Had we faced a larger swarm, we might have been reduced to mere bones, with no chance of survival. How terrifying. Li Yuan shivered upon hearing this, recalling that she had personally squashed several red ants. She was now anxious to know if these ants would seek revenge. I reassured her that as long as we remained away from their original territory, there was no way they could track her down for retribution. With that, Li Yuan felt a sense of relief, fearing the possibility of waking up the next day transformed into the dreadful state described by Xiaoru. After allowing Li Yuan and Xiaoru a moment to relax, I resumed my tasks. It appeared unlikely that we would get any sleep tonight. After 3 trips back and forth, dusk had settled. I ignited several bonfires in the interim. Without the treehouse constructed, we could not afford to lower our guard. Building a treehouse in a single night was impossible, so we needed to first erect a defensive barrier. This was a pressing necessity, and fortunately, Xiaoru's injuries had mostly healed. Otherwise, I would have worried about her discomfort during this sudden relocation. Thankfully, she was now able to assist. I found a highly combustible branch and lit it in the bonfire. I needed to gather materials for constructing the barrier. Chapter 33. Building the treehouse to construct a treehouse. One must first select an appropriate tree, and the one I chose was undoubtedly the finest in the vicinity, towering at several dozen meters. Its robust trunk showed no signs of age, and its approximate 30-year lifespan indicated it was in its prime, a perfect candidate for building a treehouse. Now, I needed to establish a temporary defensive structure with a radius of 3 meters around this tree. The torch in my hand, treated to last at least 2 to 3 hours, would allow me to find suitable materials for the fence during this time. As it was a temporary solution, I opted for the simplest and most transportable option, thorns. While thorns could deter certain mammals, they offered no protection against snakes, insects, or rodents. However, these creatures were solitary, posing minimal threat compared to the highly dangerous, social mammals that operated in packs. Although thorns were lightweight and easy to cut, transporting them proved somewhat cumbersome. I had to ensure that the sharp spikes remained intact for their defensive properties. I soon located a thicket of thorns, covering an area of about an acre, which would suffice for constructing a 3-meter-wide defense. I began severing the thorns, using my clothing to cushion my hands, and bound them together with vines. The thicket was only about 200 meters from the treehouse location. Though dragging them would diminish some of their effectiveness, it was better than having no defense at all. Furthermore, only part of the thorns were on the ground, meaning most retained their formidable nature. 200 meters may seem short, but in the jungle, navigating through thorn bushes and trees presented numerous obstacles. After a winding journey, I finally transported a portion of the thorns to the base of the tree. I instructed Li Yuan and Xiaoru to arrange the thorns around the tree with a radius of 4 steps, creating a protective fence. While it was termed a fence, it was simply an even encirclement of the tree with thorns, quite straightforward. I cautioned them to be careful of their hands while working on the fence, then continued gathering the remaining thorns. The following day, as the sun slowly rose, the first rays of light were indeed blinding. I connected the last cluster of thorns, allowing myself a moment of relief. Li Yuan and Xiaoru were also exhausted, resting where they stood. Thankfully, after a night of labor, a simple defensive barrier had been erected. Having gone without sleep, I instructed Li Yuan and Xiaoru to take turns resting, for our defenses could only provide basic protection against mammals. True safety would come only once the treehouse was completed. Despite my fatigue, I needed to expedite the construction of the treehouse. The current atmosphere of unease was far from ideal. Li Yuan suggested that the injured Xiaoru rest first, planning to sleep in the afternoon, while Xiaoru insisted Li Yuan should rest first, claiming she could endure a bit longer. I had no time to mediate their exchange. I needed to find materials for the treehouse. Initially, I intended to use redwood for construction, but reconsidered. While redwood is sturdy, it is also difficult to fell, since the treehouse would be suspended. As long as the base was robust, that would suffice. After much deliberation, I decided to use redwood for the base and substitute the walls with cedar and pine, both of which are easier to cut and possess commendable resilience against wind and rain. In the cave, I found 2 redwood trunks, and I planned to return to retrieve them. Upon returning to the cave, I checked the area where the red ants had traversed. The corpses of the ants Li Yuan had crushed were gone, but the colony had already returned to the path. Yesterday, there had been only 20 to 30 red ants, but now their numbers had swelled to over 100. At this rate, It wouldn't be long before a deadly swarm emerged. I silently congratulated myself for making the decision to relocate. I would rather endure the cold and fear outside than be devoured to the bone by these vile creatures. Shaking off my apprehension, I hurriedly dragged the 2 redwood trunks out of the cave. I did not wish to lay eyes on those repulsive insects again. The redwood trunks were heavy. Even with just 2, I had to transport them in 2 trips back to our new encampment. Upon my return, I found Xiaoru peacefully asleep, ultimately yielding to Li Yuan's insistence. "Brother Chen, come help me unload the redwood trunks." Li Yuan called out, but with her limited strength, she couldn't possibly lift them. I quickly urged her to step aside. Carefully, I placed the redwood trunks against the tree and cautioned Li Yuan that we were no longer in the cave. She needed to remain vigilant and not let her guard down. Li Yuan nodded in agreement, promising to protect Xiaoru diligently. Having established this, I felt at ease to continue my quest for materials to construct the treehouse. The cedar primarily flourishes in the cold mountainous regions, however. It can also be found in abundance on tropical islands, such as the one we inhabit. The cedar is easily identifiable, with a conical crown reminiscent of a pagoda. After wandering a few paces into the forest, I found myself face to face with a cedar tree. The wood of the cedar, while not as robust as mahogany, possesses a commendable durability. I swung my fire axe incessantly 30 centimeters above the ground of one particular cedar, and after a succession of strikes, I finally created a sizable opening. With my saw retrieved from behind, I commenced the task of cutting through the cedar trunk. The cedar's fibrous structure made sawing significantly easier than chopping with an axe. The rhythmic creaking of the wood resonated as I sawed through, and shavings cascaded down, gradually enlarging the gash. 2 hours later, the ground was strewn with wood shavings. I made a final push to sever the last uncut section. The cedar, aged at least 20 years and towering over 10 meters, crashed down upon the open ground with a thunderous roar, startling nearby birds into flight. This piece of cedar was sufficient to support nearly half the construction of the treehouse. However, I could not transport it all at once. Besides myself, there was likely nothing else on this island capable of moving or utilizing this cedar, so I resolved to saw it into manageable planks for the treehouse right here. This would facilitate transport and conserve energy. Moreover, these processed cedar planks would likely be lighter, enabling Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to assist. With this plan in mind, I set to work, first segmenting the trunk into lengths similar to those of mahogany. The cedar, measuring several meters, was divided into 7 sections. The next step was to cut these 7 sections into widths suitable for walls. I casually selected a cedar post, settled it beneath me, and began my task. Chapter 34. The treehouse completed. To commence the construction of the treehouse, a ladder was essential. Thus, I fashioned the first cedar trunk into thinner segments. The requirement was minimal, merely needing to support individuals ascending and descending. The saw incessantly ground against the wood, countless shavings raining down upon my hands. After 2 hours of labor, I finally completed the first trunk. It measured 1 meter in length and was sliced into 23 thin boards. I also procured 2 trunks, approximately 5 years old and slightly thicker than my wrist, to serve as supports. Lacking nails, I resorted to using vines and wooden pegs as substitutes. The vines could be directly tied together, while wooden pegs, though more secure than vines, proved more cumbersome to use. The material chosen for crafting the pegs had to be exceedingly sturdy to withstand weight without collapsing. Therefore, mahogany was the optimal choice. I intended to create only a handful of pegs to reinforce the structure. For the latter, I could always fashion a rope ladder later. By the time I finished sawing the 3rd cedar trunk, the sun was nearing its descent. I had to transport the cut planks back to continue working at night. According to my arrangement, the 3 of us would take turns keeping watch. I would guard the first shift, Zhao Xiaoru the second, and Li Yuan the third. The sun sets around 7 in the evening and rises at 5 in the morning on this island. With a span of 10 hours, our shifts would amount to just over 3 hours each, as I needed to rise early daily for lumbering. My first shift from 7 to 9 provided a window to hasten the progress of the treehouse. The treehouse is a structure elevated among the trees, naturally fortified against threats from snakes, insects, and rodents. The sole concern would be avian intruders. However, this endeavor posed challenges for us, as we lacked proper tools and had to rely on manual construction. To build a lofty abode, our first step was to create a ladder and support pillars. The ladder would be crafted from cedar, 1 to 2 centimeters thick, facilitating ascent. While this was initially valuable, it would lose its utility in the later stages. For the treehouse's support, I decided to divide a complete mahogany pillar into 4 segments, placing them at each corner to bear the weight of the structure. My first task was to secure the cedar planks onto 2 trunks of similar thickness to my wrist, aged 5 years. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, not inclined to retire early, resolved to assist in crafting the ladder. Li Yuan, you head to the other end. Let us shape the ladder, I instructed. Li Yuan eagerly scampered to the opposite side of the tree. A ladder is not uniform in width, but rather tapers from top to bottom, forming a subtle trapezoid. Under my guidance, Li Yuan finally positioned the ladder correctly. Next, we needed to horizontally secure the cedar planks to these two trunks. Initially, I considered using wooden pegs, but ultimately opted for vines. However, after experimentation, I discovered that while vines could adequately secure the planks, their effectiveness was subpar, leaving them somewhat loose and precarious. It seemed I would have to resort to crafting wooden pegs after all, which was rather troublesome. I shook my head, realizing I could not abandon the notion of wooden pegs. Could I not just insert the planks into the trunks like a bamboo ladder? Zhao Xiaoru, quick-witted, suddenly illuminated my thoughts. Of course, since we are constructing a ladder, we must consider how traditional ladders are made. As I spoke, I used the fire axe to carve 2-centimeter-wide holes in the trunks, perfectly sized for the planks to fit snugly. This approach would allow for the planks to be securely anchored to the trunks. With this direction established, there was no need to search for vines for reinforcement. I instructed Li Yuan to assist in moving a trunk, and once completed, I urged both Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to retire for the night. Unlike before, we now needed ample rest to withstand potential dangers. After they fell asleep, I began crafting the ladder, continuously using the fire axe to carve appropriately sized holes in the trunks. Just before the shift change, I finally completed the ladder. I needed sufficient rest. So when Zhao Xiaoru and I switched shifts, I laid down my tools and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, I found the ladder had been reinforced. Observing the somewhat weary countenance of Zhao Xiaoru, I surmised she had not slept well the previous night. Didn't I mention we must maintain adequate sleep to face dangers? I reminded her. Zhao Xiaoru yawned and shot me a glance that seemed to say, why should you concern yourself with me? Yet, I understood that beneath her facade, she was genuinely worried about my exhaustion. I refrained from scolding her and focused instead on my cedar wood. The process of constructing the treehouse was monotonous and tedious. But after countless repetitions, Zhao Xiaoru, Li Yuan, and I dedicated 8 days to erecting a commendable treehouse. This structure, suspended about 4 meters above the ground, was constructed entirely of mahogany at its base, reinforced with mahogany pegs, and further supported by cedar beams beneath the floor. Most importantly, each corner of the house was bolstered by mahogany pillars, culminating in the successful completion of a simple treehouse. Due to the urgency of the project, the treehouse consisted of merely one room, yet it was entirely sufficient to accommodate the 3 of us. I have specifically established a lookout point, which is a window facing the shallows, created from the treehouse, allowing for a clear view of everything occurring in that area. During the period of constructing the treehouse, we practiced frugality. Although Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru continued to fish during the day, I refrained from participating in any activities for these long 8 days. As a result, our food reserves remained stagnant. Hanging on the wooden walls of the cabin were 6 dried fish and approximately 5 to 6 pounds of badger meat, the entirety of our remaining provisions. Over the past few nights, Li Yuan managed to produce a significant amount of sea salt during his watch, filling an entire pencil case to the brim. At night, lying within the wooden cabin, I gazed up at the wooden ceiling, experiencing the most serene moment since the incident began. Due to limited materials, the cabin was not large, aside from a space for storing miscellaneous items. The 3 of us were snugly squeezed together. I lay in the middle, with Li Yuan to my left and Zhao Xiaoru to my right. Chapter 35, The Colors of Spring. I was quite reluctant about this arrangement, yet had no alternative. Both Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru had commendable figures, and now, sleeping so close to me, I feared even turning over might inadvertently place me in an inappropriate position. This was unavoidable. The room was too small, necessitating our close quarters for sleep. After completing the final defensive works on the cabin, we worked tirelessly until midnight, listening to the snores of Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. I too felt my eyelids grow heavy, ready to succumb to sleep. Just as I closed my eyes, Li Yuan emitted a soft hum, leaving me uncertain if she was dreaming or simply not yet asleep. She shifted, and her hand inadvertently rested upon my body, positioned at my lower half. Her body turned towards me, pressing against my shoulder with her soft curves, causing my heart to race. I attempted to turn away, seeking to distance myself from her. However, as I turned, it felt as though her softness had grown legs, pressing against my back, while her other hand found its way onto my shoulder. From the subtle movements of her hand, I deduced that she was indeed awake, feigning sleep moments ago. I gently removed Li Yuan's hand from my chest and slowly turned over, cautious not to awaken the peacefully slumbering Zhao Xiaoru beside me. After considerable effort, I finally managed to turn, now facing Li Yuan. At that moment, our eyes locked. She gazed at me with wide eyes, her enchanting look suggesting she might devour me whole. She was a temptress, and I was no monk, but rather the legendary Lu Xiaohui. I dared not speak loudly, instead whispering my inquiry to her about her intentions, reminding her that Zhao Xiaoru was still beside me. Li Yuan, unfazed, responded softly that it was nothing, and we could keep our voices down. If need be, she would cover her mouth to remain silent. I was flabbergasted, staring into her innocuous eyes. This little enchantress possessed a depth of cunning, yet could not compare to my profound wisdom as Lu Xiaohui. I promptly rejected her advances, advising her to maintain her virtue and act as a respectable girl. Yet, she disregarded my counsel entirely, covering my mouth with hers and attempting to slip her tongue inside. I could scarcely endure it. Had I not feared awakening Zhao Xiaoru and causing an embarrassing situation, I might have succumbed to the temptation. After all, I am still a man. However, there lay a police officer beside me. Though I had heard tales of special relationships, as a disciplined soldier, I could not engage in such acts. Moreover, should Zhao Xiaoru wake, the ensuing embarrassment would be unbearable, not to mention the potential stain on my reputation. Caught in turmoil, I found the proximity unbearable, unable to escape Li Yuan's entanglement. Just as I contemplated yielding to temptation, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my backside. My heart raced, realizing that both women had been feigning sleep, revealing their duplicitous nature. However, upon reflection, this incident might still hold potential. Though the pain had subsided, I was certain that the pinch I felt was Zhao Xiaoru's doing, unable to bear the scene unfolding before her. Yet, the location of her pinch led my thoughts astray. Did she think I was retaliating for the time I had playfully slapped her? In a moment of curiosity, I yearned to turn and witness Zhao Xiaoru's expression. It must have been quite amusing. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. I needed to resolve the predicament at hand. Abruptly, I sat up, my shout likely startling Zhao Xiaoru from her slumber, rendering her need to feign sleep unnecessary. Indeed, she hurriedly awoke, her eyes still heavy with sleep, her demeanor theatrical. The look she cast me held a depth of meaning that only I could comprehend. "What's wrong?" Zhao Xiaoru inquired. I feigned surprise, hastily explaining that it felt as though something had bitten my backside, questioning whether there was something amiss within the treehouse. "Oh, that's impossible. This treehouse feels completely secure, far more comfortable than the cave. Chindagu, could it be you had a nightmare?" At that moment, Li Yuan, appearing innocuous, hardly suggested the wild behavior she had just exhibited. "A nightmare?" I exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Yes, I must have been dreaming. Otherwise, why would this thing bite me in such a peculiar place? As I spoke, I caught a glimpse of Zhao Xiaoru, though the moonlight obscured her expression. I sensed her momentary tension. She was blushing. Enough. It's late. Let us just get some sleep," Li Yuan declared, her face a picture of feigned innocence. Her performance impeccable. Were I not involved, I might have been deceived by her act. In truth, she hadn't even fooled Zhao Xiaoru, who had pinched me, indicating she was awake and had overheard our conversation. Despite Li Yuan's hushed tones, their proximity made it impossible to remain unnoticed. Li Yuan likely felt quite pleased with herself, believing her performance had completely concealed her antics from Zhao Xiaoru. Unbeknownst to her, she had only scratched the surface. Zhao Xiaoru, believing she held control over the situation, was equally smug, thinking she had outsmarted Li Yuan. Little did they know, I was aware of the entirety of their antics, standing above both layers of their game. As Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru settled down, I followed suit, lying beside them. Li Yuan cast a resentful glance in my direction, while I wore an expression of triumph. Zhao Xiaoru pondered why her earlier pinch had not elicited a response from me sooner. Surely, she thought, I could not be that slow to react. In truth, those seconds had been my opportunity for psychological maneuvering. Chapter 36, The Little Goat. A night passed without incident. Following the previous events, Li Yuan dared not act out of line, relegating her admiration for my physique to a mere distant gaze, afraid to overstep. With the distraction of such matters absent, I finally enjoyed a restful sleep, as I had longed for. The following day, I rose cautiously, careful not to awaken Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. I descended the rope ladder made from vines and stood beneath the treehouse, stretching my limbs to invigorate my body. I removed several steel wires that were hanging around the wooden ladder. Each wire was attached to a modest bamboo tube. The morning mist would flow down the wires and into the tubes. With over 20 wires in my possession, collecting dew would not damage them in the slightest. Thus, I decided to utilize 10 of the wires to construct this automatic water collection system. Each morning, fresh dew would fill the bamboo tubes. And by storing the fresh water from the numerous tubes, we no longer had to worry about a shortage of potable water. Although our supply of fresh water was ample, food, on the other hand, could not be acquired without diligent labor. Of course, occasionally obtaining food without effort was quite welcome. Once the treehouse was completed, we found ourselves temporarily secure. I took the opportunity to set up several simple traps around the treehouse, requiring only some weeds, a few meters of vines, and nearby trees. I could establish one of these traps in mere minutes, and I set up a dozen in close proximity to the treehouse. After inspecting 6 or 7 traps without any signs of change, my disappointment grew, though it was to be expected. However, my dismay was short-lived. Upon nearing the second-to-last trap, I finally discovered a breakthrough. A wild goat had become ensnared, leaving the ground marked with traces of its horns. Perhaps exhausted from its struggles, it lay panting heavily. This appeared to be an immature goat, its horns well-formed, each measuring nearly half a meter, yet its body had not yet reached the size of an adult goat. Standing no taller than 60 centimeters, its coat exhibited a light brown hue. Had it been an adult, its robust physique and explosive strength could have easily severed the vines. Alas, it would have to wait another 2 years. Creeping silently, I approached the goat from behind with a fire axe in hand. Although still young, the horns of this goat were formidable. An adult ram could potentially harm a person fatally. And even though this goat was not yet fully grown and was restrained by vines, a mere brush could still inflict pain. I advanced cautiously, step by step, wary of startling the creature. Yet, it seemed this goat possessed an innate sensitivity to danger. As I drew within 5 meters, it suddenly sensed my presence. Its body jerking in alarm as it turned to face me, its eyes glaring fiercely, poised to break free from its bindings. Recognizing the futility of remaining hidden, I revealed myself, brandishing the fire axe in a direct confrontation. The ram appeared to sense the threat of the axe, its gaze sharpening with intensity. I remained vigilant, crouching slightly and gripping the axe tightly, ready to strike. This young ram was robust, surpassing the average juvenile goat. I could not afford to be careless. Thus, I opted for strategy over brute force. I began to circle the goat. Although strong, its intelligence seemed lacking, as it fixated solely on the axe in my hand, oblivious to the vines constraining it. As I circled, the goat followed suit, unwittingly tightening its bindings. Before long, it found itself completely immobilized. Seeing that the ram had effectively trapped itself, I cautiously approached. Pausing about a meter away, I recognized that while it was subdued, its horns remained a significant threat, necessitating a careful approach. The horns, measuring half a meter, were longer than my axe, prompting me to extend its reach. I retrieved a wooden pole over half a meter long, crafted from rosewood, specifically brought along to enhance my combat capabilities. After binding the axe to the pole and securing it with cloth strips, I fashioned an exceptionally long axe measuring a full meter. By this time, the ram was nearly exhausted from its struggles. I needed to ensure a swift and decisive strike, targeting the vulnerable area of its neck. I charged forward and delivered a fatal blow. The bright crimson blood pooled around me as the young ram's neck opened with a swift incision. It made a final, desperate attempt to resist, but this was merely a fleeting struggle. Moments later, it ceased to move. With a grin, I approached the small ram, licking my lips. This was a prized catch. Though not yet fully matured, the ram's muscular build was evident, and it promised to yield substantial lean meat. While many creatures in the forest offered leaner options, none compared to the quality of goat meat. Such opportunities were rare and precious. The ram was tightly bound by vines, making it challenging to extricate with my hands. I utilized the fire axe to sever the bindings and retrieve the ram's carcass. Weighing at least 30 pounds, I secured its legs and hoisted it onto the rosewood pole, making my way back to the treehouse. The traps I had set were conveniently located within a 200-meter radius of the treehouse. I quickly reached the base of the treehouse, given the weight of my catch. Climbing the rope ladder was not feasible. Instead, I carefully ascended the wooden steps I had constructed. Inside the treehouse, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru remained asleep. Despite my absence lasting only about an hour, I suspended the small ram from the wall and removed its head, preparing to retrieve its horns. These could be fashioned into defensive weapons, rivaling even the fire axe in effectiveness. "Shindage, you're up," Li Yuan exclaimed, rubbing her eyes. As she opened them, she caught sight of the sizable ram's head I held. "Is this a goat? Its skull is quite large." Li Yuan approached, bending down to examine the young ram's head. In the past, such a bloody sight would have startled her, but having experienced various events alongside me, her tolerance had grown. Even if she had not endured too much hardship. Li Yuan followed me to the balcony, a designated area I had constructed as an extension of the treehouse. This space was equal in length to the wooden structure and approximately 1.5 meters wide. It served as a place for processing certain plants and animals, and handling something as messy as a young goat was best done here. "This is a young ram," Its horns are longer than those we've seen, hence the larger skull. I explained as I retrieved a saw, preparing to remove the horns from the young ram. I placed the ram on the wooden balcony, securing it with my foot, while I motioned for Li Yuan to fetch a wooden stump from the corner of the room to sit on. Carefully, I extracted a piece of steel wire about 60 centimeters long, one of the longest I had collected. On the steel wire, I identified 2 points, segmenting the wire, which exceeds half a meter in length, into 3 equal parts of 20 centimeters each. The wire, which I had utilized for several days in the construction of the treehouse, has proven to be immensely beneficial. The majority of the boards and slats comprising the treehouse were cut using this wire. I continuously praised the specialized aircraft wire for its exceptional quality. Had it been an ordinary wire, it would have likely snapped after sawing through just a few pieces of wood. After nearly a month of rigorous use, this wire was nearing the end of its lifespan. I gently removed the wire from both sides of the saw. It had become polished and gleaming, though it had not broken, merely thinned out. I handed the discarded wire to Li Yuan, instructing her to select one of the 3 equally sized pieces on the ground for me. Li Yuan accepted the wire and casually placed it aside, then chose the least appealing piece from the ones I had laid out. The charred remnants from the wire's prior use on the saw had yet to dissipate, and the small holes on either side of the saw, formed by the prolonged presence of the wire, had established a specific dimension. Thus, the wire should fit snugly into these apertures. However, the holes were exceedingly small, and I exerted considerable effort to finally insert one end of the wire into the opening. Upon attempting to insert the other end, I realized that I still needed to soften one side of the wire. Naturally, I was reluctant to light a fire on the balcony, as it would be catastrophic if the treehouse caught fire. Li Yuan, fetch me a torch, I whispered, knowing that Zhao Xiaoru was still waking up. Seeing my struggle, Li Yuan nodded and dashed to retrieve a torch from the cluttered area where we stored our belongings. The so-called clutter was merely the space beside where Li Yuan slept. The treehouse was so compact that we had no choice but to coexist with our supplies. Li Yuan returned with a torch and a fire starter. With a few gentle strikes, she ignited the fire starter, setting the torch ablaze. After allowing the torch to burn for 5 minutes to ensure the fire starter was thoroughly ignited, Li Yuan handed it to me. Observing her increasingly adept movements, I recalled that merely weeks ago, she would have struggled to handle a torch. Over these past days, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, if left alone, while I could not guarantee her absolute survival, I was confident she had at least a 60% chance of making it. It's worth noting that the survival rate for an ordinary man stranded on a deserted island hardly exceeds 30%, and Li Yuan's odds were now double that. I took the torch and placed it into a suitably sized hole that had been intentionally created for illumination. I carefully extracted the other side of the wire that I had finally managed to secure, holding it over the flame to soften it. The wire gradually began to soften and glow red. After several minutes, one end of the wire was sufficiently heated and could easily be inserted into the hole on the saw's side. Moments later, as the wire cooled, it solidified firmly in place. I applied the same technique to the other end of the wire, heating it until it glowed red and, utilizing its temporary flexibility, pushed it into the small aperture on the opposite side. With a firm push, I secured the wire once more, successfully finishing the restoration of the saw. Li Yuan also fetched a small basin of soil, taking the still-burning torch and inserting the ignited part into the earth. A torch, once lit, is not easily extinguished by wind. It requires water or soil to douse the flames, as water is a precious resource and would dampen the torch. We wisely opted for soil to extinguish it, making this method the most convenient and reliable. As the torch was extinguished and smoke billowed, Li Yuan, holding the basin, entered the house. I began to carve the ram's horn. This horn serves as the goat's primary means of defense and is a rare treasure even in mainland regions, making its hardness incomparable to wood, sometimes even exceeding that of iron. I commenced my work approximately 3 to 4 millimeters above the goat's forehead, ensuring the integrity of the horn while avoiding damage to the goat's head. With the saw positioned against my thigh, I gripped the sharp tip of the horn with one hand and pressed my foot onto the goat's head. The saw and horn produced a delicate sound as they rubbed together. Unlike wood, which produces a louder noise, the horn's sound was more subtle, making it challenging to work with. As the saying goes, slow work produces fine craftsmanship. I toiled for a full hour, and by the time Zhao Xiaoru awoke, I had only managed to carve a third of the horn. It seemed that finishing the task would have to wait until the evening. Zhao Xiaoru merely inquired about my progress upon waking, displaying little surprise. We had been living in the treehouse for 3 or 4 days, and I had diligently checked the traps I had set each day, expecting to catch at least 1 or 2 animals. The only thing that surprised Zhao Xiaoru was that I had managed to capture a small male goat, a rare find indeed. However, She maintained an air of nonchalance, as if it were the most natural occurrence. Observing her demeanor as she awoke with an indifferent expression, I felt an urge to playfully swat her bottom to rouse her from her daze. Chapter 38. Sweet potatoes. I casually caught a sea fish and instructed Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to gather firewood. Since constructing the wooden house, our meals had been taken either beneath the structure or directly at the tidal flats. We were primarily concerned about the risk of igniting the treehouse, which would be an immense loss after the labor and time invested in its construction. We ventured to the tidal flats, where we could utilize sunlight and a piece of smooth stone to ignite the firewood. After enjoying our meal, we began fishing. Perhaps due to the season or the fish becoming wary, I managed to catch 5 fish on my own, while Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru each caught only 1. As evening approached, I instructed Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to return while I gathered some grass for warmth. The nights on the island could be quite chilly, and since we resided high in the treehouse, I intended to collect grass for insulation and to fuel the torches we would need to light frequently. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru nodded in agreement. Over these past days, we had thoroughly explored the area within a 2 to 3 mile radius centered around the tidal flats. Alleviating any concerns for my safety, I ventured alone into the forest, akin to a wild leopard traversing the mountains. As I brushed aside a patch of underbrush, I stumbled upon several roots. From the appearance of these plants, they appeared to be sweet potatoes. I retrieved a small wooden trowel from my pack, though diminutive in size. It was far more effective than using my hands. I first cleared away the vines covering the sweet potato shoots, revealing a patch of sweet potato vines. Unexpectedly, while searching for grass, I unearthed this delightful surprise. A smile crept across my lips as I counted 8 sweet potato vines, indicating at least 8 sweet potatoes would be forthcoming. I began to dig down alongside the sweet potato vines with my trowel. The trowel was small, roughly the size of my palm, and I scooped out handfuls of moist earth, delving about half a meter deep around one of the vines. The sweet potatoes on this island grow deeper than those on the mainland, likely an evolutionary defense mechanism against foraging animals. After digging for half a meter, I finally encountered something solid pressing against my trowel. I was certain it was a sweet potato. I changed my direction and began to excavate around the sweet potato. Minutes later, a remarkable object, akin to a banana but twice its size, materialized before me. The space surrounding the sweet potato had been thoroughly excavated, and all that remained was to gently extract it from the vine. Following the vine, I grasped it firmly with both hands, exerting my strength. The sweet potato emerged from the soil with ease, presenting itself in its entirety. I replicated this method for the remaining potatoes, and after more than an hour, a dozen sweet potatoes lay on the ground, my hands now caked in dirt. I placed them all into my satchel. The sun had set, and being alone felt somewhat perilous. I abandoned my quest for grass fluff, deciding to continue my search the following day. The sweet potatoes were sizable, each one surpassing the dimensions of a wild banana. I scanned my surroundings and spotted a relatively young tree. From its delicate branches, I secured a sturdy twig. I entwined the sweet potatoes and their vines around the stick. After a short while, I held a twig adorned with sweet potatoes and vines, reminiscent of the candy-coated hawthorn skewers from my childhood, albeit with sweet potatoes instead. Of course, someone might mistake this for a sweet potato tree. In this vast world, anything is possible, especially on an island such as this one, where perhaps sweet potatoes truly do grow above ground. After securing the vines a couple of times to ensure nothing would fall, I retrieved a small torch, striking flint to ignite it. Holding the torch aloft, I carried the sweet potatoes towards the treehouse. My excursions for resources typically revolved around the wooden cabin, rarely straying far from it. Upon reaching the base of the treehouse, I noticed that torches had already been lit nearby. I extinguished my small torch by pressing it against the ground and ascended the ladder into the treehouse. Perhaps alerted by the sound of my footsteps, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru emerged to greet me. However, Li Yuan's expression fell when she failed to see the grass fluff in my hands, her lips forming a pout. She was likely disappointed at the absence of the fluff tonight. Guess what delightful treasures I brought you? I intended to tease Li Yuan. What treasures? Just a broken twig and some wilted leaves, right? I burst into laughter, assuring her that it was not as simple as she presumed. I removed the twig from my back and presented it to her, saying, "This is no ordinary branch. This is a sweet potato tree, and look, it bears a dozen sweet potatoes." Li Yuan was convinced, even digging out a few potatoes from beneath the vine. "I really have sweet potatoes growing on a tree," she exclaimed in disbelief. As a university student, she was aware that sweet potatoes are typically root vegetables, akin to carrots and potatoes that grow underground. This was her first encounter with sweet potatoes seemingly sprouting from a tree, and she was eager to boast about it to her roommates upon her return. Just as her delight peaked, Zhao Xiaoru chuckled beside her. I could tell immediately that Zhao Xiaoru had caught on to the ruse, and I did not intervene as she began to enlighten Li Yuan. Li Yuan, how could you believe in such nonsense about sweet potatoes growing on trees? Qindong is clearly pulling your leg. Despite Zhao Xiaoru's words, Li Yuan remained skeptical, rummaging through the vines and then glancing back at me. No, look. These sweet potatoes are perfectly intact on the branch. Just see how fresh they are. How could Qindong possibly deceive me? The dirt clung to the sweet potatoes, and I couldn't help but laugh. Her lack of observation was amusing. The visible soil on the sweet potatoes had gone unnoticed. Realizing she had been tricked, Li Yuan dashed over, playfully punching my chest with small, feeble blows. The playful punches lacked any real sting, imbued instead with a flirtatious undertone, causing Zhao Xiaoru to feel a twinge of jealousy. Come on, it's just a few sweet potatoes. Why the fuss? If I weren't here, would you have devoured Qindong? Her remark held dual meanings. Zhao Xiaoru was clearly addressing one layer, while Li Yuan and I understood another. Li Yuan's face flushed, and she quickly stepped away from me, pondering Zhao Xiaoru's recent behavior, questioning if it was that time of the month, and why she seemed particularly harsh. As if I were competing with her for a suitor. Of course. Li Yuan was oblivious to the fact that she had been at the lowest tier of understanding all along. Otherwise, she would not have thought so. Chapter 39. The light of that night, I placed the twig on the balcony and meticulously untangled the sweet potato vines, hanging them up while discarding the twig, which held little interest for me, as it was prone to breaking and offered minimal defense, while it could serve as kindling. I was not in need of such materials at the moment. With the tools at our disposal, we had 3 methods to prepare the sweet potatoes. The first was roasting, the most convenient and delectable option. The second was boiling, which would waste water but yield palatable results. The third was steaming, a less common preparation method among us. After much deliberation among the 3 of us, we ultimately decided on roasted sweet potatoes. We selected 3 sweet potatoes, each taking one, and armed with flint. I led Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru down from the treehouse. We would never be foolish enough to roast sweet potatoes inside the treehouse. For safety and illumination, we always built a fire pit beneath the treehouse before sleeping, and tonight, that fire pit came in handy. Facing 2 methods of roasting the sweet potatoes. The first involved tossing them directly into the fire pit, retrieving them later once they were cooked. However, this would not truly be roasting but rather burning. The second method entailed crafting a slender wooden skewer to pierce the sweet potatoes, akin to grilling fish or meat. Admittedly, in the mainland, machines are designed for this purpose, making our approach rather primitive and seldom utilized. Nevertheless, given our leisurely pace at night, it suited us perfectly. Li Yuan dashed back to retrieve the twig I had discarded moments ago. This twig was no thicker than 2 of my fingers and relatively easy to carve. Observing the actions of Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, I knew I could leave them to their tasks. So I took out the goat's head that I had not finished processing earlier. The blood from the goat had completely dried, leaving no concern for staining my hands. Li Yuan held the twig upright while Zhao Xiaoru wielded an axe. With a crack, the twig was split in 2, then in 4, until it was finally divided. And each girl took 2 pieces, continuously rubbing them against the axe's edge. I smiled as I continued to work on the goat. The goat's horns were notoriously tough, and despite a lengthy session of grinding earlier, they still required considerable effort to manage. After over an hour of labor, I had successfully sawn through 2/3 of one horn. Following our meal, I intended to saw off a complete horn. After more than an hour of crafting and refining, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru had fashioned 4 slender skewers, each approximately 5 millimeters in diameter, with sharpened tips capable of penetrating the sweet potatoes effortlessly. Sensing we were nearly ready, I set down my work and accepted the skewers offered by Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. These 2 young ladies had not only significantly improved their survival skills during these days, but also honed their resourcefulness in toolmaking. Though Li Yuan, in her innocence, often found herself in amusing predicaments. I examined the wooden skewers, nodding in approval. Zhao Xiaoru's craftsmanship slightly surpassed Li Yuan's, though both were commendable. I took out 3 skewers and inserted them into the sweet potatoes, placing them on the grill to roast. When it comes to roasting sweet potatoes, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan must rely on me, as they are lacking in experience. Sweet potatoes are not easy to cook. They are almost as challenging as certain cuts of meat. In fact, they are much more difficult to roast than tender, flaky fish. I first placed the sweet potatoes with one side facing down, allowing the intense flames to scorch them. After about 10 minutes, the side that was exposed to the heat began to shrivel. I gently prodded the slightly yellowed sweet potato with a leftover skewer, only to find that it was not yet fully cooked. I then flipped all 3 potatoes over, repeating this process. After half an hour, all sides had turned a golden brown, and I could easily pierce the skins with a bamboo skewer, penetrating a couple of centimeters deep. I started to slowly rotate each sweet potato. After another 10 minutes, the sweet aroma of the potatoes intensified. I poked them with a skewer again. Observing their soft skins and the reddish flesh within, I knew they were nearly done. After roasting for an additional 2 or 3 minutes, I removed the 3 sweet potatoes from the grill and distributed them to Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. Since they were roasted, the soil on their skins had become dry and loose, making it easy to peel them off. "Brother Qindong, I adore you," exclaimed Li Yuan, her excitement palpable as she received the fragrant sweet potatoes, her words spilling forth with charm. Zhao Xiaoru rolled her eyes, but, ignoring the scalding heat, quickly peeled her sweet potato and tossed the skin into the bonfire. I observed all of this with amusement, thinking to myself, "Oh dear, this young lady isn't falling for my dashing image, is she? What if one day she starts imitating Li Yuan?" Furthermore, I pondered the potential jealousy that could arise between these two women. Fortunately, their differing identities and personalities would prevent any overt rivalry, with Zhao Xiaoru's feelings likely remaining subdued. Li Yuan, of course, noticed the subtle dynamics but pretended not to, instead watching me as I carefully peeled my sweet potato, savoring each bite. The sweet potato was exceptionally sweet, almost surprisingly so. After they finished eating, both Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru remarked that it was far sweeter than any they had previously tasted. I understood that their prolonged absence from such a delicacy, combined with the current circumstances, had heightened its appeal. I devoured my sweet potato in a few bites. While Li Xiaoru and Li Yuan had already returned to the wooden cabin, I intended to finish sawing the ram's horn before the bonfire extinguished. Creaking, I quickened my pace. The loose material from the ram's horn scattered on the ground, and my wrist began to ache. I paused to warm my hands over the fire before continuing to saw. Finally, after 5 or 6 hours of diligent effort, I successfully detached the ram's horn from the head. With a sigh of relief, I gathered my belongings and climbed up the rope ladder to the treehouse. Once inside, I stood on the balcony gazing out at the sea, which remained dark and devoid of any light. It had been over 10 days since I had last seen a glimmer, and I still longed for it. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were entirely unaware of the true purpose behind the observation deck I had constructed, all stemming from that night of illumination. Chapter 40. Midnight footprints. The moon hung high in the starry sky, casting its gentle glow upon the balcony of the treehouse. Creaking, the balcony door swung open, and Li Yuan stepped out. She shivered slightly, glancing at the moon, her expression tinged with melancholy. After all, she was merely a college student, lacking the resolute spirit of me and Zhao Xiaoru. Over the past few days, she had contemplated surrendering to the sea countless times, wishing to end the life that should have perished on the day of the plane crash. Taking a deep breath, she curled up even tighter. The island's nights were not warm. Emerging from the shelter of the windproof treehouse, she felt a chill. She tilted her head to glance at the man inside, her hesitation diminishing slightly. It was this man named Qindong who had sparked a glimmer of hope within her. Shaking her head, she dismissed her troubling thoughts, reminding herself that she needed to relieve herself before returning to sleep. Tomorrow, she would have to continue her struggle for survival. Li Yuan descended the treehouse ladder. Perhaps due to the height, she hurried down, feeling the wind less intense at the bottom. Still, she tightened her sleeves and broke into a quick run. The distance to the treehouse was over 20 meters. Nearby stood a tree, not tall but lush with foliage, allowing Li Yuan to reach its leaves with her height. In a survival situation on a deserted island, it was impossible to obtain toilet paper, and using water was too extravagant. She could only make do with leaves. Without a phone, Li Yuan had long abandoned her previous habit of taking only 3 or 4 minutes to resolve such matters. It took longer to come down from the treehouse. After finishing, she sighed in relief, feeling light. She dashed over to the base of the treehouse and finally had the chance to examine it closely. The treehouse was indeed quite rudimentary. Merely a few windbreak boards joined together, and the stairs were not particularly sturdy, compared to the stunning treehouses seen on television. This small and simple structure would leave many in disbelief. Yet, in Li Yuan's eyes, this was the haven we had painstakingly created, a home, a refuge. A sudden gust of wind sent a shiver through Li Yuan, prompting her to retreat towards the treehouse. At that moment, she felt a dip beneath her feet, and she couldn't recall noticing a pit there during the day. Li Yuan crouched down, using the moonlight to inspect the small depression. It was not particularly small. Slightly larger than her palm, with a deeper center and shallower edges, roughly the length of her fingers but much broader. Comparing her hand to the imprint, she was astonished to find it resembled a palm-shaped mark. "Palm," she murmured, and suddenly, a realization struck her. Fear gripped her as she glanced around. But there was nothing. Nonetheless, panic set in, and her terrified call startled Zhao Xiaoru and me awake. Instantly alert, we sat up and exchanged glances. then looked at the empty space beside me. We speculated that Li Yuan might have encountered some danger. I swiftly grabbed the fire axe hanging on the wall of the treehouse, my hands trembling, only to be firmly grasped by Zhao Xiaoru from behind. I turned to see her nodding at me, signaling that the more dangerous the situation, the calmer I should remain. I nodded in understanding and pushed open the balcony door, the only exit leading down. Just then, I encountered Li Yuan, who was descending the ladder, her footsteps creaking. I looked at her, then scanned the surroundings. There was no sign of any danger. I let out a sigh of relief as I glanced back at Zhao Xiaoru, who shrugged with a wry smile, indicating that she, too, saw nothing alarming. What are you doing, you silly girl? Do you know you could scare someone to death at this hour? I resolved to give Li Yuan a lesson in composure and calmness in the face of adversity come morning. She needed to understand that apart from the danger of death, nothing else warranted such panic. However, my reprimand only made her feel more wronged, as she pointed to the dark abyss below, exclaiming, "There's something down there." Something down there? Zhao Xiaoru and I were taken aback, and I peered into the darkness below. If it were an animal, its eyes would surely be visible in the night, yet clearly, there was nothing glowing below. However, I remained vigilant as I took the fire axe handed to me by Zhao Xiaoru, carefully descending. The bonfire from the previous night had extinguished, and the embers had completely cooled, indicating that it was at least 3 in the morning, if not later. After I descended with the axe, I surveyed my surroundings and found no other immediate dangers, which provided me with some relief. I hastened to the spot indicated by Li Yuan, where a vague pit appeared before me, illuminated by the faint moonlight. I had to crouch down to scrutinize the pit more closely. Upon closer inspection, I could ascertain that these were indeed the tracks of an animal, and they were not smaller than my palm. Judging by the depth of the footprints, the creature that passed through here must have been significantly large. I even speculated it was larger than myself. The size of the prints indicated that this creature must weigh at least 300 pounds, if not more. My preliminary conjecture weighed heavily on my mind, furrowing my brow. If my suspicions were correct, we would need to exercise extreme caution when entering and exiting the treehouse, remaining alert to any sudden assaults from foreign creatures. Even armed with a fire axe, I dared not claim to be its equal. Therefore, I surmised that the owner of these tracks must be a bear. This could very well represent the greatest threat we have encountered on this island thus far. Furthermore, we currently lack the means to confront such a peril. However, bears are not typically found in the fringes of islands like this. Perhaps it was merely a transient visitor. I could only speculate, perhaps a reflection of my inner desire. Gripping the fire axe, I ascended to the treehouse with a heavy heart. Zhao Xiaoru, noticing my emotional shift, inquired about what I had discovered. With a wry smile, I handed her the axe and said, "It is a footprint." Zhao Xiaoru took the axe, her expression turning grave as she asked, "Could it be a wolf?" Wolves are indeed common and dangerous in forests, and it was understandable that Zhao Xiaoru would worry about such a creature. I shook my head with a rueful smile, replying, "It might be a bear." Chapter 41. Bear Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru stared at me in disbelief, with Zhao Xiaoru repeatedly confirming whether I had misidentified the tracks. I suggested that Li Xiaoru should take a look for herself. As a police officer, I believe she had the discernment to do so. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was in a state of panic, fully aware of the implications of encountering a bear. It would take but a single swipe to incapacitate her. In a moment of desperation, Li Yuan slapped herself, convinced she was dreaming. Yet, the sting that followed confirmed her reality. Was this not a dream, but indeed the truth? I placed a reassuring hand on Li Yuan's shoulder, signaling her anxiety. Bears typically do not inhabit the outskirts of forests. Even if bear tracks were discovered, it could merely be a passing bear. After my reassurances, Li Yuan gradually calmed down. After a while, Zhao Xiaoru seemed to come to terms with the situation. Her expression mirrored deep concern as she nodded. It appeared my assumption was correct. These tracks indeed belonged to a bear. Although we had encountered bear tracks, it did not signify that danger was imminent. We must continue to eat, drink, and rest. Only with ample energy could we muster the strength to confront external threats. I urged Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to return to the treehouse, firmly encouraging them to rest, as our lives must go on. No one could definitively claim whether it was a bear or not, and even if it were, it could simply be passing through. Residing in the treehouse offered us absolute safety. Most of the dangerous animals could not ascend to such heights. Even if a bear could climb, it would struggle to reach us at this altitude. Moreover, hidden within the treehouse, who could discover us? We needed only to remain vigilant. The two girls, pinned down by my insistence to sleep, made no protest, but I knew they were wide awake, as I heard no heavy breaths from them. The night passed in silence, and neither of us had found rest. Only with the dawn's first light did a semblance of security return. It was then that Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru finally had the opportunity to slip into slumber. I, too, managed to doze off briefly, knowing that the two of them had likely spent the night restless, so I refrained from disturbing them. Cautiously, I retrieved the fire axe from the wall, unlocked the wooden latch on the balcony, and descended the vine ladder with great care. Life must continue. We could not afford to lose hope of survival due to a single footprint. Upon my descent, I examined the tracks from the previous night, now partially obscured by stray grasses. I meticulously removed the grasses and scrutinized the joints of the paw print, becoming increasingly convinced that it was indeed left by a bear. I silently prayed that it was merely a transient visitor. In truth, I placed no faith in such creatures. Everything depended on our own efforts. After my brief prayer, I set out to check whether any animals had fallen into the traps I had set. The trap damaged by the goat had been repaired. Yet my survey yielded no catches. Not a single animal had been ensnared. Since there were none, I felt no need to dwell on it. The goat had been an unexpected boon, and it was unreasonable to expect animals to be caught every day. After inspecting all the traps, I ventured back to our former dwelling. Here, I found a considerable gathering of red ants. I approached the shallows, taking a few steps westward, where several coconut trees were located. We had discovered these trees days prior, but they had grown significantly taller since then. We would have to wait for the coconuts to naturally fall. I calculated that the time was nearly right, strolling along the shoreline for half an hour. The morning air remained quite cool, the salty breeze chilling me slightly. Beneath the coconut trees, I was pleased to find 2 coconuts that had dropped. 3 more remained on the tree. The coconuts were too high for me to reach, and despite my efforts to shake the tree, it yielded no fruit. After a considerable struggle, 1 coconut finally fell. Picking up the 3rd coconut, I felt a sense of satisfaction. As for the remaining coconuts, we would have to wait a few more days. After securing the coconuts, I began my return journey, and on my way back through the shallows, I stumbled upon a sun-dried fish. Here, I had no fear that this fish had been poisoned, nor did I concern myself with the risks of consuming it. Upon my return, I found Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan awake, busy processing the goat we had caught the day before. The goat's hide had been mostly stripped off, and the 2 of them were covered in blood. However, compared to the previous night, they appeared much more lively. Li Yuan, in particular, greeted me with her usual playful charm. I handed the dead fish to Li Yuan and retrieved the coconuts from my bag. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan had grown accustomed to such finds. Coconuts had become a rarity, a sort of precious commodity. After setting down our findings, it was time to eat. Since we had begun living in the treehouse, we had shifted our meal times to daylight hours, once after midday and again at sunset. We maintained this routine of eating twice a day since settling in, without deviation. I retrieved the magnifying glass. The sunlight was perfect, shining through the foliage to illuminate our side of the treehouse. Soon, however, the trees would cast shadows, blocking the light. With the lens polished and my skill honed, the fire-starting process became considerably quicker. Within 5 minutes, a thin wisp of smoke began to rise from the kindling. The bonfire was ignited, and I instructed Li Yuan to carve some meat from the little goat. Today, we would savor the flavor of this lean goat meat. After a while, Li Yuan descended from the treehouse, her hands stained with blood, holding a stick with a piece of goat meat skewered on it, and she handed me a bag of salt. Observing the salt bag smeared with grease and blood, I grumbled, asking Li Yuan if she could wash her hands before touching my salt bag next time, lamenting how pristine and exquisite my elegant pouch used to be. Li Yuan merely rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue, ignoring my complaints. After acquiring the goat meat, I set up the grill and began to roast it slowly. As I turned the meat, I sprinkled a few grains of salt from the bag onto the goat. The goat was entirely red meat, making it slightly more challenging to cook than ordinary meat. As time passed, the goat meat gradually hardened, its surface transitioning from red to a creamy white. A faint aroma wafted through the vicinity of the treehouse, and soon Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan could no longer contain their excitement and rushed out from the treehouse. Chapter 42. The wolf pack. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru soaked their hands in the seawater, which was highly saline and served as a natural disinfectant. After washing their hands, they eagerly settled beside the bonfire. This was my first experience tasting goat meat as well. Such delicacies had become quite rare, with even the country implementing protective measures, rendering them scarce for consumption. Once the goat meat was ready, I divided it into 3 portions for each of us to savor. At first bite, it was somewhat tough. I thought my grilling technique was lacking, but upon further chewing, I discovered its delightful crispness. The meat was tender, imbued with a hint of saltiness, and I could easily rate this meal a perfect score. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. It's truly a culinary masterpiece. Brother Chen, you are fantastic. Indeed, Chendong. How did you manage to create such exquisite delicacies with just a few grains of salt? I commend you. The praise from the 2 beauties filled me with joy, though I tried to maintain a casual demeanor, replying, "Is that so? I think it's just average." After saying this, I couldn't resist taking another hearty bite of the goat meat. In the afternoon, I sawed off the other horn of the goat, and Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru completed the processing of the sizable goat. In the ensuing days, I fashioned the goat's horns into weapons and shared them with Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, as they proved far more effective than mere sticks. We also replenished our supplies and successfully gathered some grass to make the treehouse cozier. During this period, we ventured in and out of the wooden cabin cautiously. Yet we still had no further encounters with bears. As days passed, I became increasingly convinced that the paw prints we had spotted were merely those of a bear passing by. After several more days without any signs of bears, our lives finally returned to normalcy. Each morning, we went fishing at sea, and in the afternoons, we hunted around the treehouse. Evenings were dedicated to crafting tools. Throughout these daily routines, I managed to create upgraded versions of items like hoes and other tools. My pouch was now filled with sea salt, and I even set aside a container specifically for storing it. After a day of industrious work, I found myself alone on the balcony, gazing at the distant sea. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan never understood my habit of watching the ocean. Only I knew that a glimmer of hope still lingered in my heart. It had been over a month since we arrived on the island, a month filled with tears, laughter, countless encounters with danger, and numerous moments of divergence. It was this journey that led us to the relatively stable and prosperous life we enjoyed today. Staring at the pitch-black surface of the sea, I remained silent for a long time before returning to the treehouse to sleep. Unbeknownst to me, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan had begun to snore beside me. But I found myself unable to drift off. Perhaps it was the lingering thoughts of the sea that kept me awake. Since sleep eluded me, I stood on the balcony, feeling the sea breeze. As I casually scanned the area around the treehouse, a few flickering green lights in the northwest caught my attention. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I rubbed my eyes, focusing on the increasingly closer lights. A low, distant howl echoed in my ears. Such low-frequency sounds are often inaudible to those deep in slumber, yet the noise grew nearer. The bonfire had extinguished, leaving behind only glowing embers. Perhaps due to the residual warmth, the wolves hesitated to approach. However, they did not leave, their green-eyed gazes sending chills down my spine. I realized these wolves were likely lingering because they had spotted me, prompting me to retreat into the house and peer out through a crack in the door. After roughly an hour, the fire beneath the treehouse had completely died down, and the wolves, no longer deterred, approached the base of the treehouse. One wolf even began to dig through the ash on the ground. Another wolf licked the wooden stick that had been left behind from roasting the goat. The next howl was deep and resonant, piercingly clear. Zhao Xiaoru seemed to sense something, stirring slightly before falling still again, likely thinking she was dreaming. However, the subsequent howls jolted her awake. She sat up abruptly, believing she had experienced a nightmare. But upon realizing my absence beside her, panic set in. Li Yuan, too, awakened. Having heard the wolf howls, Xiao Zhu, it seems I dreamt of wolves howling, Li Yuan murmured, still groggy, thinking she was still dreaming. Zhao Xiaoru's expression turned grave as she stated, "This is not a dream." "Not a dream? What do you mean?" Li Yuan responded, her thoughts aligning as she and Zhao Xiaoru hurried to the balcony. I had been standing there, exchanging glances with the wolves for some time. I had even attempted to scare them off with flames, but when I threw a lit torch down, the wolves retreated briefly. Yet once the flames extinguished, they returned, resuming their position beneath the treehouse. I found myself at a loss. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan joined me on the balcony, peering down at the multitude of green eyes. They knew these were no ordinary dogs. Li Yuan counted carefully, realizing there were 14 eyes, 7 pairs, indicating 7 wolves. Wolves are notoriously difficult adversaries, arguably more troublesome than bears. As pack animals, they coordinate to hunt their prey, and few can escape once targeted. Of course, humans are the exception, being a higher primate. Standing at the pinnacle of animal intelligence, we can fend off such aggressive and cunning creatures. However, I was ill-equipped at that moment, facing 7 wolves with only a fire axe. Thus, I had to depend on my wits to fend off the pack. "Brother Chen, there are 7 wolves down there. What should we do?" Li Yuan anxiously tugged at my arm, aware of the dangers posed by wolves in the wild. Zhao Xiaoru was also flustered. She had learned a few tactics for warding off wolves involving fire and noise, but we lacked the necessary tools to intimidate the pack. "What now, Qindong?" I sighed, shaking my head in resignation. "What else can we do? They likely 1T climbed the tree. We might as well wait it out and just go back to sleep." Chapter 43. Feeding. I knew that this would undoubtedly be another sleepless night. Throughout the night, Li Yuan and Li Xiaoru made 3 trips outside to observe. But the wolf pack remained undeterred. Our supply of torches was limited, and having realized the futility of employing torch tactics against the feral wolves, I restrained Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru from throwing any more torches. After all, We needed to conserve our energy for the following day as survival and sustenance, which meant remaining in the treehouse. As dawn broke, the pack had not dispersed. They seemed intent on a war of attrition. Peering through the crack in the door, I noticed 2 fewer wolves, likely having ventured off in search of food. Since they were determined to outlast us, I resolved to starve them for a few days. Our provisions were ample enough to last us 10 days to half a month. In the dead of night, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan finally found respite, succumbing to sleep after my reassurances. When they awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. For today's meal, I made a slight alteration. Originally, we were to have mountain berries and dried fish in the morning, followed by roasted rabbit for lunch. However, roasting required an open flame, which would amplify the scent of food, so I scrapped the rabbit plan altogether and opted for wild bananas instead, one for each of us. Given our current situation, where we were engaged in a battle of endurance with the wolves, our energy expenditure was minimal, thus we did not require an abundance of food. I contemplated crafting something more lethal, such as a crossbow, but lacking experience, I decided to consult Zhao Xiaoru, a member of the defense team, for her thoughts. Ultimately, she suggested constructing a simple bow, acknowledging that while its power might be somewhat diminished, the ease of construction was undeniable. Of course, I was already aware of that. If I had intended to make a bow, I wouldn't have sought Zhao Xiaoru's input. After a moment of frustration, I set about devising my own method for crafting a bow and crossbow. My first step involved emulating the bow-making process by creating a pre-curved wooden limb. I procured a relatively wide piece of mahogany and began sawing it into an elliptical shape, as fine wood shavings slipped through my fingers. The pliable nature of the mahogany facilitated ease of crafting. The head of the crossbow, constructed from this resilient material, proved robust enough to withstand the tension when drawing the bowstring. Next, I focused on the mechanism and string of the crossbow. Initially, I considered using a slender vine for the bowstring, but soon discovered that it resulted in a rough and inadequate line, which would not endure for long. Then, I recalled my shoelaces. Upon removing them, I noted that both my shoes and laces had undergone significant wear from the elements over the past few days. One lace was even weaker than the vine. Ultimately, after much deliberation, I selected a 30-centimeter steel wire as my bowstring. This aircraft-grade wire possessed exceptional tensile strength, flexibility, and elasticity, making it perfectly suited for my needs. With the bowstring determined, I planned to secure it using the same method I had employed for the saw. I instructed Li Yuan to light a torch while I took it to the balcony to heat the ends of the steel wire. Below, the wolf pack had not retreated, and the 2 wolves that had previously left had returned, their eyes wild with hunger. If hunting were so effortless in this vicinity, I would not need to escort Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to fish daily. We could simply circle the treehouse, securing our meals with ease. As I stepped outside, the 2 wolves bared their teeth, glaring fiercely at me, while 2 others leapt at the base of the tree, scratching the trunk. Alas, wolves cannot climb trees. I smiled at the creatures, knowing that the time was not yet ripe. I aimed to wear them down until they were utterly exhausted. I placed the torch in a small crevice on the balcony, the fierce flames causing the 2 wolves to retreat in fear. Some wolves lay on the ground while others stood at attention, relying on us for a hearty meal. Reflecting on our supplies, I mused that we could sustain not just 1 or 2 meals, but even 7 or 8 days for another 7 wolves, should they present themselves. As I heated one end of the steel wire, watching it gradually turn red and soft, I deftly pressed the heated wire against one side of the crossbow. This task was second nature to me, and before long, I had completed it. A simple crossbow was now at my disposal. Using a skewer meant for grilling fish, I sharpened it with a fire axe, and soon, a rudimentary arrow was fashioned. I placed the arrow against the bowstring and pulled it taut, finally releasing it into the air. Since the bowstring was made of steel rather than cord, it required significantly more force to draw than a conventional bowstring. The arrow flew forth, landing in the ground before a wolf closest to the treehouse. Alas, it lacked sufficient power. Had it been a true crossbow, that wolf would likely have met its end. Sighing, I recognized that lamenting was futile. The elasticity of the steel was limited. I needed to construct a proper mechanism to launch the arrows with adequate force. Compared to the bow and string, the mechanism's creation was the most challenging aspect. This device is a launching apparatus. Mere aesthetics would not suffice to propel a powerful arrow. During my time in the military, I had acquired some knowledge of mechanics. I could only hope to cobble together a mechanism of moderate strength. There was no need to rush the construction of the mechanism. Today had already slipped away, and I could contemplate it further tomorrow. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we hastily consumed the wild bananas, unable to venture outside the treehouse. With no means to kindle a fire beneath us, darkness enveloped the area shortly after sunset, leaving only pairs of glowing green eyes lurking below. They too appeared fatigued. with a few lying down, seemingly worn out. Li Yuan stole a glance at the wolf pack outside before returning, unable to find rest so early. Watching the wolves filled her with both anxiety and frustration. She longed to stomp her feet in agitation. I, however, would not permit her such actions. Should she inadvertently compromise the already precarious structure of our treehouse, it would spell disaster. Li Yuan, take a piece of fish roughly the size of your palm and toss it down to the wolves. Li Yuan looked at me incredulously. Were we truly going to feed the wolves? Chapter 44. The bow and arrow. Li Yuan was baffled by my intentions. Yet she had unwavering faith in me. Thus, she carried out my command. She retrieved a small piece of dried fish from the wall and, with a cutting tool, sliced off 1/6 of it. Li Yuan felt an odd sense of injustice for the wolves. Despite their siege, they were still managing to acquire food. Had it not been for her trust in me, she might have thought me foolish for voluntarily offering sustenance to our adversaries. Nevertheless, she understood this must be part of my strategy. The piece of dried fish in her hand was perhaps slightly smaller than I had suggested, but it would suffice. I suspected Li Yuan was reluctant to part with such a delectable morsel for the bumbling creatures below. After all, why not keep it for herself? With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the piece of fish from the balcony, and I observed from behind her. Initially, the wolves did not rush to claim the offering, prompting Li Yuan to scold them for their inability to recognize a good thing. However, after a while, a wolf cautiously approached the dried fish, first licking it, and then slowly taking it to the center of the pack, near the alpha wolf. I had already noticed this particular wolf. It was undoubtedly the leader of the group. As expected, after placing down the fish, the wolf retreated a distance away. Such a small piece of fish could only be consumed by one wolf, and it was clear it would be the alpha. In the moonlight, my view was somewhat obscured. But I could see the wolf lowering its head, likely licking the fish. This fish had been cured with sea salt, and I wondered if the alpha wolf could stomach it. After licking for a while, the wolf, sensing no danger, finally relaxed and began to gnaw on the dried fish. Our dried fish, sun-dried, were relatively tougher compared to the softer fish flesh, but this made them easier to store for longer periods. Yet, the alpha seemed indifferent, continuously devouring the fish until it was completely consumed. It circled the pack, then let out a resounding howl. The other wolves, as if inspired, rose from their resting positions and joined in the chorus of howls, startling Li Yuan into a state of distress. I had warned against feeding these wolves. Look at what has happened. These ungrateful creatures have become lively. Li Yuan pouted, clearly displeased with my decision. I reminded her that it was inappropriate to describe wolves as ungrateful. After all, we were merely their prey. What claim to gratitude could there be? After a moment's contemplation, Li Yuan realized the truth in my words. However, she remained puzzled and asked why we were feeding the very wolves that wished to eat us. I told her to simply observe the unfolding drama. I suggested that tomorrow we should mix in some herbs, preferably those potent enough to ensure a swift demise. You wouldn't want to poison these wolves, would you? Li Yuan gazed at me, intrigued, likely viewing me as a sinister hunter. Everything is a strategy, I replied with a smirk. Li Yuan rolled her eyes at me. I cautioned her to carefully control the dosage of the poison. Ideally, it should incapacitate the wolves without harming us. Li Yuan nodded, revealing that she could concoct a paralyzing potion from existing herbs, which would render a wolf unconscious without being toxic. I was pleasantly surprised by her ingenuity and praised her. Delighted by my compliment, Li Yuan quipped that mere praise was insufficient. Wouldn't I consider pampering her later? I awkwardly glanced at Zhao Xiaoru, who was rolling her eyes. It was hardly the time for nocturnal escapades. I feigned ignorance and promised to share more wild mountain plums with Li Yuan that evening. In response, Li Yuan sulked, declaring she had no desire for my plums, preferring instead to eat her own. I awkwardly smiled and pretended to be generous, agreeing to give her my share of the plums. That night, however, Li Yuan did not ask for my plums. Instead, she sulked away to a corner of the treehouse, leisurely enjoying her own. Our dinner consisted of 1.5 small pieces of dried fish each, accompanied by 6 mountain plums per person. Zhao Xiaoru consumed only 2 of her plums, handing the remaining 4 to me, claiming she could not finish them. Li Yuan, unable to contain herself, approached me, pouting, and stuffed her 6 plums into my hands without waiting for my response. I had no fondness for the sour fruits, so I relinquished them entirely. After her declaration, Li Yuan defiantly gestured at Zhao Xiaoru, as if to say, "You're not so impressive." Zhao Xiaoru ignored her, engrossed in her fish. Li Yuan, seemingly no longer upset with me, insisted on sitting close, claiming it would help her eat. This only intensified my embarrassment, as I had to step outside with my fish and a handful of wild mountain plums to observe the wolves. Suddenly, the balcony door swung open, and the previously sprawled wolves sprang to attention upon seeing someone emerge. I chuckled softly and began to eat my dried fish. The wild wolves, likely aware that I would not approach them, resumed their resting positions after a brief watch. Even wolves need rest. Their reflexes, however, are swift. Should they sense any disturbance, the alpha will promptly take action. After a long day, we were enjoying our meal in the treehouse, while below, the alpha had consumed only half a piece of dried fish. Observing the united wolf pack, despite their lack of food and drink, stirred my thoughts. Once we were full, I resolved to give Li Yuan some guidance. The wolves, despite their hardships, remained united, while she, with ample resources, seemed intent on division. I acknowledged my share of the blame, but today's troubles began with Li Yuan's impulsive actions. After our meal, I whistled at the wolf pack, only to find they ignored me entirely. With no other option, I retreated to the treehouse to sleep. That night, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru were far more composed than the previous night, sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, I gazed out at the sea, feeling an inexplicable sense that a boat would soon arrive on shore. Chapter 45. The death of the alpha wolf. The following day, the wolf pack remained beneath the treehouse. But aside from the alpha, the other wolves appeared lethargic. With no food for an entire day, it was no wonder they lacked energy. Li Yuan was busy preparing herbs in the treehouse. Since we could not light a fire indoors, we had fashioned a large wooden basin filled with soil for such occasions. However, this posed a significant safety risk, so we avoided using it unless absolutely necessary. Today, however, we had no choice. Li Yuan took a smaller wooden bowl, placing a piece of rabbit meat slightly larger than her palm inside, along with the herbs and fresh water. After a while, the flames began to blaze vigorously, and the water slowly started to boil. The herbs infused the water with color, gradually permeating the meat. The aroma of the rabbit began to waft through the air. Had I not known of its anesthetic properties, I might have been tempted to taste it. I stepped out onto the balcony to observe the remaining wolves. Apart from the alpha, the others were still lying down, yet they all seemed to be fixated on the treehouse, likely having caught wind of the meat. The alpha, in particular, fixed its gaze on me, sending a shiver down my spine. After a moment, Li Yuan finished preparing the meat and asked if it was time to throw it down. I shook my head, advising her that those who intend to accomplish great deeds must not rush. Patience is key to avoiding errors. Li Yuan nodded, fully compliant with my guidance. My focus for the day was to devise a crossbow mechanism. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, having little else to do, joined me in brainstorming and assisting. Through our collective efforts, we constructed a rather imperfect, yet functional crossbow mechanism, crafted from countless small redwood pieces intricately interwoven. Although it occasionally jammed, it generally performed well. The only uncertainty remained whether this mechanism, when paired with a bow, could yield the results I envisioned. I equipped the crossbow with a bow and crafted a slender bolt. All that remained was to find a wolf to test my skills. I once told Li Yuan that patience is paramount. Haste begets mistakes. After completing my preparations, I refrained from attacking the wolf pack, as I was unaware of the crossbow's range and power, and I needed to ensure a fatal strike on the wolf king. That night, Li Yuan suggested tossing down a piece of prepared rabbit meat, but I declined her proposal. Instead, I had her throw down a piece of rabbit meat that was similar to the cooked one. As expected, a wolf approached to sniff the meat, and only after confirming its safety did the wolf king come to take it away. The long wait of the third day had nearly passed, and once again, night fell. This time, I instructed Li Yuan to throw down the prepared wild rabbit meat. As anticipated, the wolf king hurried over and carried it off to a nearby spot to feast. Within 5 minutes post-meal, the wolf king collapsed, initially unnoticed by the other wolves that were fixated on me from the balcony. When my bolt struck the wolf king with precision, the pack finally panicked. The wolf king was the backbone of the pack. Without him, they were but a disorganized throng. I released several bolts in quick succession, although the cunning wolves evaded most. One struck a wolf's leg. The injured wolf limped away in a frenzy, hardly able to concern itself with the downed wolf king. Indeed, upon witnessing one of their own fleeing in terror, the remaining scattered wolves swiftly vacated the vicinity of the treehouse. They arrived quickly, yet departed even faster. These wolves were astute. They had gone days without sustenance and had lost their leader. Observing our relative calm, their resolve crumbled. As I watched the retreating pack, a wave of relief washed over me. I instructed Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to return and rest, awaiting the morrow to see if the pack would return. The wolves proved not to be foolish. The next day, only the lone corpse of the wolf king remained. Descending the rope ladder from the treehouse, I wielded my fire axe to survey the surroundings before calling for Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. The wolf king was of considerable size, the most robust among its kin, even larger than a young goat. Alas, among so many wolves, it was the most unfortunate, simply because it was the king. I extracted the bolt that had pierced the Wolf King's body. It had struck true, penetrating deep. The distance from the treehouse to where the Wolf King lay dead was less than 10 meters, a commendable result for a crossbow crafted by inexperienced hands. I clicked my tongue, collecting the bolts I had loosed the previous day from the ground. With the situation resolved, I needed to check my traps for any game. I entrusted the handling of the Wolf King to Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. They had accumulated ample experience over the past days, and by the time I returned, I expected the wolf to be skinned and prepared. Strolling slowly through the dense forest, I realized I had not moved much in 3 days, and my body felt somewhat uncomfortable. Following a night of waiting, the wolf pack had vanished without a trace, allowing me to momentarily set aside concerns for danger. I checked 6 or 7 traps in succession, each yielding no catch, which left me disheartened. Ironically, at the 9th trap, I discovered an old adversary, the limping wolf. This was the very wolf I had wounded with a bolt, which had fled in panic the previous night, now ensnared once more. I shrugged. It was merely its misfortune. In times past, this wolf would have easily escaped my trap, but after 3 days without food, it lacked the strength to struggle. The injured wolf eyed me with terror as I approached, baring its teeth in a futile attempt to intimidate me. I retrieved a bolt from my back. Had I possessed such a weapon when hunting the young goat, the task would have been far simpler. Seeing the weapon in my hand, the limping wolf panicked further. It recognized me, and more importantly, the weapon that had injured it and slain the Wolf King. I raised the crossbow, taking careful aim. The limping wolf was ensnared by vines and could not move. With a swift whoosh, the bolt flew and instantly pierced the wolf's body. Blood sprayed everywhere as it convulsed for a few moments before succumbing. I felt a surge of satisfaction. It was fortunate I had ventured out to patrol, for had that limping wolf escaped, it would have been a significant loss. Now, this was a considerable gain for me. I waited 5 minutes until the wolf lay lifeless, then cut the vines before dragging it back to the treehouse. Upon my return, I found Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru still processing the Wolf King's remains. Seeing yet another wolf in my possession, they exclaimed in unison, "Wow." Chapter 46. The cruise ship. I aided Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru in finishing the processing of the 2 wolves' bodies. Once the pelts were removed and dried, they could be fashioned into wind-resistant clothing. After a simple lunch, we decided to venture to the shallow waters to catch sea fish. For it had been 3 days since we last went out, and our stock of dried fish had diminished considerably. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru wielded fishing nets, which had undergone multiple modifications to enhance their efficacy. The nets were baited with homemade fish food to attract the sea fish. Meanwhile, I sought out a relatively deep area, employing a modified spear to catch fish. Following the recent storm, the coastline had experienced a slight rise, and under the relentless sun over the past several days, it had reverted to its original form. The waves relentlessly crashed against my body. What had once reached my calves now surged past my knees. It felt as though the waves were growing stronger. What was that? After several minutes, Zhao Xiaoru was the first to notice something unusual about the sea, followed by my own realization as I felt something propelling the waves. A ship, Zhao Xiaoru shouted excitedly, abandoning her net to call out to the massive cruise ship appearing in the distance. She waved her arms enthusiastically, and Li Yuan joined her, raising her hands in excitement to beckon the distant vessel. Tears welled in Li Yuan's eyes. She was but an ordinary college student who had endured so much hardship. Yet, fortunately, those trials had not been in vain. Rescue was at hand, and the approaching cruise ship represented her hope. After more than a month, it was a relief not to have given up. As I gazed at the slowly approaching cruise ship, my brow furrowed. Since that fateful night of bright light, I had fantasized countless times about a ship docking. However, something seemed amiss with this cruise ship. From my vantage point, it appeared to be no more than 2 nautical miles from the shore. Yet, after 10 full minutes of waving, the ship remained at least a nautical mile away. Despite its steady approach to the coastline, if it were indeed docking, it should have slowed down, but it seemed to be moving at an unusually slow pace. I swiftly dropped my spear and ran to Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru with urgency. Without explanation, I seized both by the scruffs of their collars and dashed toward the nearest redwood grove. After a brief sprint, we entered the thicket, and I released them, panting heavily. I had not anticipated these 2 young women would weigh so much. "Shindong, what's happening? Don't you see us signaling the cruise ship?" Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed as she turned to run back, having spotted the ship nearing the shore. The redwood grove was indeed close enough to the coastline to clearly observe everything happening along the shore. After I had ushered Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru into the grove, the massive cruise ship had finally docked. I grabbed Zhao Xiaoru by the collar, preventing her from advancing. "What are you doing? Shindong, are you blind? Can't you see that's a cruise ship?" Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed, her anger palpable. She had waited over a month for this moment, only to find her path obstructed by me. If you don't want to return for judgment, don't stop us. If you wish to live your wild life here, go ahead. But why drag me and Li Yuan into it? As I held her back, Zhao Xiaoru became frantic, hurling insults at me, saying the most unpleasant things. Li Yuan, equally anxious, tugged at my collar, pleading for me to let her go since she had eagerly awaited this opportunity. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The transformation in their attitudes was a complete turnaround, all thanks to this unexpectedly marvelous cruise ship that had suddenly docked. If you both wish to court death, then go ahead together. I admitted that this remark might have been somewhat exaggerated, yet there was something distinctly peculiar about this vessel that I couldn't quite articulate. Indeed, my words rendered both Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru hesitant and cautious. They were torn between the hope represented by the cruise ship and the counsel I offered, which also symbolized a chance for survival. Seeing them calm down, I reassured them to remain composed. I suspected this could be a pirate ship, and we should observe the situation before proceeding. Hidden within the mangroves, we could clearly see the happenings aboard the cruise, yet the dense foliage concealed us from their sight. Together, we stood at a distance, hoping to witness two individuals disembark to ascertain whether they were crew members or pirates. However, time slipped away unnoticed, and the ship remained docked without any signs of life above or below. I shared the dried fish I had with Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan as the sun began to set. It had been several hours, and still, no one had emerged from the cruise. Zhao Xiaoru noticed the oddity of the situation and apologized to me. I understood her reaction, after all. Human nature is such that anyone would act similarly under these circumstances. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ship remained unlit, shrouded in darkness. I informed Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru that waiting indefinitely was not a viable plan. We would spend the night in the mangroves, and if the cruise remained the next day without any activity, we would board it to investigate. They nodded in agreement. I instructed them that we would take turns keeping watch over the ship, while the others rested to conserve their strength, anticipating that we might need to board it the following day. After ensuring Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru were settled, I quickly returned to the treehouse, this time armed with a crossbow, a fire axe, and even a saw. I filled my pack with more dried fish and returned to the mangroves, where Zhao Xiaoru was still observing the cruise, while Li Yuan had fallen asleep. I took the last watch, just before dawn. At the moment when weariness was at its peak, my gaze never drifted from the cruise ship, which remained silent, devoid of any movements or sounds. The eerie stillness was unsettling. Morning arrived swiftly, with a few birds resting upon the ship before taking flight. Shortly after the sun rose, I roused Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. We needed to board the vessel while it was still daylight. Early morning was when people felt most fatigued, making it the safest time for our endeavor. Even if it were a pirate ship, we could exploit the fatigue of the crew to find an escape route. If it was a merchant vessel, it would surely be what we all hoped for. Our only wish was to board safely. Chapter 47. The Cabin. I divided the remaining dried fish among Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, also distributing some fresh water. Each held a curved knife crafted from goat horn as they followed me towards the cruise ship. The vessel was immense, easily a 10,000-ton cruise ship. Even if it were a pirate ship, it must have been a merchant vessel repurposed for nefarious use. Approaching the cruise, we faced no obstacles, and within 10 minutes, we reached the shoreline beneath the ship. The cruise towered above us, at least 5 to 10 meters high. The iron ladder leading up was rusted red, a testament to years of neglect and exposure to the sea. I cautioned Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to be careful, and I ascended the ladder first. For us, seasoned from climbing rope ladders for days, the 4 or 5 meters posed little challenge. We quickly reached the deck of the cruise ship. As Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan followed suit, the full grandeur of the vessel was revealed. The cruise featured 2 massive iron cabins, suggesting it was a luxurious liner, far more opulent than an ordinary merchant ship or a pirate vessel. The deck was deserted. At this hour, it was likely that everyone aboard was still asleep. I signaled Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to remain silent and motioned for them to stay close. The deck was vast, resembling a small plaza. We crossed it directly towards a large wooden door, which appeared to be made of brass, though its wooden color had been added for contrast. The ornate design was splendid, albeit showing signs of neglect, with some paint flaking away to reveal the brass beneath. The brass door was considerably lighter than an iron one, and with a gentle push, I easily swung it open. What greeted us was a lavish hall, adorned with exquisite decorations. Every chair and table was of the finest quality, with intricate carvings that spoke of elegance, making it a perfect venue for banquets. Food was casually scattered across the tables: meat, cakes, and red wine. Upon seeing the abundance of food, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been days since she had indulged in such delicacies, cake and wine. She eagerly lifted a glass of red wine, but I swiftly intervened. If you wish to drink, I have fresh water. From this moment on, do not consume anything from here, I admonished, reclaiming the half-full glass of wine from her grasp and setting it back down on the table. These items had likely been there long enough to spoil. Zhao Xiaoru kindly reminded her. Spoiled. It looks perfectly fine, Li Yuan retorted, holding up a piece of cake in confusion. Do you have a fork to check inside? I asked. Li Yuan, following Zhao Xiaoru's suggestion, cautiously pierced the cake with a fork. The interior was entirely rotten, a dark mass emitting a foul odor. Startled, Li Yuan dropped the cake to the ground. Zhao Xiaoru surveyed the decaying food in the hall, her voice heavy as she remarked, "It seems this hall has been deserted for quite some time." The weight of her words resonated with both me and Li Yuan, who sensed the gravity of the situation. I nodded silently, instructing them that this cruise ship was indeed unusual. We would need to proceed cautiously and follow my lead. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru nodded in agreement, acknowledging my directive. The two upper decks were vast, and the lounge was merely a small portion of the entirety. As we traversed the hall, we soon arrived at the ship's kitchen, a small room connected to the lounge. Similarly, the kitchen was devoid of life. Most of the fruits and vegetables had rotted away, and the refrigerator had long lost power, causing the ice to melt and the food to decay. On the kitchen's cutting board rests a chef's knife, its blade marred by rust, yet still revealing the curvature of its edge. Perhaps long ago, its owner battled with some entity. Or perhaps it was in a fit of rage that the blade was forcefully struck against the adjacent metal wall, resulting in its dulled state. The kitchen is adorned with several small knives and forks, most of which have succumbed to rust. I gathered a few relatively intact utensils and tossed them into my bag, for with some polishing, they may yet prove useful. The three of us then dispersed to search the rear kitchen, but we found nothing more of value and subsequently exited. On either side of the hall are two elongated corridors, flanked by the sleeping quarters of the ship's cabins. The center of the corridor is covered with a vibrant red carpet, yet even in the maritime environment where dust is scarce, it bears a fine layer of dust. It has been a long time since anyone tread this passageway. Not a single footprint marred the dust, indicating that no one had ventured out of the house for an extended period, nor had anyone traversed this corridor. This suggests that these bedrooms were utterly devoid of inhabitants. Or perhaps, devoid of the living. I let out a soft sound to bolster my courage. Startled, both Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru shuddered. Such an atmosphere was truly terrifying. The entire cruise ship lay in desolation, bearing no trace of human existence. Could a sudden noise not evoke fear? I gently pushed open the first door along the corridor. This appeared to be a woman's room, long abandoned and shrouded in dust. A vintage dress hung limply on a wooden hanger, which had decayed to the point of being easily broken with a mere tug. The garment, once a muted brown, had faded significantly, its fabric now so fragile that it could be torn apart with little effort. The room also contained a simple vanity, atop which sat two small iron boxes and a slender, chalk-like plastic stick. Upon opening these three items, I found the contents of the circular boxes rendered unrecognizable by the passage of time. The plastic stick still held a hint of a pale, milky substance, though most had turned black. After a preliminary assessment with Zhao Xiaoru, we deduced that this might be a lip balm. We scrutinized the room further. The iron single bed was heavily rusted, and the bedding was so worn by time that it could be easily shredded. Finding no useful information or salvageable items, we decided to exit the room. I gently closed the door behind me and proceeded to the second room. Chapter 48. The ghost ship. Armed with the experience from the first room, I felt no fear as I reached for the second door. However, this time I encountered resistance. The door seemed to be locked from within. I exerted some force, and the bolt emitted a creaking sound. In a typical ship or dormitory, such noises would be easily comprehensible. Yet, aboard this eerily silent cruise ship, the creaking resonated unsettlingly, sending chills down my spine. The entire vessel was hauntingly quiet, save for the sounds emanating from this second room. The creaking persisted for a moment before giving way to a sharp crack, signaling the bolt's failure. The door swung open. The room appeared relatively tidy. There were no clothes on the hanger, but I discerned some clues from a pair of old leather shoes on the floor, which had clearly not been worn for a long time. They were size 44, suggesting they belonged to a gentleman. I crouched down to examine the shoes, hoping to find a manufacturer's mark to determine their origin. However, fortune was not on my side, as I pinched the heel with my fingers. The sole detached from the upper, splitting the shoe in two with a dull thud. I inspected both parts closely, but found no discernible markings, neither in English nor any other language. The leather was undoubtedly high quality, otherwise, it would have disintegrated long ago in such conditions. My initial assessment suggested these shoes were handcrafted, yet the craftsmanship seemed to belong to a bygone era, explaining the separation of the sole from the upper. Nevertheless, the shoemaker's technique was remarkable. The design was seamless, indicative of decades of skill. The only flaw lay in the heel construction, leading me to speculate that the artisan might have belonged to an age over a century ago. I gently set the shoes aside against the wall, realizing no further clues could be gleaned from them, and resumed my search for new leads. This room also contained a small vanity, akin to that of the previous ladies. However, this one held only a single iron box. The faded design suggested it contained the same type of item as the one in the first room. Though too indistinct to identify, it appeared to feature a vintage motif. The contents of this box had not been fully depleted. It contained a gel-like, milky substance, most of which had darkened over time. I opened the box to inhale its scent, finding it odorless, then handed it to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, as the two women might discern its nature. After examining the contents, they dipped their fingers into the milky substance and applied a bit to their skin. Upon their assessment, it was likely a sunscreen-like product. However, given its age, the majority of its protective properties had likely deteriorated. Nodding in understanding, I used a small knife to scoop out the remaining contents, discarding them on the floor, and replaced the lid, tucking the box into my pocket. It was entirely plausible for tourists aboard a sightseeing cruise to carry sunscreen. The decorative design on the box suggested it originated from the same company as the other sunscreen found in the previous room. The discovery of products from the same manufacturer in two separate rooms led to two possibilities. Either this sunscreen was immensely popular among the ship's clientele, or it was a complimentary item provided by the cruise line. After all, this was a luxury vessel, frequented by the upper echelons of society, individuals who often take great care of their skin. Utilizing sunscreen would be quite reasonable. Might this ship, I pondered, be a vessel from over a century ago? Gazing upon the vintage items scattered throughout the room, Zhao Xiaoru boldly conjectured, "It is indeed possible." I nodded. In truth, I had harbored this suspicion since the first room, though I dared not voice it. Upon entering the second chamber, my conviction intensified. From various signs, it appeared increasingly likely that this vessel was a ship from the Middle Ages, perhaps having traversed the seas for several centuries. Certainly, all of this is mere speculation, devoid of any evidence to conclusively ascertain the nature of this vessel. If it is indeed the case, why has this ship traversed the seas for centuries? Conversely, if it is not, why does the interior design of the ship, including the furnishings in the bedrooms, far exceed contemporary styles? My most pressing question remains, why has this ship been adrift for hundreds of years, and why is it devoid of life? What transpired aboard this vessel? If this ship truly dates back several centuries, the absence of people might be conceivable, as no one could survive for such an extensive duration. Upon receiving my affirmation, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan gazed around the cruise ship in sheer terror, both feeling dizzy, as if caught in a dream within a treehouse. Zhao Xiaoru, an international police officer, and Li Yuan, a bona fide university student, both understood the significance of a ship from the medieval era. Could it be that this is a ghost ship? Li Yuan looked at me in fright, recalling a film she had once seen. I nodded in acknowledgement. No, we must disembark. Brother Chun, let us leave. Upon our return, I promise to live a proper life with you, and I shall no longer dwell on these matters. Li Yuan attempted to retreat into my embrace, but was promptly pushed away. This girl is quite hypocritical. She previously insisted I let her be, but now desperately wants me to take her back. Since we have come aboard, it is not so simple to return. Chapter 49. Claw marks. After searching the second room, I led Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to the third room. This room was nearly empty. No clothes hung on the rack, the bed lacked bedding, and there was no vanity. The only item of interest was a small coffee table at the center, upon which lay a newspaper. Li Yuan reached for it, but I seized her hand. This newspaper had likely been stored here for an indeterminate length of time. It appeared intact, yet was thoroughly weathered. A gentle touch would cause it to crumble. I approached the wooden coffee table, bending to examine the text. Due to the passage of time, the words had become indistinct, but I could discern that it was in English, likely indicating that this was a British or American cruise ship. Though I dared not touch the newspaper, I meticulously scrutinized every corner, leaving no legible or guessable word overlooked. The most significant clue the newspaper provided was the date marked in one corner, 1921. This was nearly 2 to 3 centuries later than I had initially imagined, leaving me baffled as to why the entire cruise ship bore a vintage design, with all its passengers appearing to embody a medieval aesthetic. This shrouded the entire situation in mystery, leading me to suspect that this was indeed a medieval vessel, yet over a century ago, new crew members must have boarded, creating this temporal dissonance. Of course, all of this remains conjecture, lacking definitive evidence. Having completed the examination of the third room, we proceeded to the fourth. Much like the second, this room belonged to a gentleman. A neatly arranged tailcoat hung on the rack, while similar sun protection products lay on the table. The iron bed was somewhat rusty, with clothes and shoes carelessly strewn atop it. I casually retrieved a watch that had fallen beneath the garments. Its hands continued to move, indicating it was 10 o'clock in the morning. This quartz watch was masterfully crafted, and its superior technology allowed its hands to turn unceasingly through the years. I fastened the watch around my wrist and resumed my search for other useful items. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan joined me, and Li Yuan curiously remarked, "It looks like someone just shed these clothes. The shirt and pants are here, and the shoes are even placed on the bed." I adjusted the watch in my hand and, in a somber tone, informed Li Yuan, "These garments must have originated from someone." "What do you mean?" Li Yuan felt a chill run down her spine, sensing something amiss. The person who once wore these clothes had likely disintegrated. Otherwise, how could the garments be so carelessly arranged here? Upon my analysis, both Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru shivered, feeling a draft of fear. My conjecture suggested that this individual must have encountered some horrifying event, perhaps curling up on the bed in their final moments. Accounting for the disarray of their clothing and the placement of the shoes, prolonged exposure to the elements likely caused their physical form to deteriorate, leaving only the garments behind. I reassured Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, urging them not to fear. Given that the ship had drifted for centuries, the absence of life was understandable, and there was no need for such trepidation. However, the fact that it had remained adrift for so long must indicate some reason, necessitating our utmost caution. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were instructed to remain close at my side. I specifically cautioned Li Yuan, emphasizing the importance of not falling behind, as her survival skills were the weakest among us. In the event of danger, even I might be unable to assist her. Li Yuan nodded gravely, acknowledging that she would be exceedingly careful and would not stray from the group. Through this room, I began to form an overarching hypothesis about the cruise ship. It seemed to me that this vessel had encountered some form of terrifying force, as evidenced by the locked doors and the fourth room's occupant, who appeared to have cowered in fear on the bed. The small rooms on the first floor were modest, merely a few square meters in size. And as we moved through several more rooms, we discovered similar circumstances. Most doors remained closed, as if the occupants sought refuge from something. Traversing the first-floor corridor, we arrived at the staircase leading to the second level. Chendong, look! The handrail of the staircase was still smooth, polished brass, while the sturdy iron staircase had developed considerable rust, among which peculiar claw marks caused our hearts to leap into our throats. In this seemingly deserted ghost ship, the sudden appearance of such strange claw marks was undeniably terrifying. These marks were certainly not left by a human, although they were no smaller than a woman's palm. It was clear that they belonged to a creature with 3 appendages, resembling either a chicken or a frog. The likelihood of encountering a chicken at sea is virtually non-existent, leading me to preliminarily speculate that these might be the tracks of a frog. However, I was intrigued by the notion that this frog's footprint was the size of a human hand, suggesting that its body must have been at least the size of a wolf. The thought of a frog of such proportions was difficult for either Zhao Xiaoru or myself to fathom. The frog's footprints appeared to have aged as well, indicating that they had been there for some time, thus allowing me to momentarily relax, hoping we would not encounter such bizarre creatures upstairs. I urged Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru not to fear. We would adapt to any situation. Even if we were to confront a dangerous creature, we were not defenseless. I carried a fire axe and a crossbow, while Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru wielded weapons fashioned from goat horns. I drew the fire axe from my waist, positioning myself sideways, and led Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru up the stairs to the second floor. In contrast to the first floor, the second level had fewer but more spacious rooms. These were likely the quarters of the most distinguished nobles aboard the ship. The corridors were significantly wider than those below, adorned with opulent carpets, with hints of gold dust embellishing the extravagant designs, showcasing an air of grandeur and elegance. On the second floor, there exists a secluded small hall, adorned with several dust-laden pianos, a few violins carelessly strewn upon the floor, and a harp leaning against the wall. Scattered across the ground are several severely weathered tailcoats, which bear remnants of a black, saliva-like substance. It seems that a few nobles, while practicing the violin, were suddenly struck by an external force, akin to that experienced in the rooms below, leading to their abrupt demise. Chapter 50. Katana and Firearm. I gazed solemnly at the tailcoats that lay haphazardly, noticing a few droplets of the viscous black liquid. Its stickiness suggested it had not yet fully dried, indicating it might have been left within the past month. Only living beings can produce saliva. Instantly, I became alert, scanning the surroundings of the small hall and glancing at the tightly shut doors. In that moment, I felt an uncanny sensation of being watched. I led Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to the first noble's door, and due to my persistent feeling of danger, I refrained from gently pushing it open. Instead, I kicked it open with force. With a resounding crash, the door yielded. This chamber likely belonged to a distinguished lady of high society. A few dazzling diamond necklaces were carelessly displayed on a dressing table that was more than twice the size of those in the rooms below. Numerous bottles were scattered across the surface, and on the nightstand lay a small tray containing 2 pieces of moldy cake. Exquisite dresses were casually piled on a chair, with a lady's shoe tucked beneath it and a wristwatch resting on the side of the chair. The watch still ticked, albeit with a slight inaccuracy. Observing my quartz watch, I adjusted the lady's watch and handed it to Zhao Xiaoru. Li Yuan could not make use of it for fear that her intellect might not suffice to operate it. Gazing at the splendid diamond necklaces on the table, I mused that even a single piece could fetch an exorbitant price on land. Yet here, I would gladly exchange it for a hearty meal. I glanced at my watch. It was already past noon, with sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating Zhao Xiaoru's face. She shielded her eyes from the light and shifted her position slightly. We had been on board for over 5 hours, during which our findings had not been too shabby: rusty forks and knives, along with 2 watches. We had not yet reached the captain's quarters, and I sensed that this vessel still held many secrets to uncover. I closed the door behind me, realizing it was time to replenish our energy after a busy morning. Leaning against the door, crafted from solid bronze, I appreciated its excellent defensive and soundproof qualities. I retrieved a large dried fish from my pack, dividing it into 3 portions to share with Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. An inexplicable sense of danger permeated the second floor. Zhao Xiaoru, munching on the fish, took a sip of the fresh water we had brought. Her intuition was not misplaced. The black saliva on the tailcoats in the hall seemed to correlate with the claw marks on the staircase. I nodded and remarked, "I share your sentiment. So everyone must exercise utmost caution. Let us not lag behind and remain vigilant." Indeed, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru chimed in unison. As I kept watch, I glanced at my quartz watch and urged Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to eat quickly. We aimed to explore the cruise ship before nightfall, as we had not anticipated this was a ghost ship and had therefore not brought torches or any lighting tools. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru nodded, hastening their pace in consuming the dried fish. Within 10 minutes, they finished the last of their portions. Li Yuan tapped her round belly, signaling she was full and ready to continue our exploration. The second room on the second floor was unlatched, and compared to the first lady's chamber, it was somewhat smaller and less opulently decorated. I surmised it might belong to one of the owners of the scattered tailcoats outside, implying that the occupant had perished elsewhere. This room, while lacking the grandeur of the first lady's bedroom, contained items of interest. Upon entering, the first thing I noticed was a Japanese katana hanging on the wall, perfectly intact, though its condition remained a mystery. I had 2 theories. The owner of this room might have been an Englishman with a penchant for collecting swords, or perhaps a Japanese nobleman, with the blade being his ceremonial weapon. The katana was hung quite high, requiring me to stretch on tiptoe to reach it. Carefully, I removed the katana from its wall mount, instructing Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to step back as I examined its blade. With a slight force, the blade was revealed, its sharp edge gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, possibly due to prolonged disuse. This was indeed a fine sword, its edge pristine and remarkably sharp. While I could not claim it would slice through wrought iron, it certainly had the capacity to cut through flesh with ease. Judging by its scabbard, this katana was an authentic artifact from the medieval period of Japan, boasting a history of at least 3 or 4 centuries. Securing the fire axe back to my waist, I now possessed a formidable weapon. I cared not for the katana's scholarly value. In my eyes, it was a weapon, not merely an antique. After handling this medieval katana, I became aware that this room might harbor other valuable items. I urged Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to search diligently, while I focused my attention on the bed. The nobleman's bed was remarkably tidy, devoid of any hidden possessions. Upon a thorough inspection, I found nothing of use. Then, I heard Zhao Xiaoru's voice filled with excitement, prompting both Li Yuan and I to turn our gaze towards her. In her hand was a firearm, styled rather archaically, yet likely more modern than the medieval period. Regardless of its true age, I recognized its potential far surpassed that of the katana strapped to my back. The katana was a cold weapon, whereas this firearm represented a hot weapon. In a contest of strength between the two, the superiority of the firearm was evident. This gun, akin to a modern pistol, relied on gunpowder for propulsion, though its power might be less than that of contemporary handguns, and its safety somewhat compromised. Its lethality was indisputable. Within a distance of 10 meters, it could dispatch a person with a single shot. This was a remarkable find. I swiftly seized the firearm from Zhao Xiaoru's grip. The prospect of wielding both this weapon and the katana filled me with a sense of purpose for our journey aboard the cruise ship. Zhao Xiaoru regarded the firearm with intrigue. While police sidearms were predominantly pistols, she had never encountered a firearm of this nature before. Chapter 51. Trust One engaged the safety and swiftly prepared to pull the trigger. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan had already covered their ears. Yet the anticipated spectacle of flames erupting from the barrel and piercing the wooden coffee table did not transpire. I tapped the firearm, realizing that due to prolonged disuse in the maritime environment, the gunpowder within had likely become damp, rendering it inoperable. I retrieved the metal knife I had found in the kitchen and began to gently turn the screws on the firearm. The technology of that era was rather rudimentary, and firearms were primarily secured by small screws. After a few turns, the screws began to loosen. I meticulously removed several screws, applying a slight force until I pried open a flintlock pistol. Its internal structure was surprisingly simple, aside from a rudimentary firing mechanism. It contained just enough gunpowder for 3 shots. I carefully crumbled the gunpowder between my fingers, discovering that while the exterior remained dry and loose, the interior was damp. It was evident that it could no longer support any further discharges. I gathered the gunpowder and wrapped it in a palm-sized piece of cloth, placing it in my bag, and casually set the flintlock down on the table. This firearm was far too antiquated, with severely deteriorated components. Although I possessed the capability to repair it, it was hardly worth the effort. Without proper tools, restoring such a weapon would be exceedingly complex. Especially considering we only had 3 charges of gunpowder left, certainly not a worthwhile endeavor. Upon seeing me carelessly set the pistol on the table, Zhao Xiaoru understood that it was now rendered obsolete. In truth, she felt a pang of regret. As a police officer, she had encountered many types of handguns, from Browning models to others, yet she had never laid eyes on a flintlock before. Today marked her first encounter with such an artifact. The room held no further value for exploration, and I needed to ensure that Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan and I searched through all remaining rooms before 6 o'clock. After that, the island would gradually succumb to nightfall, rendering our situation perilous, especially since we were without any lighting equipment. Glancing at my watch, I noted that it was already 2 in the afternoon. We had squandered an hour and a half in this room. The second floor housed few rooms, and with renewed urgency, the 3 of us hastened our search, finally arriving at the door of the last room just before 6. This room was the most lavish on the second floor, as evidenced by the ornate design of the entrance, indicating that its owner was the most affluent among the second-floor residents. With a forceful kick, I burst the door open, revealing a simple yet opulent interior. A marble coffee table adorned with delicate gold powder graced the space. On the vanity lay a small iron box, which, when opened, revealed a diamond ring of staggering value. Perhaps I was somewhat naive, but this was undoubtedly the largest diamond I had ever encountered, though admittedly, I had not seen many. My goodness, this was no mere pigeon egg. It resembled a dinosaur egg. Li Yuan picked up the diamond from the table, her mouth agape, and even Zhao Xiaoru, who had previously shown indifference to jewelry, was captivated by the ring's brilliance. Is this thing really that expensive? I inquired, taking the diamond from Li Yuan's hands, intrigued by why such an object would so enchant women. Beyond mere expense, this was an exquisite rarity. If someone were to propose with such a colossal gem, I would marry them on the spot. Observing Li Yuan's dreamily happy expression, I doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold water, urging her to come back to reality. After placing the iron box into my bag, far more convenient to carry than any necklace and undoubtedly of greater worth, I noticed a letter on the bedside table. Sealed within a cowhide envelope, the letter appeared to be in relatively good condition. I carefully unsealed the envelope and extracted the letter, the contents of which were remarkably legible, with no signs of fading after so many years. This suggested that the author was of considerable significance. The ink used was rare for that era, indicating the writer's extraordinary status. The letter was penned in English, and fortunately, my proficiency in the language was adequate. It was a love letter addressed to the lady residing in the first room, expressing the author's desire to propose to a certain Iris using this extraordinary treasure. The writer, named Clinton, orchestrated this luxurious vintage-themed cruise because Iris was enamored with the medieval style. He invited many affluent heirs to disguise his true intentions, to propose on the ship, reminiscent of the legendary Titanic. However, it seemed that the captain and first mate took notice of his treasure, intending to claim it for themselves. By the time he wrote this letter, the cruise ship had already left international waters, leaving him no choice but to confront the captain and first mate alone in the captain's quarters below decks to thwart their nefarious plot. The letter concluded with Clinton's profound affection for Iris, acknowledging the perilous nature of his undertaking and expressing hope that she might one day read his words. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was evident that Iris would never have the chance to see this letter. Something must have transpired during Clinton's confrontation with the captain. resulting in the entire ship becoming a ghost vessel. Just as I pondered this, a series of resounding knocks jolted me from my thoughts. I glanced around, initially believing the sounds to be from Li Yuan or Zhao Xiaoru. Clearly, that was not the case. I drew my katana from my back and readied my crossbow. I gestured to Zhao Xiaoru to open the door. According to the letter, this ship had set sail from the mainland in 1921, meaning it had been adrift for nearly a century. There could be no other survivors, and even if there were, they would be over 100 years old and incapable of knocking with such force. What could it be? Chapter 52, The Poison Frog Creaking. The door swung open as Zhao Xiaoru swiftly took cover behind it. Before us stood an enormous amphibian, likely a poison frog, nearly the size of a small goat. Its bright red and mottled body exuded danger, and its large tongue emitted strange sounds. This creature was probably a very rare poison dart frog, its venom potent enough to incapacitate 10 adult men with ease. Judging by its appearance, this was no ordinary adult poison frog. It seemed to possess an uncanny intelligence. The frog's aggressive eyes fixated on Li Yuan, emitting gurgling noises as its throat expanded and contracted. I instinctively reached for my katana, locking eyes with the creature in a tense standoff. In terms of danger, this poison dart frog could pose a greater threat than the Wolf King, although the latter's aggression was a different matter altogether. As the glint of my blade caught the frog's eye, its gurgling subsided, and with one last croak, it turned and bounded away. The creature had sensed the threat posed by my katana and chose to retreat. I shouted for my companions to follow, swiftly stowing my sword and drawing my crossbow. This poison frog's venom was a significant threat to our lives. Based on the letter S contents, we were likely to descend to the lower deck in search of the captain's quarters, and I would not allow this dart frog to escape. If it were to hide and launch a surprise attack on us, its capacity to easily incapacitate 10 adult men could spell our doom. Thus, for our safety, I deemed it necessary to eliminate this potential threat without delay. The enormous poison frog, sensing the malice we exuded, swiftly fled. Just as Li Yuan and I stepped outside, the creature had already reached the first room, nearing the staircase. Indeed, the claw marks on the stairs were unmistakably its. You too, keep up and don't fall behind, I urged, bow and crossbow at the ready, poised for an attack. The poison frog leaped with remarkable speed, and our pace matched its urgency, trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the staircase, the frog glanced around the corridor before leaping downwards. It was evident that the creature was familiar with this terrain, having likely resided here for an extended period. As we descended, it vanished from our sight, leaving us bewildered. This poison frog surely knew the cruise ship better than we did. Stay alert, it can kill a person in an instant, I warned. Now, the three of us, Li Yuan, Zhao Xiaoru, and I, had formed a triangular defensive formation to maintain an unobstructed view of our surroundings. Upon hearing my warning about the frog's lethal potential, both Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan involuntarily shuddered. They could never have imagined that the luxurious cruise ship they had hoped would lead them to safety had transformed into a vessel of terror. Besides being deserted, it was home to this massive poison frog. How could such a creature grow to this size? What had it been feeding on? The mere thought sent chills down Zhao Xiaoru's spine. Could it be that it feeds on flesh? She pondered, unwilling to consider the implications of what the ship might harbor. After descending the stairs, we entered several previously inspected single rooms. To facilitate our search, I had already opened all the doors, allowing us a clear view of the interiors as we moved through the corridor. We pressed our backs against one another, cautiously making our way down the stairs. The rooms on the first floor faced a solid iron wall, ensuring the frog would not emerge from that direction. We slowed our pace, carefully traversing each room. Every chamber was void of any signs of foreign life. Unbeknownst to us, the crimson sunlight streamed through the windows, marking the time as 5:30 in the evening. We had at most an hour and a half before nightfall enveloped the island, compelling us to abandon the ship. As for locating the captain's quarters, that would have to wait until the morrow. If we failed to resolve the threat of the poison frog within this time frame, our only option would be to retreat. For night would only amplify the uncertainties, significantly enhancing the threat it posed. After crossing the corridor, we faced two choices: a cramped kitchen or the grand hall we had encountered upon boarding the ship. After much deliberation, Zhao Xiaoru and I ultimately opted for the luxurious hall. Firstly, the spaciousness of the hall would greatly alleviate the pressure of a surprise attack from the poison frog. Secondly, the narrowness of the kitchen would hinder any potential confrontation. Retreating to the hall, we still found no trace of the poison frog, and it became clear that capturing it today would be improbable. The creature had likely taken refuge in the lower deck mentioned in the letter, a space reserved for the captain, first mate, and numerous sailors. We had not yet thoroughly explored the first floor and had only discovered the staircase leading to the second floor, with no indication of how to descend to the lower deck. The red light filtered through the glass, illuminating the hall, where the opulent furnishings appeared particularly resplendent under the sunlight. However, we understood that beneath this facade of luxury lay decay. A gentle touch could render these items to mere rubble. Upon entering, we had already pushed open the cabin door and swiftly made our way to the deck. Li Yuan, standing at the bow with arms outstretched, evoked a Titanic-like moment. Suddenly, the deck beneath her feet gave way, forming a significant gap. Thankfully, Li Yuan reacted swiftly, bracing herself with her arms. Otherwise, she would have plunged into the depths below. Falling from such a height could prove fatal, or at the very least, leave one severely injured. The deck had likely deteriorated under prolonged exposure to sunlight, and Li Yuan had unfortunately stepped on the most weathered section. I rushed forward, each of us grabbing one of her arms, eager to pull her back to safety. I certainly did not want to face any peril at this moment. Just as I grasped one of her arms, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over me. I shouted for Zhao Xiaoru to secure Li Yuan while I swiftly released one of her arms and drew my sword. The poison frog leapt towards me, its height nearly half that of a person. Had I been careless, it might have landed directly on my arm. Chapter 53. Resolution Bang. As I released Li Yuan, her weight caused her to descend rapidly, further deepening the crack in the deck beneath her. One side of her arm became swollen and bruised from the impact, prompting her to cry out. I had no time to attend to her, for as the poison frog lunged at me, I deftly evaded, drawing my sword to strike. I had no desire to make contact with that creature. The blade was sharp. Although the frog evaded part of my attack, one of its legs was severed. The limb, festooned with red spots, fell to the deck, and blood glistened vividly in the setting sun. Zhao Xiaoru, not daring to delay, swiftly extracted Li Yuan from the gap in the deck, pulling her as far away from the poison frog as possible. The creature, now limping, hopped a few times on the deck. It must have realized that, having lost a leg, its mobility was severely compromised, and its balance was nearly non-existent. The frog's cheeks puffed out, emitting a gurgling sound. Suddenly, a dark stream of venom shot from its mouth with incredible speed, resembling a poisoned arrow. I swiftly sidestepped, allowing the toxic liquid to pass by me, fully aware that contact would lead to skin rot or worse, untreatable poisoning. This frog had surely become a formidable adversary. I retreated a couple of steps, reaching the bow of the deck, a place ill-suited for combat due to its instability. I executed several flourishes with my sword, causing the poison frog to retreat momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, I retrieved a crossbow bolt from my pack, loading it onto the crossbow with precision. In mere seconds, I released the bolt, knowing that this time, the poison frog would meet its end. Despite having lost a leg, the creature remained surprisingly agile, sensing its imminent demise. It leapt high, narrowly evading my shot. Undeterred by the miss, I quickly retrieved another bolt, as the poison frog attempted to leap onto my arm while I was reloading. Its speed was no match for mine. It was still just a mere frog, not yet evolved into a true menace. I shot the airborne poison frog, and it was struck mid-air, sent flying backward. Blood splattered across the deck, and I instinctively recoiled, wary of the potential toxicity in the blood. Fortunately, the deck remained intact. The poison frog lay pinned to the deck, twitching momentarily before falling still. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru finally breathed a sigh of relief. I stowed my crossbow and sheathed my sword before approaching the poison frog, extracting the bolt embedded in its body. The arrow had pierced through, likely tainted with its venom. Grasping the shaft to avoid contact with the blood, I wrapped the bloodied end in thick cloth. From this moment forth, you must not dare to touch the arrowhead. Should it graze your skin, even divine intervention may prove futile. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan nodded in agreement. After the events of today, they would certainly refrain from approaching that arrow, for the mere sight of it conjured memories of the repulsive toad. I glanced at Li Yuan's arm, noting the absence of any wounds, only a slight redness and swelling that would likely subside in a few days. I lifted my hand to check the time. It was already past 6, and the sun had nearly set. We needed to depart from the cruise ship without delay. Zhao Xiaoru led the way. Li Yuan followed in the middle, and I brought up the rear as we ascended the rusty iron ladder, this time descending from the vessel. As our feet sank into the cool sand, a sigh of relief escaped us. We had escaped unscathed. Navigating our familiar path, we returned to the treehouse at 10 minutes past 7. Zhao Xiaoru expertly kindled a bonfire while I swiftly retrieved the stone I typically used for sharpening my weapons from the treehouse. I extracted an array of knives and forks from my pack. Though small, these tools would greatly facilitate our dining experience after being polished, and their compact size belied their potential lethality when wielded properly. I glided the small knife across the sharpening stone, restoring its former gleam. After 20 minutes of diligent effort, the rust was gone, and the blade could now slice through the resilient meat of a young goat with ease. I cast several wooden knives and crab legs into the bonfire, These items had outlived their usefulness. To celebrate our safe return, I cut a generous portion of the werewolf meat I had captured from the limping wolf, dividing it into 6 portions with my sword, and requested Zhao Xiaoru to toss down 6 bamboo skewers from the treehouse for grilling. After skewering the meat, I dragged over a makeshift grill that had been carelessly placed beneath the treehouse. Constructed from mahogany, this grill had lost its original form after years of exposure to heat and was now blackened by smoke. I carefully arranged the meat on the grill, turning it slowly. After a few rotations, I made shallow incisions across the hardened surface of the meat. A sprinkle of salt adorned the exterior, and I pressed some into the cuts. Zhao Xiaoru was tending to Li Yuan's swollen arm, recalling how Li Yuan had cared for her during her injury. Li Yuan, pouting, gazed intently at the roasting meat, her thoughts a mystery. As time slipped away, I checked my quartz watch. It was now 8:10 in the evening. The werewolf meat had transformed into a crispy golden brown, with glistening drips of fat falling onto the bonfire, occasionally causing the flames to flicker. Almost ready. I rubbed my hands together, excitement bubbling within me. After a day of labor aboard the ship, we could finally enjoy a warm meal. Observing Li Yuan, who seemed to have forgotten her pain, I could not help but chuckle as she looked longingly at the food, her lips pursed in anticipation. Thankfully, she remained silent. I feared that the moment she opened her mouth, drool would cascade onto my grilled werewolf meat. I picked up the roasted meat and casually tapped it against the grill to dislodge the dust, distributing 2 skewers to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. For the first time, a smile broke across Li Yuan's face as she eagerly accepted her portion, devouring it with delight. Take your time. No one is going to snatch it from you. If worse comes to worst, I can always let Xiaoru share a bit. I jested, only to receive reproachful glares from both Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. Sated, I patted my stomach, feeling somewhat cumbersome as I climbed the rope ladder. After a long day, we retired early for the night. Standing on the balcony, I gazed at the bonfire still roaring below, where the shallow waters were clearly visible, and my eyes were drawn toward the ghost ship. Chapter 54. The underground level. The following day, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan awoke early, aware that our next endeavor would be the exploration of the ghost ship. In contrast to the upper 2 levels of the yacht, the underground level mentioned in the letter from Clinton, intended for the captain and crew's rest, would likely present greater dangers. The letter hinted at the captain and first mate plotting over diamonds, which remained untouched in Clinton's quarters. This could suggest that Clinton resolved his conflict with the captain upon descending to the underground level, or perhaps a more sinister incident unfolded during their discussions, leading to the ship's century-long drift at sea. Such mysteries eluded our understanding. The yacht had been devoid of electricity for nearly a century. The upper levels benefited from sunlight, but the underground would have been steeped in darkness for all those years. We prepared torches, ensuring we could navigate the inky depths of the ship. Each torch was capable of burning for over 6 hours, and we planned to spend half a day below. Entering at 9 in the morning and emerging before 3 in the afternoon, we packed dried fish, fresh water, and a handful of sour-sweet mountain plums to soothe our nerves during tense moments. The remaining items consisted of tools, a sword, a fire axe, and a crossbow. With our preparations complete, we set forth toward the ghost ship once more. We climbed aboard in single file, treading the familiar path. Upon reaching the gangplank, we encountered the poisonous frog that had perished there. After a night of exposure, its vivid blood had congealed into a heavy shade of crimson. I nonchalantly flicked the frog aside with a crossbow bolt, for I had no desire for that to be my first sight upon emerging from the underground level. Crossing the gangplank, we entered the grand hall. Compared to our previous exit, the floor now bore a residue of slime, likely left by the poisonous frog. The substance had dried into a black, solidified mass, akin to chewing gum stuck to the ground. Beyond the hall lay a staircase corridor, divided into 2 levels. At first glance, both sides appeared to house ordinary noble bedrooms. Previously, we had traversed the left side, ascending to the 2nd floor. This time, we aimed for the right side, where the passage to the underground level likely awaited. We commenced our search of the right side bedrooms. In 12 rooms, we uncovered a finely crafted, unsharpened dagger, 2 fountain pens, 2 bottles of ink, and a windproof lighter devoid of fuel. Aside from the pens, which might hold some utility, the rest seemed largely inconsequential, yet I collected them nonetheless. At the corridor's end, 2 staircases awaited, one ascending to the 2nd floor, and the other leading to an underground passage sealed by an iron door. Initially, we marveled at the staircase to the 2nd floor, but upon reflection, we realized we had likely overlooked this passage in our pursuit of the poisonous frog. I checked the time. We had boarded the ship at around 7. And after a thorough search, it was now 9:06 in the morning, aligning with my estimations. I crouched to examine the sealed iron door, which appeared capable of opening, though age had rendered it somewhat rusted. With my fire axe, I struck it forcefully. With a resounding crash, the door fell away, revealing the underground passage in its entirety. I produced a flint and swiftly struck it against a rock. Sparks ignited the torch's tinder, which I had coated with animal fat for ease of ignition. Before us lay an exceedingly dark and damp underground passage, stretching approximately 50 to 60 meters. We had scarcely taken a few steps when we encountered a tattered garment, beneath which lay a severely weathered skeleton, devoid of discernible features. I delicately grasped the bone fragment, and it crumbled to dust in my hand, revealing the verdant emerald ring I now held. Though not a professional gemologist, the quality of this ring was unmistakable. It was a precious jade of immense value. Initially startled by the sudden shattering of the bone, Li Yuan shut her eyes. But upon reopening them and catching sight of the gem, she exclaimed, "Goodness, an emerald." I arched an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you familiar with it?" To my surprise, Li Yuan had indeed studied it. "Of course. This is an emerald, the pinnacle of gemstones, a coveted adornment for countless women. Although it may not rival a grand diamond, it is still extraordinarily valuable." I was taken aback by the ring's worth, forming a conjecture about the unfortunate soul who perished in the passageway. Tossing the gemstone ring into my satchel, I dusted off my hands and addressed Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. If my deductions are correct, this individual must be Clinin. Clinin? Li Yuan recoiled behind Zhao Xiaoru, clearly familiar with the name. Isn't he that particularly romantic prince? She leaned closer to Zhao Xiaoru, stealing glances. In truth, Clinin had long since turned to mere bones, rendering her fear unwarranted. My assertions were not without basis. Firstly, this passage led to the lower deck, frequented by the captain and his crew. Secondly, the emerald ring's exorbitant value indicated it could hardly belong to a mere sailor, let alone the captain. This left only one possibility. Clinin, after penning a letter, had descended to the lower level, where an unfortunate incident must have occurred either before or during his return. Clinin's fate was indeed pitiable. He had orchestrated a vintage maritime gathering for his beloved, only for both to meet their demise during this very event. Regardless of the circumstances, this had become a tale of yore, nearly a century old. Our priority now was to venture into the passageway and uncover more valuable resources. I stepped over Clinin's garments, facing an iron door that he had secured. The only challenge was that this bolt had been lodged for nearly a century, nearly melding with the door itself. To open this portal, I would need to extract the bolt. I attempted to shift it by hand, but it would not budge. Resorting to brute force, I retrieved a fire axe and aimed it at the bolt. With each resounding strike, the iron door eventually creaked open, and I turned to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, urging them to hasten and not lag behind. They nodded in agreement, quickly following me without pausing to address Clinin's belongings. Though they felt sympathy for the lovesick Clinin, our immediate concern was the captain's quarters on the lower deck, where I sensed the ultimate secret awaited revelation. What could have caused a luxurious vessel to drift for nearly a century at sea? What transformed a beautiful love story into a tragic tale? Upon entering, I noted the dampness of the walls, droplets occasionally falling. A bead of water landed on my forehead, its rusted scent lingering on my skin. Be cautious. This lower deck is far more perilous than the previous two levels, I advised Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru with utmost care. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoru nodded, handing me a torch. After striking flint, I ignited the torch, illuminating the dark, damp lower deck. The air was thick with moisture, the ground slippery. I cautioned my companions to tread carefully, and they complied, maintaining a distance of 1 or 2 meters behind me. Together, we shared the torch, which could burn for 2 hours, giving us a total of 6 hours to explore. Glancing at my quartz watch, I noted it was already past 9:20 in the morning. We needed to quicken our pace. My steps quickened, and Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru followed suit. The outermost corridor likely housed the crew's quarters. These rooms were modest, akin to those of the common nobility on the first level, though most doors were crafted from iron, making them difficult to open. The first door was unlocked, but slightly rusted. I took the fire axe and struck it a few times, and the door yielded to my efforts. As it swung open, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru followed me inside. This was a rather austere crew's cabin, sparsely furnished compared to the noble quarters above. It contained only an iron bed frame and a small table, with nothing else of note. However, I did find a fishing net. Though it had deteriorated over time and was no longer usable, Li Yuan picked up the frayed net from the corner and remarked, "This net is much more visually appealing than our homemade ones, if only it were functional." I chuckled. "You could take it back and see. It might fall apart at the first use." Li Yuan scoffed at me, asserting that while it looked good, it was no match for our crafted nets and was thus unnecessary. I smiled, recognizing her flattery. Had the net been in usable condition, I would have already claimed it for myself. In this cabin, aside from a severely weathered sailor's uniform, I discovered a pair of waterproof gloves. Such items were likely rare in that era. Made from pigskin, they could have served their purpose well if not for the complete drying of the oil and the severe degradation of the leather. A gentle tug revealed a small tear in the glove, prompting me to discard it. It seemed this room held no further treasures. Leading Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan into the next cabin, we remained focused on our primary goal, the captain's quarters, while searching for any other valuable supplies. The second crew cabin was also quite tidy, with neatly made beds. The sailor had died while seated in a chair, his uniform sprawled on the floor, and his leather boots creaking underfoot. This sailor had likely been preparing to fish, and beside him leaned a delicate fishing rod. I grasped the rod and, with a slight exertion, snapped it in two. Though the rod was beautiful, it was rendered unusable, leaving only a single hook intact. Though rusted, it could still serve its purpose after some polishing. I held the hook to the torch's flame, gently warming it before meticulously scraping it with metal to restore its sharpness. Remarkably, it remained in excellent condition. I could even straighten it to fashion a makeshift needle. While we might not need it immediately, it could prove invaluable in the future. The fishing line of that era was coarse hemp, which snapped easily when tested. Li Yuan pouted, observing my selection of a mere fishing hook from such a sizable catch. Finding it rather tedious, I smiled and reminded her that in survival situations, one must never overlook the smallest details. Even the tiniest morsel holds value. It is composed of mere scraps of flesh. Li Yuan waved her hand, indicating that he was well aware, but she felt that these sailors were exceedingly impoverished, even less fortunate than the nobles. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoru teased Li Yuan, saying, if they were wealthy, they wouldn't need to venture out to sea as sailors. They would be residing on the first floor as nobles. Li Yuan pondered this and inwardly agreed. Surely, if it weren't for survival, these sailors would prefer not to live in the dark, damp confines of the lower level. Who wouldn't wish to ascend to the ranks of nobility? I patted Li Yuan's small head, remarking that she was indeed a promising student. Her awareness was commendable. The first torch had burned for quite some time, and noticing that an hour had passed, I hastily led Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to the next room. The door to the third chamber was firmly shut. I struck it several times with a fire axe, and it swung open. As I stepped inside, I immediately spotted a treasure, a rusty harpoon. The tip was made of steel, only slightly corroded, and with a bit of fire and some polishing, it could be put to use. I strode forward with the torch, picked up the harpoon from the wall, and snapped off the wooden shaft, leaving only the head. Holding the tip before my eyes, it glimmered softly under the torchlight. With this lone treasure, I felt my descent into the underground had been worthwhile. Chapter 56. The frightened Li Yuan. The harpoon was quite large, too cumbersome to fit into my pack, so I handed it to Zhao Xiaoru behind me to carry. She accepted it cautiously, aware that its sharpness could inflict injury, and the rust could lead to infection, especially for someone like her, who had encountered infection before. Holding it carelessly was not an option, so I retrieved a redwood stick from my pack. This stick was compatible with the harpoon socket, allowing me to temporarily insert the redwood into it, and later craft an elegant handle. Zhao Xiaoru took the redwood stick and called Li Yuan over to assist. The two worked seamlessly together, quickly inserting the stick into the harpoon. Once that was accomplished, we resumed our search of the room. This chamber was larger than the previous two, and I surmised it might belong to the first mate or perhaps be connected to the captain. Only a sliver of sunlight penetrated the room, rendering it nearly impossible to see without lighting. Thus, we relied on our torches for illumination. However, the torchlight was limited. It illuminated one half of the room quite well, while the other half remained shrouded in shadows. In the dim light, Li Yuan discovered a small chest, approximately 30 centimeters in length. As she opened it and began rummaging through its contents, she suddenly felt something sticky, a chilling sensation creeping up her spine, making her feel uneasy. Grasping a peculiar item from the chest, she intended to examine it under my torchlight, only to find her hand smeared with a mysterious green substance, gripping an unidentifiable creature. Ah! Li Yuan shrieked in terror, nearly throwing the creature at me, but I managed to dodge just in time. After tossing the thing aside, she stood gasping for breath, visibly trembling, indicating that the encounter had genuinely startled her. I gently patted her shoulder, inquiring if she was all right. Li Yuan, regaining her composure, asked in a panic, "Shendong, what was that thing? It terrified me. And is this sticky, green substance on my hand poisonous?" Flustered, she had never encountered such a grotesque situation before. Even if it were merely feces, she could accept it, but she fervently hoped it was not something toxic. She recalled the poisonous frog from the previous day, and a shiver ran down her spine. I reassured her, "Do not worry. I suspect that the contents of the chest are merely seawater that has settled over time, mixed with various other organisms, which is why it appears green. As for the creature, I refrained from elaborating, fearing she might vomit in front of me, which would complicate matters further. I quickly retrieved some fresh water from my backpack, urging her to wash her hands. Upon glancing at the item in her grasp, I deduced it was likely a ringed snake. This creature could indeed be venomous, but after a century, its toxicity was uncertain. The immediate priority was to ensure Li Yuan cleansed her hands of the green residue. Although she wished to inquire about the toxin, my guidance led her to hastily extend her hands for water. I had prepared ample fresh water for this underground excursion, anticipating potential emergencies akin to the closure of the cabin doors in Kieran's incident. However, given the nature of this cruise ship, such an occurrence seemed improbable. If it were to happen, it would surely be a supernatural event. As a soldier, I do not subscribe to beliefs in ghosts or deities. Thus, I remained steadfast in my conviction that as long as we did not frighten ourselves, we could safely exit this vessel. Zhao Xiaoru approached the unidentified creature that Li Yuan had discarded, crouching down to examine it. While the organism was unrecognizable, some skin remained, and its length was consistent with the snake. Just as she was about to speak, I coughed loudly, signaling that the matter was resolved. I did not wish for her to complicate things further. She nodded, uncertain if the creature still harbored venom after 100 years, and even if it did, we had no means to address it at the moment. Once Li Yuan had washed her hands, I explained that the chest likely contained seawater and algae that had thickened over time, thus appearing green and viscous, assuring her it was probably not toxic. Li Yuan, somewhat skeptical, looked to Zhao Xiaoru, who confirmed my words with a nod, allowing her to finally feel at ease. All right, enough of this fear. We must move swiftly to the next room, I urged Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. Li Yuan pouted, saying, I was just scared to death. Qindong, you truly lack empathy. Such a stereotypical straight man. I shot her a stern glance, understanding that her remark was a generalization about young people who struggled to find partners. As a battle-hardened military elite, I had no difficulty in that department, and someone like Zhao Xiaoru, a police flower, would be easily courted. Lost in my thoughts, I cast a flirtatious glance at Zhao Xiaoru, who caught my eye and felt a wave of distaste wash over her, giving me a disapproving look. Zhao Xiaoru silently questioned the meaning behind my gaze. I could not allow her to dwell on that, so I hastily urged them to move on to the next room. The first torch was nearly spent. I casually tossed the torch to the ground and prepared to ignite the second one, but the dampness of the cabin exceeded my expectations. Despite several attempts, I struggled to spark the flame. The cabin was shrouded in darkness, and after numerous strikes, I still could not ignite the torch. Anxiety began to rise, and beads of sweat formed on my forehead. What if we are left in this pitch-black darkness? Should we consider heading back? Li Yuan's voice trembled with urgency as she, too, displayed a look of concern. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to settle my nerves. Feeling a weight in my heart, I seized the flint and struck it repeatedly, until sparks finally erupted, igniting the torch in my hand. It's lit. It's lit. It's lit. Li Yuan exclaimed with excitement. I couldn't help but think that she resembled a certain character, like a pig-headed figure yearning to return to Gao Laozhuang. Chapter 57. The corpse upon lighting the torch. The ship's cabin came into view before us. It was a tightly shut cabin, marked by rust, similar to the first one we encountered. However, after numerous strikes with the fire axe, it remained obstinately closed. I surmised that the door was locked from the inside. Unlike the doors of the aristocratic rooms above, the sailors' quarters were more secure. After striking the door several times without success, I realized that I had to resort to more forceful methods. I took a few steps back, handed the torch to Zhao Xiaoru, and charged at the door with determination. With a resounding thud, my foot collided with the door, producing a dull echo. As fine rust showered down upon me, I kicked it repeatedly, and at last, a gap began to form at one end of the door. Encouraged, I delivered a few more powerful kicks, and the crevice widened. Suddenly, with a crash, the 2-meter iron door fell to the ground. The entrance was now open, and I stepped over the fallen door, leading Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan inside. This was not a cabin for crew members. It appeared to be a storage room. A faint odor of decay lingered in the air as I kicked a metal canister with my foot. The floor was littered with decaying refuse, primarily remnants of spoiled food. In the depths of the cabin, several wooden boxes could be seen, adorned with illustrations of canned goods. Li Yuan, seemingly forgetful, dashed over to inspect them. However, upon discovering something terrifying, she screamed and retreated in a panic. Skeletons, Li Yuan cried, pointing towards the boxes. I understood her timid nature. Even a simple animal skeleton could provoke such a reaction from her. Yet, I sensed that this was no ordinary skeleton. Urged by Li Yuan from behind, I shone the torch around, and indeed, next to the wooden boxes lay a human skeleton. This was the first human corpse we had encountered since boarding the cruise ship. If the body had been dead for over a century, it would have long since decomposed. Thus, I deduced that this individual had perished less than 100 years ago, and the scattered items in the storage room must have belonged to him. He has been dead for decades. What are you afraid of? I rolled my eyes at the timid Li Yuan, though she likely couldn't see me in the darkness. Li Yuan pouted. You're a man, so of course. You're not scared. But I'm just a girl. How can I not be frightened? It's so terrifying. I recognized that while Li Yuan was indeed frightened, her reactions tended to be exaggerated. I shook my head and chose to ignore her, approaching the corpse to examine it. In terms of professional skills, Zhao Xiaoru was likely more adept at examining bodies than I was. Sure enough, as I crouched down, Zhao Xiaoru joined me, also beginning her examination. After about 20 minutes, we both finished our inspections. I inquired of Zhao Xiaoru how long she believed the corpse had been dead. Her assessment aligned closely with mine, approximately 80 years. The cooler temperature of the storage room had preserved the body remarkably well. This indicated that the individual had entered the storage chamber before the incident aboard the ship, having lived here for over 80 years without venturing outside. To survive alone for such an extended period is far more arduous than our experiences in the wilderness. His living space was confined, and his food supply limited to what lay scattered around him. The burden of isolation and fear must have weighed heavily on him. There were remnants of food in the cabin, suggesting he did not perish from starvation. It was highly probable he succumbed to the despair of his solitude, ultimately taking his own life. Indeed, I found a sealed can near the corpse's right hand, still bearing the pull tab. This could very well be the instrument of his demise. Now reduced to a skeleton, whether he had cut his wrists or throat remained a mystery. As I inspected the bones, I noticed some blood-stained writing on the side, but the passage of time had rendered it illegible, save for the faint letters spelling out struggle and fear. It appeared I was not mistaken. This was likely a dispute with a crew member or possibly the first mate. There were many cans remaining, but most had long since expired. Even with their extended shelf life, 100 years was far beyond their expiration date. I pried open a tin can with my knife, splitting it in two. The contents looked spoiled, resembling sawdust. I scraped away the mold from the surface and sampled a portion that appeared somewhat intact. It tasted as though I were consuming sand, utterly flavorless. Damn it, it's expired. I tossed the can aside. Zhao Xiaoru picked up a can from the ground, took a small taste, and immediately spat it out, overwhelmed by the gritty texture. This is inedible, she exclaimed in disappointment. Most of these beef cans were likely compressed, and one box could have sufficed for our trio for a day. Yet now, of the 3 or 4 boxes of beef cans on the shelf, not a single one was fit for consumption. I reassured Zhao Xiaoru that it was simply our fate and suggested we return to our roasted fish instead. She nodded, resigned to the situation. My confidence in the food here had waned. After over 100 years, it was undoubtedly spoiled. I clung to the hope of finding useful tools. However, it appeared this crew member had left in a hurry, carrying no weapons or tools, relying only on his hands for sustenance. After thoroughly searching his clothing, I eventually discovered a firearm, though it contained but a single bullet, likely a means of self-defense, which was better than nothing. I tested the gun, but it was inoperable, reluctantly. I removed the gunpowder and discarded the weapon onto the floor. Thus, the search of the storage cabin was nearly complete. The sudden appearance of a corpse that had taken its own life cast an eerie shadow over our exploration of the lower deck. Chapter 58, The Captain's Quarters. Water, tinged with a metallic scent, dripped onto my hand as I struck the rusty door with my fire axe and kicked it open. This must be the captain's room. The lighting here was surprisingly good, lacking the ominous atmosphere I had anticipated. A small window on the inner side allowed sunlight to flood the room, illuminating everything within and dispelling the dampness found outside. The room was spacious, far larger than Colin Nan's quarters, and was divided into a bedroom and a living area. In the living room was a 2-meter-long, 18-meter-wide black stone coffee table and a severely weathered wooden desk. On the desk stood a brass globe, with a meticulously crafted shark made of high-grade steel at its center. The walls of the living room were adorned with an array of weapons, including a 3-barreled hunting rifle and a small pistol loaded with ammunition. There lies a delicate little knife. In the cupboard, I discovered 2 or 3 sailor outfits and 5 pairs of waterproof gloves. Canned beef lay haphazardly on the black stone coffee table, its contents long consumed, and the rust upon the can suggested it had not been opened for quite some time. Additionally, I found some unopened fishing gear in the cupboard, including casting nets. Regrettably, most of this equipment was no longer usable, and I could only salvage what I could carry in my bag. Among the items, one fishing net exhibited remarkable resilience, likely intended for capturing larger fish. The captain appeared to have perished within the cabin, lying quietly on the bed, a letter in his hand identical to the one found in Clennan's room. As I tore open the envelope, the contents were clearly visible. The letter brimmed with wrath directed at Clennan, as well as the first mate's fury. According to the letter, upon descending to the lower deck, the captain had threatened Clinton with Iris, demanding he surrender the precious oars. Clinton, in turn, had threatened the captain's family, asserting that, having rented the cruise ship, he was well acquainted with the captain's background. This captain, once a pirate, did not own the cruise ship. Otherwise, he would have comfortably enjoyed the high life. The vessel was, in fact, an abandoned war experimental ship that the captain had stumbled upon during his piratical days. Only the captain and his first mate were privy to this secret, as the first mate had once followed him as a pirate brother. Although the captain had a piratical past, he cherished his wife and children, ultimately reaching a reconciliation with Clinton. Clinton increased the rental fee by 70% as a separate remuneration for the captain, who agreed to abandon all illicit plans and return home obediently. The first mate witnessed all of this and was promised 10% as a hush fee. However, he demanded 30% instead. The captain temporarily acquiesced, but later betrayed him. The first mate, injured, fled to the storage compartment. With no choice, the captain intended to negotiate with Clinton for a 30% increase in the fee. Otherwise, the first mate would not open the storage compartment, and they would starve. When the captain arrived at the passage entrance, he found the door closed. He attempted to open it, but heard Clinton's curses from the other side. Clinton informed the captain that the 70% extra fee was but a delusion and vowed to have his children hanged upon his return. As Clinton continued to berate him, he reinforced the iron door, intent on sealing them inside. The captain panicked, realizing Clinton's unique position. Even if he committed murder, he could hush it up with money. Given Clinton's malicious nature, even if he received the 70%, he and his family would likely face relentless torment, possibly leading to their hanging. The captain could not allow such a fate to befall them. In the end, he opened a long-sealed door on the lower deck. This was a wartime experimental ship designed for researching and producing toxic gas. Only the captain and the first mate knew of this. At this moment, the first mate, dragging his injured leg, appeared, determined to prevent the captain's reckless actions, as releasing the gas would turn the entire ship into a death trap. The first mate commanded his poisonous frogs to attack the captain, yet the frog was too small, a rare toxin still immature. Ultimately, the first mate could not halt the captain's horrific actions. As the gas was released, the captain returned to his quarters to pen this letter while the first mate hid in the storage room, where there was ample food and water and the best ceiling. For the sake of his wife and children, the captain chose to sacrifice the lives of all aboard. Thus, I surmise the content of the blood-written note penned by the first mate in the storage room. He likely remained in terror, hearing the agonizing cries of the sailors outside, yet lacking the courage to open the door. In the end, he never dared to open it again, succumbing to despair alone in the storage room. As for the poisonous frog, it roamed between the first and second floors, perhaps seeking shelter in the pipes when the gas erupted, allowing it access to the lower deck despite the sealed doors. Its constant movement might have been an attempt to find its master. Eventually, as it grew larger, it could no longer fit in the pipes, leading to its incessant wandering between the first and second floors. I passed the letter to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, allowing them to examine it. Ultimately, the fate of all aboard stemmed from greed. The captain coveted Clinton's wealth, while Clinton was drawn to Iris's beauty. The captain sought unparalleled treasures, yet Clinton was no fool. In the end, the captain faced the consequences of his desires. Zhao Xiaoru sighed, lamenting the loss of an entire ship's crew for the sake of a mere gem. I smiled and remarked, "The people's police are selfless. Have you not heard the saying, men die for wealth, birds perish for food?" Dying alongside a ship full of wealthy gentry, the captain met his end fittingly. Zhao Xiaoru stuck out her tongue at me, well aware of the truth behind that saying. Even as a police officer, upon seeing that extraordinary gem, she too was momentarily mesmerized, were it not for our current survival situation. Even someone as righteous as Zhao Xiaoru might not claim to be free of greed. Of course, if that gem could grant us a chance to return home, Zhao Xiaoru, Li Yuan, and I would unconditionally choose to exchange for it. Only through experience do we understand that wealth pales in comparison to survival. Chapter 59. The nautical chart. I placed the firearm into my pack and slung the shotgun over my shoulder. With this, I felt confident that the cruise ship posed no further danger, allowing us to search with peace of mind. Regardless of the shotgun's utility, I decided to bring it back, for our skills and craftsmanship could not yet replicate such a precise weapon. After organizing our findings, I searched the wooden table in the living room and eventually discovered a key hidden in a dark recess. This was likely the key to the control room. There were 2 keys, one of which probably unlocked the toxic gas door. Upon exiting the captain's quarters, I led Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru on a brief tour, ultimately locating the captain's chamber. Despite the rust that plagued the key and lock, They opened successfully. After a few forceful kicks, I pushed the hatch open. The decor inside the control room was quite simple, with little of use, save for the ship's wheel at the center. It was Li Yuan's first encounter with a genuine cruise ship's control room, and she eagerly rushed to the wheel, attempting to turn it. However, due to its age, it refused to budge. After some time, realizing it would not yield, she gave up and picked up an object beside the wheel. Look, this is next to the wheel. I took the item from her hand. It was a diary made of special paper containing a maritime log. The last entry in the log dated back to July 1921, at which point they had just reached the Mariana Trench, an uncharted territory. The diary held a map, yet it failed to mark the small island we occupied, instead indicating a neighboring isle, which bore no name. We now found ourselves on an unnamed island, one that had not been discovered on maps even a century ago. Although modern technology has discovered numerous small islands, waiting for rescue on one such island in the Mariana Trench is akin to awaiting death. We must take matters into our own hands. After perusing the diary, I placed the map and journal into my backpack. We could not afford to contemplate distant concerns. We needed to vacate this cruise ship with urgency, as the third torch in my hand had already burned for more than half its length. 20 minutes later, we successfully ascended the gangway. It was now 3:10 in the afternoon, with the sun shining brightly above. The gangway was stiflingly hot. The dead poisonous frog from yesterday had been relegated to the far corner, out of sight, though the dark red stains of its blood were somewhat nauseating. At my insistence, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru disembarked in succession. After another half hour, we returned to the treehouse. Our expedition aboard the ghost ship had yielded a fair bounty: knives, a hunting rifle, and gunpowder. Most importantly, we had also discovered a quartz watch and a fish spear. Upon our return to the treehouse, I could no longer conceal the truth from Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. I retrieved the diary and handed it to them. One was a diligent university student, and the other a police officer, both possessing commendable English skills. Despite the grammatical disparities that may have emerged over the past century, the general content of the diary was still discernible. This indicated that we were situated in the Mariana Trench, an unknown territory. Did this mean our wait for rescue was an interminable one? Zhao Xiaoru, clutching the map in terror, inquired, her hope seemingly extinguished. Such a location is among the most remote and elusive on the ocean. If we merely waited for rescue, it would signify a death sentence. What shall we do? Brother Chendong, are we to await our demise here? Li Yuan clung to my arm, seeking solace in my presence. Zhao Xiaoru cast a forlorn glance at Li Yuan, yearning for comfort, yet her role as a police officer prevented her from showing vulnerability. She seemed to forget that she was still a woman. I patted Li Yuan on the shoulder, assuring her that we would not perish just yet. I gently removed her arm from mine and moved closer to Zhao Xiaoru, patting her shoulder and saying, "It seems all my previous assessments were correct. We must prepare for a protracted struggle." At that moment, Zhao Xiaoru's last defenses crumbled. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. As a police officer, she had always aspired to be a model for her team, promoting unity, kindness, and the message of waiting for rescue. Yet, she was merely a young woman in her 20s, devoid of survival experience in the wilderness, compelled to feign calmness in the face of danger. This pressure, instilled by her profession, weighed heavily upon her, but upon reading the diary, her inner fortitude rapidly disintegrated. Ultimately, my words had shattered her resolve. As she cried, she uttered phrases of despair. Just as I was about to crouch down to comfort her, she abruptly stood, her eyes red and glistening with tears. "You jinxed us. You brought this upon us." It turned out Zhao Xiaoru had risen to strike my chest, her shorter stature causing her head to reach my shoulder as her hands pounded against my shoulders. In her moment of distress, I could only allow her to vent her frustration against my chest, gently stroking her back in a gesture of comfort. This was the first time Li Yuan had witnessed Zhao Xiaoru in such a state. Previously, she had always been a figure of strength and brilliance, but now she resembled a damsel in distress, evoking pity. This sudden shift in character took Li Yuan by surprise, and my ambiguous reaction only stirred jealousy within her. Li Yuan rushed forward, pulling Zhao Xiaoru from my embrace and into her own. At that moment, the roles of Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan subtly transformed. Li Yuan had taken on the persona of the nurturing older sister. I sighed, lamenting the fleeting opportunity for Zhao Xiaoru to seek comfort. Observing Zhao Xiaoru buried in Li Yuan's embrace, while Li Yuan stuck her tongue out at me, I could only shake my head in resignation and descended the rope ladder from the treehouse, having neglected to inspect the traps I had set for several days. 2 hours later, upon returning to the treehouse with a wild rabbit in hand, I found that Zhao Xiaoru had composed herself and was now closely bonded with Li Yuan. As I entered, Zhao Xiaoru rushed over, took the rabbit from my grasp, and flashed me a smile before scurrying back to Li Yuan. Chapter 60. Into the forest in the deep of night, I stood on the balcony, gazing at the location of the ghost ship in the distance. Knowing that we were in the Mariana Trench, I anticipated a sleepless night. Yet, despite our individual burdens, an unusual silence enveloped us. The night passed without a word, and even I succumbed to fatigue just before dawn. The next morning, we awoke later than usual, and it was Zhao Xiaoru who roused me from slumber. "Wake up. The sun is already high," she exclaimed, pinching my nose to jolt me from my dreams. Today, Zhao Xiaoru seemed different. Her previously cascading hair was now tied back in a high ponytail, lending her a playful and charming appearance, contrasting her usual stern demeanor. Without hesitation, I playfully pinched her rear, eliciting a mock protest. "You pervert. Take your hands off me," Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed with feigned disdain, though her tone carried a hint of playfulness. I smiled at her, pleased to see that my earlier encouragement had worked wonders. I held my hand, which had just touched her, to my nose, prompting her to recoil in disgust. Even Li Yuan chimed in, calling it disgusting. I was simultaneously scorned by both. Now that we understood that waiting would yield no results, we needed to devise a plan to construct our own boat. Only then could we navigate the seas. Exiting the Mariana Trench would undoubtedly be a monumental task. Our immediate priority, however, was to gather more supplies, as we were uncertain how long we might drift at sea. Thus, we aimed to craft a small vessel, allowing us to embark from the shallows and navigate through the vast forest of the island, reaching the other side, or perhaps even halfway. However, building a boat necessitated deeper exploration into the forest to procure sufficient materials. Initially, we caught dozens of sea fish in the shallows, replenishing our supplies with dried fish. On the third day after our descent from the ghost ship, it had vanished from the coastline. One morning, as previously agreed, the three of us ventured into the depths of the mountains. This time, we brought ample food and fresh water, along with all the necessary weapons. Our armament had significantly improved since our last foray into the woods. I carried a fire axe, a broadsword, and a crossbow on my back, while Zhao Xiaoru wielded a steel fish spear acquired from the ghost ship. Having entered the forest for less than 200 meters, I spotted a wild rabbit. I motioned for Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to approach cautiously. Besides sufficient food and water, we also brought tools for processing wildlife and a grill. Our principle is to consume what we grasp first, followed by what we carry. If there is nothing to eat, we must devise a way. Perhaps the wild hare did not anticipate the presence of humans in this forest, as it exhibited little caution, nibbling at the ground before being pierced by my crossbow bolt. This unfortunate creature would never have imagined that it could be struck down by a mere twig. Zhao Xiaoru held a plump wild hare in her hands, sufficient to sustain us throughout the day. We first located a relatively clear patch of land and set up the grill. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru skillfully prepared the hare, while I utilized a quartz lens to ignite a fire. We had intentionally chosen this spot, as a beam of sunlight filtered through, providing me with the means to spark the flames. After 5 or 6 minutes, a small tuft of tinder was ignited, and I proceeded to light a piece of wood gradually. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan had successfully skinned the hare, so I refrained from assisting and waited patiently. After more than half an hour, they had divided the hare into 6 equal portions, each skewered and placed before me. I laid the hare on the grill, rotating it constantly, making several incisions, and sprinkling a few grains of salt. My grilling skills could be described as impeccable. After an hour, the fragrant and tender roasted meat was presented to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. We consumed 3 of the 6 portions, reserving the remainder for dinner. Glancing at my quartz watch, I noted it was 11 in the morning. We had entered the forest at 8, and after 3 hours, excluding the time spent capturing the hare and resting, we had ventured at least 2 kilometers into the depths of the woods. Let us proceed. I patted my stomach and began gathering our belongings. Although our mealtime may be somewhat cumbersome, packing up was swift, requiring no more than 5 minutes. We continued our journey deeper into the forest, and around 1 in the afternoon, a patch of red plants appeared before us. It was chili peppers, wild chili peppers. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru joyfully dashed into the thicket, carelessly plucking one to taste. I too smiled as I picked one, savoring its flavor. It was slightly sweet at first, followed by a pronounced spiciness, undoubtedly chili peppers. This was indeed a significant find. Until now, our diet had consisted solely of sea salt. But now we had an additional seasoning, chili. I surmised these peppers belonged to the small chili variety, no larger than my pinky finger, growing close to the ground, with each plant yielding 4 or 5 fruits. This expansive patch of chili plants must span at least half an acre, yielding no less than 1,000 peppers. My carrying capacity was limited. No matter how I packed them, I could only manage to take less than 100. Alas, my pack is so small. I wish I could carry away the entire patch of chili. Li Yuan lamented as she gazed at her overflowing bag. I shrugged, indicating there was nothing to be done. We would have to remember this chilly patch and return for more on our next foray into the depths of the forest. Nevertheless, this was an unexpected bounty. The fact that we could discover traces of chili here indicated that the island possessed suitable conditions for their growth. Perhaps there are other patches of chili to be found. After hearing my reasoning, Zhao Xiaoru readily agreed. Since this plant could thrive on the island, it signified that the environmental conditions were conducive. Although the island was vast, the temperature and humidity were relatively similar, suggesting the likelihood of other chili patches existing. After gathering 100 or so wild chilies, I checked the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Chapter 60 traces it was now 3 in the afternoon, and with 3 to 4 hours remaining until sunset. We needed to find a place to camp. Spending the night in the forest was far more perilous than in a treehouse, as the woods were rife with dangers lurking at every turn, demanding our constant vigilance. Compared to the periphery of the island, the forest was densely overgrown with various shrubs, making deeper forays increasingly hazardous. We navigated through a thicket stretching 20 to 30 meters and finally discovered a clearing. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. After 9 hours of trekking, we had traversed at least 4 or 5 kilometers. Although we had not reached the heart of the forest, this clearing was eerily expansive, resembling a space that had been artificially cleared rather than naturally formed. Yet, there were no visible signs of logging, leaving me perplexed as to whether this was a natural phenomenon or a human intervention. The clearing was vast, and the trees on either side towered into the sky, significantly taller than any we had previously encountered. If we were to fell one of these giants, we could easily construct a sizable wooden boat, I remarked, licking my lips at the sight of the towering trees. I could not immediately identify the species, but their impressive stature certainly surpassed that of mahogany. In the depths of the forest, many unnamed tree species abound, yet I had never seen trees of such height and grandeur. Strangely, at about 1 meter above the ground, these trees bore peculiar markings that resembled script, though their meaning eluded me. These patterns seemed to blend seamlessly with the bark, as if the trees were naturally adorned in this manner. However, it was odd that these markings appeared uniformly at the same height on all the trees. Logically, even if these trees were naturally adorned, such markings should not be confined to a single elevation. Everything felt somewhat inexplicable. I stroked my chin, brow furrowed, sensing something peculiar about these trees. At this moment, Li Yuan scoffed and said, "What is so inexplicable about this? Perhaps these trees were simply born this way. We're overthinking it." I nodded in agreement, attempting to shift my focus away from the tree markings. I too hoped these trees were naturally patterned. Otherwise, if they were indeed the result of carving, it would imply that the desolate land we inhabited harbored even more menacing entities, perhaps even humans. However, for now, we were not in any immediate danger. We continued along the open path, and it was around 6 in the evening. This area provided a clear view, making it much more convenient for cooking and resting. We decided to set up camp here. First, we needed to light a bonfire. I instructed Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to keep an eye on our pack while I donned my sword and fire axe, taking my crossbow with me to search for some dry firewood. Being deep in the forest, the tops of the trees were mostly shrouded in sunlight. However, the dry branches that fell after being exposed to sunlight remained in the shade for years, gradually absorbing moisture until they rotted into the ground, returning to nourish the trees. Thus, I sought freshly fallen branches from the canopy, as well as those that had been sunlit for an extended period. I glanced at the time. It was 6:30 in the evening, and I had already collected a small handful of twigs. I planned to gather for another half hour before returning. As I approached a sturdy tree, I spotted a half-meter-long dry pine branch beneath it. I bent down to pick it up, but then turned around. This tree seemed oddly familiar. Looking up at the treetop, I realized its height obscured my view. The bark was smooth and the trunk thick, making it impossible for me to embrace it. This was the same peculiar tree we had just discovered, though this one lacked any markings, making it seem all the more enigmatic. Observing this nameless tree growing freely in the forest, I felt increasingly convinced that our previous location held deeper mysteries. To speak solely of the intricate patterns carved into the trees, it requires a certain level of intelligence found only in primates. Furthermore, considering the height at which these designs are etched, it is evident that these creatures, whether primates or not, must be nearly a meter tall. Otherwise, they would be unable to reach such heights. Additionally, the sheer volume of work involved in engraving patterns on multiple trees is an immense undertaking, making it improbable for a solitary creature to accomplish. I have momentarily dismissed the possibility that these carvings were left by individuals stranded on the island after a plane crash, as the age of the trees in the engraving suggests they have existed for quite some time, certainly predating any incident involving our aircraft. I shudder to contemplate further. fervently wishing that the primate capable of such artistry has long since perished in the annals of time, or praying that we shall never encounter such a being. After all, the patterns imply that this creature has not ventured here in many years. I hastily gathered firewood from the ground, forcing myself to divert my thoughts from these unsettling matters. Our immediate priority was to return to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, who were in urgent need of my firewood to kindle a flame as the sun had already set. Regardless of who left those markings, I resolved to face the challenges ahead with Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, undeterred by potential dangers. Steadfast in my belief that we would prevail. When I returned to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, they had already ignited a torch with flint. I used the torch to ignite a piece of firewood, tossing it into the flames. Then, I extinguished the torch by gently grinding it against the ground. We gathered around the bonfire, warming ourselves as we heated the roasted mountain hare from earlier that morning, savoring it heartily. During this time, I refrained from mentioning my discovery of trees devoid of patterns, similar to those surrounding us. I did not wish to burden Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan with additional worries as we prepared for rest with nightfall approaching. Even if I shared my findings, it would only incite concern among us, and if we hadn't traversed this dense woodland clearing, we would never have stumbled upon these peculiar markings. Let them believe they have never encountered such designs. After our simple meal of roasted hare, we warmed our hands by the fire and engaged in light conversation. It was imperative that we communicated daily, otherwise, prolonged silence could cause our linguistic abilities to deteriorate. Chapter 62. The Wolf. The nocturnal forest is fraught with peril, as one can never predict when a creature may launch an attack during slumber. This is especially true for an individual deep within the woods. In the absence of guaranteed safety, sleep is a luxury, and even a brief moment of drowsiness could invite misfortune. Fortunately, our trio allows for shifts during the night watch. As the backbone of our team, I always volunteer to take the final shift, which falls during the most exhausting hours of dawn. However, this time, I did not find slumber as comforting. Li Yuan was the first on watch, her shift spanning from 8 to 11:30. Since acquiring our timepieces, we have adhered to a strict schedule. Just after I had barely drifted off, I was startled awake by Li Yuan's terrified cry, blinking away sleep. I rubbed my eyes and checked my wristwatch. It was barely past 11. What's wrong? I asked, somewhat impatiently. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoru nudged my arm and gestured in the direction opposite her. A pair of green, glimmering eyes fixed upon us, likely a creature of some sort. The darkness obscured any clear identification, but those piercing green orbs suggested it could be a wolf or a similar carnivorous animal. Such creatures typically exhibit strong aggression and harbor deep-seated animosity toward humans. From the position of those eerie eyes, I surmised it could be a recently matured jackal. It prowled back and forth, observing us without advancing or retreating. Thankfully, it appeared to be a lone wolf. Had we encountered a pack at that moment? I feared for the safety of Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. The jackal circled our campsite a couple of times, yet still showed no inclination to approach. I added a piece of drywood to the fire, causing the flames to dance more vigorously. I understood that its hesitation stemmed from the flickering bonfire, which temporarily deterred it. Fear of fire is ingrained in animal instincts. At this late hour, both our offensive and defensive capabilities were significantly diminished, and the jackal's speed rivaled that of a pack. Thus, we had no choice but to rely on the fire as our line of defense. It seemed the jackal would not attack just yet. After what felt like an hour, I realized the jackal continued its pacing, showing no signs of aggression. I speculated that it was deterred by the flames or perhaps waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the fire to extinguish or for us to lower our guard. You both rest. I'll keep watch, I declared, confident that the jackal posed no imminent threat. Zhao Xiaoru expressed concern, but you've only slept for a couple of hours. Let me take your place. Li Yuan quickly concurred, aware of my role as the team's cornerstone, necessitating adequate rest. I shook my head, retrieving a chili pepper from my pack, splitting it in half and popping it into my mouth. You two sleep, don't worry about me. Ultimately, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan yielded to my insistence and settled down to rest. They understood that as a soldier, I could endure days without food or drink and still confront danger, but they could not. Listening to their rhythmic breathing, I consumed the other half of the chili pepper, keeping my gaze fixed on the distant jackal while warming my hands by the fire. I continuously fed the flames with wood, ensuring the bonfire blazed more brightly. I checked my watch. It was now 4 a.m. The jackal had been our silent companion for 5 hours. Throughout this time, it had paced at a distance, never daring to approach. In just 3 more hours, the sun would rise, illuminating the night and diminishing the jackal's advantage, while enhancing ours, affording us a chance to counterattack. Yet, the jackal seemed to sense the encroaching dawn, inching closer as the night wore on. After an entire night of waiting without seeing the fire extinguish, and observing my alertness, it finally chose to retreat at dawn. In the faint light of early morning, I could discern its form, its coat a striking black and white. Its frame lean yet unmistakably that of a jackal. With the threat finally receding, I exhaled a sigh of relief, noticing the embers before me and the dwindling firewood at hand. Checking my watch, it was now 6:09. I could allow Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan another hour of rest. However, by 7 o'clock, Zhao Xiaoru had already awakened, and Li Yuan, stirred by Zhao Xiaoru's movements, followed suit. She had just dreamed of being pinned to the ground by a massive jackal, its jaws gaping as it attempted to devour her. Fortunately, she had managed to hold its neck at bay, preventing it from gnawing at her face. Upon waking, Li Yuan glanced around in trepidation before exhaling in relief. Has it gone? Zhao Xiaoru approached the dying embers of the bonfire, seeking warmth in the remnants of its glow. The fire had extinguished, yet a faint heat still lingered. Did that fellow walk here on his own? Li Yuan exclaimed as she eagerly joined Zhao by the fire. She had not heard the sounds of my struggle against the wolves the previous night, leading her to speculate that I did not actively repel them. I nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed, the wolves had retreated. However, we must not let our guard down. The forest is fraught with peril, and wolves are but one of many dangers we might encounter, including potentially more formidable creatures in the future. Zhao Xiaoru nodded thoughtfully, recalling the bear paw prints we had found beneath our treehouse. The mere thought of encountering a massive bear weighing 300 to 400 pounds was enough to make one shudder. We would likely have no choice but to flee. It was just past 7 in the morning. The sun had risen, and the dew on the leaves was slowly evaporating under its warm rays. I rummaged through my pack, retrieving some dried fish to share with Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, while taking a piece for myself. We had risen relatively early, and so we aimed to venture deeper into the forest while we had the time, hoping to discover new resources. Before entering the woods, I had informed Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan that our journey would take us approximately 10 kilometers into the forest, requiring around 3 days, 1.5 days to advance, and the same to return. Chapter 63, The Ruins. We swiftly gathered our belongings in preparation for our forward trek, planning to return to the treehouse after lunch, likely around 11 o'clock. The lesson learned from last night's wolf ambush made us more cautious, and we kept our weapons ready at all times. Not long after we set out, a gray-brown wolf blocked our path. Judging by its coloration and size, it appeared to be the same wolf from the previous night. Clearly, it had not given up and intended to ambush us on our journey. Without the flames to deter it, the wolf felt emboldened to attack. This wolf had survived alone in the depths of the forest for quite some time, showcasing its cunning. We advanced in a triangular formation. I led the way, with Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru flanking me. The wolf targeted Li Yuan, the most vulnerable among us. The ravenous beast lunged swiftly, but fortunately, its growl provided us with an early warning. In the face of the fierce wolf, Li Yuan shut her eyes and flailed her wooden stick aimlessly. With a resounding crack, her erratic strikes connected with the wolf, sending it tumbling a couple of meters away. In the chaos, as I pulled Li Yuan to my side, I felt the sting of her wooden stick strike my arm. I winced, but had no time to express my pain as I swiftly drew the katana from my back. Indeed, I would not dare engage a wolf at night. But in daylight, with the odds in our favor 3-1, this was our territory. The wolf's attack was akin to a suicidal endeavor. My katana, honed to a lethal sharpness, caught a beam of sunlight, momentarily dazzling the wolf. Realizing the deception, the wolf attempted to flee. I could not allow it the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind. With all my strength, I hurled the katana toward the creature. The wolf, sensing the imminent danger, managed to evade a fatal strike by twisting its body just in time. Although my blade did not pierce its vital areas, it struck the wolf's tail with considerable force. The katana embedded itself deeply into the earth, eliciting a mournful howl from the wolf. It clawed at the ground in agony as the weapon dug in further. The wolf's pained cries echoed through the forest, and in a desperate act, it severed its own tail from the katana and fled, leaving behind a trail of blood. In mere seconds, it vanished into the woods. Aside from the embedded katana and a few drops of blood on the ground, I had no doubt that the wolf had been there. Its instinct for survival, even at the cost of its tail, showcased its ability to make decisive choices and understand when to retreat. If it had encountered anything other than humans that day, it might have become a meal. I winced as I realized that Li Yuan's earlier strike had indeed caused me pain. In the heat of the moment, while focused on the wolf, I had barely felt it, but now a tingling sensation coursed through my arm. I rolled up my sleeve, discovering that the area struck by Li Yuan had become red and swollen. Li Yuan, sensing her mistake, pouted and approached me, ready to accept my reprimand. However, I chose not to scold her. Her quick response during the wolf's sudden attack had prevented greater harm to our team. seeing that I bore her no ill will. Li Yuan felt a pang of guilt. She retrieved some herbs from her pocket and gently rubbed them on my wound. Initially, I felt a slight sting, followed by a cooling sensation. Our supply of herbs is limited, she said, pouting. These were leftover from when I prepared medicine for Sister Xiaoru. They possess properties to clear heat and detoxify, as well as reduce swelling. Consider yourself lucky. After applying a makeshift bandage, she playfully patted my wound, igniting a desire to scold her. However, glancing at the time, I noted it was already past 9 in the morning. The wolf's appearance had significantly delayed our progress. We had been following a series of uniquely patterned trees, and this open space felt relatively safe. Wait, this tree seems different from the others, Zhao Xiaoru remarked, leaning against a tree that lacked the distinctive patterns. She pondered aloud why this particular tree bore no markings while others did. As she circled the tree, she noticed another unmarked tree nearby. Both were the same species, yet one was adorned with patterns while the other remained plain. Zhao Xiaoru observed that these unadorned trees appeared to be younger. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she excitedly asked, could it be possible that these patterns were carved by human hands? Her enthusiasm waned as she contemplated the implications. If these markings were indeed man-made, it suggested the presence of other survivors within the forest. Yes, this must be a signal left by others. It means there were survivors after the plane crash. How wonderful. Chendong, Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed, lifting Li Yuan in her excitement, beaming with joy. I shook my head solemnly, unwilling to share Zhao Xiaoru's optimism. Setting aside the improbability that these patterns were remnants of a plane crash, I remained skeptical about the existence of other survivors on the island. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan had yet to truly grasp the darker aspects of human nature, after enduring the trials of the past month. If there were indeed others still alive, one could only speculate what they had become. Do not rejoice too soon. I had to interrupt the sudden excitement of Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. Finally, after my warning, they paused their embrace. Chapter 64. The Entrance. I glanced at the exuberant Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. I truly did not wish to dampen their spirits, but it was essential for them to ponder carefully. Regardless of whether the situation was real or fabricated, they must remain humble and treat it with equanimity. Perhaps you are overthinking it. My words abruptly halted their animated gestures. Zhao Xiaoru furrowed her brow slightly. Although she trusted her own judgment, having lived with me for over a month, she placed greater faith in my discernment. Do you have the confidence to examine those engravings? I began to guide Zhao Xiaoru towards the correct observation. Zhao Xiaoru, perplexed, asked, what do you mean? I smirked. After all, you are a police officer. Surely, you must have learned some observational skills at the police academy? I encouraged Zhao Xiaoru to investigate for herself. Don't tell me I can't see it myself. Zhao Xiaoru pouted and found a pattern tree to examine. Li Yuan followed closely behind. Yet she had no authority on the matter as she understood little. However, Li Yuan noticed that the patterns seemed rather deep, and some had slightly deformed, exhibiting an antique quality. Thus, she timidly inquired beside Zhao Xiaoru, Xiaoru, why do I feel these patterns were not carved just last month? Li Yuan's remark instantly enlightened Zhao Xiaoru. She gently scraped the surface of the engravings with a small knife and discovered that the markings in the tree had become almost indistinguishable. This could not have formed in a brief period. How is that possible? Zhao Xiaoru gasped, momentarily struggling to accept the reality. What do you mean? How is that possible? Li Yuan asked, bewildered. Zhao Xiaoru stood before the engravings, ignoring Li Yuan's question, her mind inundated with countless queries. Were these truly not etched after a plane crash? Was there really no one else who survived? How did these engravings come to be if not created after the accident? Countless questions filled Zhao Xiaoru's mind, and ultimately, she arrived at a conclusion. There must have been other humans who once inhabited this island. Chendong, do you think humans existed on this island before? Zhao Xiaoru directly pushed past Li Yuan and approached me. Her hypothesis resonated with my own. This island was vast, and it was not beyond the realm of possibility for advanced beings to exist. Seeing my nod of affirmation, Zhao Xiaoru realized her judgment had been validated and promptly collapsed onto the ground. After a few minutes, Zhao Xiaoru stood up. Since her last emotional breakdown, her demeanor had significantly improved, earning my admiration. Zhao Xiaoru had recovered, while Li Yuan sat down again, her face drooping as she lamented, what are you two talking about? I'm completely lost. Zhao Xiaoru pulled Li Yuan up from the ground, brushing off the dirt from her clothes, and said, it means there might be a whole tribe of wild people on this island, ready to abduct you as their queen. But don't worry. Your brother Chendong is here to protect you. Those wild people are too scared to come out of the woods. Li Yuan scoffed, thinking Zhao Xiaoru was joking. She hurried over to my side, resting her arm on my shoulder and playfully saying, of course, just look at who my brother Chendong is. Oh, here we go again. I couldn't help but grin and shake her off. Li Yuan huffed and ran back to Zhao Xiaoru with her redwood stick in hand. Checking my watch, I noted that it was nearing 11 o'clock. We could traverse a short distance before stopping to eat, concluding our excursion and retracing our steps. We continued in a triangular formation, with me in the lead and Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan flanking me on either side, ensuring I could respond swiftly to any unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps Li Yuan was still miffed about my earlier dismissal of her, as she persistently poked my backside with the wooden stick. I found it puzzling. It wasn't the first time I had done so. So why was she holding a grudge? I chose to ignore her antics and let her continue. The path we traversed grew increasingly narrow. Whereas earlier there had been approximately 5 meters of space on either side, it had now shrunk to just over 3 meters. Previously, when we camped in the open, we had enjoyed a distance of nearly 10 meters. It felt as though we were walking through a vast trapezoidal passage, heading towards its narrowest point. The poking from behind intensified, prompting me to turn around and shout at Li Yuan, "Why are you poking my backside?" Li Yuan paused, then trembled as she pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Over there." I shot her an incredulous glare, saying, "Of course, I can see that from this distance." Li Yuan's admonishment caused us to halt. For a clearing about 100 meters ahead finally came to an end, revealing a series of intricately patterned trees that formed a wooden structure, culminating in a prominent mound resembling a tomb. Behind this small elevation lay a hill over 100 meters high, covered with the same patterned trees. In front of this tomb-like structure, the wooden platform seemed reminiscent of an altar. However, the construction appeared to have been standing for ages, weathered by time, leaving only a vague semblance of its original form. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan took a step back, finding the engravings on the trees to be a stark contrast to the current scene. "Don't be afraid. This altar is extremely ancient. Let us go take a look." I beckoned to Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. Zhao Xiaoru, knowing she couldn't argue with me, quickly followed. Li Yuan, preferring to stick with me rather than be left alone, had no choice but to accompany us. The altar was not particularly large, taking on a square shape, its surface adorned with enormous patterned engravings. Measuring approximately 6 meters on each side, the altar was elevated, with a ladder intentionally constructed for access. Once atop the altar, I was afforded a full view of the hill, which, though not tall, appeared distinctly unlike an ordinary hill due to its architectural form. "Shindong, look." Zhao Xiaoru's voice snapped me back to reality as I turned to follow her gaze. There was a steep, barely noticeable step leading down from the altar, and in the direction Zhao Xiaoru indicated, it seemed there was a cave at the foot of the hill. This cave bore the same engravings, likely serving as an entrance to some ceremonial site. Beneath those mysterious patterns, it exuded an aura of enigma. Chapter 65, Return Journey. I descended the ladder on the opposite side of the altar, as the cave was merely a few dozen meters away. Approaching the cave, I could not discern its depths from the outside. It appeared to be unfathomably deep. The mysterious symbols and the ancient altar added to the sense of intrigue, causing me to hesitate momentarily. I certainly had the urge to explore the cave, yet that impulse quickly dissipated. Had I been accompanied by a few brothers from my unit, they undoubtedly would have chosen to follow me inside to uncover whatever secrets lay within. However, with Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, the risks were too great. Entering could spell disaster. If anything were to happen, their survival would become even more precarious. Ultimately, I chose to retreat. Climbing back up the altar, I found Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan gazing intently at me. Li Yuan, fueled by an unexpected surge of emotion, clung to my shoulder and declared, "Wherever you go, I will follow." Zhao Xiaoru echoed, "I too." I brushed aside Li Yuan's arm with a hint of self-mockery, remarking, "There's no help for it. Ever since arriving on the island, I've grown timid. In the past, I would have ventured in to investigate without hesitation. Well, let us fill our bellies and then make our way back." As I spoke, I retrieved some dried fish and fresh water from my pack, distributing them to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. This delay had already cost us precious time, and it was now 1:30 in the afternoon. Over an hour later than I had anticipated. I urged Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to hasten their meal. We needed to return the way we came. Aware of the time lost, they indulged heartily. We merely took a brief respite at the altar, needing no extensive preparations. Soon enough, after Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan had packed up, we resumed our journey, retracing the trapezoidal path we had taken, which widened with every step, distancing us further from the altar. As night fell, we ignited our torches, aiming to cover some flat terrain before darkness enveloped us completely. Along the way, we encountered a few small non-aggressive wild animals, posing no significant threat. This time, we had brought 2 torches. One had been used the previous night, leaving us with just one for tonight. We needed to cover a substantial distance before the last torch extinguished. After walking for a short while, I glanced at my wristwatch. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Observing the ashes we had left behind from last night, I instructed Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to gather the firewood they had collected along the way and pile it on the ground. We would rest here for a while. I used the torch to ignite the firewood and tossed the torch into the flames. Soon, a roaring fire blazed before us, and Li Ran and Zhao Xiaoru warmed their hands by it. The temperature on the island at night was quite low, although it hadn't yet reached freezing. The absence of a fire made sleep difficult. Having failed to catch any mountain rabbits today, our main meal consisted of goat jerky, which I heated over the fire before serving it to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. Since we started the fire around 8 o'clock, we needed to sleep immediately after dinner to conserve energy for the following day. Once again, Li Yuan took the first watch. This time, she caused no disturbances. Around 4 in the morning, Zhao Xiaoru awakened me. I quietly warmed my hands by the campfire, occasionally adding a few sticks to the flames. The firewood we had was limited, gathered hastily on our return journey, yet if used sparingly, it should last until sunrise. I had previously instructed Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, but now with the dwindling wood supply, I could only add 1 stick at a time. As I warmed my hands, I surveyed our surroundings, a habit ingrained in me during perilous times, where complacency could spell disaster. My keen eyesight detected something amiss after surveying the area. I casually added a stick to the fire and glanced around again. Just as I thought all was well, my gaze settled on a previously observed spot. Despite its excellent concealment, I sensed an elusive danger lurking. Much like the previous night, a pair of eerie green eyes peered from the underbrush. Without careful observation, one would never notice the faint glimmer of that green light in the darkness. Danger! I refrained from rousing Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, as I sensed this creature was deliberately hiding. However, having discovered its lair, I felt a measure of confidence, knowing that the open space would allow me to react if it chose to attack. In a one-on-one scenario, I was certain I could overpower such a smaller creature. Drawing my sword from its sheath, I gently caressed its blade before planting it firmly in the ground. The creature seemed wary of the sword upon its insertion. Those dark green eyes retreated further into the underbrush. Perhaps this was the inherent fear wild animals possess towards cold weapons. I positioned my crossbow before me, readying 3 or 4 bolts beside the sword, ensuring swift access should the need arise. Yet, the creature showed no inclination to attack. As time slipped by, it was now 5:30 in the morning, with faint sunlight beginning to emerge. My firewood had nearly burned out, leaving me with only the glowing embers to warm my hands. The creature remained, and I did not allow my guard to drop. As the fire dwindled, the creature appeared restless, its green eyes emerging from the foliage. Perhaps fearing the sunlight would diminish its advantage, it finally decided to strike. It dashed towards us with remarkable speed, but it had not anticipated my awareness. As I sprang to my feet and seized my crossbow, the creature abruptly halted. Now closer, and with a hint of sunlight breaking through, I discerned its bifurcated tail. It was the wolf from yesterday, evidently seeking revenge for the wound I had inflicted. This was likely the reason for its fear of my sword. As I recognized its intentions, it swiftly retreated, fleeing in the opposite direction. Chapter 66. A reckless move. I would not let it escape a second time. Swiftly, I drew a bolt from the ground and knocked it. With a smooth motion, I released the shot. The wooden bolt whizzed through the air with a resonant hum, piercing the wolf's left leg. It yelped in pain, dragging itself away, yet I was determined not to let it go so easily. With a flick of my wrist, I swiftly knocked 2 more bolts. The wolf, already limping from its injured leg and still recovering from yesterday's wound, stumbled unsteadily. I knocked 1 bolt and fired instantly. The sound of the bolt slicing through the air resonated once more, as the wolf desperately tried to evade. The bolt struck the ground with a thud, missing its mark, which was expected. Without hesitation, I knocked another bolt and released it. Both arrows flew almost simultaneously. I dared not claim the first shot would hit, while the second was a calculated follow-up. A deep thud echoed as the second bolt struck true, followed by the wolf's anguished cries, then an eerie silence. What happened? Zhao Xiaoru rubbed her eyes, but was already gripping her spear. Her long-standing instincts told her to remain vigilant, regardless of the perceived danger. What is going on? Li Yuan quickly scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with fear, scanning the surroundings. However, dawn had yet to break, with the sun's rays still feeble and a thick mist obscuring our vision. Seeing that Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were awake, I felt no need to conceal the situation from them, especially after the commotion we had just caused. Let us go and see. That wolf has returned, I said with a grin. Li Yuan froze for a moment, then asked, the same one from last night? I nodded. Instantly, her demeanor shifted to one of tension. She vividly recalled the terror that creature had instilled in her during its surprise attack the previous day, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Most importantly, this was the beast that had almost led her to harm at the hands of brother Qingdong. Upon seeing Li Yuan's expression, I pursed my lips and chuckled. No worries, it's probably on the brink of death. On the brink of death? Zhao Xiaoru questioned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, Are you saying that? Under such visibility conditions, you managed to shoot that cunning wolf? Zhao Xiaoru vividly recalled the incident from yesterday, when that wolf had severed its own tail in a desperate bid for survival. It was indeed a clever creature. Yet it ultimately fell victim to my grasp. I nodded in affirmation. Yes, I must have struck it, but the fog was rather thick, making it hard to see. Let us go take a look. All right. Zhao Xiaoru grasped her steel fork while Li Yuan tightened her grip on the hardwood stick. Due to the obscured visibility, we could not afford to let our guard down until we confirmed the wolf's demise. After all, it was quite the wily adversary. I led the way with my katana. Zhao Xiaoru followed closely, while Li Yuan positioned herself in the middle. As we pushed through the mist, the wolf's lifeless body lay before us, having been struck in the left leg before suffering a fatal wound to its abdomen. I extracted the wooden arrow from the wolf's carcass and remarked, 3 arrows fired. Nearly missed 2, clearly, I need to practice my archery more diligently. Zhao Xiaoru rolled her eyes, silently contemplating how, despite the dense fog obstructing our view, I managed to hit the leg twice and ultimately bring down the beast. It was as if I did not regard her as a capable police officer at all. My sudden display of bravado elicited disdain from Zhao Xiaoru. Even if the most skilled officer she knew were here, they would not have guaranteed a hit under such foggy conditions, let alone a kill. After all, our wooden arrows were significantly lighter than traditional iron-tipped ones, resulting in less impact and penetration. Since you two have gotten this sorted, let me gather some firewood so we can cook this wolf and continue our journey. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan nodded. Today marked the 3rd day, and according to our previous arrangements, they needed to return to the treehouse before nightfall. The clock read just past 6 in the morning, and the fog began to dissipate slowly, leaving most of the firewood somewhat damp from the mist. After much effort, I finally collected enough firewood to roast the wolf. Glancing at the time, I realized that an hour and a half had passed unnoticed. Aware of time's preciousness, I hurried back, taking over an hour to gather firewood, while the return journey took only a few minutes. I breathed heavily as I laid the wood before Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, who had already prepared the wolf's carcass. The bloody pelt was discarded far away, leaving only the flesh. It was indeed a pity to lose the pelt. Had I not feared that it might attract danger with its scent, I would have brought it back to the treehouse. Once cleaned and dried, it could be fashioned into a windbreak or even a quilt. After all, we were prepared for prolonged combat, and any resources we could acquire were invaluable. With a series of sharp clinks, I struck the flint in my hand repeatedly. The lingering moisture from the recent fog made ignition challenging, and several sparks landed on the tinder only to extinguish immediately. After a prolonged effort, I finally managed to ignite the tinder. Seeing the flame flicker to life, I quickly placed the damp firewood atop it. The wood, still wet, released thick smoke as it struggled to catch fire, but eventually, I succeeded in igniting a piece. Once the flames grew stronger, it became easier. I continuously added more wood until the bonfire blazed robustly. After a modest meal, the time had nearly reached 9 in the morning, and we tidied up to venture deeper into the thicket. We had to return to the cabin before nightfall. After an entire day of trekking, we began to reach the outermost edges of the dense forest, drawing closer to the coastal jungle of the island. By 6 in the evening, the sun gradually sank, and the island was enveloped in twilight. Our last torch had burned out the previous night, leaving us to navigate by the moonlight. Fortunately, we had less than half an hour of travel remaining. Hurry up, I urged Li Yuan, as I had switched places with Zhao Xiaoru. Encouraged by my words, Li Yuan quickened her pace. Suddenly, rustling sounds erupted nearby, and something darted swiftly through the underbrush beside us. Under the moonlight, I caught a glimpse of a faint green hue. A snake. Chapter 67. Poisoned, I gasped, swiftly drawing my katana, as Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru bolted away. Being night, we were at a significant disadvantage. Through the moonlight, I discerned a faint bluish hue, typically indicative of either a snake or a lizard on this island. However, having spent considerable time here without encountering any lizards, and knowing they could not move with such speed, I concluded it must be a snake. Despite being on the island's periphery, the ground was still littered with shrubs, obscuring any view of our foe. I swung my blade twice at the spot where I had seen the blue color, but struck nothing. Realizing I had lost my chance, I hurriedly followed after Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. The rustling continued, but I could not pinpoint where the adversary lay. Following the sound, I swung my sword again, but missed. Run, I urged the two women. Yet it seemed too late. From the shadows, a pale green snake's head emerged, sinking its fangs into my ankle. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through my ankle, and seizing the opportunity, I swiftly brought down my katana, severing the snake's head from its body. In the moonlight, I finally beheld the snake beneath me. Its head was no larger than my thumb, and its body was only 20 to 30 centimeters long. My strike had divided it cleanly at the midsection. However, I seemed to have been bitten. I crouched down, retrieving a small cloth from my pack to tightly bind my lower leg. With added strength, I felt the pressure building in my calf. I knew it was the only course of action. I picked up the snake's body and found a branch to wrap it around. Let us go? It's taken care of. I attempted to minimize pressure on the bitten leg, handling it with utmost care. We could not linger here, as it was undoubtedly a perilous area. After more than half an hour, we finally returned to the treehouse. Li Yuan, go fetch some spare firewood. I slumped onto a stone beneath the treehouse and instructed Li Yuan to attend to the task. Typically, I would handle such matters myself, but for some reason, I directed Li Yuan this time. She did not question it, simply assuming I was fatigued. Soon, Li Yuan tossed a substantial pile of firewood down from the treehouse, while Zhao Xiaoru, following my orders, used flint to ignite the tinder. Zhao Xiaoru picked up a piece of wood and lit it from the tinder. As the bonfire blazed to life, it finally illuminated the area around the treehouse. With the firelight, I could examine my injury. 2 tiny puncture wounds, resembling needle pricks, were visible, with faint traces of blood. The distance between the 2 marks was roughly 5 millimeters, the result of the snake's bite. Zhao Shiru, who was adding wood to the fire, caught a glimpse of my ankle when I rolled up my pant leg and curiously glanced over, immediately spotting the 2 wounds. You were bitten by a snake, Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed, dropping the wood into the fire and rushing to my side to inspect my calf. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Zhao Xiaoru's anger flared, as she understood that one must remain still after being bitten, as movement would hasten the spread of venom. Yet, I had just accompanied her for over half an hour. What transpired was quite dramatic, Brother Qindong. Witnessing Li Yuan tumble from a height of over a meter down a rope ladder, landed with a soft thud upon the ground. However, Li Yuan, disregarding her own discomfort, rushed over to examine my wound. Upon realizing that my injury was indeed a snake bite, she collapsed onto the ground, weeping inconsolably. Enough, enough. Please do not cry. I gently patted her shoulder. Oh, Brother Qindong, what will become of me and Sister Xiaoru if you were to perish? Li Yuan's sobs continued unabated. Observing this poignant scene, Zhao Xiaoru also felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Qindong, rest assured, I will take good care of Li Yuan after you depart, ensuring she returns safely. As for your past mistakes, perhaps they shall be forgiven with your passing. Looking at Zhao Xiaoru, who was wiping away her tears, and Li Yuan, I felt a mixture of relief and helplessness. It was heartening to see these 2 young women banding together in my absence, yet I could not shake my doubts about Li Yuan's credentials as a medical student. Hey, you call yourself a medical student. Can you not assess the situation properly? Yes, I have been bitten by a snake, but surely there are venomous and non-venomous snakes. Li Yuan abruptly ceased her sobbing, momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of contemplation, she seemed to grasp my meaning and quickly rolled up my pant leg again. Indeed, the wound was merely bleeding without any signs of swelling or discoloration that would indicate envenomation. With a clap of her hands, she exclaimed, Brother Qin, you are fine. The snake that bit you was non-venomous. Could you be a bit gentler? I playfully thumped her on the head, grumbling about her lack of delicacy. Li Yuan, rubbing her head and pouting, replied, I was just too excited. Excited about what? I believe you were the one who was thrilled just now, despite my teasing. Li Yuan remained unfazed, insisting she was not. I ambled over to Zhao Xiaoru, who had finally managed to dry her tears. It dawned on her that all this time, it had been a figment of their imagination. I was not poisoned at all. In truth, I had not deceived either of them. When the snake bit me, I too had felt a surge of panic, yet after walking a short distance without any ill effects, I began to suspect that perhaps I was not in danger. Only when I observed that my wound showed no signs of venom did I truly relax and remove the bandage. Just now, I believe I heard someone crying. I grinned, hands clasped behind my back as I looked at Zhao Xiaoru. She suddenly appeared flustered, hastily denying, I did not. Oh, but that little face of yours is betraying you. Zhao Xiaoru, realizing she had been caught, quickly wiped her face, discovering she had nothing to hide. I smirked, huh? Still trying to outwit me? I moved closer, nearly touching noses, the breath escaping my lips wafting towards her face. Zhao Xiaoru instinctively stepped back, creating a safe distance between us. By the way, I believe I heard something about debts being settled. Is there truth to that? I narrowed my eyes and advanced a step closer. Zhao Xiaoru retreated again, but this time with newfound confidence, declared, You must have missed the first part. I said, With a person's death, their debts are settled. Hey, little girl, are you wishing for my demise? I retorted playfully, inching closer once more. Zhao Xiaoru, with no retreat left, stumbled against a tree, her head colliding with the trunk. Trapped, she looked nervous, wrapping her arms around herself and asking, "What do you want from me? You inquire what I desire?" Heh, I chuckled, licking my lips as I leaned in, causing Zhao Xiaoru to shrink back. Her usual stern demeanor was refreshing, and I seized this opportunity to tease her. Yet, just as I attempted to close the distance, Li Yuan could not bear to watch any longer. She dashed in front of Zhao Xiaoru, arms outstretched, blocking my path. "What do you intend to do? If you have the guts, come at me." Li Yuan was considerably shorter than me, even more so than Zhao Xiaoru, creating a comical scene as she stood between us, reminiscent of a daughter caught between her parents. As the father, I had no such ulterior motives. So I pointed my finger at her nose, playfully pushing her into Zhao Xiaoru's embrace. "You dream on." Li Yuan stumbled back, now in Zhao Xiaoru's arms, looking slightly aggrieved for not succeeding in her defiance. "Come on, time is of the essence. We should eat quickly so we can rest tonight." Only then did Zhao Xiaoru hastily push Li Yuan away and prepare the mountain goat meat Li Yuan had brought out. Given the high temperatures during the day on the island, most of our food had been dried with sea salt for preservation, making it easier to carry and store compared to fresh meat. Now, the large piece of goat meat Zhao Xiaoru held was one of the last remaining fresh items. Living by the sea, fish was our most accessible food source, yet we occasionally craved variety to alleviate our aversion to fish, which we were forced to consume for survival. Earlier that day, we had slain a wild wolf in the forest, and with the remaining meat, we could afford to eat less or even skip dinner tonight. Zhao Xiaoru cut a large piece of meat, handing me the biggest chunk. In recent days, both Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan had improved their grilling skills, allowing them to cook their food without my assistance, and they were doing quite well, unlike before when their food was burnt on the outside and raw within. As I roasted the goat meat over the fire, I made a couple of incisions and sprinkled a few grains of sea salt over it. We no longer needed to worry about sea salt. I had instructed Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to prepare a batch for our collective use. Moreover, the small knives and forks we acquired from the ghost ship had proven to be quite useful after some sharpening. Suddenly, I recalled another delightful item we possessed. Excited, I rummaged through my pack, which was filled with various bits of refuse. Among them were small dried chili peppers, which would enhance our meals. Though we only had fresh ones at the moment, I tossed a few to Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. We had an abundance of these at present. Although we had only managed to collect a little over 100, knowing the location of the chili field meant we could gather more on our next visit. The chili field, while located in the forest, was on the outskirts, and with my stamina, I could make a round trip in a single day. "Oh, thank you for reminding me of this. I nearly forgot," Li Yuan exclaimed, eagerly biting into a small chili pepper. I was taken aback by her boldness. Although these peppers had a hint of sweetness, they packed a powerful punch. Zhao Xiaoru's approach was far more civilized. She carefully sliced open the chili, rubbing the flesh against the goat meat, and sprinkled a few grains of salt on it. Lastly, she crafted a thin stick from wood, skewering the chili for roasting. Roasting chilies can be done this way. Li Yuan fanned her mouth, regretting her impulsive decision as the spiciness hit her. Following Zhao Xiaoru's lead, she attempted to skewer her chili onto a finely carved stick. The small chili peppers cook rapidly. After just a minute or two over the fire, they become limp, thoroughly cooked from the outside in. Noticing that the peppers were nearly ready, Li Yuan plucked one from the skewer, finding it slightly too hot to handle. She tossed it back and forth in her hands, but her dexterous fingers managed to keep it from falling to the ground. Once the heat had dissipated somewhat, Li Yuan popped the entire chili into her mouth. The initial sweetness faded, giving way to a delightful, soft texture, with significantly reduced spiciness. Zhao Xiaoru followed suit, also consuming a chili pepper. Soon, the small pieces of roasted goat meat were ready, and I cut a small piece to savor. After a long day of trekking, which included a couple of setbacks, we were all quite fatigued. Following a simple meal, we quickly succumbed to sleep. Inside the treehouse, there was no need for a night watch, allowing us to rest peacefully. The next day, our tasks involved building a boat and increasing supplies. I was felling trees in the nearby redwood forest, while Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were fishing in the shallows. I believed that after a month's time, they had grown adept at it. With a sharp crack, another redwood fell under my axe. I took a sip of fresh water and wiped the sweat from my brow. Glancing at the sun and then at my watch, it was 10:30 in the morning. I still had an hour to fell another tree. I wiped my brow again, grasped my fire axe, and continued my work. Just as I was about to swing the axe, I heard Zhao Xiaoru's urgent cries. She came running, her breath uneven and frantic. Sensing that something was amiss, I swiftly intercepted Li Yuan. Take a moment to breathe. What is the matter? Why the rush? I asked, concerned as I saw Li Yuan leaning against me, gasping for air. After a few deep breaths, she finally managed to speak, pointing towards the shallows. There, a body. My brow furrowed in alarm as I quickly inquired, what kind of body? Where? Li Yuan, still catching her breath, replied. Out in the shallows, Sister Xiaoru is looking at it. Chapter 69. Women lead me there. I urged, my heart racing at the prospect of encountering our first human death in over a month. The mangroves were not far from the shallows, merely a few hundred meters away. In just 3 to 4 minutes, I spotted Zhao Xiaoru standing at the water's edge, dragging a floating corpse towards the shore. Li Yuan, upon glimpsing the disfigured body, turned away, her stomach churning. I deduced it was her first encounter with a corpse. It is a common reaction for anyone to feel nauseated at such a sight. Ignoring Li Yuan for the moment, I rushed to assist Zhao Xiaoru in lifting the body onto the shore. The corpse, having been immersed for a prolonged period, was significantly waterlogged, weighing over 200 pounds despite its approximate height of 5 feet 7 inches. The clothing had deteriorated in the seawater, tearing multiple times as Zhao Xiaoru and I maneuvered it. This was a female corpse, slender and about 5 feet 7 inches tall. Upon our careful examination, we found no definitive signs of fatal injury, leading us to preliminarily conclude that she had likely drowned. Given the condition of the body, it appeared to have been adrift at sea for at least 10 days, if not longer. Zhao Xiaoru's face turned pale as she trembled while holding the corpse. Xiaoru, I called, but she did not respond. What's wrong? I stepped past the body to stand before her, shaking her shoulders gently. Gradually, she regained her composure, flinching at first before withdrawing from my grasp. Do not be afraid. She is already gone. I gestured towards the corpse, which indeed appeared ghastly. The prolonged exposure to seawater had grotesquely distorted her features, resembling a specter from a horror film. Zhao Xiaoru took a few steps back, shaking her head as if to clear her mind, her voice trembling as she said, She is dead, drowned. And I must tell you with certainty, this corpse is very likely one of the passengers from our ill-fated flight. I stated bluntly. Zhao Xiaoru swayed slightly, almost collapsing, but I managed to catch her. She fell into my arms, feeling utterly powerless and devoid of strength. I anticipated her reaction. As a police officer, she had encountered some unusual deaths. Yet the more gruesome cases are seldom assigned to female officers. While cities might witness horrific crimes, they pale in comparison to the relentless brutality seen on the battlefield. I gently laid Zhao Xiaoru on the sand, recognizing that this was not the moment for inappropriate advances. After ensuring her comfort, I returned to the floating corpse. From my observations, the face was severely contorted, yet it was evident that she was likely in her 30s or 40s, as the distortion could easily subtract a decade from her apparent age. Overall, it seemed the deceased was a young woman in her 20s or 30s. There was an English tattoo on her chest, but after being submerged for so long, the letters were all but illegible. Her fingernails were long, particularly the pinky, which was at least 2 centimeters in length, free of dirt. A long scar marred her abdomen, but given her delicate skin, it was clear this did not result from an act of violence. It was likely the remnant of a cesarean section. From the length of her nails, one could surmise that her child was at least 4 years old, for a woman who had recently given birth would not have such long nails. And her abdomen appeared flat, indicating she had recovered well post-pregnancy. Overall, this woman seemed to have led a blissful life, with a thriving career and a compliant son, while her husband provided for the family. Yet, this tragic air disaster had shattered that happiness in an instant. Despite the body being adrift for over 10 days, I felt compelled to search for any supplies that might be of use. After a thorough examination, I found nothing useful until I discovered her fist clenched tightly. The rigor mortis had set in, and the prolonged time in the water had not loosened her grip. It might have symbolized her final thoughts. With determination, I pried open her hand, revealing a severely crumpled photograph, distorted by the water. The image depicted a beaming young boy, whose smile radiated warmth, unmistakably her son. I sighed, carefully smoothing the photograph against a relatively smooth stone. At that moment, Li Yuan had finished retching, but she still looked pale, having likely expelled all but bile. Summoning her courage, she glanced at the corpse once more, her stomach churning anew. I can't take it anymore, Chendong. This is on you. I need to step away for a moment. Li Yuan waved her hand and returned to the stone block. After a tumultuous churn in her stomach, yellow bile began to drip slowly from her mouth, the bitter taste overwhelming her senses. It was as if she had vomited the very essence of bile. Painfully, she gazed at the large expanse of her own vomit next to the stone block, realizing that it must have expelled everything she had consumed 2 days prior. She found herself perplexed as to why neither she nor Zhao Xiaoru had vomited at all. While she could understand her own resilience, having witnessed countless grisly scenes on the battlefield, Zhao Xiaoru, despite being a police officer, had not engaged in any significant cases prior to this. This incident was, in fact, Zhao Xiaoru's first major case since joining the force, yet it had been marred by the misfortune of a plane crash. Unbeknownst to her, although Zhao Xiaoru had not encountered terrifying cases, she had undergone training at the police academy related to such matters. Thus, she was able to maintain composure, avoiding the chain reaction of panic that had overtaken Li Yuan. However, despite Zhao Xiaoru's lack of vomiting, her condition was not optimistic. Chapter 70. Resurgence. Zhao Xiaoru lay motionless on the ground for quite some time, nearly an hour, before she felt her strength returning slightly. She struggled to support herself on her arms and slowly climbed up from the gravel. Once on her feet, Zhao Xiaoru appeared to regain some strength, walking slowly towards me while suppressing the urge to vomit, assisting me in examining the body. Zhao Xiaoru had already dragged the corpse ashore for about an hour. And with the sun now at its zenith, the intense heat of 30 to 40 degrees Celsius was rapidly dehydrating the body. I stood up, removed the photograph from the stone, and after exposure to the sun, it had dried out. Once flattened, the smile of the young boy in the photo became even clearer. "Shall we bury her?" I asked Zhao Xiaoru tentatively, holding up the photograph. I had no illusions about Zhao Xiaoru being able to assist. She likely felt completely drained from her earlier bout of vomiting. "Yes," Zhao Xiaoru nodded, equally wishing to bury the corpse. Seeing her agreement, I quickly repositioned myself at the head of the body, while Zhao Xiaoru took the feet. This way, at least she wouldn't have to look at the corpse's face. Once I was ready, Zhao Xiaoru rolled up her sleeves, extending her white arms to help me lift the woman's body. In truth, I could have moved the body alone, after the sun's relentless exposure. The woman's weight had diminished to under 130 pounds. My request for Zhao Xiaoru's assistance stemmed from a fear that the body, having been subjected to such harsh conditions, might become fragile and disintegrate during the process. Moreover, it was indeed cumbersome to maneuver alone, as I had to consider leverage and balance. A careless move could result in dismemberment. A body weighing 130 pounds isn't excessively heavy, especially when shared between Zhao Xiaoru and myself. I did my utmost to stabilize the hollow void left by Li Yuan's absence, realizing that I alone needed to compensate for it. After a brief discussion, we decided to bury the woman in the redwood grove where I had previously felled a tree. As the soil there was relatively moist and we had the tools necessary for burial, the shallow water was merely a few hundred meters from the grove, a distance we had covered in under 2 minutes earlier with Li Yuan. However, this time it took nearly half an hour, as we deliberately slowed our pace, taking great care to avoid causing any harm to the body. After 30 minutes, we finally reached the vicinity of where I had cut wood. Together, we found a relatively flat and soft patch of ground and gently laid the woman's body down. Zhao Xiaoru, cautious not to damage the corpse, reminded me to be careful as we placed it down. I nodded, lightening my touch even further. The final placement of the body took over a minute, but thankfully, it remained intact. After positioning the body, Zhao Xiaoru stood guard while I went to retrieve tools for the burial. When I returned with the wooden spade, Zhao Xiaoru was already tending to the woman's clothing, which had become tattered from exposure to the sea and harsh sunlight. With her assistance, we managed to cover the exposed areas as best as we could. There was a considerable space beside the woman, and to properly bury a body, we needed to dig a pit at least 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters deep. Otherwise, the body would not fit, and a shallow grave would risk exposure during storms. Remarkably, this woman was fortunate. Among the passengers of the crash, there were at least 100, most of whom likely perished upon impact with the sea, leaving only a slim chance of survival. This woman had evidently grasped that fleeting hope, though her fate was not without sorrow, possibly having diverged from her companions or drifting alone at sea for an extended period. Though deceased, she would finally return to the earth. Using our makeshift spade made the digging laborious, and after about an hour, it was past 2 in the afternoon when I had finally prepared the woman's final resting place. "Come, let us place her body down," I said, climbing out of the pit and patting Zhao Xiaoru on the shoulder. After tending to the body, Zhao Xiaoru had been lost in thought for some time, and only my touch brought her back to the present. "Is it ready?" she asked, glancing at the dugout pit. "Yes, let us hurry," I urged. Zhao Xiaoru resumed her position at the legs, while I took hold of the shoulders. We proceeded with utmost care, taking about 10 minutes to gently place the woman's body into the pit. Once I had jumped back up, I reached down to pull Zhao Xiaoru up. This time, she complied without her previous stubbornness, obediently grasping my hand. After she climbed up, I began to refill the pit, covering the woman's body with the soil we had excavated, and forming a small mound atop her. As I tossed a few shovels of dirt into the pit, both Zhao Xiaoru and I noticed something strange. The woman's abdomen had moved without warning. At first, I thought my eyes were deceiving me, but when I looked at Zhao Xiaoru, she was staring back at me in shock, and I realized that what I had seen was indeed real. "Qindong, did you just see that?" Zhao Xiaoru asked, her eyes wide with fear. Furrowing my brow, I nodded. Undoubtedly, the woman had been dead for quite some time, a fact I had confirmed thoroughly. I could not believe this was some corpse reaction. After all, she had been deceased for over 10 days, and it was impossible for her to exhibit any signs of life. I certainly did not believe in the phenomenon of resurrection. That was out of the question. Now, only one possibility remained. Something must have animated the woman's body, or perhaps something alive was within her. Chapter 71. Living creatures. I recalled that the movement I had seen occurred in her abdomen. Cautioning Zhao Xiaoru to remain still, I jumped back into the pit. The woman's abdomen lay eerily still, devoid of any movement. Then, unexpectedly, it stirred slightly, as if something within sought to break free and return to the surface. I gently prodded her belly with a wooden spatula, sensing that whatever resided inside had momentarily regained its tranquility. I understood that this calmness was merely transient. Hence I remained still, waiting. Indeed, after a brief span of about 10 minutes, the woman's belly began to move again. Zhao Xiaoru suddenly leaped up in shock, startling me greatly. I thought, "Could you please refrain from frightening me like this? My heart is not equipped to handle such surprises." After I scolded her, her cheeks flushed. Yet she quickly shifted her concern back to the woman. "Does this mean there is something inside her belly?" she inquired. I nodded, affirming, "Yes, and it is certainly active." "What could it be?" Zhao Xiaoru gasped. Incredulity itched across her face as she gazed at the woman's abdomen. Encountering a floating corpse was already astonishing enough, but to discover that something resided within was beyond expectation. Could she be pregnant? Zhao Xiaoru speculated in disbelief. I nearly burst out laughing at her naivety, exclaiming, "Do you have any common sense? How could that be pregnancy? Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Xiaoru immediately bristled at my words. "No need to insult me," she retorted. I suggested, "Perhaps you should clear your head a bit." Rolling my eyes, I chose to ignore Zhao Xiaoru. The immediate priority was to deal with the woman's body. The most prudent course of action was to bury her on the spot. Thus whatever lay within her would be interred alongside her remains. In truth, the woman was a stranger to me. I had no obligation to exert myself to extract whatever was inside her. Yet, curiosity compelled me to consider retrieving the entity from her belly, as I felt it might be something significant. The woman's mouth was small, and even if something had entered through her nostrils, it could hardly be a fish. "Find me a twig," I instructed Zhao Xiaoru, preparing to examine the woman's abdomen. At this point, it was no longer a matter of preserving her body. I presumed that there was still something within her even in death. After pressing down several times, it seemed the entity within sensed a threat and began to thrash violently in response. The more it struggled, the more exhilarated I became. Fearing that the woman's body was too fragile to withstand the turmoil, I decided to use the wooden spatula to manipulate her abdomen, applying pressure intermittently. Around us were mahogany trees, and Zhao Xiaoru quickly found a slender mahogany branch, handing it to me. I tested it in the air, feeling satisfied with its weight. As I gently manipulated the woman's belly, the movements within began to ascend. I realized the entity intended to emerge from her esophagus. Gripping the prepared branch, I focused intently on the area of her body exhibiting movement. First it was her belly, then her chest, and finally her throat. Suddenly, a rustling object emerged from the woman's mouth, revealing the triangular head of a small silver snake before me and Zhao Xiaoru. The moment the snake's triangular head appeared, I could already anticipate Zhao Xiaoru's reaction. When we first entered the dense forest, we encountered a red-black snake, and I still recalled how, at that moment, Zhao Xiaoru had been fortunate enough to strike it by chance. Once the small triangular head emerged, I recognized it as a highly venomous silver-ringed snake, a species commonly found in the deep sea, occasionally surfacing. While this information was pertinent, the foremost concern was that this snake was indeed poisonous, with venom capable of incapacitating even an adult brown bear. The bear tracks that had appeared beneath our treehouse haunted my nightmares. I desired to extract the snake's venom to coat the tips of our crossbow bolts, thereby providing us with a secret weapon against larger creatures. In the wilderness, one could never predict when they might encounter formidable beasts. Delaying preparations could lead to dire consequences. The silver-ringed snake cautiously revealed its small triangular head, eyeing me as I poised myself with the branch. Yet, being an aggressive species, it showed little fear of humans and likely had never encountered one before. After a brief pause, it slithered out from the woman's mouth. However, it underestimated the threat posed by humans. With a swift motion, I aimed the mahogany branch at the snake's most vulnerable spot. Striking at the right location, a traditional method passed down through generations, proved effective. Upon being hit, the silver-ringed snake fell unconscious. I quickly retrieved my blade from the ground, its cold gleam flashing as I severed the snake's head from its body. Since the snake's body had not entirely exited the woman's form, I had to pull it out manually. Despite my experience, extracting a silver-ringed snake from a corpse's mouth was undeniably disturbing, even causing me to feel a twinge of nausea. The snake's body was slick with a faint trace of blood, remnants of its passage through the woman. I fought against my revulsion, exerting considerable effort until I finally managed to extract the snake's body. I cast the severed snake and its head aside, just as Li Yuan arrived. She had rushed over, barely suppressing her urge to vomit, only to witness a headless snake pass before her eyes, shortly followed by the severed head. "Ah, a snake!" Li Yuan exclaimed, retreating in alarm. "What's the fuss? You're afraid of a dead person and a dead snake? Is there anything that doesn't scare you?" I grumbled as I climbed up from the hole, observing her frightened demeanor. Li Yuan looked somewhat aggrieved, glancing at the bloodied snake body, which caused her stomach to churn again. "You can't help, then stand aside and don't interfere," I admonished, my words harsh but necessary in the critical moment. I was enduring my own discomfort to retrieve the snake. Understanding her predicament, Li Yuan complied, trying her best not to look at the repulsive sight. Yet, the power of imagination is formidable. Just a mental image triggered her gag reflex, reminiscent of the trials of pregnancy. "I'll keep my distance now," she declared, recognizing her inability to assist and retreating as I had suggested. Seeing her acquiescence, I decided against further reprimanding her. After tossing the snake aside, I prepared to ascend. I had been contemplating how to apply the venom to our remaining crossbow bolts. In this desolate island, one could never tell who might be friend or foe. Moreover, with two defenseless women by my side, ensuring their safety required me to think further ahead than others. As I rolled over and jumped up, barely managing to climb up, I heard a piercing scream from Li Yuan. Ah! Her scream nearly made me stumble and fall back down. What now? My goodness, we have already buried that decaying corpse. And I didn't even make her help carry it. As for the snake, I tossed it up here. Wasn't she already far away? What? Must the dead snake's appearance radiate outward, shining over to her? I was left feeling increasingly helpless. "Snake, snake." The woman shrieked, covering her mouth, her voice somewhat incoherent. The snake is dead. How could she be so terrified? Sigh. However, considering Li Yuan's usual timidity, her reaction was somewhat expected, especially since she has a penchant for exaggeration. Her reactions are always the most dramatic. After contemplating all this, I intended to tidy up the dead silver-ringed snake and place it behind me, hoping to shield Li Yuan from seeing it, thereby reducing the potential for harm. Yet, a quick glance revealed, just as she had said, there was indeed another silver-ringed snake merely a meter in front of her. Moreover, this particular snake appeared to be much more active, likely having just crawled out from the female corpse, unnoticed by us. Dodge. Seeing Li Yuan trembling in fear, I urgently shouted a warning for her to move aside. Otherwise, if that snake bit her, given our medical resources on this island, her fate would be sealed. The thought sent a grave expression across my face. "Li Yuan, get away." Even Zhao Xiaoru recognized the peril and hastily urged Li Yuan to move. She quickly rushed over, pulling the already terrified Li Yuan aside. I, on the other hand, dashed toward the living silver-ringed snake. Armed with our makeshift wooden shovel, I swiftly approached, aiming directly at the snake's midsection before it could strike. The shovel sank deep into the earth at that spot, while the snake's head was severed cleanly, sending it leaping upwards. Yet, that was not sufficient. I raised the shovel once more and struck the snake's head forcefully to ensure the entire creature was thoroughly dispatched. After all, who could tell if it would rise again to bite one of us? "Brother Chen, are you all right? Qindong, are you okay?" Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru's concerned voices echoed simultaneously. "I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong?" Hearing their concern, I waved my hand dismissively, signaling them not to worry. It was just a snake, after all. Even if a few more appeared, it wouldn't matter. If I had encountered this silver-ringed snake alone, I would have been delighted. Considering it was a fortuitous circumstance, two silver-ringed snakes presenting themselves together, their venom could be quite useful. The thought of applying their venom to our arrows brought me even more joy. However, I remarked to Li Yuan, "You really need to work on your composure." As I approached, I added, "Otherwise, if you encounter more dangerous creatures or beasts, will you only scream or wail without any other means of defense?" Moreover, her constant alarmism could be quite nerve-wracking, potentially causing anyone near her to panic. Zhao Xiaoru and I couldn't always be at her side. There might come a time when we would separate to search for supplies. And if she could only scream and not evade danger, it would indeed be perilous. Yes, Xiao Yuan, you must pay attention to safety. Even if you cannot fight back, you must at least avoid danger, Zhao Xiaoru added, her expression reflecting her anxiety. How about this? You stick with me, and I'll teach you some self-defense techniques. As I heard Zhao Xiaoru seriously propose this to Li Yuan, I couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? Zhao Xiaoru, noticing my mocking laughter, immediately stamped her foot in frustration and glared at me. What could be amusing? You're both in the same boat, I retorted casually. One silver lining doesn't make up for the lack of substance. What? I'm a police officer. Am I really that bad? Zhao Xiaoru replied indignantly. Oh really? Who was it that was screaming just now? Surely it wasn't Tame? I responded with a smirk, casually reminding her of her earlier demeanor. You're so annoying. Zhao Xiaoru, recalling her own behavior, turned pale as she remembered how she had been screaming alongside Li Yuan. It was indeed a disgrace to her name. Embarrassed, she flushed and muttered an expletive, then pulled Li Yuan aside to create some distance from the conversation. After all, even if she was a police officer, she was still a girl. No one had decreed that she couldn't feel fear. Heh, just a little girl, I thought to myself. It was only in moments like these that she resembled one. Otherwise, always bickering with me, she would lose sight of everything else. Chapter 73. Extracting venom. At this point, I chuckled again as I picked up both snakes. Quite a fruitful endeavor. Observing the two thoroughly dispatched silver-ringed snakes, I felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Extracting their venom would surely prove beneficial. After all, it was essential to prepare not only for myself, but also for Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, especially since they belonged to the more vulnerable group. They should have access to these deadly protective tools. In the event of any threat to them, we needed to seize the initiative. Having contemplated this, I swiftly approached to collect the silver-ringed snakes, considering how best to extract their venom. Brotherchin, do you still want these snakes? Li Yuan, having calmed down slightly, asked with a hint of concern in her voice. You're not thinking of eating them tonight, are you? In this desolate island where food was scarce, they would consider anything edible, but surely they didn't have to resort to eating a snake, right? The mere thought of consuming something that crawled out from a decaying corpse was revolting. Just thinking about it made her face pale again, and she covered her mouth, beginning to retch. No way. We aren't really eating that snake, are we? Even Zhao Xiaoru, standing nearby, looked wide-eyed and speechless. Must it be so grotesque? Of course not. Noticing their horrified expressions, I deliberately took a detour to tease them before revealing the truth. I explained that I intended to extract the venom from the silver-ringed snakes to coat our arrows, thus equipping us with weapons to defend ourselves should anyone attack us. Oh, I see, you scared me. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan exchanged relieved glances, both exhaling a sigh of relief. But how do you plan to do that? Zhao Xiaoru, intrigued, couldn't help but inquire, eager to see what methods I would employ to achieve this extraction. At this moment, expressions of bewilderment were evident on their faces, signaling profound confusion. It was a straightforward matter, merely the method of extracting venom from snakes, a challenge I could easily overcome. First, we needed to locate a vessel, be it a beaker, jar, or ceramic pot, to contain the venom. Even a stone trough would suffice. I began to explain to them that the method of extracting snake venom involves filtering it through a thin membrane, which effectively separates the venom from the fangs. Typically, this membrane is made of nylon. However, in this desolate island, where could we possibly find such nylon? Indeed, what could we do then? It would seem futile. Zhao Xiaoru shrugged, her confusion palpable, as she expressed her inability to find a filtering material. The two of them articulated the crux of the issue. Finding a container for the venom was manageable. They had observed numerous stones during our trek, worn by years of rain and seepage, resulting in various grooves and hollows. Moreover, we did not need to preserve the venom. It was to be applied directly to the arrowheads. As long as we could extract it, that would suffice. Yet, we were lacking plastic membranes. Even our clothes had been worn countless times. What could we possibly find a filter with? Zhao Xiaoru appeared utterly at a loss, and even Li Yuan seemed uncertain. A deep silence enveloped us, as we clearly did not know what to seek as a substitute. Then it struck me. Noticing their anxious expressions, I quickly informed them that everything we needed could be sourced from nature, which is replete with hidden resources. Upon realizing this, I reminded them, you two stay here. I shall venture over there. After all, this island may lack many things, but it certainly abounds with seawater and fish. What are you going to do? You ought to inform us first, they exclaimed as I dashed toward the shore without hesitation. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan exchanged puzzled glances, clearly bewildered by my actions. I'm going to find a membrane, I declared. Since we could not locate nylon, the best alternative would be animal membranes. The most common of these is the swim bladder found within fish. Is that not the most natural membrane? With this thought in mind, I instructed them to wait while I prepared to fish. Fortunately, catching fish at this time was not particularly challenging. We had survived on the local food for several days and had honed some fishing skills. I had barely submerged when I managed to catch several fish with ease. After all, we had 2 snakes. It was prudent to collect some fish bladders to ensure we were prepared. Thus, I emerged, hauling 3 or 4 fish, which would serve as our meal once we extracted the venom. "Wow, Brother Chen, you're incredible," exclaimed Li Yuan, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she witnessed my success. Particularly since she could not achieve the same, it was truly impressive to her. Even Zhao Xiaoru, who often opposed me, displayed a flicker of envy, as if she felt clumsy in comparison to my effortless prowess. "All right, let us proceed with extracting the venom," I said, waving away their praise, as I had more pressing matters to attend to. After we extracted the venom, we needed to search for useful materials in the Rosewood Grove, and our shipbuilding project should be prioritized. The sooner we completed the vessel, the sooner we could escape this wretched place. When the topic of shipbuilding arose, both Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan displayed expressions filled with anticipation. Chapter 74, Self-Defense Weapons. Once we build the ship, we can return home, I mused. After all, no one relishes the thought of residing on this deserted island, living like a savage. The prospect of escape was a thrilling and desirable notion for each of them. Thus, upon hearing my words, they eagerly joined my efforts. Li Yuan, a medical student, was particularly adept at dissection. Armed with the short knife we had salvaged from the ghost ship, she skillfully began to dissect the fish and retrieve the swim bladders for me. "Brother Chun, here is the swim bladder for you." Perhaps the thought of returning home invigorated her, as she grew increasingly enthusiastic, showing no signs of fatigue. "Excellent," I replied, observing her newfound efficiency in contrast to her earlier hesitance. I felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing her potential in critical moments. They both worked in tandem, carefully cutting the swim bladders and passing them to me. I lifted the 2 silver-ringed snakes, marking their fangs upon the swim bladders. Through this slimy membrane, I filtered the venom, allowing it to drip into the stone trough we had prepared. Although there were only 2 fish, the amount of venom was small. However, its potency was extreme, and should it enter the bloodstream without an antidote, it would surely lead to a painful demise. As for finding an antidote on this island, such a notion was absurd. Now that we extracted the venom, where should we store it? "Certainly, it belongs here," I replied, retrieving my crossbow and cautiously rolling the arrowhead in the venom. Originally, the arrow was already tainted with the poison of a toxic frog, but with the addition of the snake venom, its toxicity would surely intensify. This provided a double layer of protection. I reminded them once more, as I had previously, "Be careful not to touch this. Do you understand? If you do, even divine intervention wouldn't save you." This time, it was not merely frog venom. Snake venom was now added. Understood. They both nodded vigorously. Even Zhao Xiaoru, who typically argued with me, refrained from dissenting, and they both nodded obediently. Noticing that some venom remained after rolling the arrows, I fixed my gaze on the nearby rosewood trees. "Brother Chen, what are you planning?" Li Yuan asked, following my line of sight and noticing my focus on the rosewood. Since she had been following my lead, she was eager to understand my intentions. "This cannot go to waste. I shall craft 2 wooden spears for you to keep at hand. Otherwise, should danger arise, you may find yourselves unprepared." With this resolve, I strode towards the trees, brandishing the knife I carried, and with a few swift strokes, 2 branches fell. I stripped their bark and sharpened one end to create a pointed tip. Once coated with the venom, these spears would not only be sharp, but also deadly. I proceeded to shape the second branch in the same manner, ensuring no venom was wasted. "Here you go." I handed them both a wooden spear, simultaneously reminding them to exercise caution. It is imperative to safeguard this spear diligently, using it only when confronted with adversaries or perilous creatures. Additionally, these spears possess considerable length, enabling us to strike from a distance without needing to draw too close. This provides us with an extra layer of security. They accepted the weapons obediently, understanding that possessing an additional means of defense on this desolate island enhances their chances of survival, a sentiment shared by all. Let us proceed and explore what else may prove useful. Now that we have dealt with the venomous snake and buried the recently surfaced corpse, and even acquired a novel weapon, our next endeavor is to search for essential supplies that will facilitate our continued existence on this isolated isle. This grove of redwood trees presents a veritable treasure trove. With keen eyes and acute observational skills, we can easily replenish our resources, drawing from past experiences. Having contemplated this, I nodded affirmatively, resolved to lead them into the heart of the redwood forest. As they responded affirmatively, Li Yuan could not help but voice her concern. "Brother Chun, now that we have ventured this far in, Surely it would be too late to return to the treehouse. Among the various locations we have inhabited on this island, the treehouse remains the safest and most comfortable refuge. Particularly, it is not as damp as the ground below, which is precisely why Li Yuan holds it in such high regard. Indeed, returning is not an option. We have already set forth, and there is no possibility of retracing our steps. Even if we were to return, we must first thoroughly search this entire area. Otherwise, who can say whether we might encounter ferocious creatures such as poison frogs or jackals within this confines? In an unfamiliar and uncharted environment, the key to survival lies in possessing the ability to foresee and predict. It is imperative to gain a comprehensive understanding of the surrounding species and to identify the safest location available. While the conditions for human survival may seem numerous, when one reverts to a primal existence, these requirements are significantly diminished, effectively receiving a considerable discount. For instance, our most pressing needs at present are sustenance, fresh water, and a stable temperature. If we cannot maintain warmth in our bodies, it matters little how much food we consume or how much fresh water we drink. Therefore, if we were to spend the better part of the day retracing our steps back to the treehouse, it would be a fruitless endeavor, essentially undoing the progress we have made on this journey. However, it is evident that we must venture to another location tomorrow to continue our search. Chapter 75. A place to rest. So, what shall we do tonight? Are we to camp out in the wilderness? At this moment, Li Yuan's face was streaked with tears, her charming visage appearing quite endearing. Upon hearing her words, I couldn't help but chuckle. What is it? Could it be that during this period of wandering, we have not been residing in desolation? According to the words of that little girl, it seems as though the treehouse where we have been residing these days is indeed our true home. This sentiment resonates well. Brother Chin, you are absolutely correct. She seems to have overlooked this notion, or perhaps it is a reflection of her awareness of potential dangers, subconsciously considering that tranquil space as their dwelling place. Let us not tease her any further. Instead, let us discuss what course of action we should take. Zhao Xiaoru, dissatisfied, interrupted our conversation and urged us to return to the matter at hand. The prospect of going back was utterly impossible. Instead, we should seek a nearby location. I glanced at my quartz watch. The hour was already late, approaching 2 in the afternoon. We ought to tidy up and temporarily set up a shelter. Otherwise, once night falls, the dangers will escalate and the challenges will multiply. Hence, I took the initiative to discuss this with Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. However, they seemed oblivious to the gravity of our situation, unaware that we had ventured out to assess the surrounding environment. Today, we had merely surveyed this vicinity, yet we had not ascertained what lay within it. How could we so easily contemplate a return? If we return today, tomorrow will merely replicate the same path. Such a waste of time and energy would be in vain. So how shall we proceed with our construction today? If one were to establish a foothold, would it not require a considerable amount of effort? There are 3 of them, and their dwelling must at least accommodate enough space for all 3 to lie flat. Everything is kept simple. We are merely making do here tonight. At this moment, I surveyed my surroundings and identified the most suitable terrain. I began to confer with them, finding a spot behind some rocks that could shield us from the wind. Using this location as a radius, I planned to insert some branches around, creating a protective barrier that would separate our space. Should any animals attempt to intrude during the night, this would provide us with a deterrent and a moment to react. Let us prepare this area. I assigned tasks to the 2 women. As the only man among us, it was my duty to take on the physical labor. My primary responsibility was to gather branches from the surrounding area to form a large circle, making it convenient for us to sleep within. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were to collect leaves and softer grasses to lay down, ensuring we would not lie directly on the ground. The coarse sand and stones would be uncomfortable against our backs, and the cold could seep into our bodies. We could not afford to be careless, for falling ill would be a significant setback. Thus, we divided our tasks, a harmonious blend of male and female efforts. The 2 of them ventured together to gather branches and leaves, while I diligently chopped branches, sharpening their ends just as I had done when crafting wooden spears, and arranged them to delineate our area. Tonight, we would make do as best as we could. I glanced at the clouds above. It was certain that rain would not grace us tonight, perhaps just a hint of dew in the morning. A minor inconvenience, indeed. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan returned, their arms laden with dried grass, filling our designated area generously. It must be said that women, at any time, prioritize the conditions and environment for sleep. The grass was laid down thick, nearly an inch high. That would suffice. After all, we were only spending 1 night here, and such meticulousness was unnecessary. I mused that had I not called them back, they might have gathered wildflowers to embellish our space, a reflection of their habitual attention to life's finer details. Upon hearing my call, they promptly returned, abandoning their search for more grass. As for our bedding, we had the furs we had previously obtained from animals. These had been pounded and dried, devoid of any scent of blood or the odors of the creatures themselves, leaving only warmth. Tonight, we would use these furs to keep the chill of the sea breeze at bay. Let us gather some dry twigs to bring back. Since we are camping in the wilderness, how could we possibly forego a splendid campfire? The flames serve a dual purpose. They not only provide us with warmth, but also deter wild creatures that harbor a fear of fire. Otherwise, in this state of half-sleep, we could easily fall prey to an ambush by these animals, which would be disastrous. Hence, we must prepare some fire. Very well. Xiaoru and I shall take care of it. At this moment, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru joined hands and ventured forth to gather dry branches. Meanwhile, I busied myself with preparations for our evening meal. As per our usual custom, if we cannot find alternative sustenance on this island, we shall resort to grilled fish. This time, my intention was not to show off or boast, but rather to utilize the fishing nets we scavenged from the ghost ship. I spread them out with the intention of harvesting fish from the sea shortly. However, there were also other pressing matters to attend to. The first task was to filter fresh water, replenishing our supply. The second was to set up some traps. Even though we had erected a barrier with branches around us, many dangers remain unguarded. If we do not prepare traps or establish protective measures, we would be recklessly placing every life at the mercy of the flames. I drew my saber once more, sharpening its edge as I swung it toward the mahogany forest. Ah, Shindong, why are you chopping down so many branches? Haven't they all been enclosed? If these branches are to be used for burning, they are far too damp to ignite. They might suffice for smoking, however. Thus, when Zhao Xiaoru observed these branches piled together, she found it rather peculiar. Furthermore, seeing Chun Dong reaching towards the thicket and returning with some grass and vines only heightened her curiosity. Chapter 76. The trap. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoru's inquiry, I swiftly responded. We shall construct some traps to create a barrier. Traps? How do you intend to make them? Zhao Xiaoru found herself in a state of bewilderment, her large eyes staring blankly as she confronted the situation. Despite her role as a police officer, her knowledge of modern civilization had not equipped her with the necessary skills for survival in the wild. Although she had previously encountered wolves and other fierce creatures, she was utterly unprepared to handle such threats. The self-defense techniques and combat skills she had learned were rendered useless in the face of wild animals. It was hardly feasible to confront a venomous frog with a punch or attempt to grapple with it. As she pondered these thoughts, Zhao Xiaoru's eyes widened with anticipation as she gazed towards the eastern part of the city, hoping to secretly learn a few tricks of the trade for herself. Could you perhaps show me some of these techniques? She silently implored. Certainly, I have not applied for patent protection. Noticing the eager glint of curiosity in Zhao Xiaoru's eyes, I deliberately smiled and teased her for a moment before inviting Li Yuan to join us, urging both of them to crouch beside me and observe closely. After all, the little traps and techniques I was about to demonstrate would undoubtedly serve them well in the future. If I were not present here, I would entrust their arrangement to the two of them. In truth, these traps come in various forms, each requiring certain conditions and a variety of props. Out here in the wilderness, we shall craft whatever we can find. Therefore, I will now impart to you the simplest of all. As I explained, I demonstrated the mechanism trigger trap for them. A mechanism trigger? Is this the kind of thing you see on television, where if you accidentally touch something, objects come flying out with a whooshing sound? Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru, both filled with a thirst for knowledge, gazed at me intently. As they looked at me, they exchanged glances, and I couldn't help but recall the intricate mechanisms depicted in television shows and films. If it truly were the case, how remarkable that would be. Not so dazzling, nor so mystical. Seeing the expectant expressions on their faces, I chose to be direct in dispelling their illusions. At this moment, we must ground ourselves in reality and proceed with practicality. These are the most fundamental yet essential principles. Often, it's the simplest methods that reveal the truth. Speaking of these traps, they were taught to us by our instructors during wilderness training. Life out there was far harsher than our current environment, fraught with greater dangers. Back then, our meals consisted solely of compact military rations. If we craved something better, something warm, we had no choice but to take matters into our own hands. In those times, we engaged in fervent exploration and experimentation, which indeed led us to procure quite a variety of wild delicacies. Moreover, we diligently preserved these methods and techniques. At this juncture, I began to elucidate the specific operations of this approach. Firstly, we require a rudimentary snare mechanism. In the absence of rope, one may substitute with readily available vines or other resilient plants. Should you possess the skill to gather aquatic vegetation or seaweed, those would also prove advantageous. Continuing from this point, I instructed them on the proper setup of the trap. emphasizing that the stakes must be sharpened to a fine point to ensure a swift entry into flesh. Ideally, this would enhance the effectiveness of the trap. When an unsuspecting prey inadvertently steps upon the snares or vines, it would trigger the mechanism, causing the wooden spear affixed above to be launched, piercing the animal's body. This type of trap, utilizing the force of elasticity, penetrates deeply. For smaller creatures, it is conceivable that the piercing power could even traverse completely through their backs. Is it truly that formidable? Zhao Xiaoru gasped in astonishment, revealing a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Her inherently competitive nature was now more fervently directed towards mastery. At this moment, she was eager to absorb knowledge swiftly. Li Yuan, too, was brimming with excitement, her demeanor reflecting eager enthusiasm. The two of them joined me in collaboration, as we first set about sharpening the wooden spears. After all, the traps we intended to construct that evening were not limited to a single one. This location was deemed suitable, and I guided them in transporting the prepared materials to the vicinity of our meticulously arranged wooden framework, where we proceeded to excavate a few areas, approximately the breadth of a hand apart. This arrangement would ensure that our operations remained undisturbed. With the setup nearing completion, I exchanged a knowing glance with them, signaling that they should adhere to this positioning, which was nearly sufficient. In truth, I had previously set numerous traps at the treehouse, one of which had successfully ensnared a wild goat. However, at that time, Zhao Xiaoru and the others were not present to witness the process. Now, I seized the opportunity to instruct them, taking extra care to teach them with patience, deliberately slowing my pace to accommodate their learning. Ordinarily, I could complete a trap in mere minutes, but today, I had decelerated my pace to 2 or 3 times longer to facilitate their understanding. Despite their initial clumsiness, the duo did not disappoint me. They collaborated effectively and managed to set a few traps in the designated external locations. Once the traps were established, it was time for us to gather fresh water. Under natural conditions, a person could succumb to dehydration within 3 days, while the lack of food could sustain life for over a week. Thus, it was imperative that we prepare fresh water to prolong our survival. After completing these essential provisions, we would be ready to continue our exploration the following day. At this juncture, I instructed Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to commence their collaboration with me. Especially at this moment, having both of them assist me is not merely due to my inability to manage alone, but rather to impart essential survival skills to them under these circumstances. Otherwise, should any unforeseen events occur, or should we sustain any injuries, these two women would be utterly lost without a means of sustenance. It is only after contemplating this that I would feel justified in my grievances against them for merely observing. Is the preparation of fresh water to be accomplished through distillation? At this juncture, Zhao Xiaoru gazed at me with a hint of confusion, evidently having acquired some knowledge about survival techniques herself. Indeed, there are numerous methods to obtain fresh water, and distillation is one of them. I promptly began to elucidate this to them. Chapter 77. Collecting fresh water encompasses various alternative methods, including the freezing of seawater, ion exchange, reverse osmosis, heating, and condensation. I recounted these methods with ease, swiftly explaining how to procure fresh water. However, given our current situation on this island, our resources are limited, thus necessitating the simplest approach, distillation. I directed my gaze towards them, emphasizing the importance of selecting the most efficient and least labor-intensive method among the options available. Furthermore, we had discovered an iron pot aboard the ghost ship, which is ideally suited for distillation. Let us commence. Shall we directly draw up the seawater? As I began to gather stones to construct a small stove and place the iron pot atop it, both Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan observed me intently. Yes, let us draw some seawater, and once it has been distilled, we can collect it into the cups we found aboard the ghost ship. These cups, equipped with lids, are crucial for our survival on this island until help arrives. Therefore, every detail is of utmost importance, particularly the fresh water, which may sustain our subsequent endeavors. We must also prepare essential supplies for our survival, along with our primary objective of constructing a vessel. Thus, these actions are vital. I instructed Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to collaborate in retrieving seawater. At this point, we can only rely on the slow yet convenient method of distillation to gather more fresh water. Moreover, the day is beginning to wane, and the sunset on this island seems to linger longer than what we observe in the city. However, I am acutely aware that nightfall approaches swiftly, and the darkness looms like a ravenous maw, ever ready to pounce on our slightest misstep. We must seize the moment, ensuring we are adequately prepared and remain vigilant, contemplating additional solutions. Otherwise, the night may prove to be tumultuous. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoru nodded decisively. All right, I will go fetch the water. You should accompany me, she declared, turning to Li Yuan. But the beach is so far, it will be exhausting. Ugh, the water is too heavy. I won't be able to lift it. Li Yuan whined, reverting to her usual demeanor, as if seeking to charm me into granting her an easy pass. As she uttered these feeble words, her gaze remained fixed on me, as though hoping I would permit her to rest. Yet, in this situation, she is an adult, and regardless of gender, each must contribute their fair share of labor. Additionally, although I am tending to the fire, it does not imply that I shall abstain from assisting them in drawing seawater. I merely wish for them to start without delay. Here you go again. Are you asking for a reprimand? Zhao Xiaoru rolled her eyes at Li Yuan's antics and promptly urged her onward. There are only the three of us on this island. Both Qindong and I have seen through your faade. Aren't you tired of pretending? They are well aware that Li Yuan embodies the archetype of a typical girl, often feigning weakness or innocence to garner attention or gain trivial advantages from boys. Her current tactics, especially given her lack of worldly experience, appear rather juvenile. Zhao Shiru, on the other hand, is forthright and hands-on. Ever since becoming a police officer, she has been keen to prove herself equal to men, readily tackling any task herself. If she cannot manage alone, she will grit her teeth and persevere. Thus, on this island, as the three of us navigate our circumstances, she has discerned Li Yuan's approach and has taken to urging her to hasten. There is no need for pretense at this juncture. I observed Li Yuan with a bemused smile, curious how she would extricate herself from this predicament. Although I am a man, I am acutely aware of her desire to shirk responsibility. Fine, I will go. Li Yuan finally relented, having hoped for some sympathy from me, or perhaps for me to suggest she could sit out. After waiting in vain for my response, she noticed my expectant gaze and, feeling resentful, stomped her foot and followed Zhao Xiaoru to collect seawater. Witnessing her reaction, I could only shake my head in resignation. I recalled the reasons we had brought Li Yuan along. Both Zhao Xiaoru and I had undergone basic medical training upon joining the force, possessing a foundational understanding of medical theory. Given our professions, we are often susceptible to injuries, and without others to assist us, we must rely on ourselves. Thus, we both have a degree of medical knowledge, yet we recognize that on this deserted island, without a more specialized individual to oversee our health, we may not endure for long. Illness is a common fate that befalls everyone, as no one is immune to ailments. Therefore, we chose to bring Li Yuan, a medical student, along with us. She serves as our mobile medical resource. As long as she refrains from causing unnecessary trouble, we are more than willing to have her accompany us. However, as time passes, I have observed her penchant for feigning weakness in minor matters while proving dependable in critical situations. Otherwise, I would have been inclined to expel her from our group. In this harsh reality of survival, burdening ourselves with a liability is far more perilous than confronting a host of adversaries. One need only recall the countless tales of incompetent allies leading to disaster. Yet, seeing Li Yuan acquiesce and follow Zhao Xiaoru to collect seawater, I redirected my focus and commenced the tasks at hand. Chapter 78. Grilling fish. After igniting the fire, I instructed them to begin the distillation process, while I set about kindling another fire at our shelter. If we allow the night to fall, the sea breeze will render it difficult to maintain a flame. Thus, as I tended to the fire, I gathered some drier materials, realizing that I needed to procure larger pieces of wood for a sustained burn. Once everything has been consumed, it will transform into carbon, which we can subsequently collect for future use. I never imagined I could be so frugal. At this moment, I chuckled and shook my head, whispering to myself, especially after embarking on this lifestyle upon this island, it seems I am constantly planning for the next step, unable to resist contemplating what comes next even while I am merely eating. Even when gathering firewood at night to ward off predators and provide warmth, I cannot help but think of taking the charcoal we've made for future use. Nonetheless, this awareness is beneficial as it enables us to think long-term. Thus, I joined Zhao Xiaoru and the others in our formal distillation efforts to collect fresh water. The process of distillation is quite simple. We merely need to ignite the fire, draw up seawater, cover the pot, and wait for it to boil. As the steam rises, it condenses into droplets, yielding fresh water for our survival. When the boiling commences, we collect the water vapor and droplets, ensuring they are stored in our cups for preservation. Although the yield is modest and the process somewhat cumbersome, the three of us take turns performing this task. After toiling for nearly half an hour, we have managed to collect only half a cup, far too slow for my liking. I took a sip, and Li Yuan couldn't help but complain, having developed blisters on her palms while fetching water with Zhao Xiaoru. She remarked that her calves felt as if they were gaining muscle from all the running back and forth. Less complaining, more working, and fewer words will conserve water, Zhao Xiaoru retorted, urging Li Yuan to focus on the task at hand. Among the three of us, It seems only Zhao Xiaoru consistently maintains a positive attitude regardless of the circumstances. Perhaps her previous education instilled in her a resilience that prevents her from easily giving up in adversity, even when we were stranded on this desolate island. Her initial panic gradually transformed into adaptability as she learned how to sustain herself for the long haul. You two keep watch here. I will check how many fish we have caught. Earlier, while engaged in our activities, we had already lowered the fishing net, which would serve as our dinner for the evening. If our catch is plentiful, we can prepare some fish for future meals. Sigh, more fish again, Li Yuan sighed, shaking her head, her expression tinged with resignation. This time, Zhao Xiaoru did not retort. Instead, she mirrored Li Yuan's melancholy, hearing their reactions and words. I chuckled and shook my head. You too, having food here is a blessing. Fortunately, this island is not devoid of resources. It offers enough sustenance to keep us afloat. Otherwise, we might not survive until rescue arrives. In that case, only Zhao Xiaoru would return home wrapped in her national flag, while Li Yuan and I would likely be marked as missing. You two keep watch. I will go catch the fish. Today, our luck was favorable. The net was positioned perfectly, and we managed to catch a whole haul of fish. Not only would tonight's dinner be secured, but we might also have provisions for tomorrow. The plan was to grill the fish and wrap them in leaves for easy transport without making a mess. Upon returning with the fish, I was greeted with astonished expressions from the others. Wow, so many. Yes, today's catch is impressive. Once grilled, they will be ready to eat. After all, they are sea fish, so we need not be overly cautious. Even eating them raw is an option. Can we prepare them differently today? I am tired of grilled fish. Li Yuan interjected. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan exchanged glances and united in their disdain for the grilled fish. All right, if we're not having grilled fish, let us try it raw, I suggested, pulling out a small knife meant for cutting food, preparing to slice the fish into fillets. This way, we could enjoy two styles of preparation without the need for grilling. Please, raw fish is unappetizing, both young ladies protested. What would you prefer? It seemed that in this tranquil environment, they had begun to lose their sense of urgency. When we first arrived on this island, we were not so picky. Now, with a rare moment of calm, they had started to express their dissatisfaction, no longer wanting grilled fish. How about we make dried fish instead? We can sun-dry them. I proposed. Dried fish would yield a salty treat. Or we could filter the seawater to extract the salt and enhance the flavor. Forget it. Let us stick to grilled fish, Zhao Xiaoru remarked, seemingly finding the idea of dried fish even less appealing, and they resigned themselves to the familiar. As before, we gathered some branches, skewered the fish, and roasted them over the campfire. Is there nothing else we can substitute here on this island? Zhao Xiaoru lamented, expressing her weariness of grilled fish and even grilled meat. As they huddled by the fire, chatting and warming themselves, it dawned on me that our meals had predominantly consisted of either fish we had caught or the meat of animals. I longed for vegetables and fruits, they sighed, looking at each other with a shared yearning. It seemed that as long as it was not grilled meat or fish, they would be content with a change in cooking style. Reflecting on the meals they had previously enjoyed, any dish that was not fish had become a cherished memory. Chapter 79, Night Watch. I retrieved the chili peppers we had gathered that day. This can add some flavor for you. A touch of spiciness might awaken our taste buds. Otherwise, we would be left with nothing but bland fish. Well, it's better than nothing, they conceded, though their spirits remained low, as if these additions failed to excite them. Rest assured, this island is vast. We have yet to fully explore it. Perhaps there are other food sources hidden in the uncharted territories, I reminded them. This was intended to instill hope, preventing them from believing that all desire had vanished. In times of extreme food scarcity or monotony, one might lose clarity. If their will to survive weakened, or if each day felt like a mere existence, that would spell trouble. With this realization, I aimed to paint a hopeful picture for them, though I was not entirely certain of our prospects. I had been diligently surveying this island, which spans a considerable area. Even after spending over half a month here, we still had not fully explored its resources, leaving us unaware of what creatures or edible items might exist within its bounds. However, this is precisely the purpose of our visit, and it is the key we are preparing to uncover this time. I hope we can find some fruit. I yearn for vegetables. I even crave rice now. As they spoke, their appetites grew stronger. Both had begun to abandon their picky preferences, seemingly eager to devour anything other than grilled fish and meat. I swore that if I managed to escape, I would never want to eat fish again. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoru clenched her fists, feeling as though she had consumed her lifetime's worth of fish during our ordeal on this deserted island. Was it really that exaggerated? The fish were indeed quite tasty. It was merely our lack of cooking facilities that limited our experience. I chuckled, interrupting their musings, especially considering that if we added some new seasonings or side dishes, The flavor would be exquisite. There was no need for such dramatic proclamations about never eating fish again. After all, I felt as if I were on the verge of becoming a fish myself. As I spoke, Zhao Xiaoru's features contorted, and the more she thought about it, the sadder she became. All right, let us eat this meal first, I said. We'll deal with the future when it comes. Who can predict such distant matters? As I spoke, I handed her the grilled fish, then passed another to Li Yuan. Here, eating something is certainly better than eating nothing. We had experienced the gnawing sensation of hunger, which felt utterly unbearable, as if our insides were ablaze. When I handed them the fish, they both displayed expressions of sorrow, yet resignedly stuffed the fish into their mouths. Their chewing was fierce, as if they were treating this meal as an adversary. After finishing dinner, we had also consumed most of our water. It was time to sleep. On this island, we must find ways to conserve our strength. I checked the traps I had set to ensure they were functioning properly, and added some firewood to keep the flames alive a bit longer, before calling the two of them to sleep. You both should rest first. I'll keep watch. As per our previous arrangement, I would guard during the first half of the night while they took turns for the latter half. This way, the three of us could collaborate, ensuring our safety on this isolated island. You're on watch again? Why don't you sleep first? You've been the busiest and most exhausted today. Zhao Xiaoru expressed her concern for me, especially since I seemed to have been preoccupied from dawn till dusk. Hearing her words and noticing her worried gaze, I smiled. Sleep now, I added, gently pressing her shoulder to encourage her to rest. Observing her demeanor, I felt my efforts to care for her during this time were not in vain. When we first arrived, she regarded me as a fearsome threat, her eyes nearly shooting daggers at me. However, the reality was that we had all been moving towards the same goal, and the past was no longer mentioned. Yet, the thought of being brought here under the accusation of slaughtering innocents darkened my expression. I vowed to uncover the truth behind those events and clear the misconceptions surrounding me. You both should sleep, I urged, seeing them gaze at me with anticipation. I felt helpless, reminding them that if they didn't rest, my efforts to keep watch would be in vain. Moreover, on this island, we needed to look out for one another. Otherwise, we might once again face tragedy, each going our separate ways, or worse, turning against each other. As the only man, I could shoulder more responsibility. It was no burden as long as they cooperated and refrained from unnecessary antics. I believed we would soon discover an opportunity to escape this cursed place. Sleep now. At that moment, Li Yuan suddenly darted forward, claiming the middle position. I want to sleep here. She lay down quickly, as if fearing Zhao Xiaoru would take her place. Sprawling out like a starfish, after settling in, she rolled herself in the animal hide. Sleep wherever you wish, I remarked, sensing Zhao Xiaoru's understanding of Li Yuan's intentions. Yet, Li Yuan remained persistently devoted. After all this time, we all knew each other's natures, yet she hadn't abandoned her flirtations, hoping to be closer to me by sleeping in the middle. Since she chose not to confront this directly, I pretended to be unaware and let them rest. At this juncture, maintaining a stable relationship would facilitate our harmonious coexistence. Chapter 80. Long-term considerations. The surroundings were now enclosed by branches, traps were set, and they had laid down some soft, dry grass for sleeping. While it could not compare to the comfort of a proper bed, they had grown accustomed to this way of resting after living on the island for so long. Moreover, after the long journey we had undertaken, filled with numerous events, it was no surprise that they quickly succumbed to sleep, with Zhao Xiaoru even beginning to snore lightly, her breaths occasionally fading in and out. If we had electronic devices, I would have recorded her sounds to tease her about it tomorrow. Though I was on watch, I settled cross-legged at the entrance, observing the surroundings. This way, I could keep vigilant while occasionally resting my eyes. My alertness, however, prevented me from fully relaxing or ignoring my environment. In this moment of profound stillness, it was not entirely quiet. The sea winds howled, and the distant leaves rustled against each other, occasionally echoing back. Yet, without the clamor of human activity, it was far less chaotic than the city, devoid of flickering lights, leaving us with only the clear, twinkling stars above. Such an environment fosters deep contemplation and introspection, prompting me to consider our next step seriously. The discovery of that ghost ship had sounded alarm bells in my mind. It remained anchored here, with no sign of rescue or any vessels traversing these uncharted waters. This indicated that our current location was particularly perilous, potentially leading us to experience a fate similar to theirs, eventually becoming desiccated corpses ourselves. Thus, it was crucial to prepare for both possibilities. First, we must communicate our plight to the outside world, ensuring others could see our distress signals. Secondly, we needed to devise a means of self-preservation, preparing multiple options rather than putting all our eggs in one basket. Even while awaiting rescue, we should aim to reach a well-known maritime area or a route frequented by vessels. This approach would not only increase our chances of encountering a rescue ship, but also the possibility of meeting passing merchant ships, significantly enhancing our opportunities for salvation and hope. The time since our disappearance is not yet extensive, and there have been reports of police also going missing here, which likely means that initial search efforts will be intensified. If we can seize this opportunity, there is a chance of being rescued. However, if time drags on, the likelihood of our cases being recorded as missing or deceased increases, leading others to believe that the duration of our absence diminishes our chances of survival. Once we reach that point, the search efforts may cease altogether. Thus, within this limited time frame, we must prepare ourselves adequately, enhancing our chances of escape. Yet, these are merely preliminary plans to truly flee this island. We require a vessel capable of accommodating the three of us, resilient enough to withstand the relentless waves. It is certainly not as simple as felling a tree to carve out a canoe. For such a makeshift craft would likely be swept ashore by the tumultuous waves within 3 days, leaving us uncertain of our survival. The risk of being utterly torn apart is also a possibility. We need not only a means of transport to leave this place, but also a sufficient supply of food and essential provisions. Moreover, it is imperative that we find medication for assistance or treatment, whether derived from nature or remnants left by previous inhabitants. We must scour as thoroughly as possible, augmenting our chances of survival. Although the prospects of rescue teams and boats seem bleak for now, our own preparations can be refined. Since we cannot rely on others, we must first bolster our own capabilities. However, these considerations are for another time, and I cannot afford to think too far ahead. I must gather my thoughts and focus on the immediate plans for tomorrow, though I cannot look too far into the future. I must ensure that we have the essentials for survival on this island. Even if we cannot escape, our primary goal must be to endure. The longer we survive, the greater our hope for rescue will become. After contemplating these matters, I began my preparations, determined to continue exploring this desolate island in hopes of gaining clarity about our surroundings. As the saying goes, know thyself and know your enemy, and you will never lose a battle. If all goes as expected, we may be residing on this island for an extended period. So it is crucial to understand what resources are available. Particularly, we must identify elements vital to our survival, as well as potential dangers and threats we may encounter. Mastery over these factors is essential, for without it, our chances of successfully completing our vessel and escaping this isolation diminish significantly. Having considered this, I found myself constantly contemplating how best to respond to any challenges that might arise. Otherwise, we could face various threats and complications. Especially since we are but 3 in number, with 2 of them being young women, they may not be able to contribute significantly. Hence, the weight of their protection rests squarely upon my shoulders. In light of these circumstances, I must carefully consider all possible contingencies and avenues for escape, as every detail may determine our fate. Observing the 2 of them soundly asleep, oblivious to potential dangers, I couldn't help but shake my head. Clearly, they have grown accustomed to a peaceful environment, which explains their lack of vigilance even in such precarious circumstances. During our wilderness training, we remained alert even during rest periods, often sleeping with one eye open, a reality that bears no exaggeration. Chapter 81. The Beast's Attack. However, it is precisely this awareness and caution that enables us to survive. Of course, there are benefits. At the very least, I have ingrained instincts that help me navigate these scenarios, unlike Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, who seem able to sleep soundly in such situations. Compared to them, my life is undoubtedly more complex. Recognizing this, I continued to shake my head, awaiting signs of their readiness or plans of action. At this moment, I resolved to ensure that no opportunities for retreat were overlooked. As I kept watch, I periodically checked the surroundings, adding more fuel to the fire to ensure it burned brightly and lasted longer, for otherwise, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan might catch a chill. Taking advantage of this quiet time, I observed the environment closely, attuned to any sounds around us. Suddenly, I heard faint rustling noises ahead. Although the movements were subtle, it was unmistakable. This was not the sound of the wind. Something was amiss, and I realized that my night watch might encounter unexpected disturbances. With this thought, I narrowed my eyes, remaining vigilant while gripping the katana I always carried. This weapon, acquired from our last encounter on the ghost ship, was both long and broad, with a slight curve at the tip, making it effective for distant attacks or for confronting large beasts. More importantly, it was remarkably sharp. Even in the dim light, the glint of its blade was evident. Zhao Xiaoru, Li Yuan, wake up. Despite the intruder's stealthy approach, our prolonged stay on this island had honed our ability to discern such sounds. It was clear that something was lurking nearby. This realization underscored the need for vigilance. We could not afford to let our guard down. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I hurriedly called for Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to awaken. Given the threat of a beastly assault, it was crucial that we prioritize our safety and remain alert at all times. What is going on? At this moment, upon hearing my call, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan both opened their eyes, albeit still bleary, clearly not yet fully awake. Their eyes were tinged with red, indicating that they had only just fallen asleep and had not yet entered a profound state of slumber when I roused them. Is it time to exchange the night watch? Zhao Xiaoru initiated the conversation with a question, her eyes still rubbing, clearly not yet fully awake. Upon hearing her words, I lowered my voice to caution them. This is not a vigil. We must remain alert as wild beasts may launch an attack. The moment I uttered these words, it was as if a spell had been broken, instantly rousing both of them from their slumber, banishing the drowsiness that had enveloped them. What? Wild beasts? Where are they? At this moment, Li Yuan could no longer contain her astonishment and began to exclaim dramatically. Upon hearing her cries, Zhao Xiaoru and I immediately cast sharp glances in her direction, both of us urging her with a quiet admonition. Hush! Do not speak so loudly. Those creatures are indeed quite cunning. Many of them are adept at concealing themselves. How could they possibly reveal their presence at such a moment? After comprehending this realization, I promptly cautioned Li Yuan that under such circumstances, we must absolutely refrain from making any further noises, lest we provoke these wild beasts, a scenario that would indeed be disastrous. Grasp your weapons firmly, I reminded them at that moment, urging both women to retrieve their arms. Considering their petite statures and limited physical strength, I had previously prepared wooden spears for them, each meticulously coated with the venom of a banded kite, a precautionary measure we had never anticipated would be so swiftly necessitated. How serendipitous. Heeding my warning, they clutched the spears tightly in their hands. Meanwhile, I handed our crossbow to Zhao Xiaoru, not out of favoritism, but due to her specialized training. Given her profession, marksmanship was second nature to her, ensuring greater accuracy. On this desolate island, every resource was scarce, necessitating meticulous preparation. The crossbow we scavenged bore only 3 arrows, each retrieved after use, a testament to their preciousness. Thus, in moments of peril, Zhao Xiaoru naturally assumed the role of primary defender, shielding Li Yuan. Entrusting the crossbow to Li Yuan would have been a reckless waste. Neither voiced dissent regarding this arrangement. Li Yuan, in particular, tightened her grip on the venom-laced spear, determined not to burden the group. Our expressions were grave, tension etching deep lines upon our faces. Not a soul dared utter a disruptive sound. Even our breaths grew measured and hushed, as though the slightest exhalation might disturb the lurking beasts. Yet, one question lingered. Brother Chen, what manner of beasts are these? Why do I see nothing at all? At this moment, Lady Li Yuan couldn't help but speak up. Her words laced with apprehension as her gaze darted restlessly about, as though attempting to discern what manner of beasts might lurk in the surroundings. Naturally, their gravest concern lay in the unknown capabilities and potential assaults these creatures might possess. Yet despite their vigilant scrutiny of the environment, nothing revealed itself to their searching eyes. Indeed, she murmured with growing unease. Why is it that I perceive nothing at all? Zhao Xiaoru began to ponder. Could it be that you are overly anxious, causing you to be on edge? As she spoke, she cast a doubtful glance in my direction, as if she believed I had become muddled during the night. Chapter 82, Green Eyes. Have we been overly cautious? The seaside was naturally boisterous, and they had initially caused quite a few amusing blunders. Yet now, with nothing in sight, even she began to feel a twinge of unease. Do you think it's possible? Such a mistake could never occur on my part, especially under these circumstances. Who would miss here due to being overly suspicious and seeing enemies everywhere? Upon hearing my words, Zhao Xiaoru gave an awkward smile, as if realizing her suspicions might have been unfounded. I suppose you're right, she replied sheepishly, her expression tinged with remorse. Though we still didn't know what kind of beasts were lurking, it was likely there were more than one. At this moment, I cautioned them, better safe than sorry. Even if we're being overly cautious and turn out to be wrong, we can always correct that mistake. But if we dismiss their threat and ignore their presence... My voice trailed off ominously. We were walking on the edge of a precipice now, balancing on a tightrope where even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. Stay vigilant and observe our surroundings carefully. They might still be hiding nearby, I advised. Earlier, I'd urged them to keep quiet, yet they'd been clamoring noisily, undoubtedly alerting whatever creatures were nearby. Yet those faint rustling sounds persisted, suggesting the threat hadn't gone far. You make a fair point, Zhao Xiaoru conceded. Both she and Li Yuan quickly steeled their resolve, recognizing this was no time for complacency. In fact, they began to think proactively, rather than waiting to be ambushed. Perhaps taking the initiative would be wiser. Having reached this conclusion, they scanned the area intently. However, after prolonged observation revealed neither movement nor sound. Their expressions gradually shifted to skepticism and impatience, being roused from deep sleep in the dead of night. Armed and on high alert over some alleged beastly ambush that never materialized, it was only natural they'd grow restless. The prolonged silence and lack of any unusual findings only exacerbated their frustration. Yet I maintained an even more vigilant watch. If these creatures possessed the cunning to remain hidden after being detected, deliberately suppressing their presence, this very restraint signaled their dangerous intelligence. Don't lower your guard, I warned. They're merely biding their time, lying in wait. Seeing their waning attention, I emphasized, if we relax now, we'll only give them the opening they seek. Despite my warnings, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan's patience were thin. But we haven't seen anything, Li Yuan protested. How can we prepare defenses without even knowing where they are? It now feels as though they are engaged in a futile endeavor, squandering precious time. Upon uttering this statement, both of them simultaneously gasped in shock. As if they had encountered something truly terrifying, their thoughts consumed by fear. What could it be? What an unexpected reaction. At that moment, I couldn't help but furrow my brow, realizing that their response was utterly different from before. The eyes, those captivating green eyes. Li Yuan spoke up at this moment to answer me. Though her words were fragmented and stammered, her eyes brimming with terror, as if she had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Their eyes are green, she gasped, her voice trembling with dread. As she finished speaking, both of them gasped in shock, utterly terrified. Following their gaze, I too looked in that direction and indeed saw several pairs of glowing green eyes ahead. One pair, then two, until finally a fifth pair emerged. It appears my earlier calculations were not mistaken. They are indeed a pack, and we have been marked as their prey, or rather, sustenance to satiate their hunger. This poses a grave danger. At present, we've identified at least 5 of them, while our group consists of only 3, 2 of whom are women. Though Zhao Xiaoru may possess slightly more resilience than the average man, against these creatures, her strength pales in comparison. Worse still, she is visibly shaken, which will drastically diminish her combat effectiveness. As for Li Yuan, there is little need to elaborate. Her legs tremble violently, as if sifting chaff, barely able to maintain her footing. Had it not been for Zhao Xiaoru extending a hand to support her, she might have tumbled directly to the ground. Steady yourself. Let us not forget that we had previously set some traps around us before we fell asleep. They cannot easily breach our defenses. At this moment, I took the opportunity to remind them to focus on gathering evidence and conditions that favor us, emphasizing that in the face of these circumstances, surrender is not an option. Otherwise, we would truly divulge everything and lose all control. Let us all take a deep breath and regain our composure. Thus, I spoke up to encourage them, ensuring that they all adjusted themselves accordingly. I understood that encountering beasts, especially in this open and unprotected wilderness, often instills a sense of panic. However, in such dire situations, fear only serves to exacerbate our vulnerability. If one can maintain a calm and rational mindset to devise an escape plan, there remains a glimmer of hope or even a chance to confront the threat. Conversely, displaying fear will only expose us further and increase our likelihood of failure. After contemplating this, I continued to remind them to refrain from showing such distress. We must first ascertain the nature of these beasts. However, the only certainty we have is that they are a pack, a significant number of them gathered here, akin to flies drawn to a foul odor, reluctant to disperse. Calm yourselves. Seizing the moment, I offered a soothing word, encouraging them to resolve not to waste any more time. Chapter 83. The hyena pack otherwise. The situation will only become more troublesome. Upon hearing my reminder, Zhao Xiaoru finally managed to take a deep breath. Both of them had resolved not to lag behind any longer, for further fear would only amplify the danger. Hence, they gripped their weapons tightly, adopting a defensive posture. Indeed, Shindong is right. We have set traps. Zhao Xiaoru articulated these words, not only to comfort Li Yuan but also to reassure herself. Initially, she had found the process of setting those traps somewhat bothersome, pondering whether it was excessive vigilance. However, she now realized that the traps they had just constructed presented a vital opportunity for salvation, providing them with assurance and reinforcement. Thus, she inhaled deeply, recognizing that her preparations had not been in vain. Yes, we still possess our weapons. At this moment, Li Yuan comprehended the urgency. They could not afford to squander any more time. Excessive fear would yield no hope. She compelled herself to remain composed, though her words still trembled with a hint of fear, a natural instinct of the body. Rest assured, you two stay hidden here, should any beasts appear. I shall confront them first. Observing that they had regained a modicum of rationality, even if their faces were pale and trembling, they no longer screamed in panic, allowing the enemy no advantage. Li Yuan had made significant progress, no longer paralyzed by fear as before. Consequently, I felt a sense of satisfaction and redirected my attention to watch the surroundings vigilantly, striving to discern the nature of the creatures lurking outside. What we could ascertain was far from simple. They had been persistently seeking gaps and alternative routes, as if waiting for us to reveal our vulnerabilities. This line of thought suggested they might possess a level of intelligence. It seemed imperative that we swiftly patrol the island to identify the creatures that dwell here, lest we remain in the dark and utterly unfocused. The key to addressing this predicament lies in understanding what exactly we are up against. What are they, Qindong? Zhao Sheru inquired, her voice tinged with fear, her expression reflecting deep concern, clearly perceiving the perilous nature of our situation. At this juncture, clarity eluded us. Thus, I picked up a piece of wood with embers and hurled it towards the direction of the green eyes, utilizing the flames to scrutinize further. As the wood flew, I discovered that the creatures in motion were, in fact, hyenas. It is hyenas, I responded, confident in my observation, as the visibility allowed me to clearly identify them as adult hyenas. What? Hyenas? Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan exchanged terrified glances, each reflecting the other's fear and unease. Their dark pupils mirrored their trepidation, embodying all the horror and panic that consumed them. No way, they are truly hyenas. If that is the case, we are in grave danger. Though slender, hyenas are exceptionally agile, and their teeth can crush bones. Most alarmingly, hyenas are known for their pack mentality. Once they have targeted prey, they pursue it relentlessly, showing no mercy. Merely entangling with them would demand an immense exertion of effort. When confronted by adversity, we must stand our ground. In this moment, I could only remind them to find some solace within themselves. Now that we had identified the nature of the threat, we could seek an appropriate means to confront it. We cannot allow ourselves to be overwhelmed by their formidable presence, nor can we disregard the situation, for that would be futile. Having clarified this, I urged them to remain vigilant. All right, Qindong, take care. Zhao Xiaoru responded promptly, her expression tinged with uncertainty. Li Yuan, too, tightened her grip on the wooden spear, prepared to charge forth should the hyenas breach our defenses. Do not worry, our situation is not as dire as it seems. Observing Li Yuan's pale complexion and her apparent helplessness, I smiled and reassured her, suggesting she ease her tension. Surely, my reputation as Qindong would not culminate in being torn apart by hyenas on a deserted island. At this moment, I continued to observe, particularly vigilant of our surroundings. Where traps were strategically laid, should they approach, these well-placed snares would ensnare them, penetrating their very bones. We would not emerge unscathed, nor would the hyenas escape unscathed. I continued to hurl burning wood to intimidate them. If I could frighten them away, that would be ideal. However, I understood that these dogs harbored a strong desire for retribution and were notoriously vindictive. Should they fixate on larger prey, they would exhibit remarkable patience, trailing us until they discerned our weaknesses, at which point they would strike as a united force. My actions were likely to provoke their ire. Yet this aligned perfectly with my intentions. I planned to incite their aggression and draw them closer. Having made up my mind, I continued to hurl the burning firewood over, persisting in my provocation and taunting. Qindong, what are you doing? Indeed, Brother Qin, what compels you to provoke them? Two young girls exchanged a glance, filled with both surprise and suspicion. Although we had collected a considerable amount of firewood today, it would not suffice to sustain a fire for an extended duration. At this moment, I spoke up to reassure Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, indicating that they should remain calm. If we continued to stand our ground against them, once the firewood was finally consumed, we would be plunged into darkness, a situation that would prove exceedingly unfavorable. Chapter 84. The Battle of Wits in the Night. Animals moved without hindrance, presenting a significant challenge to our diminished eyesight. Nonetheless, these hyenas would not relent, and we could not abandon our prey. It would be more prudent to exploit the most advantageous timing and circumstances to lure them in, allowing us the opportunity to resolve the situation while we still had the upper hand. Otherwise, we would be in grave danger. Therefore, we must take advantage of the current favorable conditions to draw them closer, especially since we had already spotted 5 hyenas. Who could say how many more might be lurking in the shadows? They are indeed social creatures. Once they detect prey, they will charge forward without hesitation, launching a fierce attack. My intention in this moment is to urge them to advance swiftly, while simultaneously alerting Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru to remain vigilant, shedding any hesitation or distractions. The sleepless night is long and filled with dreams. We must act swiftly to resolve this situation. At this juncture, I briefly elucidate my strategy to them. So that is the case. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan take a deep breath, yet both remain tightly clenched in their fists. seemingly overwhelmed with anxiety. Even their faces have taken on a pallid hue. It appears they had not anticipated that a simple attempt at rest here would be so fraught with tension. However, in this desolate wilderness, it is unequivocally impossible to resolve these matters without decisive action. Meanwhile, the hyenas are met with my makeshift firewood, which I hurl at them incessantly, provoking them into a chorus of growls that serve as warnings. Don't just howl, come over here. Seeing them in such a state, particularly the hyenas, all baring their teeth and glaring at me, I could not help but chuckle. In this predicament, it was imperative to address these hyenas and the imminent threat they pose to us. Otherwise, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage in the near future. First, we must ascertain their numbers. Observing the two of them appearing quite frightened, I offered a gentle reminder while diverting their attention. I suggested they begin counting how many hyenas were present in the pack. This approach can effectively divert their attention, preventing them from being overly consumed by such fears. What is there to fear? Have we not encountered a multitude of beasts along our journey? At this moment, I feel compelled to remind you that we have previously outsmarted a pack of wolves together. We effortlessly dispatched even the deadly killer crabs. Can we not manage a few hyenas now? My words have provided them with immense reassurance and solace, instilling within them a sense of ease, alleviating their previous panic and unease. If they initially felt a profound trepidation, they now exhibit a measure of composure, no longer as tense as before. Brother Chun, you are indeed correct. Having endured so much thus far, how could we possibly falter against these mere hyenas? Even Li Yuan took a deep breath, noticeably relaxing. We can surely achieve this, right, Brother Chin? Indeed, it is certainly possible. I responded affirmatively, continuing to gaze at them. However, when the firewood was tossed their way, it merely incited their ire rather than drawing them closer. It appears their intellect should not be underestimated. Where have we placed the grilled fish for this evening? At that moment, I posed a question to Zhao Xiaoru, suggesting that since they were not coming over, we might as well entice them. Zhao Xiaoru promptly retrieved the grilled fish we had prepared in advance, intended for our meal the following day. However, given the urgency of the situation, we decided to address the immediate need first. With everyone present, she handed me a package of grilled fish. Chendong, what are your intentions? Upon witnessing my display of these roasted fish, it appeared that I intended to use them to entice the pack of hyenas. Zhao Xiaoru's expression shifted, revealing a hint of concern. Could it truly be this straightforward? Although they had previously encountered a pack of wolves and successfully vanquished them, the current assembly of hyenas proved to be even more troublesome, their dispositions far narrower. The wolves exhibited a certain aloofness should they find themselves overmatched or inconvenienced. They would simply seek alternative prey. In stark contrast, these hyenas were driven solely by the instinct to tear into their quarry and feast, disregarding all else. It was this realization that instilled such fear in Zhao Xiaoru. Rest assured, we shall be unharmed. Upon hearing her fearful words, I swiftly cast a glance over my shoulder and offered her some reassurance. Particularly in this precarious situation, our strength was already inadequate to confront the hyenas. Any burgeoning fear could significantly diminish our chances of success. Thus, it was imperative that we do not linger in indecision, nor allow ourselves to be influenced by their presence. Instead, we must resolutely resolve to eliminate these hyenas swiftly. Consider this. They are quite similar to the wolves we faced previously, and this time, their numbers are even fewer. We have already ascertained that only 5 hyenas are present. At this moment, I continued to analyze the situation with them, urging everyone to prepare and establish preventive measures. It was likely that these few hyenas were merely scouting for food, while the others remained in their lair, waiting for news of a meal before they would all emerge together. Fortunately, they had not yet returned to relay the news or summon the rest of their pack. Otherwise, we might have found ourselves in dire straits. Fire, sharp implements, and noise. These elements can all serve to deter wild creatures. They are universally effective against dangerous animals. As such, stimuli are entirely foreign to them. Therefore, employing these unknown factors to intimidate the hyenas should indeed prove effective. Consequently, I instructed each person to carry a lit torch, which would also serve as a means of self-defense. Moreover, it was essential to remain vigilant and fully aware of the situation at hand. We needed to discern the distribution of the hyenas and anticipate their next moves. Failing to do so could lead to an ambush or a stealthy approach, which would certainly complicate matters. Chapter 85. Cunning. Identifying the enemy's position and their methods of attack is paramount for self-preservation and counteroffensive measures. I quickly took the package of roasted fish from Zhao Xiaoru and, with serious intent, tossed the fish a distance of merely 1 meter away. This would serve as bait. Unfortunately, we lacked adequate tools and defenses to effectively deter this pack of hyenas. Therefore, it is imperative to attract them as much as possible. And only when they arrive can one observe them up close to discern their true nature. At that moment, one must also contemplate the means by which to repel the hyenas. Ah, what are you doing, Brother Chin? Li Yuan over there is now gripped by terror. When she witnessed me hurling the grilled fish with such proximity, she truly was taken aback, particularly as the hyenas, drawn by the tantalizing aroma, approached with ravenous intent, devouring the fish with their sharp, jagged teeth bared. The hyenas, by nature, possess a rather unseemly appearance, characterized by a tuft of dark fur atop their heads. Their bodies, likely a product of their prolonged existence on this desolate island, are notably lean. However, one must not underestimate these slender creatures. Their speed and strength are formidable enough to rend an adult beast asunder. Furthermore, their instinctual tendency to hunt in packs ensures that when they encounter prey, they attack en masse, a sight capable of instilling dread in even the most fearless of hearts. Even elephants and rhinoceroses typically avoid provoking a pack of hyenas, as the trio of us could easily be torn apart by them. To draw them closer for a closer observation, I heard Li Yuan's voice of fear and noticed Zhao Xiaoru's disapproving gaze. I quickly interjected with a brief explanation, assuring them that once the hyenas approached, we would spring into action. For now, we would remain here, patiently waiting for them to draw near, at which point our carefully laid traps would ensnare them. I also took the opportunity to remind the two not to panic, as we had another layer of assurance. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan exchanged glances and promptly nodded, gripping their wooden spears tightly. Remember, although we have set numerous traps, it is likely they will evade some of them. Therefore, when they charge or leap towards us, it is imperative to thrust your spears with great force. Keep in mind, the venom of the silver-ringed snake, once it penetrates the prey's body, will leave them with no chance of escape. I now felt a sense of relief that we had prepared these sharpened wooden spears this morning, their tips honed to a fine point. Once these hyenas rush in, with sufficient strength, we can pierce them through. As the toxin seeps into their skin and blood, they will pose no threat. All right. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, and both refrained from any semblance of complacency, calling out in unison to respond to me. At that moment, I also reminded Zhao Xiaoru, when they approach, you may utilize the crossbow bolts directly. Hitting just one out of the 3 opportunities would suffice. Currently, there are 5 hyenas. The wooden spear in hand can strike 1, while the trap we arranged can ensnare 2. Her crossbow can target 1 as well. Thus, only 1 remains, which I can handle when the time comes. Even if one of them were to miss, we could still manage to deal with the remaining 2, and I am confident in my ability to confront them. Facing 5 hyenas single-handedly would require immense courage and assurance that I do not possess. Prepared and poised, each of us bore a serious expression, awaiting the movements of the approaching hyenas. They gradually advanced, devouring the grilled fish we had thrown to them, leaving not a morsel behind, not even the remnants of bones. The ground bore only a small patch of moisture, void of any other trace. At this close range, we discerned the depths of their eyes, glimmering with avarice and bloodlust. In their gaze, we appeared as plump prey. As the hyenas drew nearer, their innate caution caused them to progress with deliberate slowness, each step accompanied by wary glances, surveying their surroundings. The hyenas approached inch by inch, their heads held high, meticulously observing us. It seemed that at the slightest provocation, they would pivot and either flee or prepare to attack. In such circumstances, a single misstep could lead to our collective demise. Thus, neither the pack of hyenas nor Zhao Xiaoru and I allowed our vigilance to wane. Each of us resolved to maintain utmost seriousness, refusing to underestimate the threat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 1 more to go. At this moment, I squinted my eyes and quickly conjured an answer. Undoubtedly, it was these 4 hyenas in front that were responsible for capturing our attention. Meanwhile, the remaining 1 had stealthily maneuvered behind us, initiating a raucous uproar. As expected, at that very instant, a chilling scream echoed from behind. Even Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, upon hearing the anguished cries from behind, gasped in fright, their bodies trembling. The 3 of us turned to look, and indeed, 1 hyena was attempting to circle around to launch an attack on us, or rather, looking for an opportunity to ambush. However, they overlooked the traps we had set and were swiftly impaled by the wooden spears we had prepared, now writhing on the ground in agony. The remaining 4 hyenas, initially intent on distracting us, immediately rushed to their injured companion upon sensing the blood. 1 hyena had been completely pierced through, and although the spear was not poisoned, it was sufficient to inflict severe damage, especially in such a perilous environment where recovery was unlikely. Witnessing their comrades' plight seemed to enrage the remaining hyenas, who began to emit furious warning growls. Their front paws scraped against the ground, as if to signal their fury. Chapter 86. Confrontation Shindong. It seems we have truly provoked them this time. Zhao Xiaoru lowered her voice to caution me, her expression betraying a hint of concern. Unlike our previous night spent quietly in the treehouse, where we could slowly devise our plans, we now found ourselves compelled to confront them directly. With one trap triggered, a gap had emerged. Should they choose to attack, they could easily breach our defenses. Predictably, the four hyenas were not foolish, and upon discovering this vulnerability, they hastily advanced through the opening, having regarded us as prey. The death of their companion at our hands surely fueled their desire to tear us apart and feast upon our flesh. Zhao Xiaoru, stay alert, I urged, signaling her to ready her crossbow, especially as the hyenas began to leap towards us. Now, Zhao Xiaoru indeed did not falter at this critical moment, nor did she hinder our progress. Her profession imbued her with a remarkable precision, allowing her crossbow bolts to strike directly into the hyena that had just leapt into the air. Furthermore, these bolts were laced with the venom of the silver-ringed snake and the toxic secretions of poisonous frogs, creating a potent amalgamation of toxins. As soon as this lethal concoction penetrated the hyena's body, its effects and toxicity manifested immediately. The hyena collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth, its life extinguished. The remaining three hyenas, bewilderingly unaware of this sudden turn of events, still believed that their agile leaps would secure their dominance over us, intending to exact revenge for their fallen companion. Little did they anticipate that the leader of their pack would once again fall victim to our decisive actions, which this time were particularly ruthless. At this moment, they had lost the initial advantage they once held. Previously, they had barked furiously at us, but now were reduced to issuing feeble whimpers, their heads lowered in a sign of submission. It seemed they had begun to feel a sense of fear and trepidation towards us. When animals lower their heads and emit such whimpering sounds, one must remain vigilant. They may either be contemplating a collective attack or preparing to flee in fright. Zhao Xiaoru continued, her keen perception of their intentions heightened, especially upon observing their flickering eyes, which indicated their desire to retreat. In that instant, I promptly advised Zhao Xiaoru to take action without delay. Excellent. Upon hearing my voice, Zhao Xiaoru resolutely continued to unleash the crossbow bolts. With two swift sounds, the remaining bolts were promptly released. Her accuracy was remarkable, surpassing my expectations significantly. Thus, all three bolts found their mark. The arrowhead struck the hyenas directly, causing two of them to collapse in succession. Now, only one remains. As a result, when that hyena emitted a mournful whimper, it swiftly dashed away in the opposite direction. Curse it! It fled. Subsequently, our crossbow could only accommodate 3 bolts. Otherwise, had there been 4 or 5, it would undoubtedly have escaped this evening. They have been resolved. Sister Xiaoru, you are truly remarkable. At this moment, Li Yuan raised her hand with great enthusiasm, brandishing the wooden spear she held aloft. It was as if vanquishing those hyenas and driving them away was an extraordinary feat. Be cautious, for you might inadvertently pierce yourself with that spear. Zhao Xiaoru, feeling a sense of relief, immediately cautioned upon seeing Li Yuan waving the wooden spear with abandon. Those hyenas had succumbed to their wounds with a single strike, and yet she dared to be so audacious. If she were to accidentally stab herself, she would find herself buried by nightfall. Higi, I am simply elated and perhaps a bit carried away in my excitement. At this moment, Li Yuan shyly stuck out her tongue, carefully placing the wooden horse down. She positioned the pointed end further away to ensure that no one would inadvertently be harmed, nor would she inadvertently injure herself. Wonderful. Qindong, they have been resolved. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoru let out a sigh of relief. They had initially anticipated a fierce battle, fearing that this encounter would be as daunting as their previous confrontations with packs of wolves. Particularly under the cover of night, when being besieged by hyenas posed a significant threat. A moment of carelessness could easily result in their demise at the jaws of these predators. Having dealt with the hyenas, albeit allowing one to escape, they felt it was of little consequence. However, I cautioned them against premature celebration, my demeanor serious as I reminded them of my earlier warning. These hyenas are social creatures, and it is implausible that only a few remain. Their thirst for vengeance is formidable. I thus revealed the unvarnished truth, urging them not to assume that this was the conclusion of their ordeal. On the contrary, it was merely the beginning, and the lone hyena that had eluded capture served as the catalyst for what was to come. Chun, are you implying that? At this juncture, Li Yuan grasped the implications of my words, her expression betraying a flicker of fear and unease, as if she had inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden truth. Upon realizing this, she glanced at me with trepidation, as if to inquire whether there were indeed more hyenas lurking in the shadows. When I heard her question, I refrained from providing a direct answer, instead meeting her gaze with a look that seemed to say, "What do you think?" Surely, they couldn't possibly be part of a larger pack. Zhao Xiaoru gasped. Qindong, could it be that you are being overly cautious? Soon, you will discern whether I have been overly cautious. At this moment, I merely shake my head, and then I mutter softly to myself. If it were possible, I would indeed prefer that my concerns were unfounded. Who would willingly desire such an endless series of troublesome matters? Just now, we were startled by a hyena. It is likely that it will return shortly to relay the news, and we shall soon find ourselves in genuine trouble. Do not fault my harsh words, nor blame me for depicting the situation in such dire terms. In Chapter 87, Escape, given the circumstances, my words have been particularly cautious and exceedingly concise. When Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan witness the return of the pack, they will understand that not a single word of my account has been exaggerated. So, what shall we do now? Shall we return to the side of the treehouse? Li Yuan was taken aback upon hearing that more hyenas would be arriving shortly, especially as she pondered how many hyenas typically comprised a single clan, 5, 10, or even 20, or perhaps even more. This thought truly instilled her with a profound sense of dread, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of unease and apprehension. Just moments ago, when they dealt with the 4 hyenas, it was merely a stroke of luck, and largely due to their advantageous possession of certain weapons. However, if an overwhelming number were to appear next, their eyes would scarcely be able to keep pace. What would they do if the hyenas suddenly leapt in unrestrained? The more she contemplated these matters, the more fear and unease etched themselves onto Li Yuan's face, leaving her in a state of utter confusion regarding her next steps. She bit her lip, her expression fraught with anxiety, unconsciously clenching her fists as she paced back and forth, as if this motion could quell the rising tide of her fright and panic. Even Zhao Xiaoru, at this moment, displayed a countenance tinged with fear. It could be said that during her days on this desolate island, she had encountered horrors that she had never before experienced throughout her entire life. Nevertheless, she steeled herself. They would surely return soon. Given that this had become an unavoidable reality, pacing and succumbing to fear would yield no benefit. It would be far wiser to prepare some measures for self-preservation. Initially, we suffered losses here, and subsequently, we lost so many companions. The remaining hyena will undoubtedly return to relay the news, and will likely bring a larger contingent with it. Therefore, at this juncture, we must adequately prepare ourselves. We must take all possible precautions to safeguard against this threat. Should we consider retreating? Brother Chun, perhaps we should hasten our pace and depart from this place. If we do so, they will surely be unable to locate us. At that moment, Xiaoru and Li Yuan exchanged glances, quickly beginning to propose something to me. Both displayed expressions of fear. Escape? Do you truly believe that their keen sense of smell has faltered? No matter how far we run, it seems that they can relentlessly pursue our scent. Moreover, the speed of the hyenas surpasses even that of our motorcycles. With the 3 of us relying on just 6 legs, where exactly are we meant to flee? At this point, I could not help but smile. Soon, I conveyed this possibility to them, that we could neither escape nor evade the relentless pursuit and capture by the pack of hyenas. Rather than fleeing to distant locales, it would be more prudent to enhance our defenses in this very place, especially since we have an array of traps at our disposal. Moreover, we are currently too far from the treehouse, and returning there would prove futile. Though hyenas possess smaller physiques, they are considerably more agile than wolves, effortlessly scaling trees. Perhaps if we were to take refuge in the treehouse, we could inadvertently ensnare them, allowing us to conserve time in our preparations. All right, let us muster our spirits and prepare for what lies ahead. Observing the palpable fear and unease in the 2 of them, I felt compelled to offer some reassurance, gently placing my hands on their shoulders to impart a sense of calm. It is imperative that we continue to implement our defensive measures. The more traps we set, the greater our chances of survival. Fortunately, we are accustomed to bringing our gear whenever we venture out. Thus we find ourselves equipped with an array of weapons, including a fire axe, a katana, crossbow bolts, and various knives. Essential tools have also been packed, which will undoubtedly prove useful in the forthcoming challenges. Furthermore, we possess 2 unutilized wooden spears coated with silver-ringed snake venom, which should suffice to dispatch a couple of hyenas. So, what shall we do now? As they observed me stepping out of the encirclement, they promptly followed suit, seemingly aware that a fierce battle was imminent. At this moment, fear did not engulf them entirely. The expressions of both were marked by uncertainty. Despite my repeated reassurances urging them to relax, they could not maintain their composure. Instead, anxiety took hold, and trepidation crept in. With a brief window of time to summon their companions, we needed to swiftly prepare, particularly to address the missing segment of our defenses. Otherwise, they would continue their assault from that very point. At this juncture, I spoke to outline our next steps. However, the previously seen hyena had already imparted a crucial reminder. Merely setting traps around us would be futile. If they focused their efforts on a single direction, sacrificing one or two in the process, they could easily leap through. Their agility was no laughing matter. Thus, a heightened sense of caution was paramount to ensure our safety. I approached the fallen hyenas, extracting the crossbow bolts from their bodies, and handed them to Zhao Xiaoru, instructing her to act decisively when the others arrived. We could not predict their numbers, but we needed to seize the initiative, delivering a formidable blow from the outset to instill fear in the remaining hyenas. These creatures, after all, possessed far less intelligence than humans. Their survival instinct in the jungle dictated that the weak succumb to the strong, and they would be easily intimidated by displays of power. I reminded Zhao Xiaoru to be poised for action. When the hyenas appeared, swift execution was essential to avoid mishaps. Setting large traps was no longer feasible, so I resorted to preparing smaller ones. I retrieved all the hemp ropes we had salvaged from the ghost ship and fashioned them into loops. Utilizing these disguises, we could ensnare the hyenas as they charged in, preventing their advance. The goal was to create as many traps as possible, increasing the likelihood of ensnaring them and thereby reducing the number of adversaries we would face. Chapter 88. Ambush. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan took deep breaths, striving to regain their composure. They understood that this was not a moment to indulge in fear or hesitation. Rather, they needed to maximize their support and coordination with me. Together, we filled the gaps in our defenses and set up more subtle traps. While these would not eliminate the threat directly, they would impede their progress, granting us additional time. Once the snares were laid, I produced a roll of sturdy wire salvaged from the airplane. Its remarkable toughness and rigidity could potentially sever the necks of any swift hyenas. I moved to weave the wire between two nearby trees, recalling the direction the previous hyena had fled. This would likely be the route they would return through, making it a prime location for my preparations. As they dashed through, the wire would ensnare them, allowing us to neutralize as many as possible, thereby mitigating future dangers. With clarity of purpose, I hastened to encircle the area. Especially under the cover of night, without these precautions, they would surely find their way in. I then gathered piles of firewood scattered around the forest, ready to ignite them. Thankfully, the abundance of branches and twigs in the woods provided ample material to illuminate the area. The flames would serve only as a temporary deterrent, instilling caution in the hyenas. My objective was to endure until dawn, when daylight would favor us. I urged my companions to split up and ignite as many fires as possible, which would frighten the approaching hyenas. In this dire situation, we were determined to expand our survival options. We had prepared numerous tools, and these represented the last vestiges of our strength. We could not afford to remain idle, waiting for fate to decide our outcome. Once I had completed these tasks, I handed them a small knife for self-defense. If any unusual situation arises later, you two should stand back to back. This way, you can support each other and keep watch over each other's vulnerable sides. At present, my greatest concern is for Li Yuan. At the very least, Zhao Xiaoru has undergone systematic training. If something were to happen, she could directly resist and eliminate these threats. After some contemplation, I removed the katana from my possession and offered it to her. Brother Chun, you've given this to me. What will you do? At this moment, Li Yuan displayed a look of concern, her demeanor tinged with shyness, as if she were reluctant to accept my katana. Perceiving it as nothing more than a scalding hot potato, she felt acutely that it was I who had to confront these hyenas directly, and it was quite possible that I would have to tackle the threat alone. Thus, she was understandably hesitant to take up such a formidable weapon, the sharpest of its kind. Holding it, she could not predict from which direction the foes might charge in, leaving her and Zhao Xiaoru to fend for themselves. While Zhao Xiaoru possessed a crossbow, Li Yuan was armed only with a wooden spear, her strength insufficient for a formidable defense. Perhaps the katana could have offered her some measure of support. This was precisely why I had orchestrated the arrangement. Once everything was in place, I seized the initiative before they could persuade me otherwise, brandishing my axe. This will suffice. In any case, there are unlikely to be many hyenas that have stumbled into our numerous traps moving forward, and when the time comes, we shall be able to face them together. However, should issues arise with individuals like Li Yuan or Zhao Xiaoru, it would indeed pose a significant predicament. The two of them are indeed the crux of the matter. It is only after contemplating these thoughts that I am reminded of the importance of their mutual support. What follows is a strategy of patience, waiting for the hyenas to charge forth. Once these arrangements were made, I led them promptly back into our previously established perimeter, the very place where we had rested. We were now encircled, with layers upon layers of defense, having set out all that we could prepare. The next step is to observe the reaction of the hyenas as they approach. Will they truly return? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoru nervously clutched the crossbow in her hands. Clearly having absorbed my words, she was poised to spring into action the moment the creatures drew near, intent on seizing as many as possible. They would undoubtedly approach. The recent display of their aggressive maneuvers and tactics indicated that the hyenas had suffered losses and would not relent easily. They were unlikely to cease their advances at this juncture. Thus, it was already predestined that confrontation was inevitable. During such occurrences, it was imperative to refrain from any half-hearted measures. Observing the two of them, still looking bewildered and seemingly anxious, I offered a reassuring smile and reminded them, "All right, let us gather our spirits. A fierce battle awaits us. However, let us not be overly pessimistic. After all, we have yet to commence. Moreover, considering the numerous beasts we have previously encountered and the multitude of events we have endured, it is evident that our fate is remarkably resilient. Indeed, we have survived calamities that would typically guarantee demise, such as a plane crash. Even on this desolate island, we experience life with a certain richness, rather than succumbing to despair or being perpetually constrained. Hence, at this juncture, I felt compelled to encourage them to remain vigilant, to adopt preventive measures, and to avoid excessive pessimism. Brother Chun, you are indeed correct. We must not allow ourselves to succumb to despair." Li Yuan clenched her fist, motivating herself, and then turned to me to convey her understanding. At this moment, I also urged them to carefully examine the traps we had set up around us, suggesting additional reinforcements in various locations to bolster our defenses. A meticulous inspection was in order. Any vulnerabilities or overlooked areas should be addressed to enhance our chances of survival. Chapter 89. Revenge, but how many hyenas are there truly? I sighed quietly within, wary of revealing my feelings. The days spent together had transformed me into their pillar of support, the first person they turned to when faced with challenges. If I were to falter now, the two young women would undoubtedly be even more unsettled. We had retreated to the safest position, encircled by layers of traps, and I trusted that we would manage when the pack of hyenas returned. At that moment, I distributed pieces of firewood to each of them. This was a signal for their safety. When the hyenas came back, they needed to see clearly. Otherwise, in the darkness, fear would overwhelm them. We were prepared, having anticipated various scenarios. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan took deep breaths, attempting to alleviate their tension and fear, as if this ritual could bring them some semblance of calm. I understood their concerns, so I refrained from disturbing them, allowing them to self-regulate. We had to wait, particularly for their return. By the way, Zhao Xiaoru, do we have any leftover food? The roasted fish they had provided earlier had been consumed to distract the hyenas, but I suddenly realized I needed food for another purpose. No, I gave you all the roasted fish, Zhao Xiaoru replied, shaking her head, though she was unsure of my intentions. Soon, she added, "Oh no? There should still be some." In that moment, a thought struck her, and she hurried over to search, quickly uncovering a piece of meat wrapped in leaves. "Here, Chendong. There is still this piece. It's the salted jerky you made before." This piece was typically meant for their consumption, but when it was given to Zhao Xiaoru previously, she found it too salty and had set it aside, not anticipating its utility now. "All right, hand it to me." I was pleased to find something useful. And at that moment, I felt a renewed determination. Especially in light of recent events, one must always be prepared. "But what do you need this jerky for?" At this moment, Zhao Xiaoru gazed at me in confusion. Even Li Yuan appeared somewhat astonished. Could it be that it was still intended to feed those hyenas? At this moment, they found themselves enveloped in a sense of perplexity. Indeed, this piece of jerky was intended for their consumption, yet simultaneously it was not meant for them. With this thought in mind, I spoke up, my expression imbued with a hint of profundity. "What is this? Even now, Chendong, do you still insist on sharing such jokes with us?" At this moment, Zhao Xiaoru expressed some dissatisfaction, as if he believed that, given the urgency of the situation, I should not be in a position to jest. His words were rather obscure, rendering them difficult to comprehend. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoru's remarks, I merely offered a faint smile and provided him with a comforting response. "Certainly not." After articulating these thoughts, I proceeded to assure him, stating that they would soon understand, for I possessed my own clever solutions. Just as we were deliberating, we heard commotion ahead. It seemed a pack of hyenas was approaching, driven by a desire for vengeance. Their movements lacked the previous subtlety and were no longer accompanied by the faintest of sounds. Instead, they advanced with great force, creating a considerable uproar. They had arrived. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were instantly captivated by the din, no longer fixated on the question I had posed earlier, nor pursuing an answer from me. In such a critical moment, how could they possibly divert their thoughts further? More importantly, at this critical juncture, it is imperative to prioritize the immediate matters at hand. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in a predicament. Exercise caution and remain vigilant. The enemy has manifested. Upon hearing these sounds, I could ascertain that the pack of hyenas had indeed returned. Thus, I offered them a word of reassurance and a reminder to stay alert and attentive. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan nodded solemnly, yet their expressions remained tinged with anxiety. Despite my initial warning and the scenarios I outlined, it did not guarantee that they would retain their composure upon witnessing the actual return of the hyenas. To their surprise, the pack had indeed returned. Initially, they thought my concerns were exaggerated or that I was overly anxious. In truth, the solitary hyena they had encountered earlier was the last of their group. Little did they anticipate such a swift resurgence. At this moment, a pack of hyenas rushed forth with remarkable speed. It is often said that these creatures harbor deep-seated grudges and seek vengeance for even the slightest grievances. If they perceive themselves as wronged or view others as prey, they will pursue relentlessly, showing no signs of mercy. Indeed, they have returned, and the sounds of their hurried footsteps suggest a considerable number. We quickly ignited our torches, and as they emerged, they found themselves encircled right beneath our very eyes, initially revealing only a few pairs of eerie green eyes. Now, however, they appeared in droves, resembling fireflies meandering through the depths of the forest, leaving no space unoccupied. Is there an excessive number of them? Someone gasped, unable to restrain their fear. Even Zhao Xiaoru could not maintain her composure, her face betraying anxiety and dread. It was inconceivable to imagine so many hyenas, if they charged at once. How could the three of us possibly defend ourselves? Would we be torn apart in an instant? As this horrifying thought crossed her mind, Zhao Xiaoru instinctively shuddered. What are you thinking? Is this really the time for such wild imaginings? I discerned their troubled expressions, realizing that these two girls were prone to conjuring up all sorts of chaotic scenarios. While such flights of fancy might be acceptable in ordinary times, now, at this critical juncture, conserving our strength was paramount. We had yet to engage in combat, and succumbing to fear was not an option. Chapter 90, Power. Do not frighten yourselves. Such overactive imaginations only serve to bolster others' resolve while diminishing our own. However, I am aware that we have set several traps. Despite the recent increase in their numbers, it will require significant effort for them to breach our defenses. Perhaps, if fortune favors us, we might eliminate them entirely. As they emerged frantically, the sight of our blazing torches illuminated our figures, causing a stir of caution among the hyenas. This did not merely halt their advance. It solidified their determination, clearly marking our location as their prey. Once they had fixated on us, they charged in our direction. Unfortunately for them, we had strategically laid out barbed wire traps on the edge of the forest. As they barreled forward, several were ensnared by the wire, tumbling and injuring themselves, their blood seeping from their wounds, instilling a sense of wariness in the others. Our intention had been to establish a defensive line and deliver a striking blow to their confidence. With a few incapacitated, the remaining hyenas slowed their advance, which was sufficient for us. Indeed, it works. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru exchanged glances, elated at the apparent success, and clapped their hands together in delight. This is merely the beginning. We must not grow complacent. I seized the moment to remind them to remain vigilant and not to let their triumph cloud their judgment, especially with the prospect of being distracted by the remaining hyenas, previously hidden in the depths of the woods. We could only gauge their numbers by the glint of their eyes. Now, as they crept closer, illuminated by the flames, I could discern that, aside from the injured ones on the ground, there were over 20 hyenas. This was a daunting situation. Even ordinary dogs could easily tear us apart. The gravity of our predicament was palpable, underscoring the necessity of remaining on high alert. Brother Chen, you were right. We celebrated too soon. There are simply too many. The sight of so many hyenas gathered in one place was overwhelming, triggering a sense of claustrophobia. They had been lurking for quite some time, and witnessing such a multitude of wild beasts was unprecedented for us. Under the gaze of those deep green eyes, Li Yuan shivered again, as if a chill were creeping up from her feet, robbing her of any semblance of calm. This was truly terrifying. Zhao Xiaoru felt a cold shiver run down her spine. It seemed that they had misjudged Chen Dong. His assessment had been correct. Those few hyenas had merely been scouting for prey, and upon confirming their target, they would summon their entire pack to feast. Now, with the unforeseen injury to their comrades, it was only natural for them to seek reinforcements, leading to the entire pack converging upon us. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan instinctively swallowed hard, their hearts racing as if they had sprinted 100 meters. Had their mouths not been tightly shut, their hearts might have leapt from their throats. Stay calm and keep vigilant. I shot them a glance, urging them to remain aware of our surroundings. I had noted that one of the hyenas had begun to divert our attention, employing a classic tactic of misdirection. With so many hyenas now present, it was challenging to keep our eyes on all of them. especially with the possibility that they might use the cover of darkness to flank us. Understood, they replied, gripping their weapons tightly. If the situation weren't so dire, I might have marveled at the sheer number of hyenas I was witnessing for the first time in real life. As long as they refrained from looking at us with that predatory gaze, I would be content. Yet, it was evident that this was a futile hope. Their eyes were fixed on us, perceiving us as mere sustenance, eager to devour us and convert us into nourishment. The hyenas began to stir. The earlier trap had instilled a measure of caution, yet it had also bred a sense of animosity and disdain towards us. They emitted terrifying growls. Their menacing eyes fixed upon us. 2 hyenas, in particular, surged forward, their front paws clawing the ground before they dashed towards our encirclement. Clearly, they were also probing for weaknesses. It must be said that these hyenas exhibited intelligence beyond my expectations. I had anticipated that. While the previous trap might have raised their alertness, they would not be so cautious. To my surprise, one hyena ventured ahead while the others remained in waiting. This was indeed alarming. The 2 hyenas that charged towards us soon found themselves ensnared in our second trap, a snare that lifted their forelimbs from the ground, rendering them immobile. Upon witnessing this, the remaining hyenas unleashed a series of warning growls, seemingly attempting to intimidate us into submission. However, as they continued to tumble into our traps, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan's expressions brightened, their fear and anxiety gradually dissipating. It appeared that, while the situation was pressing, it was not devoid of hope. They took a deep breath, striving to compose themselves further. However, Brother Chun, they appear particularly astute, as no hyena dares to approach now. At this moment, Li Yuan pondered, observing the other hyenas maintaining their position. After witnessing 2 ensnared in the traps, they began to halt. Had we not reached a stalemate? Not to mention, with the loss of these few hyenas, around 20 remain. These 20 hyenas are not easily dealt with. It must be said that even solitary lions or leopards would tread cautiously around them. Chapter 91. Parting ways. What is there to fear? If they possess such patience, we shall continue to engage them. After all, extending this confrontation into daylight would only serve to benefit us. My response, delivered in a tone of unwavering certainty, was meant to instill confidence in both Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru. Regardless of the circumstances, we are higher-order beings, our intellect far surpassing that of these agitated hyenas. They cannot maintain this tension for long, especially since they regard us as prey and will certainly not allow us to remain untroubled. Stalemate is but a fleeting moment. Brother Chen, you are indeed correct. So, according to your assessment, what should we do now? Zhao Xiaoru quickly inquired, having regained her composure from earlier fears. She realized that, in this predicament, they had no option but to fight with all their might, striving for any chance of success. Thus, she was determined not to hinder our efforts and wished to assist me. We shall continue to wait, after all. We have laid numerous traps and have yet to utilize them all. At this juncture, we have merely showcased a couple of traps, and as they advance, they will inevitably become ensnared by these ropes, not to mention our other preparations. Our forethought will ensure we are not easily restrained, nor will we allow them to gain the upper hand. My suspicions proved accurate. The hyenas began to stir restlessly, previously lying low and observing us. They now appeared to grow impatient. They were beginning to take action. I voiced this observation, urging everyone to remain alert. The adversary was poised to strike, and we could not afford to retreat. The hyenas charged towards us, albeit cautiously avoiding the trap ropes ahead. However, they underestimated our preparations. I had considered that if these ropes were all placed in a single location, they could ensnare only a few under optimal conditions. Thus, our traps were set haphazardly, a reflection of our moods. Consequently, a moment's carelessness on their part could lead them into our snare. I hoped that this trap would eliminate 5 hyenas, leaving us with only 16. Witnessing several companions fall, the remaining hyenas displayed their teeth and growled fiercely, seemingly warning us against any reckless actions or demanding the release of their comrades. Yet, we had no intention of heeding their pleas. These traps were gifts we had prepared for them, and now we awaited their acceptance. Indeed, it was effective, Chendong. Zhao Xiaoru exclaimed with delight, noting the 5 hyenas that had fallen. Although the remaining number was still daunting, we had many more traps awaiting these hyenas, alleviating our previous fears. The situation appeared to be shifting in our favor. They gradually regained their confidence, the pallor on their faces receding, giving way to a hint of color. Of course, we could not celebrate prematurely. These 16 hyenas were still capable of overwhelming the 3 of us. At this moment, I exchanged a glance with them, cautioning against any arrogance. Opportunities abound, but we must seize them. As I observed them continually snarling and clawing at the ground, I tossed the cured jerky that Zhao Xiaoru had just handed me into their midst. Initially, All the hyenas were drawn to the enticing aroma of the meat. But soon they retreated, tails tucked between their legs, save for a slightly larger hyena that sniffed the morsel and consumed it. Li Yuan's expression shifted to one of confusion as she looked at me. Brother Qin, what do you mean by this? Zhao Shiru, too, regarded me with curiosity, as if questioning my decision. Had I not previously stated that we would not feed them? Why then had I just thrown them food? I shook my head and began to clarify, no longer playing coy. Do you see? That is their leader, the so-called king. Previously, when I used the fish jerky to lure them all, it indicated their equal status. Those hyenas merely served as scouts, mere foot soldiers. However, the situation has changed. They have emerged en masse, seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades, which surely includes their leader. Understanding this allows us to target them effectively. As the saying goes, one must shoot the horse before the rider and capture the thief by first capturing the king. We must strike down their leader to shatter the confidence of the remaining hyenas. Now, as they all keep their distance, this lone hyena that dares to eat reveals itself to be the most crucial, the one of highest status in the pack. Zhao Xiaoru, it is time to act. I quickly instructed her, as we had previously agreed, and this was the reason I entrusted Lu Jian to her. Though our crossbow bolts had been fired once already and much of the poison had been depleted, there remained enough potency to fell a single hyena. Excellent. Zhao Xiaoru nodded in agreement and released the bolt. With a whoosh, 3 bolts flew through the air, all aimed at the hyena leader devouring the meat. Despite her shortcomings, she did not falter when the moment called for seriousness. She acted without hesitation. Regrettably, the hyena leader proved to be more cautious than we had anticipated. It deftly evaded our arrows, sustaining no injury whatsoever. Instead, the 2 hyenas behind it were inadvertently struck. The poison from the bolts quickly infiltrated their skin and flesh, and with a whimper, they succumbed. However, our primary target, the hyena leader, remained unharmed. It appeared that the adversary was even more formidable than we had imagined. Chapter 92. Capture the thief by first capturing the king. As the previous action unfolded, the other hyenas instinctively surrounded their leader, shielding it and preventing us from easily attacking or dealing with it. How loyal they are, I muttered to myself. But this only reinforced my belief that this particular hyena was indeed their leader, warranting our utmost focus and elimination. It was unfortunate that we had failed to injure it. I apologize, Qin Dong. It was my oversight not to seize the opportunity. At this moment, Zhao Shiru bit her lip in remorse and offered her apologies. Upon seeing the spent crossbow bolts, she was filled with frustration and could not help but stamp her foot, feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Just moments ago, when dealing with other hyenas, everything had gone smoothly. Why, then, did misfortune strike when facing this leader? It has been quite some time since I last practiced target shooting, and I find myself becoming somewhat rusty. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoru's words, I merely smiled and remarked, "What of it? Did you not slay both hyenas?" Moreover, what we discussed earlier was merely a preliminary plan. If the first plan fails, we shall devise a second one. Can a living person truly be suffocated by something as trivial as urine? That was merely an experiment. Since it proved unsuccessful, let us seek an alternative approach. Can these hyenas truly allow their prey to escape? Having just witnessed the demise of 2 under the piercing arrows, their ranks have been significantly diminished, having their numbers to a mere 14. I find myself immensely satisfied with this outcome. I have discerned that the one we just targeted is their leader. We shall concentrate our efforts on him. Should he evade the snares set by others, he will be our primary focus. At this juncture, I take a moment to reassure Zhao Xiaoru, urging him not to take it to heart nor to dwell excessively on the recent missteps. If this hyena leader were truly so easily vanquished, could he still hold the title of leader? However, he has indeed piqued my interest, leading me to believe that he should not be underestimated at this moment. The hyenas, upon witnessing our direct assault on their leader, were momentarily taken aback. Yet they bared their teeth in a display of dissatisfaction towards us. Subsequently, a few of them charged in our direction. To my astonishment, they leaped effortlessly over the ring of firewood we had positioned at the forefront. Typically, such flames and open fires evoke a primal fear in wild beasts. I never anticipated that our actions could provoke them to such an extent that they disregarded their natural aversion to fire. Goodness! Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan instinctively gasped, their expressions shifting once more. Meanwhile, I maintained a stoic demeanor, fixated on the space ahead. Indeed, as they charged forward, they triggered the trap. Despite leaping over the flames, they were pierced by the wooden spears we had meticulously prepared in advance. Roar! The 2 hyenas were suddenly intertwined, resembling a candied hawthorn on a stick. Witnessing their comrades sacrifice yet again, the other hyenas could no longer restrain themselves. One by one, they charged toward this direction, while their leader remained shielded behind them. They leaped into the air once more, soaring over numerous artillery and traps and clearing the barbed wire snares. However, a few ignited their fur while jumping over the flames, desperately circling on the ground and emitting a series of anguished howls that sent shivers down one's spine. Nevertheless, this cacophony could not deter their relentless assault. Many had initially become ensnared in the barbed wire, while others were caught in the nooses, hanging helplessly above. Some fell victim to the flames we had prepared. Our wooden spears, serving as the last line of defense, pierced through numerous hyenas. The pack had significantly diminished, leaving only 4 remaining alongside their unscathed leader. This meant that the other hyenas had sacrificed their lives to pave the way for their leader and the remaining 4. Now, only 5 hyenas remained, including the leader, mirroring the same ferocity they had displayed against us. However, our traps had been nearly exhausted. In this direction, a few wooden spears had been dealt with by the hyenas, leaving only a handful of gaps. Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru exchanged glances, each discerning a flicker of fear and panic in the other's eyes. They had meticulously prepared these traps, hoping to eliminate as many as possible. Yet they had not anticipated the sheer size of the hyena pack. To their dismay, they had exhausted our traps without annihilating them entirely. The 5 surviving hyenas were thoroughly incensed, their fierce gazes reflecting the devastation of their dwindled pack. They were likely even more enraged at the sight of their comrades reduced to such a few, perhaps longing to rend us apart with their sharp teeth. With only 5 remaining, the outcome was somewhat more favorable than I had anticipated, as it meant we were no longer facing an overwhelming assault. We would confront them together. Remember, each of you must take down one with your wooden spears. At this moment, their spears were imbued with the venom of the silver-ringed snake. They need not inflict severe wounds. A mere scratch would suffice for the venom to seep into their bodies, thereby diminishing their ranks once more. All right, I understand. Chen Dong replied. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will be vigilant. They both answered in unison, their expressions resolute. Zhao Xiaoru had already discarded her spent crossbow to avoid any hindrance and gripped her spear firmly, preparing to strike when the hyenas leaped. Meanwhile, Li Yuan did not lag behind, refraining from further cries of distress. Their transformation and growth pleased me immensely, showcasing their newfound resilience compared to the initial panic they exhibited at every turn. I believed that with this leap of faith, they would achieve even greater growth. For there remained ample room for their improvement. Chapter 93. The relentless assault. The remaining hyenas stand as our common adversaries, and their eradication is pivotal to our survival in this treacherous island escape. Remember, swift action is imperative. We must endeavor to eliminate them with utmost efficiency. Otherwise, it shall be our demise. At this moment, I continue to provide them with a crucial extension, reminding them to remain vigilant and to implement preventive measures, preparing to address and confront the hyenas at any moment. The leader of the hyenas emitted a series of growls, seemingly originating from deep within its throat, bearing its sharp teeth as a warning and a means of intimidation directed at us. They were upon us. Now, only they remained. And the obstacles and traps had been nearly eradicated by the previous hyenas, who had almost paved a path to us with their very lives. At this juncture, 5 hyenas advanced together, no longer scattering. I seized a wooden spear from the remaining mechanism and hurled it towards them, akin to throwing a javelin. However, they skillfully dodged, evading the strike. My intention was merely to disrupt their formation, preventing them from clustering together. Once one of them broke away, I instructed Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan to collaborate in dealing with the solitary hyena, while I would engage the remaining 4. It was imperative to secure them a moment to act. If they could manage that, there might be a glimmer of hope if others failed to seize the opportunity. Moreover, both of them wielded a wooden spear. When the moment arrived, they could coordinate their actions effectively. In summary, this was a critical juncture, one of decisive significance. When the hyena pack first appeared, it was indeed a tumultuous and grand spectacle, their sheer numbers overwhelming and beyond our immediate capacity to manage. However, now only a few remain, and we still stand a chance to fight back. As dawn approaches, the situation may soon turn in our favor. If we can endure until the break of day, we will find it easier to subdue them, utilizing the light to decisively eliminate the threat, thus sparing us the need to cautiously discern their hiding spots. You two, advance together, and remember to drive your wooden spears deep. At this moment, a subordinate hyena, not the leader, lunges to attack Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan. I take a moment to caution them while I focus on the remaining 4, including their leader. I can only remind them to stay vigilant and make prudent choices. Rest assured, we shall handle this first before coming to your aid. Upon witnessing the precariousness of my situation and recognizing my solitary struggle with numerous challenges, Zhao Xiaoru anxiously urged me, you must hold on as well. To resolve the immediate troubles before them, they must first address the predicament at hand. It would be unwise to ensnare everyone in the same dilemma. Subsequently, Zhao Xiaoru exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yuan, and together they coordinated their efforts, thrusting their wooden spears with precision. It is undeniable that in moments of despair or fear, one's potential can be maximized. Not only did Zhao Xiaoru's spear pierce deeply into the hide of the hyena, but Li Yuan's also found its mark with surprising accuracy, an achievement she would not have accomplished under normal circumstances. Meanwhile, I faced the 4 adversaries before me. Their leader seemingly aware that my previous attacks had targeted the traps we had set. Consequently, the hyenas emitted a series of warning growls, displaying their sharp claws and jagged teeth, as if to showcase their prowess and the possibility of their victory over me. At that moment, rather than dispersing, they charged as a united front, intent on overwhelming me. The cunning nature of these hyenas, honed through their habitual hunts, led them to attack from all angles, attempting to encircle me from the front, rear, left, and right. Cursed be this situation, I muttered under my breath, gripping my axe tightly. While my other hand clutched the wooden spear I had just extracted from the trap, I swung the spear behind me, aiming at the approaching hyena, while my axe sliced through the air, executing a swift rotation that compelled them to instinctively retreat, thwarting their attempts to pounce. Their frustration was palpable, as they were evidently displeased by my sudden escape. In that moment, I swiftly leaped forward, kicking a pile of ignited kindling towards them. Their agility allowed them to dodge, yet it instilled a modicum of fear, albeit a fleeting effect. I then thrust my spear towards the rear, piercing the hyena that sought to ambush me. 1 down, but 3 remained. Their speed seemed to increase, surpassing my expectations, while their leader's predatory gaze remained fixed upon me, unyielding. They continued to shift positions, seemingly seeking the most opportune angle to bring me down. Brother Chen, we have managed to subdue our opponent here. Li Yuan joyfully relayed this encouraging news amidst my standoff with the hyenas. Thanks to their venom-laden spear, they had easily dispatched the hyena that threatened them, and now they were poised to assist me. Observing me encircled by the remaining 3 hyenas, they began to grow anxious. One of the hyenas bared its teeth in warning at them, then leapt towards Li Yuan, aiming to bring her down. Prepared for battle just moments prior, Li Yuan had succeeded in overcoming the previous hyena, but as she now faced this sudden shift in the enemy's focus, she froze in terror, her body rigid, while her mind screamed for her to flee, to evade the impending danger. Yet, his feet seemed to be glued to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. She could only widen her eyes, agonizingly awaiting her fate. I too was ensnared by other hyenas, unable to extricate myself or reach out to save her. Alas! Yet Zhao Xiaoru reacted more swiftly, issuing a low shout as she seized the dagger from Li Yuan's grasp, bringing it down upon the hyena with ferocity. The blade was exceedingly sharp, cleaving the creature in twain, blood gushing forth in a relentless stream. Chapter 94, Crossbow Arrows. Alas! After ensuring Li Yuan's safety, Zhao Xiaoru's hands trembled in shock. She had not anticipated such a gruesome spectacle. Her intention was merely to shield Li Yuan by dispatching the assailant hyena, yet she had inadvertently severed it completely. Its innards spilled forth, grotesque and sanguine, eliciting a wave of nausea from Li Yuan, who was on the verge of retching. The situation had now escalated to 2 hyenas, one ordinary and the other a leader. At that moment, the leader's gaze bore into me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. It seemed that our actions had provoked them, drawing us into their wrath. Qindong, take this. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoru hurled the wooden spear in my direction, exclaiming, this should still be useful. He informed me that the pointed ends should still retain some venom from the silver-ringed snake, which could prove effective if they were to pierce our foes. As for the other wooden spear, he brandished it before Li Yuan, his gaze fixed intently on the remaining 2 hyenas. Their numbers had dwindled significantly, rendering them incapable of instilling the same sense of dread as before. Moreover, they had lost their advantage. I felt the sting of the spear he had thrown, yet it allowed me to successfully strike one of the ordinary hyenas, the venom swiftly permeating its skin and corroding it. The creature emitted a whimper before falling silent, its life extinguished. Now, only the last hyena remained, its leader glaring at me with bared teeth, seemingly intent on unleashing all its fury upon me. It was particularly galling for it to witness its numerous companions reduced to nothing, defeated by 3 mere humans. How could it possibly swallow this bitter humiliation? The remaining hyena leader was considerably more robust than the average hyena. Its limbs were powerful, the muscles taut and well-defined, a testament to its life of relentless pursuit of prey. Under ordinary circumstances, I might have found a measure of admiration for its physique, but now, aware that it regarded me as a thorn in its side, I could hardly continue to appreciate its form. Give me the katana. There is only one left now. With Li Yuan being looked after by Zhao Xiaoru, there is no longer a need to use the katana for self-defense. Furthermore, facing this solitary alpha hyena, I fear that without a sharper weapon, I might struggle to cope. Subsequently, Chendong, Zhao Xiaoru comprehended my intent and promptly tossed the katana to me, urging me to exercise caution. After offering this reminder, he swiftly retreated to a position by the flames, standing back to back with Li Yuan as I had instructed. Both individuals, armed and vigilant, remained acutely aware of their surroundings, apprehensive of the potential emergence of other hyenas or perhaps a lurking adversary among them. I was acutely aware that, following previous encounters, this particular hyena had already deemed me its most despised foe. It circled around my vicinity, seemingly in search of a strategic position from which to launch an attack, while I maintained unwavering focus on its movements. No matter which direction it turned, I mirrored its actions, my bloody blade following suit, poised to strike. Any sign of movement from it would prompt an immediate counter, a warning delivered through the weapon I wielded. Despite its incessant growling, it refrained from rash actions, displaying a commendable patience. After all, haste often leads to folly. In this tense standoff, I remained vigilant as it circled, seemingly intent on discovering my vulnerabilities or attempting a surprise attack from behind. I kept my gaze fixed upon it, unwavering. Observing its lack of action, I kicked the glowing embers of the firewood in front of me, intending to deliver a warning and instill fear, urging it to act or risk prolonging this stalemate. However, its patience was evident, suggesting prior encounters with formidable prey. Thus, we found ourselves entrenched in this deadlock. Wielding my blade, I realized that this indecision could not persist. With its minions dispatched, the hyena stood alone, rendering it vulnerable, an opportune moment to strike. With this clarity, I narrowed my eyes and prepared to initiate an offensive. However, my approach was not reckless. I did not charge blindly. Instead, I executed a feint, kicking the fiery wood to divert its attention, simultaneously exerting a psychological deterrent. With my blade firmly in hand, I lunged forward, raising it to strike decisively at its position. A swift resolution was imperative against such a threatening leader. Yet, this chief proved to be more cunning and elusive than the others. As my blade descended, it deftly rolled aside, avoiding my attack with remarkable agility, leaving even the kicked embers untouched by its fur. Impressive indeed. While I knew better than to commend my adversary, its reflexes and prowess exceeded my expectations, particularly given its 4 agile legs. Their speed and efficiency surpassed my own. I continued to observe it closely, waiting for an opportunity when it might falter, while Zhao Xiaoru and the others anxiously watched from a distance, filled with concern. Our tranquil encampment had been shattered by a midnight ambush, and this night had turned restless, fraught with the preparations of traps. Now, at this crucial juncture, I found myself entangled with the most formidable of foes. Zhao Xiaoru incessantly berated herself, pondering that had she swiftly seized him while he was utilizing the crossbow, the current tension could have been entirely averted. When he finally grasped this point, a sense of vexation washed over him. However, he soon recalled the crucial element, the crossbow bolts. The hyenas that had just been dispatched lay lifeless beneath those very bolts. Now, if he could retrieve those arrows and seize the opportunity to strike while Chendong was preoccupied with their struggle, would that not suffice? It can also divert the opponent's attention, enabling a successful ambush. Chapter 95. Resolution. After Zhao Xiaoru comprehended this point, she approached Li Yuan and exchanged a few words. Together, they maintained a synchronized motion and retrieved the crossbow arrows. At that moment, I refrained from deliberately intercepting their actions, choosing instead to focus intently on the hyena. I was acutely aware that it too was seeking an opportunity, waiting for a moment of my inattention, thus rendering us both equally vulnerable. Should either of us falter, there would be no room for retreat. True strength in confrontation often hinges on a singular decisive strike, a matter of life and death. In this tense moment, we both scrutinized each other, our gazes locked in mutual observation, compelled to act with utmost swiftness. The hyena, however, was not in a significantly advantageous position either. It emitted a series of mournful howls and growls, as if attempting to exploit my weaknesses. Yet, neither of us could find any chinks in the armor of the other. For the first time, we both understood each other's intentions, rendering it impossible for either to seize an opening. I once again assessed its movements and trajectory. I raised my broadsword and aimed to strike towards the ground, only for it to evade the blow. This time, however, its speed was not as formidable as mine, and it sustained a few superficial wounds, though not enough for a fatal blow. The broadsword carved a distinct mark into the earth. I could not help but reflect on the exceptional quality of this blade, No wonder it bore such immense value. The hyena, having suffered setbacks at my hands, was clearly agitated. It widened its eyes and glared at me with ferocity, its claws fully extended. It was difficult to fathom the damage it could inflict if it were to grasp me. Surely, it could tear through flesh and skin. In a more severe scenario, it might even penetrate my very innards. Having successfully taken action, I now must continue my confrontation with him. With these thoughts in mind, I raised the cleaver once more and struck down, keeping a vigilant gaze on my adversary. With each calculated swing, I pressed forward relentlessly, forcing him into an inescapable retreat. The hyena leader, having endured numerous lacerations and the loss of comrades, was beginning to falter under the mounting pressure. At this moment, he emitted a series of whimpers but was still unwilling to concede easily, persistently seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, I heard Zhao Xiaoru's voice calling from behind me. Upon turning, I noticed he was equipped with a fully assembled crossbow. Clearly, while I was engaged in combat with the hyena leader, he had taken the initiative to gather and reassemble these crossbow bolts. Now, they were poised to prove significantly more effective. I offered him an approving glance and, with a seamless maneuver, stepped aside to reveal the hyena's position. Having narrowly missed the previous strike, there was no escape for him now. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoru let out a low exclamation, swiftly releasing 3 arrows that soared through the air, all aimed once more at the direction of the hyena. Having just learned a valuable lesson, Zhao Xiaoru refrained from firing indiscriminately. Instead, she anticipated her target's movements, pausing momentarily before releasing her shot. As fate would have it, this time her aim did not falter. One arrow found its mark, piercing directly into the abdomen of the hyena. Success! Zhao Xiaoru gasped in astonishment, a look of wonder quickly spreading across her face. Wow, Sister Xiaoru, you did it. You succeeded. Li Yuan followed closely behind Zhao Xiaoru, joyfully bouncing with delight. You are so amazing, Sister Xiaoru. Li Yuan held Zhao Xiaoru in the highest regard, raising her thumb in praise, acknowledging her as a woman of extraordinary prowess. Furthermore, the arrows were coated with venom, having pierced the belly of the hyena leader, which was devoid of any medicinal remedy. As anticipated, it writhed on the ground, seemingly afflicted by the toxic substance. Once again, it has fallen into our hands. At this moment, Li Yuan and Zhao Xiaoru approached with evident joy, clearly believing that they had successfully resolved the situation. Furthermore, Li Yuan leaned in, eager to glimpse the countenance of this defeated adversary. However, at that instant, I discerned a glint of ferocity in the hyena's eyes. This was alarming. It seemed that the opponent was prepared to fight to the bitter end, willing to risk everything in a desperate struggle. Li Yuan, be cautious. Upon witnessing the other party's movements, I hastily rushed over and pushed Li Yuan aside. In the same motion, I lifted my knife and struck again. Yet, I was still a moment too late. The hyena leader, unwilling to succumb to defeat, raised its paw and lunged fiercely in Li Yuan's direction. However, as I had pushed her away, I became the target, and it swiftly clawed at my back. The sharp talons tore through my clothing, leaving 3 bloody gashes across my skin. Despite my mental preparation, the pain caused me to furrow my brow and emit a muffled groan. Qin Dong. Oh my, brother Qin. With that, the hyena met its demise, severed from its own head, and could no longer ambush us. Yet, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan were utterly terrified, rushing over with expressions filled with panic. Even more so than when they first beheld the pack of hyenas attacking us. How are you? How do you feel now? How could this happen? Why did this occur? At this moment, the two of them were in a state of utter bewilderment and extreme anxiety. They incessantly repeated words that only served to heighten their unease. Particularly, Li Yuan's face was ashen as she lamented, "It is all my fault, all my fault." He should not have been curious about the condition of the injured hyena, otherwise Qin Dong would not have needed to push him away and would not have sustained an injury himself. Upon seeing the blood beads emerging from my body, particularly the conspicuous and vivid marks on my back, both of them grew increasingly anxious. "It's nothing, just a minor wound, merely a superficial scratch," I reassured them. After all, I had merely been grazed while he had risked his life. The moment my skin was pierced, a sharp sting coursed through me, but now, as the pain has somewhat subsided, I realized it was not as severe as I initially feared, and I no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. I took a deep breath to compose myself and then sought to calm both of them, lest their panic rendered them entirely incapable of maintaining control. "Stay calm," I urged. Noticing their continued agitation made it impossible for them to remain composed. "And you, Li Yuan, do not forget your field of study. He is a future doctor. And on this desolate island, it is upon him that we rely for healing. It is unacceptable for him to be so flustered upon witnessing my injury." In a state of frantic anxiety, I realized that if a truly grave situation were to arise, I could not rely on anyone. Chapter 96. The Injury. Indeed, I am a doctor. I have studied medicine. Shindeji, there is no need to worry. I will ensure your recovery. It was precisely due to her that Qindong sustained his injuries, and the weight of a great stone pressed upon Li Yuan's chest, nearly suffocating her. Upon hearing my reminder, she regained her composure and became acutely aware of the events that had transpired. She needed to immediately implement some remedial measures, rather than continue to remain in a state of disoriented panic. Yes, please assist Qindong with his treatment at once. Zhao Xiaoru also regained her senses, her fear subsiding somewhat. However, upon witnessing the wounds on my body, she struggled to maintain her composure. What should we do now? I wonder where the other hyenas might be. Are there any other nations emerging at this time? They shall not return, for even their leader has been vanquished by us. This time, they believed they could emerge in full force. However, upon witnessing the carcasses of hyenas strewn across the ground, I quickly arrived at a conclusion. I felt no remorse or guilt for their demise. In such circumstances, it is a matter of survival of the fittest. If they had not perished, it would have surely been us three. At least they are able to retain a semblance of their form, whereas we would not be afforded such a fortunate outcome. One cannot deny, their leader was indeed remarkably tenacious. As the other hyenas succumbed to the venom during the mating season, they perished instantaneously. Yet this one, despite its physical impairments, exhibited an indomitable spirit, fiercely determined to fight for us. Had I not just pushed Li Yuan aside, she might have truly met a grim fate alongside the hyena leader. At that moment, I chuckled and spoke lightly, attempting to divert their attention. I apologize, Brother Chun. The fault lies entirely with me. I added, now is not the time for apologies. Please assist me with the bandaging. I reminded her to prevent Li Yuan from spiraling into anxious thoughts. Instead, I suggested we focus on tending to her wounds, and she quickly regained her composure, indicating that I should proceed while she thoroughly examined the situation. Brother Chin, please remove your clothing. I cooperated in shedding my garments, allowing Li Yuan to examine my wounds. Fortunately, my consistent training has rendered my muscles and skin significantly tougher than those of an ordinary individual. The hyena had already reached its limit, exerting all its strength without inflicting severe damage. Otherwise, its claws might have penetrated my very organs. As it stands, only the outer layer of skin has been breached, with some flesh compromised, which is, under the circumstances, a fortunate outcome. With a bit of recuperation, I should be able to recover well. Thankfully, the wound is not particularly deep. Li Yuan hurriedly assisted in examining the injury, and upon confirming its severity, she finally exhaled in relief. However, the fact that the injury was less severe than anticipated does not imply an absence of risk, especially in this environment of exposure and deprivation, devoid of medical treatment or nutritional support. Contemplating this, Li Yuan swiftly retrieved the purified water we had gathered, carefully pouring it over my wound to cleanse away the dust. Ensuring that the wound remains uncontaminated is paramount. Otherwise, the situation could become even more perilous. The claw of such a beast breaking the skin certainly poses a risk of tetanus, yet given our current conditions, we are lacking even basic anti-inflammatory medication. Li Yuan continued to express her concerns, her face reflecting a profound unease, as if she were about to once again engage in self-reproach and disdain. What is there to fear? I possess a resilient spirit, capable of enduring much. What is tetanus to me? Since my birth, I have never undergone vaccination. Observing the change in their expressions once more, I felt compelled to reassure them. Fear not, fear not. We are remarkably tenacious. Even a plane crash cannot claim us. There is nothing that can truly harm us. Besides, I have endured far worse injuries in the past, and now I am left unscathed. I continued to offer them solace, urging them not to be overly anxious. It was merely a minor wound. Furthermore, in comparison to injuring Li Yuan, I would much prefer to bear the pain myself. At least my constitution is robust, allowing for a swifter recovery. During this time, Li Yuan diligently assisted in examining my injury. After washing away the dirt, she retrieved some dried animal hides, deftly cutting them into small pieces to dress my wound. As she bandaged me, I suddenly felt a few warm droplets trickling down my back, and I realized she must have been weeping. I am not yet dead. Why mourn for me? It is entirely my fault, Brother Chun. I apologize. Qindong had long warned me to never let my pride cloud my judgment, yet I foolishly disregarded his advice. Now, alas, my curiosity has led to dire consequences, not for the cat, but for Qindong. Within this isolated enclave, there exist no medical facilities or pharmaceuticals. The only items discovered aboard the ghost ship were rudimentary tools. All beneficial medications had long since expired and were rendered utterly ineffectual. Survival has already become an arduous challenge. And now, having suffered such severe injuries, particularly inflicted by these wild beasts, one cannot help but wonder what diseases they may carry. The last batch of medicine has been entirely depleted, and there are no herbal remedies in the vicinity. Moreover, the first aid kit has been lost. It can be said that I am left with no choice but to endure this pain alone. I sincerely apologize, Brother Chen. The more Li Yuan reflected on the situation, the more guilt overwhelmed her, feeling as though all of this was her fault. Initially, she shed silent tears. But soon she could not suppress her sorrow and broke down in sobs. Chun Dong serves as the anchor for both of them, a source of reassurance. If something were to happen to him, they would truly have no hope of escaping the deserted island. Zhao Shiru was startled, and even I found myself at a loss for words, attempting to comfort her. As for me, I was utterly dumbfounded. I had never witnessed a girl cry before. My previous experiences had been among rugged men, where a true man sheds blood but not tears. Please, do not cry. The wound is already painful, and your tears only add to my headache. I could only divert Li Yuan's attention. This seemed to work, as she indeed ceased her tears, though she still sniffled. Appearing pitiful, "I'm sorry, Brother Chun. I won't cry anymore," she replied, her voice tinged with sobs, "gently blowing on my wound. I'll blow on it. It won't hurt. For now, the only course of action is to perform the simplest cleaning of the wound and apply a bandage. Nothing else can be of use." "There, I'm fine," I reassured her, noticing her tear-streaked face filled with fear. I quickly sought to soothe her. Of course, while comforting her, I did not forget to remind her to exercise utmost caution in the future and avoid taking such reckless risks as she did today. One must never become complacent. Today's hubris brought about this calamity, leading us to this dire situation. Chapter 97. Fever. I know, I am fully aware that today was my fault, and I truly did not mean for this to happen. At that moment, Li Yuan hurriedly assured me and apologized, promising that she would never dare act so recklessly again. Seeing my injury sustained while saving her made Li Yuan feel exceedingly guilty, burdening me with such troublesome matters. She believed that given my abilities, I would certainly be able to protect her, and that I would not have been overpowered in such a perilous situation. Thus, her guilt and sorrow threatened to engulf her, rendering her utterly irrational. Amidst her apologies, she vowed never to engage in such behavior again, recognizing the sheer risk involved. "You must remember this," Zhao Shiru chimed in, cautioning Li Yuan not to repeat her mistakes. This instance was a stroke of misfortune amidst an even greater calamity. Who could predict whether we would be so fortunate in the future? If we were to be careless again, the next encounter could prove truly perilous, leaving us wholly unprepared. "All right, I'm fine. You both need not worry," I reassured them, noticing their faces still reflected concern and lingering fear. I felt it necessary to remind them that the previous scare was merely a false alarm, and there was no significant harm done. They need not dwell on it. "Let us not linger on this matter any longer. We must focus on moving forward," I advised. "If we remain preoccupied with past fears, how can we hope to leave this place? Let us gather the remaining tools." As I observed their inclination to speak further, I preemptively interrupted, redirecting their focus. Everything we used on this isolated island is irreplaceable, and without the necessary resources, each tool must be carefully preserved. These implements are essential for our survival on the island. Consequently, it is imperative that we retrieve all the tools, prompting me to remind them to attend to the task at hand. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan and Zhao Shiru promptly nodded, and the three of us set about gathering the tools, extracting the force we had used to secure the dock. The most crucial among them were the crossbow arrows, which held paramount importance. What shall we do about those? At that moment, Zhao Shiru and Li Yuan, halfway through their task, glanced up at the hyenas ensnared by iron wire, still struggling against their bonds and entangled in ropes, hanging from the trees. They appeared to be filled with animosity and loathing toward us, having witnessed their companions' demise at our hands, yearning to leap down and exact vengeance. Observing their demeanor, Zhao Shiru and Li Yuan displayed expressions of concern. These hyenas, baring their teeth and glaring with menace, had already demonstrated their ferocity. It was clear they harbored a strong desire for revenge. One could only wonder if they might retaliate against us at any moment. Therefore, we could not afford to hesitate or falter. Seeing their agitation, I grasped my sword and swiftly dealt with them. In such dire circumstances, mercy would yield no benefit. It would only ensnare us further in peril. Thus, it was imperative to resolve this swiftly. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Shiru and Li Yuan understood without uttering a word. They had already perceived the hyena's vengeful nature, and should we choose to ignore them or show pity, it would be our undoing. First, we would be unable to reclaim our tools, and in the next moment of danger, our safety would no longer be assured. Secondly, releasing the hyenas would be akin to letting a tiger return to its lair, bringing forth untold future troubles without any benefit. Therefore, we must act quickly to eliminate them. Even a moment's hesitation could allow them to break free and leap down, presenting a true threat. With this in mind, we swiftly dispatched them and proceeded to collect the ropes and iron wire. Having encountered a pack of hyenas while camping outdoors, who could tell what even more dangerous creatures we might face next time? We must ensure that we recover these tools promptly. Once we have gathered everything, we will use nearby branches and leaves to wipe away any traces of blood, for carrying tools stained with blood may attract ferocious beasts. As for the hyena meat, it is certainly no longer consumable. Though some were dealt with later, their flesh had become tough and unpalatable. Additionally, the hyenas had been dispatched using concealed weapons crafted from silver-ringed snakes. Who knows if they harbored any venom? Regardless, we are not in want of food and need not take such risks. What then shall we do with all of this? At that moment, Li Yuan, filled with curiosity, turned to me and inquired, Brother Chun, we cannot simply leave them like this, can we? Indeed, Chen Dong. Zhao Xiaoru nodded in agreement, her expression turning gravely serious. Of course, we cannot allow that, I interjected hastily. If we were to leave their bodies unattended, it would be utterly unnecessary. Firstly, the scent of their blood would undoubtedly attract more wild beasts, placing us in greater peril. Furthermore, if these creatures remained exposed, the inevitable decay and odor could pose additional threats. Living on this island, our chances of survival would be significantly enhanced if we could preserve what we have. Most importantly, should we inadvertently attract smaller animals to consume the venomous flesh, would it not be a grave transgression on our part? In this circumstance, in order to preserve our lives, we were compelled to take action against them. This was all under specific conditions, had it not been a matter of life and death. Zhao Xiaoru and I shared a common perspective, to avoid harming the creatures within this environment as much as possible. With this understanding, we collaborated to excavate a large pit, into which we interred all the hyenas, effectively eliminating any potential odor dispersion and insulating ourselves from further threats. With this task accomplished, we need no longer worry. As we buried the hyenas, I clapped my hands to signal that Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan had successfully eradicated these dangers, allowing us to cease our concerns and overthinking. That is reassuring. Will there be any other dangers looming ahead? At this moment, Li Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety and inquired, Brother Chun, what shall we do? Although it is now dawn, we have yet to reach a place of safety. And at this moment, none of us dares to sleep. However, having endured such perilous experiences, sleep is the last thing on anyone's mind. Thus, both of them cannot help but contemplate other potential threats. After all, having just encountered hyenas, who knows what other dangers may lurk in the shadows? At that moment, both of them exhibited expressions of concern, casting anxious glances in my direction, silently seeking an answer from me. Fear not. Dawn shall arrive shortly, I reassured them. Once daylight breaks, those ferocious beasts will not be as brazen, nor will they mount a coordinated assault. Furthermore, the emergence of other creatures during the day will provide them with ample prey to satiate their hunger, rendering us less of a target. Let us endure a little longer here. I gestured for them to ready their weapons, urging them to remain steadfast, regardless of what may transpire. We must be prepared to respond swiftly and eliminate any threats. Otherwise, we risk plunging ourselves into peril. After articulating these thoughts, I rekindled the surrounding firewood, utilizing the flames to intimidate any beasts that might contemplate an attack. This was a cautious yet prudent measure, though it may prove unnecessary. Additionally, I noticed that both of them were particularly cold, their hands and feet chilled, and I sought to provide them with warmth to alleviate their tension. Very well, we understand, they said in unison. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan, unusually, did not contest my leadership. Upon hearing my words, they tightened their grips on their weapons, remaining vigilant and scanning the surroundings. We now awaited the break of day. Fortuitously, amid the chaos of the hyena assault, no other prey had ventured forth, allowing us to sustain ourselves until daylight. The blood from the slain hyena had pooled on the ground, taking on a dark crimson hue, and the metallic scent in the air had nearly dissipated. This was a promising sign, indicating our increasing safety and the stabilization of our surroundings. Observing their lingering anxiety and pallor, I endeavored to play a calming role, continually reassuring them. However, despite the approach of dawn, for those burdened by fear, each passing moment felt like an eternity, causing time to stretch unbearably. As soon as the sun rises tomorrow, we shall depart, clearing the area to ensure no beasts discover our location. In mentioning this, I aim to redirect their focus, lest they become ensnared in the horrors we had just faced, undermining their composure. Yet, the question loomed, would the pack of hyenas return to retaliate? At this moment, they could not help but feel a twinge of concern, especially given the numerous hyenas that had fallen to our hands. However, there was no cause for alarm. After all, we had just vanquished their leader. which signified that they had indeed abandoned their lair. With an unwavering tone, I assured them, bolstered by absolute certainty, they would undoubtedly not reappear. Otherwise, the entire pack would not have converged upon us just moments ago, so there was no need to fret over the possibility of revenge or retribution. That is reassuring. Zhao Shiru let out a slight sigh of relief. After all, the hyenas were exceedingly ferocious. Who could ascertain whether their return would herald even greater peril? Thus, it was imperative to remain vigilant. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the mangroves, and I suggest we search for items that may prove useful. It is crucial that we gather as many practical tools as possible, as they may significantly aid our shipbuilding endeavors. More importantly, we must first ascertain whether we can depart safely. Therefore, we need to collect tools suitable for constructing a vessel. Admittedly, such resources are scarce, and it is unlikely that we can craft a formidable ship. My aim is merely to enhance its stability and enable us to drift further from our current position. Regrettably, the aircraft exploded upon landing, leaving us no opportunity to salvage anything of value. We could only scavenge some debris and identify a few useful items amidst the wreckage. Oh, the ghost ship. At this moment, a pivotal thought struck me, prompting me to inform Zhao Shiru and Li Yuan that we must retrace our steps to the ghost ship at dawn. There may be lifeboats or life rings aboard, essential equipment for any vessel. If we can locate them, our chances of a successful escape would be greatly bolstered. We must seize every opportunity that could enhance our survival and hope, refusing to allow any retreat or mischances. Indeed, Chen Dong, how could I have overlooked this? Zhao Shiru immediately displayed a look of astonishment. Initially, they had strongly resisted the idea of returning to that vessel, expressing their unwillingness to go back at all. However, now the prospect of returning symbolized a greater chance for survival. In light of this, who would be reluctant to go back? Chapter 98. The ghost ship. Even the traditionally timid Li Yuan is now nodding in agreement with our decision. Indeed, Brother Chen, let us return once the dawn breaks. Arriving earlier allows for better preparation, and more importantly, daytime activities are considerably safer. Even ghostly ships lose their terror in the light. The last time we explored the haunted factory, we stumbled upon a plethora of useful tools. Perhaps this time we shall discover even more. Li Yuan felt a surge of joy at this realization, clapping her hands as she thought it was essential to seize the moment and explore their surroundings in search of useful items. The frightening encounter with the pack of hyenas from the previous night had instilled in her a desire to find self-defense tools to safeguard her life. I nodded in agreement. The more useful items they could find, the better. We would conduct a thorough search and collect anything of value, as it might prove useful later. This shift in topic successfully diverted their attention, allowing both of them to regain their composure, their expressions no longer reflecting the initial tension and fear. Now, with their focus redirected, Li Yuan and Zhao Shiru began discussing what items they should seek when they returned to the ghost ship and strategizing on how to navigate back quickly. Observing their animated discussions and the strategies they devised, I felt my original worries gradually recede. This was the right approach. If we were to dwell on trivial matters, how could we move forward? Moreover, the essence of our survival in this harsh environment depended on our mutual support. We must not allow ourselves to be controlled or limited by fear. We firmly resolved to return to the ghost ship at dawn to search for supplies. With this change of focus, the two of them appeared much more stable, no longer exhibiting the frantic demeanor from earlier. Look, everything is fine now. It's daytime. And we are safe. This statement was meant to reassure them that there was no need for continued fear. Throughout the day, I consistently comforted them, assuring them of my well-being. At that moment, Zhao Shiru and Li Yuan exchanged a glance, both exhaling in relief, seemingly liberated from their previous anxieties. The events had felt overwhelming, almost as if they were trapped in an inescapable threat. God knows how terrified they were before dawn, especially with the thought of Chun Dong injured and the realization that they would have to rely solely on themselves for protection. Not only for their own safety, but also for Chen Dong's. My physique is strong enough to withstand a tigress attack. You two need not worry about me. I reassured them, fully aware of their concerns. I continued to affirm my condition, patting my chest to demonstrate my well-being. However, I was reminded of the age-old wisdom that one should not become complacent or overly confident, lest they face dire consequences. My wound had become inflamed, and I was now suffering from a fever. Chen Dong, you have a fever. At daybreak, we could finally move away from this perilous place. Considering our need to revisit the ghost ship to gather essential tools, such as lifeboats and self-defense items, I felt compelled to dive into the sea to catch more food, which would facilitate our journey to the ghost ship and help us conserve strength, especially since we had discarded all our food to lure the hyenas the previous night. It was clear to me that we must prepare more provisions. How can you even think of going into the sea, Brother Chen? You are injured. Li Yuan protested, looking at me disapprovingly and insisting I rest. They could prepare the food themselves. If they relied on me for everything, how could I recover? Zhao Xiaoru also nodded in agreement with Li Yuan's sentiments. Shindong, you shouldn't complicate matters. Resting is your priority. As she spoke, she quickly added, you know our situation. Medicine is exceedingly scarce. With just the two of us here, if anything were to happen to you, we would be in trouble. They both pressed me to rest. Yet, how could I agree? To me, this was merely a minor injury. What was it, really? Just a scratch from the hyena's claw? I had evaded it in time and was wearing clothes. It was merely a scratch on the surface, inconsequential. Preparing food was crucial and would determine how far we could go. If we did not gather enough food during the day, how would we survive the night? At that moment, amidst our debate, no one would concede to the other's decision. They felt my skin's temperature and gasped in alarm. Both women began to panic. Brother Chun, you really have a fever. You are burning up. Li Yuan quickly reached out to touch my forehead, her eyes widening in concern. What should we do? She exclaimed, slipping back into a state of distress. Initially, I had thought I was fine, only to realize I was facing a serious issue, having developed a fever. The wound was already difficult to manage, and now this was the worst possible scenario. I told you, those animals have filthy claws. How could you possibly be unscathed? Li Yuan lamented, her anxiety escalating as she repeated, we must get you a tetanus shot. It's imperative, or we'll be facing a fever now. Calm down. Li Yuan, Zhao Xiaoru urged, gripping Li Yuan's shoulders. Consider what else we can do. Without the tetanus shot, there's no point in dwelling on it. In this dire situation, if we had the tetanus vaccine, it would have already been administered. The absence of such resources meant we could not linger on this issue and had to think of alternative solutions. Continuing to delay would lead to even worse outcomes. Chapter 100. Physical cooling. If no medication was available, we would have to resort to physical cooling. However, even for that, they lacked a crucial component, alcohol. Thus, we could only rely on the most primitive method, constantly applying clean water to lower my temperature and then wrapping me in thick blankets to induce sweating. This was the simplest, albeit most rudimentary approach, and it would only address the symptoms without curing the underlying issue. When Li Yuan suggested this method, she cast a worried glance at Zhao Xiaoru. If we want Brother Chen to fully recover, we need to wait for his wound to heal and find the right medicine. We needed to continue searching for herbal remedies to treat him and reduce his fever. Otherwise, we would be stuck in this basic cycle of temporary relief without any real solution. All right, let us start by cooling him down, she concluded. With no other options, we had to rely on luck and miracles to intervene. Otherwise, their situation could become even more perilous. Thus, we decided to use whatever means were available, taking a desperate gamble that luck might be on our side. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan took action, alternating between fetching water and forcefully wrapping me in animal hides. I am not as fragile as you think. I am all right, I reassured them. Although I was experiencing a fever, I felt relatively fine and did not feel dizzy or unwell. It is their anxious demeanor that instills a sense of pressure within me. I too am concerned that the two of them may be unable to withstand the current circumstances, particularly in such a situation where all that is required is proper recuperation. I do not believe that a mere fever could be my undoing. Hence, I sought to calm them in advance, allowing them both to regain their composure. Brother Chen, you have yet to grasp the gravity of this situation. It is not something to be taken lightly. At this moment, Li Yuan, visibly upset, gazed at me with an expression of heartfelt concern. If your fever persists, your wound may worsen and become infected, potentially endangering your life. As she spoke, her countenance shifted to one of greater fear, as if she were confronting a dreadful outcome. Therefore, Brother Chun, please cooperate with us and refrain from causing any more trouble. To her, I had evidently become a source of chaos or a stubborn individual refusing to yield, prompting her to silence me once more, insisting that I lie down. Even Zhao Xiaoru, standing nearby, regarded me with disapproval. Exactly, Qindong, do not complicate matters further. She is the most knowledgeable among us. This was a clear indication that Li Yuan possessed the utmost expertise in our group. Should she express such concerns, the likelihood of dire consequences was indeed high. In order for us to survive and continue to support one another, it was imperative that I adhere to their methods. Very well then, since they were so insistent, I would refrain from further protest and comply with their wishes, patiently awaiting their assistance in cooling my fever. Upon witnessing my compliance, both of them exhaled a sigh of relief, their earlier distress beginning to dissipate, and they hurriedly fetched water. They utilized the tattered cloth we had scavenged, dampening it and applying it to my forehead, striving to lower my temperature and restore me to a natural state. At this juncture, Zhao Xiaoru ventured forth with a fishing net, following my previous approach. She promptly cast it into the water. If we did not replenish our food supply swiftly, our bodies could falter. Observing their frantic movements, I could not help but shake my head in resignation. Let them be. After all, the concern exhibited by these two young women is a rarity. Perhaps engaging in these activities would divert their attention and alleviate their anxiety. Soon enough, Zhao Xiaoru successfully caught a fish. However, rather than consuming it raw or grilling it as before, she retrieved a pot to prepare fish soup for me. You need to consume some liquid nourishment and replenish your strength. This fish is exceptionally nourishing, being one of the most revitalizing resources available on this island. With that, Zhao Xiaoru glanced at me, urging me to patiently await their arrangements as she began to simmer the broth. Meanwhile, Li Yuan tirelessly fetched water, continually applying it to my forehead, and pressed various points on my hands, claiming that these acupressure points would stimulate circulation and help me regain warmth. Observing their diligent efforts, I chose to refrain from uttering any further alarming remarks or complicating matters. Before long, the fish soup was ready, although it lacked seasoning, save for a pinch of salt. Its flavor was remarkably delightful. I consumed 3 hearty bowls before pausing. Zhao Xiaoru and Li Yuan each had 2 bowls as well. Once we were sufficiently nourished, Zhao Xiaoru proceeded to clean the remaining fish, preparing to grill them for our journey. Li Yuan, please watch over him while I scout for supplies in the redwood forest. Zhao Xiaoru contemplated, intending to venture alone into the woods. No, Xiaoru, it is far too perilous for you to go alone. Given the stray dog encounters I had experienced the previous night, Li Yuan was understandably concerned. I too furrowed my brow in disapproval. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoru, you must not be reckless. You just advised me to rest and recuperate, yet now you desire to enter the redwood forest alone. Is this a matter for jest? But I shall merely take a brief look around. I will remain within your sight, Zhao Xiaoru reassured us. Upon hearing our collective disapproval, she wore a worried expression, yet soon relented, indicating that she would restrict her activities to the nearby vicinity.